Chapter 1. Who do you think you are? Late at night, in the executive suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. A man and a woman rolled on the large soft bed in the hotel. On the bedside table, the water in the glass was shaking regularly. The man and woman were playing poker vigorously. I can't take it anymore. I've already lost 5 games. I really can't take it anymore. The woman was lying on her back on the bed. She looked to be in her 30s and exuded the unique charm of a mature woman. At this time, her cheeks were flushed, her shoulders were half exposed, and the thin quilt could not hide her graceful figure at all. I didn't expect you to be so good at poker. Tell me the truth, do you often invite girls to the hotel to play poker? Lying on his back, panting slightly, Meng Lang laughed self-deprecatingly and said, I was young and didn't know how good sisters were. I mistakenly treated young girls as treasures. If I had known the benefits of sisters earlier, how could I have wasted my time on those little girls who haven't even grown all their hair yet? Who would have thought that Meng Lang, known as the #1 beauty killer on the internet, had been a bootlicker for a full 10 years? We have known each other for such a long time, why did you only ask me to play poker now? I have been suffering from my card addiction for many years. The beautiful woman lay on Meng Lang's broad chest, drawing circles with her slender fingers, and said in a resentful tone. My first principle in life is to never touch a married woman. Otherwise, who would dare to do business with me in the future? Meng Lang said seriously. The beautiful woman glanced up at the serious Meng Lang and couldn't help but giggle. So my dead husband didn't go to the crematorium until this afternoon, and you took me to the hotel to play poker tonight, right? This will make you look more charming, sister. Look how impatient I am. The woman lazily rubbed her face against Meng Lang's chest and teased, you're quite good at timing. What other principles do you have? My second principle in life is never to spend money playing poker. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman rolled her eyes at Meng Lang and said, isn't that just freeloading? Meng Lang hugged the beautiful woman in his arms even tighter and kissed her on the forehead again. How can we say it's freeloading if it's something we both agreed to? Besides, if I throw a wad of money in front of you, sister, wouldn't that be an insult to you? My husband just died, how can I not have this little money from you? The beautiful woman felt Meng Lang's touch, let out a muffled groan, and closed her eyes comfortably. My third principle is to never be a bootlicker again. Meng Lang murmured in a low voice, his eyes staring ahead without focus, as if he was lost in memories. The beautiful woman in his arms' breathing gradually became steady and she no longer responded. Meng Lang held the beautiful girl in his arms. The exhaustion after losing hundreds of millions playing poker gradually came over him, causing him to fall into a deep sleep. I really don't want to be in a relationship right now. Meng Lang, please don't force me. Meng Lang felt his head was in a daze. He didn't know when he appeared on a somewhat familiar street. It seemed that he had been to this place a long time ago. A tall and graceful figure stood in front of him, with fair skin and delicate features. She was wearing a pure white shirt, and her slender white calves were exposed, which was particularly eye-catching. She just stood there, the neon lights from the street shining on her face, making her cold white skin translucent. Meng Lang's sight gradually focused on the girl's face. She was a pure girl with a ponytail. Her name is Li Shuya, and she was the white moonlight of countless people in high school. But looking at this face that had touched the hearts of countless young men, Meng Lang felt only disgusted. Meng Lang, are you listening to me? I don't want to fall in love now. Okay, talk about it or not. Meng Lang responded impatiently. I actually dreamed about her, how damn unlucky. Meng Lang muttered and shook his head, wanting to wake up quickly from this disgusting dream. The reason why Meng Lang disliked Li Shuya so much was because this woman made him a bootlicker for 10 years. She licked me from high school until she graduated from graduate school. Meng Lang's college entrance examination results were not ideal, so he entered society directly. In order to be with Li Shuya, Meng Lang went to the city where she went to college to work. I spent almost all the money I earned on buying her gifts. But during her freshman and sophomore years, she said she was busy with schoolwork and had no time for a relationship. In her junior and senior years, she said she wanted to prepare for the postgraduate entrance examination and hoped that Meng Lang would not affect her future. It was even more serious when she reached graduate school. Her supervisor treated her like a laborer, and she treated Meng Lang like an ox or a horse. If she had told Meng Lang clearly that the two of them could not be together, Meng Lang, a grown man, would not have been so persistent. The key is that she never refuses Meng Lang's kindness and accepts all gifts. If Meng Lang chats with other girls, she will get angry. Meng Lang was tormented to the point of suffering. He endured the torment while still harboring fantasies. Until she graduated with a master's degree. At the master's graduation ceremony that day, she walked up to Meng Lang holding the hand of a gentle-looking boy, with a happy smile on her face that Meng Lang had never seen before. She introduced to Meng Lang the senior brother next to her who was also her boyfriend. Little did he know how cold Meng Lang's heart was at that time, and his 10 years of hard work were ignored so lightly. From then on, Meng Lang no longer believed in such a nonsense as love, and was too lazy to get involved with those young and beautiful girls. After his enlightenment, Meng Lang unexpectedly felt the warmth of his elder sister, and from then on he embarked on the road to becoming the #1 beautiful woman killer on the entire internet. But that's all in the past. Hearing Meng Lang's answer at this time, Li Shuya's face was full of surprise. That's not how the script is written. After Meng Lang was rejected, shouldn't he have begged her desperately, and then she couldn't resist his pleading and finally told him that as long as he behaved well, she would definitely consider him first when she wanted to have a relationship in the future. In this way, he will continue to be available at your beck and call, and will do whatever you say, trying his best to please you until the next time you confess your feelings. But how is he reacting now? What kind of bad luck? Is it bad luck that you were rejected by yourself? What is he doing shaking his head? How could he treat himself like this? Meng Lang, what's with this attitude? Can't you even withstand such a small test? I can't see your determination at all. How can I agree to be with you if you're like this? Meng Lang stood there for a long time, but he just couldn't wake up from this dream. It was really strange. He turned around and looked at Li Shuya's aggressive face, thinking of his own 10 years of experience as a bootlicker, and his heart suddenly became angry. Can I still let you continue to act so arrogantly in my dream? Only the party and the people are qualified to test me. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you test me? Chapter 2 In the name of the Father, please collect. Thank you. Li Shuya opened her eyes wide in shock at Meng Lang's words. You, how dare you talk to me like that? I just rejected your confession this time. As long as you behave well, I will consider being with you in the future. After she finished speaking, her eyes turned red and she started crying. Fuck. I've been your bootlicker for 10 years and never cried, and you still have the nerve to cry in front of me. Before Meng Lang could finish his words, a roar suddenly rang out from behind him. Meng Lang, you bastard, you actually made Shuya cry. As the voice fell, a short and fat man ran over and glared at Meng Lang. This man is called Zhou Jiahao. If Meng Lang is Li Shuya's #1 bootlicker, then Zhou Jiahao is definitely the #2 bootlicker. The reason why Zhou Jiahao cannot be the #1 bootlicker is not because he doesn't bootlick well enough. It was just because his appearance was so different that Li Shuya couldn't accept that her #1 suitor was a short and fat guy like Zhou Jiahao. Thinking about how he used to be so proud of having won the title of the #1 bootlicker, Meng Lang really wanted to hit himself to death with a brick. Zhou Jiahao was accompanied by a skinny young man wearing glasses. Meng Lang's eyes immediately locked onto the skinny young man. His name was Lu Fei, and he was Meng Lang's childhood friend. However, he died in a car accident when he was 25 years old. Lu Fei walked straight up to Meng Lang and asked, "Didn't you confess your feelings? Why did you make Li Shuya cry?" Meng Lang didn't answer his question. Instead, he looked at him curiously. "This is the first time I've dreamt of you. How are you doing down there after you die? If you're out of money, tell me. I'll burn some for you tomorrow." Hearing this, Lu Fei slapped Meng Lang on the back in anger. "What's wrong with you?" Meng Lang gasped after being slapped in the face. "See, why did you hit me so hard?" "Hey! No, I'm not dreaming. Why does it hurt?" Meng Lang suddenly turned his head and looked around. He felt that the scene was becoming more and more familiar, and memories kept surging in his mind. Is this the street at the south gate of the high school? Didn't the Huaxia Internet Cafe across the street close down a long time ago? Why is it still open? Isn't there a Wanda Plaza built in this area? Why are there only bungalows? How come all this is so similar to the summer of 2010? This was the party after the college entrance examination results came out. I just confessed to Li Shuya? Am I not dreaming? Is this Rebirth? Before Meng Lang could recover from the surprise of his rebirth, he heard Li Shuya's voice again. Meng Lang, I'm breaking off all ties with you from today on. I'll never talk to you again. Li Shuya looked at Meng Lang in a daze. She didn't know what was wrong with Meng Lang today. He was so affectionate when he confessed to her just now. But after being rejected by her, he seemed to have suddenly become a different person, as if he didn't care about her at all. How could a person change so much in such a short period of time? He must be pretending. He must be pretending not to care on purpose, playing hard to get. As long as she proposed to break up, Meng Lang would apologize immediately. It must be like this. Unfortunately, Meng Lang's reaction disappointed her again. Great. I couldn't ask for more. Please don't show up in front of me again. Let's just be well and not disturb each other. You. Li Shuya was so angry that she gritted her teeth and her pretty white face turned red with anger. Seeing this, Zhou Jiahao, who was standing by, was filled with ecstasy. Meng Lang had made Li Shuya so angry, so now his chance had come. Today he is determined to regain the title of Li Shuya's #1 pursuer. Meng Lang, you're going too far. How could you talk to Shuya like that? You're not a gentleman at all. Looking at Zhou Jiahao's righteous expression, Meng Lang wanted to laugh, but he couldn't at all. Wasn't I once a bootlicker like Zhou Jiahao? Zhou Jiahao, I advise you not to get too deep. You think you're a gentleman, but when you lick him to the end, you realize you're just a fiery goblin. Zhou Jiahao naturally couldn't understand the deeper meaning behind Meng Lang's words at this moment. He looked at Meng Lang provocatively with the eyes of a victor, then turned to Li Shuya and said, Shuya, let's go. Meng Lang is simply unreasonable. Li Shuya actually didn't want to be with Zhou Jiahao. But in order to anger Meng Lang, she snorted coldly at him, deliberately moved closer to Zhou Jiahao, and turned around to leave with him. Just as the two of them turned around and took 2 steps, Meng Lang suddenly called her, as if he had something urgent to say to her. Looking back and seeing the expression on Meng Lang's face, a hint of pride flashed across Li Shuya's face. It turned out that he was playing hard to get. If he got a little closer to others, Meng Lang would not be able to bear it. What? Is there anything else? I've already said I won't pay attention to you anymore, so don't waste your time. Li Shuya said arrogantly. Don't overthink it, I just want my stuff back. That unopened phone in your hand is the one I just gave you, right? Give it back to me right away. After hearing Meng Lang's words, Li Shuya was struck by lightning and stood there in a daze. Isn't this the gift you gave me before you confessed your love? Li Shuya turned around with an incredulous look on her face, as if she couldn't understand why Meng Lang wanted to take back the gift he had given her. Didn't you reject my confession? Isn't it normal for me to ask for the gift back? Meng Lang's tone was full of as if it was a matter of course. Who said I have to agree to your confession just because I accept the gift? Hearing this, Meng Lang scoffed, accepting a gift doesn't mean I agree. You developed a method to solve inequalities instantly over a decade in advance, and your version is way ahead of the curve. You're worthy of your reputation. Although Li Shuya didn't understand what Meng Lang meant, she knew it was definitely not a good thing. Meng Lang, you bastard, I don't want your things. He said as he was about to throw away the phone box in his hand. Hey! Don't break it, I need to return it. Meng Lang hurried forward to answer it, but was stopped by Zhou Jiahao. You're so stingy. You have the nerve to ask for a gift back after giving it to a girl. Just tell me how much it costs and I'll give it to you. Just think of it as a gift to Shuya. After hearing what Zhou Jiahao said, Meng Lang was not angry at all, but just felt sorry for him. Let's not do that. This is the new iPhone 4. I paid extra for it. It's quite expensive. There's no need for you to spend this money on Li Shuya. Zhou Jiahao suddenly thought of the great man's words, the more the enemy opposes us, the more it proves that what we do is right. It's just that he didn't use this principle in the right way, and mistakenly regarded Meng Lang as an enemy. This led to the fact that the more Meng Lang advised him not to spend this money, the more angry he became. What do you mean by wasting money? Buying a gift for Shuya is worth it no matter how much it costs. I'm not as petty as some people. Since Zhou Jiahao was so eager to be taken advantage of, there was no need for Meng Lang to stop him. Okay then, I bought this phone for 8,000 yuan. Would you like cash or a wire transfer? 8,000. Are you robbing me? Zhou Jiahao originally thought that a mobile phone would cost at most 3 or 4,000 yuan. If he could win Li Shuya's heart, this amount of money would be nothing. But he didn't expect that a mobile phone would cost 8,000 yuan. That's right, I still have the invoice. If you don't want to buy it, forget it. I can return it to the mobile phone store. Meng Lang said as he took out an invoice from his pocket. Zhou Jiahao's face turned red instantly. He was now in a difficult situation. Although his family was well off, he, a high school graduate, could not come up with 8,000 yuan at once. Seeing Zhou Jiahao's embarrassment, Meng Lang thought about how he had to cheat his father into getting 4,000 yuan to buy this phone, and then add the New Year's money he had saved for many years to barely get enough money to buy the phone. Meng Lang remembered that his father's monthly salary was only about 4,000 yuan. He deserved to die for spending his father's 2 months' hard-earned salary just to please Li Shuya. Forget it. It's not easy for your parents to earn money, Meng Lang said as he was about to take the phone from Li Shuya. Zhou Jiahao looked at Li Shuya, who was about to cry, gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Wait, I'll make a call. Zhou Jiahao took out a Nokia N95 slider phone from his pocket and made a call. 5 minutes later, Zhou Jiahao withdrew 8,000 yuan from the construction bank ATM next to him and handed it to Meng Lang. Shuya, let's go. I'll take a taxi to take you home. Although he suffered a heavy loss, Zhou Jiahao felt it was still a good deal as he could win Li Shuya's favor and give Meng Lang a hard kick. Maybe later in the car, I can hold Li Shuya's hand. Thinking of this, Zhou Jiahao became excited instantly. However, Li Shuya's answer instantly extinguished Zhou Jiahao's fiery heart. No need, my mom will be here to pick me up soon. Looking at the stunned look on Zhou Jiahao's face, Meng Lang almost cuckolded and couldn't hold back his laughter. Sure enough, the dog licks until the end and ends up with nothing. I spent 8,000 yuan but didn't even get a chance to send someone home. Not long after, a white BMW 5 Series stopped in front of them. A beautiful woman who looked to be about 30 years old got out of the car. The woman is tall and has fair skin. She looks very well maintained. At first glance, she looks a bit like Li Xiaoran, but her face is softer and gentler. She was wearing a black short-sleeved dress, her fair skin seemed to glow in the night, and the belt around her waist perfectly outlined her plump figure. Her long, shiny black hair was casually draped behind her back, and her walking posture was dignified and elegant, with a graceful look. In Meng Lang's eyes now, this was simply the most beautiful woman in the world, making him a little dazed. Li Shuya's mother is so beautiful. Was I blind in my previous life? I actually ignored the stunning beauty right next to me and licked that stinky little girl Li Shuya. In his previous life, Meng Lang had licked Li Shuya for so long, so he had naturally seen her mother. However, he was so focused on Li Shuya that he didn't notice her mother's beauty at all. Li Shuya's father died when she was in junior high school. Li Shuya's mother never remarried because she took care of her. Taking action at this time would definitely not violate Meng Lang's first principle of life. Moreover, Meng Lang also knew that this summer, Li Shuya's family business would encounter a major crisis. In his previous life, Meng Lang had been with Li Shuya this summer, so he had some understanding of this matter. It is known that there is a single beauty who is about to encounter a career crisis, and you happen to have the ability to help her solve this crisis. Isn't this a match made in heaven? Meng Lang couldn't help but look at Li Shuya with eyes that showed concern for the younger generation. I licked you for 10 years in my previous life, so I'm afraid I'll have to take care of you for the rest of my life in this life, even though it's in the name of your father. Meng Lang sighed with emotion and walked towards the beautiful woman with a decent smile on his face. Chapter 3 Auntie, do you believe in love at first sight? Shuya, why haven't I heard you tell me that you have such a beautiful sister? Meng Lang stood between the beautiful woman and Li Shuya and stretched out his hand towards the beautiful woman. When Li Shuya heard Meng Lang's words, she instantly got furious. She was so angry that she completely ignored her image as a lady. Meng Lang, are you sick? This is my mother. Also, who allowed you to call me Shuya? Please call me by my full name. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's face showed a look of extreme shock. He stared at the beautiful woman in front of him and said, "Impossible. How could your mother be so young and so beautiful? You didn't even inherit an ounce of her beauty." Li Shuya was almost going crazy. She had just clearly said that her mother would come back to pick her up later, but Meng Lang was still pretending to know the answer and asking. Moreover, he actually said that he did not inherit even a little bit of his mother's beauty, which he was proud of. How is this possible? Although my mother is also very beautiful, she is already 38 years old. How can she compare with her who is in her youth? Women's greed for beauty is endless, especially beautiful women. They are unwilling to admit that there are people more beautiful than them, not even their mothers. That bastard Meng Lang must have been deliberately trying to piss me off. He was just taking revenge on me for not accepting his confession. Humph. I can't be angry. The angrier I am, the more proud he will be. Meng Lang completely ignored Li Shuya's psychological activities. What he said just now was sincere. In his current aesthetic point of view, Li Shuya was not even as good as a hair of her mother. He took 2 steps towards the beautiful woman, continued to extend his hand and said, "Since you are Li Shuya's mother, I will still call you auntie, although I think calling you sister is more appropriate." The beautiful woman was naturally happy to be praised by such a young and sunny boy. She stretched out her fair and slender hand and shook hands gently with Meng Lang. "Hello, classmate Meng Lang, I'm so sorry. I've spoiled Shuya. Please don't mind what she said just now. My last name is Gone, so you can just call me Aunt Gone." Holding the delicate and boneless hand and smelling the refreshing fragrance emanating from Sister Gone, Meng Lang felt that the blood flow in his body was accelerating. Sometimes your eyes may deceive you, but your body's reaction will never be the same. Sister Gone has perfectly captured Meng Lang's aesthetic taste by being able to make the body so excited. How could that be? Shuya and I have always had a good relationship. I have always taken good care of her throughout the 3 years of high school, and everyone can prove it. What Meng Lang said was indeed true. Even Zhou Jiahao, who was also a bootlicker, had to admit that Meng Lang had taken care of Li Shuya in every possible way during the 3 years of high school. But everyone had a very strange feeling when they heard what Meng Lang had just said. It seemed that the tone of his voice was not that of a student speaking to his classmates' parents. Rather, it's more like we are discussing how to take care of children as elders. Zhou Jiahao and Lu Fei's expressions as they looked at Meng Lang gradually became weird. They had no idea what Meng Lang was doing. Li Shuya watched her mother and Meng Lang chatting happily, her teeth almost breaking. "Mom, let's go. I want to go home." Don Yuru also felt that the young man in front of her was a little strange. He had a maturity that was not in line with his age, and when he spoke, he did not have the restraint that a normal student would have when talking to his classmates' parents. Having a beautiful daughter, Gon Yuru naturally knew that her daughter had many suitors at school, and she thought Meng Lang was one of them. But now, judging from his attitude towards his daughter and the tone of his voice, he didn't seem to have much interest in his daughter. He never looked at his daughter from beginning to end, but kept staring at himself. This inevitably made Gon Yuru more curious about this special boy Meng Lang. But she was troubled by recent business problems and had no time to care about one of her daughter's classmates. "Well, it's getting late. Everyone, go home early and don't let your parents worry. Especially Zhou Jiahao, your mom always complains to me about you not coming home at night." After Gon Yuru finished speaking, she nodded to Meng Lang and Lu Fei, then turned around, opened the passenger door of the BMW, and let Li Shuya get in. Zhou Jiahao quickly waved to Li Shuya, "Goodbye Shuya, goodbye Aunt Yuru." However, he didn't get the chance to send Li Shuya home, which obviously made him feel a little depressed. Meng Lang knew that Zhou Jiahao's family seemed to have some business dealings with Li Shuya's family, so he was not surprised by the familiarity between the two families. Li Shuya sat in the passenger seat of the BMW, and the packaging box of the Apple phone in her hand was almost crushed by her. She was about to leave, but that bastard Meng Lang hadn't come over to apologize to her yet. She made up her mind to ignore him for at least a month, block his QQ, and not let him visit her space. He will definitely be worried to death by then. Thinking of this, Li Shuya especially rolled down the car window, smiled sweetly at Zhou Jiahao, and said, "Jiahao, thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Remember to send me a QQ message when you get home." Upon hearing this, Zhou Jiahao was immediately filled with excitement. His originally depressed expression disappeared, and his eyes and brows were filled with uncontrollable ecstasy, like a fiery goblin who couldn't resist temptation. Although Li Shuya was talking to Zhou Jiahao, she was always keeping an eye on Meng Lang out of the corner of her eye. She wanted to see if Meng Lang would get angry because she spoke to Zhou Jiahao so intimately. Meng Lang picked a red rose from the roadside flower bed and walked towards the BMW. Li Shuya's breathing suddenly stopped and her heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. She snorted inwardly with a smug look on her face. This bastard Meng Lang couldn't pretend any longer. What is the meaning of red roses? It seems to be an expression of passionate love, saying I'm madly in love with you. What does Meng Lang mean by this? Does he want to confess his feelings to me again? Or does he know that he went too far and wants to apologize to me? Should I forgive him? No, he just went too far and even wanted to take back the gift he gave me. I must not forgive him. I must ignore him for at least a week so that he can realize his mistake. Wait a minute. Meng Lang's voice suddenly rang out, attracting the attention of everyone present. Gon Yuru, who was about to open the driver's door, turned her head and looked at Meng Lang, who was holding a rose in his hand. She seemed to realize something, glanced at her daughter sitting in the car, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. She couldn't help but think of her own youth when she was also as popular as her daughter. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart, it's great to be young. Li Shuya held her breath while sitting in the car. She had already made up her mind. No matter whether Meng Lang confessed his feelings or apologized, she would reject him with the sharpest words, but at the same time, she would leave room for him and give him a little hope. But what she didn't expect was that Meng Lang didn't come to the passenger seat at all, but walked directly to the front of the car and handed the flowers in his hand to her mother. "Aunt Gone, although this is very abrupt, please forgive my inability to help myself. Do you believe in love at first sight? At that moment just now, I felt that I had fallen deeply in love with you. Can you be my girlfriend?" Chapter 4 Young Stepfather? The headlights of the BMW hit Meng Lang's face, acting like a spotlight, enveloping him in a feeling of solemnity and making these words seem like a solemn oath. Li Shuya was so shocked that she lost her grip on the phone box and dropped it under the seat. All the words she had prepared to reject Meng Lang were stuck in her throat. Zhou Jiahao and Lu Fei were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Although Gan Yuru has rich life experience, facing the passionate love confession of a boy 20 years younger than her, especially in front of her daughter, her heart couldn't help but pause for a beat. At this moment, the calmness and elegance on her face were completely gone, replaced by astonishment and embarrassment. What are you talking about? This joke is not funny at all. I'm serious. I swear to God that if I tell you even a single lie, I'll end up living alone for the rest of my life." Looking at Meng Lang's serious eyes and resolute expression, Gan Yuru's heart suddenly trembled. The young man in front of me seems to be serious. Meng Lang is 182 centimeters tall, with a sturdy build, a high nose, deep eyes, and tough facial lines. He does not quite conform to the current popular aesthetic of handsomeness, but is closer to the aesthetic style of 20 or 30 years ago. Looking at Meng Lang's resolute face, Gan Yuru couldn't help but think that if she were young, Meng Lang would definitely be very popular. But Gan Yuru quickly dismissed this ridiculous idea. The boy in front of her was her daughter's classmate. What was she thinking? Stop talking. I'm already 38 years old, 20 years younger than you. This is totally impossible. Age is not a problem. There are many couples with huge age gaps. Life is 100 years long, and the difference between us being only 20 years is nothing. I know you definitely cannot accept such a sudden confession. Perhaps in addition to age, you must have other requirements for your partner, such as wealth, connections, social status, etc. I will try my best to show you my sincerity. If I meet your requirements for a partner in other aspects, I hope you will seriously consider me and not be swayed by worldly prejudices. After hearing this, Li Shuya, who was sitting in the car, finally couldn't stand it anymore. The classmate who had just confessed his love to her was now confessing his love to her mother. This was simply outrageous. Meng Lang. What the hell are you talking about? I'm really going to get angry if you keep saying that. Seeing Li Shuya coming out to make trouble, Meng Lang knew that his confession could not continue. But it doesn't matter. Gan Yuru can't accept his confession the first time they meet. Feelings need to be cultivated. Today he is just planting a seed of hope. In the next period of time, as long as he continues to water and fertilize it, it will eventually bloom and bear fruit. Meng Lang looked into Gan Yuru's eyes, his gaze still firm. That's all I have to say today. Just consider it my declaration of my pursuit of you. My words may be a little reckless today, but I hope you can believe that I mean it sincerely. At Li Shuya's urging, Gan Yuru finally drove away. In the car, after Gan Yuru pondered for a moment, her brows gradually relaxed, and her depressed mood caused by business seemed to brighten a lot. For a woman, being confessed to by a boy who is 20 years younger than her is something worth being happy about. Li Shuya, who was sitting in the passenger seat, looked furious. Mom, don't believe his sweet words. He has been pursuing me since freshman year of high school and confessed his love to me today, but I didn't agree. He must have confessed to you on purpose to piss me off. Gan Yuru remained silent upon hearing this. Ever since her husband passed away, she had been running the family business and her eyesight had improved. She could still tell whether what a person said in front of her was sincere or not. Meng Lang was so serious just now, obviously from the heart. So you're very familiar with him? Then tell me everything about him. Li Shuya panicked when she heard this. She wondered if her mother was really moved. She couldn't help but think of what it would be like for Meng Lang to become her stepfather, and instantly felt a chill down her spine. No. Meng Lang, you don't really want to pursue Li Shuya's mother, do you? Lu Fei looked at Meng Lang as if he were a monster. How is that possible? This guy must be angry and embarrassed after his confession was rejected, and he is doing this on purpose to irritate Shuya. Zhou Jiahao's face was full of pride, as if he had seen through everything. But you did succeed. Look how mad Shuya is. Maybe Shuya will never talk to you again. Ha ha ha. When Zhou Jiahao thought about how his biggest competitor had offended the goddess so badly, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. Meng Lang looked at Zhou Jiahao with amusement and said, "Now you are Li Shuya's suitor, and I am Li Shuya's mother's suitor. So, you have to call me dad. My dear son, come here and kowtow, call me daddy, and I'll give you a big red envelope." As he spoke, Meng Lang took out the 8,000 yuan he had just received from Zhou Jiahao from his pocket and swung it in the air. Zhou Jiahao's laughter suddenly choked in his throat. Looking at the 8,000 yuan swinging in Meng Lang's hand, his heart was bleeding. Humph. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. You'll regret it sooner or later. I'm going to the internet cafe to book a night. Shuya must still be waiting for me to chat with her on QQ. After saying that, Zhou Jiahao ran towards the internet cafe across the street with his short legs. Zhangzhou City in 2010 was far less prosperous than it would be more than a decade later. After dark, the streets would quickly become deserted. Meng Lang walked on the lonely street, his emotions gradually withdrawing from the confession incident. God has given him a chance to start over, and he must cherish it. In his previous life, because he was not ambitious enough, he spent the most precious 10 years of his life as a bootlicker for others, and he made a mess of the family. Because of the trouble he caused, my father Meng Haiwo was forced to leave the system and started doing business in his 40s. But he was too honest and had no talent for business. He was deceived and lost all his savings of many years, and even owed a lot of foreign debts. After Meng Lang had a sudden realization, he started a clothing business with his uncle. After earning money through hard work for several years, he finally encountered a good opportunity and plunged into the sex toy industry. He opened an online store and gained a lot of fans by sharing his stories of being a dog licker. He made some quick money in 2 years and paid off his family's debts. But until his rebirth, he still hadn't been able to buy a decent car, let alone a house. When living a new life, the most important thing is, of course, to make money. Meng Lang still remembered a sentence he had read online in his previous life: "You are what you eat." So, you can't become a superior person by enduring hardships. Only by eating people can you become a superior person. Meng Lang will never have to suffer again in this life. He wants to eat people. He wants to be the best. Chapter 5: South Africa World Cup. Seeing Meng Lang walking in silence all the way, Lu Fei directly put his arm around Meng Lang's shoulders. Still thinking about Li Shuya? What's so annoying? It's not the first time you've been rejected. Let's go. I'll treat you to some barbecue. Meng Lang turned his head and looked at Lu Fei's familiar face, remembering the last time he saw Lu Fei in his previous life. At that time, he was still flattering Li Shuya. He spent all his money to buy her a birthday present. He couldn't even afford to eat and had to eat steamed buns and instant noodles every day. Fortunately, Lu Fei went to see him at that time. Seeing how miserable he was, Lu Fei also said, "Come on. Brother will treat you to some skewers." Meng Lang enjoyed the meal very much and may never forget it for the rest of his life. Before leaving, Lu Fei gave him 5,000 yuan. Not long after that day, Meng Lang learned that Lu Fei had died in a car accident. Seeing Lu Fei still lively and energetic with his arm around his shoulder, Meng Lang's mood immediately improved. There is a long way to go, and he has plenty of time to make up for future regrets, so why should he be so sad? Let me go. Look at your bony frame, it's really painful. If you don't eat more, you'll be like a stick and you won't be able to find a girlfriend in the future. Meng Lang scolded with a smile. The two of them walked towards the bus stop, chatting and laughing all the way. When passing by the door of a bar, a familiar sound of music came into Meng Lang's ears. Samana mina aa. Waka waka aa. Samana mina zangalua. Anawa aa. Driven by this dynamic melody, Meng Lang couldn't help but sing along with the melody, this time for Africa. After hearing Meng Lang's tone-deaf singing, Lu Fei covered his ears and said, "Brother Lang, we're one family, shut up." Meng Lang was so angry that he hit Lu Fei on the head. "Go to hell, you dare to laugh at me, how good is your singing? What song is this? It's quite nice." Lu Fei asked with a smile. Isn't this the World Cup theme song? It was sung by that Shaqiri. Meng Lang answered casually. I didn't expect you to have the time to watch the World Cup. No wonder you couldn't even get into college. Talking about his college entrance examination scores, Meng Lang couldn't help blushing, but he didn't care about it, but caught an important piece of information. World Cup. Yes, this year is 2010, the South Africa World Cup, the final Spain vs the Netherlands. In the 116th minute of extra time, Iniesta received an assist from Fabregas and scored the winning goal in the penalty area, helping the Spanish team win the World Cup championship. In his previous life, Meng Lang was also a fake football fan, often watching clips of football matches online. Among them, he saw a video in which Spain defeated its opponents 1-0 in 4 consecutive games starting from the round of 16 in the 2010 World Cup and eventually won the championship. Because this incident was quite dramatic, Meng Lang remembered it quite clearly. Thinking of this, Meng Lang's face gradually showed ecstasy. If you know the outcome of the game, and even the winning score, wouldn't it be like making money without doing anything if you buy sports lottery? Which World Cup match is it? Meng Lang grabbed Lu Fei and asked. I don't know either, but my dad told me that the quarter-finals start at 10 o'clock tonight and he's going out to watch the game with his friends. My mom scolded him for that. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang immediately took out his AnyCall slider phone and checked the time. 8:30. Lottery sales will stop 1 hour before the game starts. There is still an hour and a half left, so it should still be time to buy a lottery ticket. Thinking about the 8,000 yuan in his pocket, if nothing unexpected happens, by the end of the World Cup, he will have his first pot of gold. 8,000 yuan is still a little too little. For something like this that is 100% profitable, no matter how much capital you put in, it is never too much. Lu Fei, do you have any money on you? Hearing this, Lu Fei looked at Meng Lang with a puzzled look on his face. Yes, didn't we agree to sign up for driving school together? I asked my mom for 4,000 yuan, and I saved 1,000 yuan myself, all of which I put in my card. Go get it out and lend it to me, I need it urgently. Meng Lang urged. Although Lu Fei was full of doubts, because of their childhood friendship, he still went to the ATM to withdraw 5,000 yuan and gave it to Meng Lang. You go back first. I'll come back to you in a few days and I promise to give you a surprise. Meng Lang took the money, waved to Lu Fei, and ran towards the sports lottery center with lights on in the distance. Looking at Meng Lang's departing figure, Lu Fei scratched the back of his head, feeling that this friend who had grown up with him was a little strange today. Boss, which 2 teams are playing in the World Cup today? The middle-aged owner of the lottery shop looked up at Meng Lang, pointed to the bulletin board on the wall filled with densely packed numbers, and said, Brazil is playing the Netherlands. Sales will be closed in 10 minutes. Buy now if you want to. Meng Lang glanced at the notice board and felt dizzy. He simply asked, what are the odds of the Netherlands winning? Although Brazil has always been a strong team in the world, Meng Lang knew that the Netherlands was the runner-up of this World Cup and the winner of this game was destined to be the Netherlands. However, Meng Lang didn't know the score of this game, so he could only bet on the outcome, and the odds were definitely not as high as betting on the score. The Netherlands winning odds are 4.6. The middle-aged boss snorted in his heart, another person who doesn't understand football. Brazil is the favorite to win the championship this year, how could they lose to the Netherlands? It was 4.6. Meng Lang hadn't expected the odds of the Netherlands winning to be so high. It looked like everyone was more optimistic about the Brazilian team. This was a perfect bargain for him. I want to bet on the Netherlands to win. How much do you want to buy? The middle-aged boss was operating the ticket purchasing interface, preparing to place an order. Meng Lang took out all the money he had on him and put it on the table, not even leaving out the dozens of dollars in change. 13,068. The middle-aged boss looked at Meng Lang again and said, if you lose, I won't give you a refund. Young man, think carefully. Don't worry, winning or losing is my own business. The boss was just kindly reminding the young man not to get carried away. Seeing Meng Lang's decisive answer, he said nothing more and used the computer to issue him a ticket. 5 minutes later, Meng Lang walked out of the sports lottery center with the lottery ticket as he wished. Looking at the numbers on the lottery ticket, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The odds of 4.6 mean that after the game is over, his more than 13,000 yuan will become more than 60,000 yuan. Even after deducting taxes, there is still 48,000 left. Meng Lang also asked about tomorrow's matches. There are 2 games, one is Uruguay versus Ghana, and the second is Germany versus Argentina. Meng Lang was not sure which team won the previous game, but he remembered that Spain's opponent in the semi-finals was Germany, so it would be a sure thing to bet on Germany to win tomorrow. And the odds of Germany winning tomorrow are not low, at 3.4. This means that the money Meng Lang will receive tomorrow will double again. Meng Lang has already begun to look forward to how much money he will have by the end of the World Cup. Millions? Tens of millions? Chapter 6: Football and Beauty. Meng Lang walked to the bus stop and was about to take the bus home. When he touched his pocket, he was dumbfounded. He had spent all the money he had on buying lottery tickets. I didn't have a penny left, and I had no money to take the bus. Helplessly, he could only walk slowly along the street towards home. It just so happened that he also needed some time to sort out his plans for the future. For the next 10 years, there was basically gold everywhere for him, but he still had to think carefully about how to put this gold into his pocket. Meng Lang walked and thought like this, and he didn't know how long he had been walking. When he passed a tavern, he heard a huge cheer coming from inside. Looking inside through the window of the pub, I saw a group of Brazilian fans wearing yellow jerseys with green stripes, hugging each other and shouting and cheering excitedly. Tonight's game should have already started. Seeing how excited they are, could it be that the Brazilian team scored a goal? Meng Lang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. No way? Did I get tricked by some marketing account? Didn't the Netherlands win this match? Isn't my 13,000 yuan just going to waste? Thinking of this, Meng Lang walked directly into the pub and rushed into a group of Brazilian fans. His eyes were focused on the TV on the wall of the hotel. At this time, the game had been going on for 10 minutes and Brazil was temporarily leading with a score of 1-0. And from the scene, the Dutch team has been suppressed by the Brazilian team and rarely launches dangerous attacks. Meng Lang stood in the pub with a frown on his face, seeming out of tune with the cheerful atmosphere of the Brazilian fans present. What's wrong, little brother? You look so sad. Are you a fan of the Dutch team? Someone noticed Meng Lang, who looked like an alien in the crowd. Upon hearing this, a group of Brazilian fans stopped watching the game and turned their attention to Meng Lang. The most exciting thing about watching a competitive game is naturally seeing the team you support win. But if there is anything more satisfying than this, it is to see the fans on the other side get angry and frustrated. Take the annual League of Legends S game as an example. After the LPL team wins, the popularity of videos that copy Korean comments will skyrocket. The more the opposing LCK fans curse, the happier the LPL viewers watching the video will be. This is just in text form. At this time, Meng Lang was standing next to these Brazilian fans. As the saying goes, a smile never disappears, it just shifts. At this moment, Meng Lang's smile was transferred to the faces of these Brazilian fans. If Meng Lang cursed the Dutch team at this time, these Brazilian fans would probably be happier. However, Meng Lang had no intention of satisfying other people's bad tastes, and just watched the game helplessly. Until the end of the first half, the score was still Brazil leading 1-0. Meng Lang didn't really like watching football games. His legs were a little numb after standing for a long time, so he took advantage of the halftime break to find a place to sit down. Glancing around, he saw a woman in a booth by the window of the tavern, looking at the night view outside the window and drinking alone. The woman was wearing a black suspender dress, revealing her snow-white shoulders and neck. She had a graceful figure and was leaning lazily on the sofa in the booth, as if she was worried about something. Meng Lang couldn't help but move closer. The woman's profile became clearer and clearer. She was well maintained, and Meng Lang couldn't tell her age for a moment, but judging from her expression and temperament, she should be over 35 years old. Her profile is soft and elegant, her eyebrows are long and curved, revealing a graceful temperament, her bright eyes are slightly drunk, blinking slowly, her nose is high, her lips are full, and the pearl earrings hanging on her ears add a bit of nobility to her. Meng Lang walked in front of the woman and was finally able to see her full appearance, but he had no mind to look at anything else at this moment. Because there was an abyss of sin that always attracted his attention and left him no time to look at anything else. The woman noticed that there was another person in front of her, so she withdrew her gaze from the window and looked at Meng Lang. Meng Lang also quickly focused his attention on the woman's face and looked into her beautiful eyes. What's up? The woman's breath was as fragrant as orchid, and a sweet scent blew onto Meng Lang's face as she spoke. Meng Lang smiled warmly and said, "Sister, could you please buy me a drink?" When the woman heard this, a look of surprise appeared on her face. In the past, when men approached her, they would ask if they could buy her a drink. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of her did not play by the rules and asked her to buy him a drink. This immediately piqued her interest, and she carefully examined the young man's face. He looked to be about 20 years old, with a resolute face and a sunny smile. He was the type of man she would take a second look at if she met him on the street. In the past, she would not have had too much contact with a strange man in the bar, but she was in a terrible mood today, and it was great to have a young wolf dog to accompany her and relieve her boredom. "Sure, what would you like to drink?" The woman supported her cheek with the back of her hand, tilted her head and said lazily. The woman's simple action made Meng Lang stare in amazement. Because the expression of the woman in front of him was somewhat similar to that of the queen of the kingdom of women who wanted Tang Monk but couldn't get him. This sad and beautiful expression is simply amazing. Why are you in a daze? Haven't you decided what kind of wine to order? Seeing the handsome young man in front of her staring at her face, the woman raised the corners of her mouth slightly and smiled a little more. How can these vulgar wines be more intoxicating than beauties? Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh. You are so young, where did you learn such sweet words? The woman scolded lightly, but a smile appeared on her face. This is not just empty talk. Among the women I've met today, your beauty is enough to rank in the top 2. Top 2? And just today? Is there anyone who praises others like you? The woman was obviously not very satisfied with Meng Lang's answer. The more beautiful a woman is, the more she cannot accept that someone is prettier than herself. Even if I extend this time to my entire life, you'll still be in the top 2. Meng Lang's words softened the woman's expression, but she continued to ask, why can't I be number 1? Is it because I'm not pretty enough? Of course not. If I start by praising my sister as the most beautiful woman I have ever seen, wouldn't it make me seem superficial? How can I talk so much to my sister like that? Meng Lang raised his eyebrows and said, You're such a talker. I wonder how many innocent little girls have fallen for your words. You're wrong. I'm still single and have never had anything beyond friendship with anyone. The woman didn't say anything when she heard this, but just looked at Meng Lang with a slightly contemptuous look, obviously not believing what Meng Lang said. Meng Lang was also very helpless about this. Although he had never had sex with anyone or been in love in this life, the temperament of a veteran playboy brought from his previous life had deeply betrayed him. We've been chatting for so long, but you still don't know your sister's name? My name is Meng Lang, so you can just call me Alung. The woman glanced at Meng Lang and said in a sweet voice, My last name is Sang. I just saw you sitting here drinking alone. Is there something upsetting you? If it's convenient, please tell me. Maybe I can help you out. It's just some family matters, no big deal. Meng Lang's words obviously reminded the woman of unhappy things. She drank a large glass of wine, looked out the window, and lost interest in continuing the conversation. At this moment, a burst of shouting and cursing suddenly broke out from the crowd watching the game, attracting Meng Lang's attention. Then I won't bother you anymore, sister. Meng Lang was chatting with the woman to kill time. Seeing that something unexpected seemed to have happened during the game, he quickly stood up and walked towards the crowd of spectators. Looking closely, the score had been changed to 1-1, and the Dutch team successfully scored a point. At this moment, the replay of the goal was playing on TV. The Netherlands team's number 10 made a cross, and Brazil's number 5 jumped high, trying to head the ball away, but collided with the goalkeeper who rushed out of the goal and accidentally headed the ball into his own goal. This is an own goal. After watching the replay, the Brazilian fans were so angry that they cursed. Mello, fuck me. Investigate thoroughly. Number 5 must have accepted the money. Gani, I beat Brazil 1 o'clock. It's all gone. A few guys got angry instantly and smashed the wine glasses in their hands. It seemed that they had lost a lot of money. The pub owner seemed accustomed to such scenes and just said calmly, Those who smashed the cups, 20 yuan each, remember to pay the bill later. The smile that had previously shifted to the faces of the Brazilian fans instantly returned to Meng Lang's face, but he didn't dare to laugh too wildly, for fear of being attacked by these gamblers who had lost all their money. This own goal dealt a heavy blow to the morale of the Brazilian team, and the Dutch team launched a counterattack. Just 15 minutes later, the Netherlands number 10 made another effort and scored with a header, leading the Netherlands to overtake the score 2-1. There was a sudden wailing in the pub, and a group of Brazilian fans were madly cursing number 5 Mello, who scored an own goal. Meng Lang finally felt relieved. It seemed that the Dutch team was destined to win this game. Seeing that it was getting late, Meng Lang no longer had the heart to continue reading. When he turned around and was about to leave the pub, he saw that the woman he had just chatted with had already walked out of the pub door. Judging from her stumbling steps, she was obviously drunk. At this moment, a man in a casual suit and gold-rimmed glasses suddenly stood up and followed. Meng Lang had noticed this middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses before. Wearing a suit in the middle of summer was already suspicious. Moreover, he had been sitting by the door, neither drinking nor watching the game. He had a bitter face and kept scanning the people in the pub, as if looking for prey. Gold-rimmed glasses? 8 out of 10 people wearing them are beasts. And 2 of them are worse than beasts. The more Meng Lang thought about it, the more he felt that this person was a perverted rapist and murderer. Although he was not a gentleman, he could not pretend not to see such a thing, so he quickly chased out of the tavern. Chapter 7 Misunderstanding. Please collect. Just as he ran out of the door, Meng Lang saw a middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses helping a woman turn into the alley next to the tavern. When Meng Lang chased to the entrance of the alley, the middle-aged man had already helped the woman into a black SUV. Then the man actually stood next to the car door and started taking off his clothes. Fuck! That pervert! Meng Lang couldn't help but curse, and rushed over and kicked the middle-aged man. Wei Xiang is a designated driver. To be precise, Wei Xiang is a programmer during the day and works part-time as a designated driver after get-off work. When he was young, he saw Ekin Cheng in a moment of romance on TV and was amazed at how a man could be so handsome, so he also learned to wear gold-rimmed glasses. You know what, the young Wei Xiang really has a bit of a gentlemanly villain vibe. But as he reached middle age, the pressure of life made his cheeks greasy and tired, and he seemed to have a bitter face all day long. His wife once asked him to replace his flashy gold-rimmed glasses, but they were a proof of his youth, just like Kong Yiji's long gown, which could not be taken off just like that. Today, Wei Xiang waited in the pub for more than an hour and finally saw a drunk customer. He immediately followed the customer out and took the business. He had just helped the passenger into the back seat and was about to take off his coat to reveal his designated driver uniform when he saw a man running towards him and kicking him in the waist. The sudden severe pain reminded Wei Xiang of a robbery and murder case that had been circulating in the designated driver group for a long time. At this moment, Wei Xiang thought of his seriously ill mother, his virtuous wife, and his lovely daughter. He is the pillar of this family, he can't die. If you encounter a robbery, cover your eyes immediately. As long as you don't see the robber's face clearly, the robber will not kill you. This is the experience passed down by the predecessors in the designated driver group. When Wei Xiang thought of this, he ignored the pain and covered his eyes with his hands, not caring that his gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground. He yelled, "Please spare my life. I have parents and children to support, and after work I have to work as a designated driver. Life is really not easy. Please have mercy on me, sir. Please don't kill me. You can take the money if you want. I didn't see your face clearly, so I will not call the police afterwards." After saying that, he took out a wallet from the pocket of his half-removed suit and threw it in front of Meng Lang. Meng Lang was stunned by his ramblings. It took him a while to react and he asked, "What did you say you did?" I'm a designated driver," the middle-aged man said with a slight stutter. Meng Lang's raised foot suddenly froze there. Why are you sneaking around like that as a designated driver, sitting outside the pub, wearing a coat in the middle of summer? I'm wearing my designated driver's uniform, but the bar owner won't let me in. It's so hot, and I'm hot even with my coat on. I have to sit by the door and get some fresh air. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang took a step to the side, allowing the light from the street lamp behind him to shine on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was sweating profusely at this time, and it was unclear whether he was scared or in pain. His gold-rimmed glasses fell to the ground, making him look a little funny. Under the half-taken-off suit jacket was a dark blue t-shirt with a few words reflected on the upper left corner of the chest. Meng Lang leaned forward, and the words "designated driver in the same city" suddenly caught his eye. Even though Meng Lang was thick-skinned, he couldn't hold it back any longer. His toes instantly dug out a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment from his canvas shoes. "Brother! This is a misunderstanding." As he spoke, Meng Lang bent down flatteringly, picked up the gold-rimmed glasses on the ground, and put them on the slightly sweaty nose of the designated driver. "So you're a designated driver. I thought you were a hooligan. So you are brave enough to do something righteous. I thought you were robbing people." The middle-aged man also breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Lang held the driver's arm and tried to help him up. "Don't move. My back hurts. I can do it myself." After hesitating for a long time, the designated driver finally got up from the ground. Meng Lang quickly stepped forward and brushed the dust off him, saying, "I'm so sorry, I stepped a little too hard just now." How about taking you to the hospital for a checkup? Why bother with that? I can just put on a plaster when I get home. I have to send the customer home first. The designated driver said as he opened the driver's door of the black SUV and got in, holding his waist. Hearing this, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. People nowadays are still simple and honest. If this happened to people more than 10 years later, they would probably be lying on the ground, opening the car app and starting to choose a car. I'm so sorry, could you please leave me your phone number? If you have any further problems with your waist, please feel free to contact me. I can't blame you for this. You were just trying to do good things. Just don't be so impulsive next time. And don't even talk about paying any money. Just take care of my business when you have the chance in the future. As he spoke, the designated driver took out a business card from his pocket with his name and phone number on it. Meng Lang walked out of the alley and glanced at the time. It was already 11:30 p.m. He didn't have a penny in his pocket, so it would probably be late at night before he could walk home. At this time, the black SUV just turned around and came out of the alley. Only then did Meng Lang notice that the car was an Audi Q5. It seemed that this beautiful lady surnamed Sang was also a wealthy woman with considerable wealth. At this moment, the Audi Q5 suddenly stopped in front of Meng Lang. The rear window slowly rolled down, and a drunken beauty appeared in front of Meng Lang. Alung, right? Where do you live? Do you want me to give you a ride? Sang Wanyun drank a lot tonight and fell asleep as soon as she got in the car. She had no idea what was happening outside. Or maybe the designated driver just told her about Meng Lang's heroic act. Originally thought that Meng Lang was just a small-time scoundrel who hung out in bars and nightclubs, but unexpectedly he had such a manly side. This made Sang Wanyun have a better impression of Meng Lang. Seeing that Meng Lang seemed to be waiting for a car, Sang Wanyun decided to give him a ride. Meng Lang was just worrying about how to get home, so how could he refuse such a piece of good luck, especially when he was riding in the same car with a beautiful woman? I live in Taipingli. Is that convenient? After Meng Lang got in the car, Sang Wanyun, who seemed quite sober just now, seemed to be drunk again and fell into a state of half sleep and half wakefulness, and began to speak nonsense one after another. If you dare to have sex with other women behind my back, I will bring a wild man home for you to see. I've been with you since I was 18, and you, a bastard, are actually keeping a mistress outside. And you, too, are an unfilial son. You didn't even come home for my birthday. All you do is ask for money to please some little girl out there. You're the same kind of person as your father. Later on, Meng Lang didn't know whether this woman thought he was her husband or her son. She kept scratching and clawing at him, making him miserable. But when facing a drunk woman, he could only hold her hands to stop her from scratching herself. But the woman refused to give in and rushed directly towards Meng Lang. Meng Lang had nowhere to hide and almost drowned in a deep ditch full of sin. Chapter 8 Mother and Daughter Night Talk. Meng Lang finally pushed the woman away. Looking at the blush on the woman's delicate face, her plump lips slightly opening and closing to exhale fragrance, the straps sliding from her shoulders, her delicate collarbone and her rising and falling breathing, Meng Lang almost couldn't control himself. After taking 2 deep breaths, Meng Lang managed to calm down his agitated emotions. He had never seen such a beautiful woman in his previous life. What a pity, from the woman's drunken words, we learned that she has a husband. Meng Lang is a principled person and will never touch someone else's wife. The woman's home was not far from the tavern, so Meng Lang did not suffer for too long. The car quickly drove into a villa area and stopped in front of a 3-story villa. After Wei Xiang parked the car, he raised an eyebrow at Meng Lang and said, "My service is over. The task of sending this beautiful woman home is now up to you." After saying that, he patted his butt and left. Only Meng Lang was left in the car looking at the woman who was already drunk and unconscious. What's going on here? If I send her home, won't her husband beat me up? Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help swallowing. But looking at the drunk woman in the back seat, he couldn't just leave her in the car. So he had no choice but to get out of the car, walk to the door of the villa and ring the doorbell. But no one came to open the door for a long time, so it seemed that no one was at home. Meng Lang could only go back to the car, pat the woman's face and wake her up. Wake up! We're at your house. Can you go back by yourself? The woman grunted twice, opened her eyes with difficulty, and sat up. Then he took out a bunch of keys from his bag and handed them to Meng Lang. What else could Meng Lang say? He could only help the woman get out of the car, open the door with his key, and follow her instructions to the bedroom on the second floor. Just when Meng Lang thought he had accomplished his mission and was about to turn around and leave, the woman suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes, looked at him with a pair of seductive eyes and said, "Am I not beautiful? Don't you want to touch me? Are you still a man?" Meng Lang was stunned by these 3 consecutive questions. Of course, he knew that according to the social principles of adults, when a woman took the initiative to give him the key to her house and let him help her into the bedroom, it meant that she allowed something to happen next. If the people standing here were some weak-willed guys, they would definitely have lost control by now. But Meng Lang is a man of principles. If he says he won't touch a married man, he will definitely not touch him. It's not that he's so noble, it's just that it would be too troublesome if he touched a married woman. The story of Boss Chow killing 3 sages with 1 shot has been passed down through the ages, and Meng Lang has a physique that easily attracts mature women. If he cannot stick to his principles, he will get into big trouble sooner or later. "Sister, it's not that I don't want to, but you have a husband. I can't destroy your family." After returning home, Sang Wanyun's consciousness gradually returned to normal. She is not a promiscuous woman, but she was just in a bad mood today. Meeting a man like Meng Lang, who was pleasing to the eye, humorous, and brave enough to stand up for what is right, inevitably made her feel moved. And she also had the idea of taking revenge on her cheating husband. "Why can he party outside every night, but I can't go crazy myself?" What she didn't expect was that Meng Lang was even more upright than she had imagined. He could actually refuse such temptation. He was completely different from her greedy and lustful husband. This made Sang Wanyun's favorability towards him grow rapidly. It's rare to meet such a reliable man. Before, I might have just thought of it as a one-night stand, but now it seems that it is not impossible to develop it into a long-term relationship. What's wrong with having a husband? He can have a life of luxury outside, but I can't bring a man home? Sang Wanyun pulled the straps on her shoulders to the side, and her 2 long, beautiful legs overlapped, reflecting a delicate luster under the soft light. Looking at such a beautiful scene, Meng Lang's Adam's apple rolled, and he felt that every cell in his body was instigating him to commit a crime. Which man can resist such temptation? Principles and non-principles are all shackles that restrict a happy sex life. Just this once. Just this once. I will never touch a married woman again. Meng Lang was caught in a dilemma, his desires were surging, and he couldn't help but find excuses to exonerate himself. Sang Wanyun looked at Meng Lang's conflicted expression and burst out laughing, which was truly bright and charming. "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. Look how anxious you are. Open the bedside table and see what's inside." Hearing this, Meng Lang walked to the head of the bed and pulled out a drawer. I saw a small red notebook lying quietly inside. Through the dim light of the bedside lamp, Meng Lang saw the 3 big words on the book: divorce certificate. Meng Lang's hot blood suddenly rushed to his 2 heads like crazy. Faced with a divorced woman, he no longer had any concerns and pounced on her, and started playing poker with her. Both players are at the peak of their card skills. When they met today, they were evenly matched and the battle was tense at times. The poker game lasted until late at night and ended with Meng Lang losing hundreds of millions of happy beans. Just when Meng Lang lost all his happy beans, 2 beautiful women were discussing him. "So, he has been pursuing you for 3 years?" Gan Yuru asked while lying on the bed, turning her head to look at her daughter who was sleeping beside her. Since her husband passed away, she has been busy with the family business, and it has been a long time since the mother and daughter had such a night talk. "That's right, he confessed his feelings to you today just to get revenge on me for always rejecting him. Mom, you must believe me and don't be fooled by his sweet words." Li Shuya couldn't wait to flatter Meng Lang in front of her mother, fearing that there was even a slight possibility that Meng Lang would become her stepfather. Gan Yuru is an adult and has her own logical judgment on things. She did not believe her daughter's one-sided words. Judging from the brief contact with Meng Lang today, he doesn't seem like someone who would make unreasonable demands. "How did you reject him?" "I told him I didn't want a relationship right now, but I'll consider him when I do." Gan Yuru frowned when she heard this, feeling that her daughter's behavior seemed a little inappropriate, but her daughter was still young and perhaps did not have a clear understanding of her own feelings. "So, you have feelings for Meng Lang? Is that why you keep giving him hope, wanting to wait until the right time to date him?" "I can't really say I like him. He's not handsome, his grades aren't great, and besides being nice to me, he doesn't have any other advantages." Listening to her daughter complaining about Meng Lang's shortcomings, Gan Yuru's brows furrowed more and more. In her opinion, Meng Lang was not as bad as her daughter said. At least the Meng Lang she met today was calm and composed, and spoke in a generous manner. He may not be handsome in appearance, but he is strong and sunny, and looks like a reliable person. Since you don't like him so much, why don't you reject him decisively? Why keep giving him hope? If he keeps pursuing you, you will keep dragging him along like this? Li Shuya said nonchalantly, it's his business if he likes me, what does it have to do with me? Girls should take the initiative in relationships, and they can't be moved by a man's slightest effort. You must test him repeatedly until you are sure that you are really attracted to him, then you can give him a chance. There are so many people chasing me, how can I know which one is sincere if I don't test them more? Gan Yuru listened to what her daughter said and suddenly felt that she had paid too little attention to her daughter over the years, which led to her developing such thoughts. The more I listen, the more outrageous it sounds. Where did you learn this? Mi Meng. One of my favorite writers, she is like my spiritual mentor. She is simply misleading young people. You are not allowed to read her books anymore. Also, find an opportunity to make things clear with Meng Lang soon, don't waste his time. Gan Yuru said sternly. Li Shuya had forgotten how long it had been since she had been scolded so harshly. Today, her mother actually spoke to her like this because of Meng Lang, which made her feel extremely wronged. Mom! Why do you keep speaking for Meng Lang? He even wanted to take back the phone he gave me today. If Zhou Jiahao hadn't bought it for me, I would have been so embarrassed. Chapter 9. Does he live here too? Gan Yuru looked at her daughter's delicate little face full of grievance, and suddenly thought of a saying, all that glitters is not gold. Why did you accept his gift if you had no intention of accepting it? It's just a cell phone. It's only worth 8,000 yuan. Is it really that serious? Li Shuya's tone was already slightly tearful. She didn't understand why her mother would make a big deal out of such a small matter. Is this a matter of money? This is a matter of being a human being. Your parents have created a very good family environment for you, so you may not care about 8,000 yuan, but for others, this may be the income of the whole family's hard work for a month. So what? He gave it to me on his own initiative. I didn't ask him for it. After saying that, Li Shuya ran out of the room crying. Gan Yuru looked at her daughter slamming the door and leaving, and could only sigh silently. The company's affairs have already made her overwhelmed, and now her daughter's education has exposed such a big problem. At this moment, she feels exhausted. She suddenly felt that it was really difficult to support the family alone. If only her husband was still alive. Looking at the family photo on the bedside, she couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The next day, Meng Lang was woken up by the ringing of his cell phone. Wake up with him was the naked Sang Wanyun. She was not a promiscuous person, and yesterday was her first time having sex with a second man. Thinking about the crazy night she had with a boy 18 years younger than her, Sang Wanyun felt a little embarrassed and subconsciously covered herself with the quilt. Meng Lang acted very calmly. He had experienced too many such scenes in his previous life. Without saying anything, he hugged Sang Wanyun into his arms. Feeling the soft and fragrant body in his arms, Meng Lang felt his body gradually getting hot. An 18-year-old's body has a strong ability to recover. In his previous life, he actually wasted his entire career peak period by being a bootlicker. Now he thinks that he really wasted his good talent. Sensing the boy's increasingly numerous little movements, Sang Wanyun finally didn't dare to continue playing the ostrich game and quickly said, "No. My son might be back soon." Seeing that Sang Wanyun had no intention of continuing, Meng Lang did not force her. This kind of thing would only be interesting if both parties were in love with each other. Can I use the bathroom to take a shower? I'll leave right after I'm done. Meng Lang said, then got out of bed and went into the bathroom. Sang Wanyun finally got out of bed, picked up the clothes that had fallen beside the bed and prepared to put them on, only to discover that the suspender skirt had been torn in the fight last night. Seeing the clothes torn beyond recognition, Sang Wanyun's face couldn't help but turn slightly red. The feeling of breaking free from restraints last night was something she had never felt before, and she couldn't help but recall it now. She wanted to get up and get clothes from the closet, but she was afraid that Meng Lang would suddenly come out of the bathroom, so she simply lay on the bed, planning to wait until Meng Lang left before getting up to look for clothes. Just then, the phone in her bag rang again. She reached out from under the covers, took out her cell phone from her bag, and saw two unread text messages. One is the bank's payment information, showing that 8,000 yuan was received this morning. The other message was from her husband's business partner, who was also the mother of her son's classmate. She said her son spent 8,000 yuan to buy a mobile phone for his daughter, and the daughter expressed her gratitude and returned the money. He's just like his father, all he does is spend money to please other women. Just as Sang Wanyun finished replying to the text message, Meng Lang had already finished his shower. Then I'll leave first, Meng Lang said after putting on his clothes. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He didn't even ask for a phone call. It seemed that there was no way to develop a long-term friendship. Just as Meng Lang was about to walk out of the room, Sang Wanyun suddenly called him, etc. Meng Lang turned his head expectantly, thinking that Sang Wanyun was calling him to leave her phone number. Unexpectedly, Sang Wanyun took out her wallet, pulled out a stack of money and placed it beside the bed. Meng Lang was stunned. What did this mean? Who did they take me for? Was I someone who needed this little money? Sang Wanyun seemed to see the problem in Meng Lang's mind from his stunned expression and quickly said, "Don't misunderstand me, I didn't mean anything else." She couldn't explain what the money meant. Maybe she was very satisfied with last night, or maybe she thought that young men of this age should be short of money? Suddenly, she felt that doing so seemed to hurt Meng Lang's self-esteem, and she hurriedly wanted to take the money back. Even if you don't want to. Before she could finish, Meng Lang held her hand. Who said I don't want it? After saying that, Meng Lang put the money in his pocket and turned to walk out the door. Watching Meng Lang leave gracefully, Sang Wanyun couldn't help feeling a little lost. Men are really dogs, they eat and run away. She slowly got up, found a pair of pajamas to put on, and walked into the bathroom. The bathroom had just been used by Meng Lang. It was wet and seemed to still have his scent on it. Turning on the shower head, the warm tap water poured over her exquisite body, making her unable to help but recall the aftertaste of last night. Just as she came out of the shower, she suddenly heard the doorbell downstairs. She thought her son had forgotten his keys, so she put on her pajamas and went downstairs. When she opened the door, she saw Meng Lang appear in front of her with flowers in his left hand and small cakes in his right hand. Happy birthday! When Sang Wanyun heard the words happy birthday, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. Meng Lang, who was thought to have left, actually came back and brought her flowers and cakes. She had forgotten how long it had been since someone said happy birthday to her. Her husband is out all day and her son is never at home. No one cares about her at all. Although the young man in front of her had only known her for one day, he gave her the first birthday greeting in many years. She had to admit that she was completely moved at this moment. Sang Wanyun threw herself directly into Meng Lang's arms, hugged him tightly, and kissed him even more crazily than last night. At this moment, she no longer cared about anything and just wanted to indulge in intimacy with the young man in front of her. This was exactly what Meng Lang wanted. The moment he took the stack of banknotes from the woman's hand, he decided to completely conquer her heart. This was the price she had to pay for looking down on him. From the living room on the first floor to the balcony on the second floor, and then to the bathroom and the bedroom. During this process, Meng Lang saw a family portrait of 3 people in the living room, which gave him a strange pleasure. However, Sang Wanyun covered the heads of her ex-husband and son in the photo with Zhu Beiji's portrait stickers, so you can't see what they look like. From this we can see that she is full of resentment towards these 2 people. 2 hours later, Meng Lang finally walked out of the villa contentedly. Looking back, he could still see Sang Wanyun standing on the second-floor balcony looking at him. He remembered that location they had just checked in there. Turning back and waving, Meng Lang strode out of the community. Just as he reached the gate of the community, Meng Lang suddenly saw a familiar person. Isn't this Zhou Jiahao? Does he live here too? Chapter 10. Have I really become his father? Zhou Jiahao played games in the internet cafe all night last night. Li Shuya chatted with him on QQ until late at night. After Li Shuya went offline, he had no place to vent his excitement, so he simply poured it all into the game. Pay the gold. Pay the gold. He actually got a gold in Alaska, which made him so excited that he played until he ran out of money and finally quit the game. What to do when you are out of money? Of course you go home and ask your mom for money. Just as he was about to enter the community, a car came out and the automatic barrier was raised. Seeing this, he was too lazy to go around and use the small door specially for people to pass through, so he walked directly through the driveway and just saw Meng Lang coming out. Meng Lang? Why are you here? When he paused, the barrier had already fallen down and was about to hit him on the head. Meng Lang quickly reminded, watch out for your head. Zhou Jiahao also realized the danger, and subconsciously lowered his head and rushed forward with his short legs. But his short legs ran too slowly and he was hit by the barrier. Fortunately, the barrier automatically rose after sensing an obstacle, leaving Zhou Jiahao squatting on the ground and rubbing his head. Meng Lang couldn't help but laugh out loud. After a long time, Zhou Jiahao stood up again. Seeing Meng Lang laughing so hard that he fell backwards, his face turned red with anger. Just be happy. See how long you can keep laughing. Do you know how long Shuya and I chatted on QQ last night? We chatted from early morning until late at night, and Shuya even said good night to me. Also, Shuya told me that she will never forgive you again, and asked me to tell you not to look for her again. Zhou Jiahao originally thought that Meng Lang would be angry after hearing these words, but he did not expect that Meng Lang kept looking at him with a smile, without any sign of anger, and there seemed to be some kindness in his smile. This gave Zhou Jiahao an illusion that Meng Lang's expression was a bit similar to the way his father looked at him. Very good, keep working hard and strive to become my stepson-in-law soon, so that you can call me daddy. Then I'll give you a Lamborghini. Hearing Meng Lang's joking words, Zhou Jiahao clenched his fists, wishing he could rush up and punch Meng Lang in the face twice. But he knew he couldn't win, so he shouted towards the security booth behind him. Security! This guy isn't from our neighborhood. He might be here to steal something. Quickly arrest him and send him to the police station. The security in this high-end residential complex is quite powerful, and soon 2 tall security guards rushed out of the security booth. Meng Lang thought to himself, I did come here to steal, but I didn't steal things, I stole people. 2 security guards walked up to Meng Lang and looked at him warily, as if they were going to arrest him if he couldn't give a suitable reason. Sir, we don't think we've seen you before. Which owner are you a guest of? Hearing this, Meng Lang glanced at Zhou Jiahao's smug face and said, the owner of A18 invited me to his house to play poker. If you don't believe me, you can call and ask. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Jiahao immediately started yelling, bullshit. My house is A18. When did I invite you to play poker at my house? His words also confused Meng Lang. Zhou Jiahao also lives in A18? Then what is his relationship with Sang Wanyun? Meng Lang suddenly remembered the family photo he saw in the living room. Although the head was covered, the short and stocky figure. Holy shit! Isn't this? This is so fucking exciting. Thinking of this, Meng Lang looked at Zhou Jiahao with a more loving gaze. Originally, asking him to call me dad was just a joke, but I never thought that this could actually become true. He just said that he would give Zhou Jiahao a Lamborghini as soon as he started calling him dad. Now I have to work hard to make money. It would be embarrassing if I can't afford it when the time comes. Meng Lang speaks with conviction. If he says he will give a Lamborghini as a gift, then he will definitely give it to him. But he really couldn't understand how Zhou Jiahao could grow up to be such an ugly boy with such a beautiful mother. Seeing Meng Lang smiling at him, Zhou Jiahao thought he was guilty and shouted, Humph! You have nothing to say now. Uncle Security. He just lied, arrest him now. Upon hearing this, the 2 security guards immediately moved towards Meng Lang. Wait. Why don't you call and confirm first? I can't run away from here. Seeing Meng Lang so calm, the 2 security guards were afraid of making a mistake and offending someone. After looking at each other, one of them returned to the security booth to make a phone call. Zhou Jiahao had a look of gloating on his face. He even took out his cell phone, ready to take a picture of the scene of Meng Lang being caught by the security guard and send it to Li Shuya. But what he never expected was that not long after, the security guard who went to make the phone call ran back and apologized to Meng Lang repeatedly. Sorry. We made a mistake. We have confirmed that you are indeed a guest of A18. It's okay. You have done your job well. It's not your fault. If you want to blame someone for making trouble here. Meng Lang said as he looked at Zhou Jiahao. There was a hint of blame in the eyes of the 2 security guards when they looked at Zhou Jiahao, but Zhou Jiahao was the owner and they couldn't do anything to him. How is that possible? Maybe you dialed the wrong number. Zhou Jiahao looked incredulous. I called the landline of the owner of A18, there is no mistake. The security guard replied. Impossible. A18, only my mother is at home, how could I ask her to go home and play poker? Zhou Jiahao said excitedly. When the 2 security guards heard this, they seemed to have thought of something. Their expressions became very interesting, and there was a hint of inexplicable meaning in their eyes when they looked at Meng Lang. They ignored Zhou Jiahao who was shouting. The owners of this high-end community were either rich or noble. The two security guards would not get involved in the grudges and family affairs of the wealthy families. Meng Lang ignored the chattering Zhou Jiahao and strode out of the community gate. Only Zhou Jiahao was left, running towards home with his short legs. He wanted to find out what was going on. Meng Lang hailed a taxi on the roadside and wanted to go home directly, but when he was looking for his phone, he accidentally took the lottery ticket out of his pocket. Only then did Meng Lang remember to check the final result of last night's World Cup match between the Netherlands and Brazil. The speed of the 3G network cannot be compared with the future 5G. The browser on the mobile phone scrolled for a long time before Meng Lang finally found the result. Netherlands 2:1 Brazil. Meng Lang couldn't help but clench his fists excitedly. Open your phone's calculator. 13,068 times 4.6 equals 60,112.8. After deducting 20% tax, there is still 48,090 yuan left. Although the amount received is less than 50,000 yuan, because the total prize amount exceeds 50,000 yuan, it can only be redeemed at the Municipal Sports Lottery Center. Meng Lang asked the driver to turn around and drive towards the City Sports Lottery Center. Chapter 11 Lottery Ticket Redemption. After arriving at the Jiangzhou Sports Lottery Center, Meng Lang followed the sign to the lottery redemption counter. At this time, the counter was empty, with no one else there except Meng Lang. This is normal. Even if ordinary people gamble on sports, they will not bet too much. The prize money is unlikely to exceed 50,000 yuan, and most people redeem it at sports lottery stores. Meng Lang handed over his ID card and lottery ticket, waiting for the staff to check. At this moment, a skinny middle-aged man wearing old-fashioned black-framed glasses, a washed-out short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of leather slippers stood in line behind Meng Lang. He looked a bit like the landlord in Kung Fu. "Little brother, you also bet on the Dutch team to win," the middle-aged man said excitedly with his skinny face. Meng Lang didn't know this person either, so he just nodded slightly without any further response. "How much is it?" the middle-aged man asked. Meng Lang did not answer, but instead became wary. There are all kinds of people these days, and who knows if someone would take a risk for a few tens of thousands of dollars. It is better not to reveal any information casually. "Little brother, if you don't mind, I'm just too excited and want to find someone to talk to. You don't know how I almost jumped off the building when I saw the Brazilian team score a goal and take the lead in 10 minutes yesterday. The money I used to buy lottery tickets is all the private money I have hidden from my wife for more than 10 years. I would be heartbroken if I lost it. Fortunately, Melo's own goal really saved my life." Listening to the chatter around him, Meng Lang gradually let down his guard. Just a pathetic middle-aged man. Not long after, the staff member had completed the verification work and looked at Meng Lang and asked, "Sir, do you want a transfer or a check? Do you sell lottery tickets here?" "I plan to continue betting, but it's too troublesome to transfer the money back and forth. Can I just buy a ticket for the next game?" Meng Lang looked at the staff and asked. "Sure, please wait a moment." This was obviously not the first time the staff had encountered this kind of thing. They took Meng Lang to another counter and asked, "Sir, which one do you want to buy?" "Tonight's World Cup, Germany versus Argentina, place all your bets on Germany to win." "Oh, I have 2,000 yuan here, buy them all for me." As he spoke, Meng Lang pulled out a stack of banknotes from his pocket. This was what Sang Wan Yun had given him this morning. Excluding the money he had spent on flowers and cakes, and the money he had spent on the taxi, he still had over 2,300 yuan. Meng Lang kept more than 300 yuan for himself and placed the rest on the counter. Just to confirm, the odds of Germany winning this match are 3.6, so the total is 50,090 yuan. Is it correct to bet on Germany winning? That's right. Meng Lang nodded in confirmation. After a while, Meng Lang took the newly won lottery ticket and was about to go out when the middle-aged man appeared in front of him and approached him with a mysterious look on his face. "Little brother, do you have any inside information? All that money is going to Germany. Argentina is the favorite to win the championship. Messi is so strong this year, every player on the Argentine team is a star." Meng Lang looked at the humble demeanor and tone of the middle-aged man and almost laughed at his question. What kind of inside information can there be about the World Cup? Do you think it's the Chinese Super League? Then why are you so sure that the German team can win? The middle-aged man asked. "It's just a hunch. I won the money anyway, so I might as well give it a try and turn the bicycle into a motorcycle." Meng Lang replied perfunctorily and continued walking towards the door. "Let's take a chance, turn the bicycle into a motorcycle?" The middle-aged man muttered, looking at Meng Lang's back as he left. He gritted his teeth and returned to the prize redemption counter. As soon as he walked out of the sports lottery center, the phone in Meng Lang's pocket rang. He picked up the phone and saw that the name on the caller ID was Meng Haiwa, his father. Because it was a graduation party yesterday, Meng Lang told him in advance that he might not go home that night, so he didn't call him last night. It's already noon today, so he should be calling to ask Meng Lang if he wants to come home for lunch. Sure enough, after the call was connected, Meng Lang heard his father's voice on the other end of the phone. Will you be home for lunch? Yes, I'm getting ready to take the bus. I'll be home in about half an hour. Meng Lang replied. Okay, I'll get an extra meal from the cafeteria. After a brief conversation, the call was hung up. There were many people trying to get a taxi at noon, and Meng Lang waited for several minutes but still couldn't get one. At this time, the skinny middle-aged man who had just spoken to Meng Lang also walked out of the sports lottery center. Seeing Meng Lang waiting for a car on the side of the road, he immediately walked over, as if he wanted to continue exchanging experiences with Meng Lang. But just when he was halfway there, he was grabbed by the ear by a fat, curly-haired lady. All right. Yuan Hua, you've become quite capable. You lied to me and said you were going to buy groceries, but ended up buying lottery tickets again. Tell me. How much private money have you hidden from me? It hurts, let go quickly. Wife. We didn't lose money, we won this time. If you don't believe me, look. The skinny middle-aged man immediately took out a check from his pocket. The fat lady snatched the check, took a look at it, and immediately exclaimed in surprise, more than 50,000. Yes, wife. I won so much this time, can you leave some for me? Said the skinny middle-aged man with a pitiful look on his face. Hearing this, the fat lady sneered, I think you are still dreaming. The middle-aged man suddenly turned into a bitter face. He won the lottery with great difficulty, but he was not happy for a few minutes before his wife took away the money. Even the capital for buying the lottery ticket was lost. Meng Lang could only sigh once again at the miserable middle-aged man, stopped a taxi, and drove towards home. Meng Lang's home is in a community called Taipingli, which is the residential area for the staff of the Jiangzhou Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce. Meng Haiwa has been working at the Jiangzhou Municipal Administration for Industry and Commerce since he started working. Although he is over 40 and is still only a deputy section chief, the unit's welfare benefits are still very good. We live in the family housing allocated by the unit, eat in the unit's canteen, and various daily necessities are distributed during festivals. It is not that difficult for a father and his son to live together. They can still live a good life by just getting by. It's just that Meng Lang in his previous life ruined all of this, offended people he shouldn't have offended, and caused his father to be ostracized at work. Finally, Meng Haiwa could no longer bear the oppression, so he gritted his teeth and took out all the family savings to start a business, but ended up losing everything. Even this house was used to pay off debts. Meng Haiwa, who was not even 50 years old, suffered a stroke due to anger and was admitted to a nursing home. Recalling his past life, Meng Lang went all the way to the 5th floor and arrived at the familiar door of his home. After knocking twice, a middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Meng Lang opened the door. You're back. Come over and eat quickly, or it'll get cold. Meng Haiwa picked up a pair of slippers from the shoe rack and threw them in front of Meng Lang, then invited him into the house. The food was brought back from the company cafeteria. Meng Haiwa was also very busy at work and had no time to cook for Meng Lang, so the two of them had been making do with each other over the years. We eat out in the morning, go to the cafeteria to get 2 servings of food at noon, and cook some noodles or something with the leftovers in the evening. Today's meal is pretty good, with fried pork with dried tofu, fried broccoli with ham, and steamed pork ribs with rice flour. In his previous life, ever since his father left the company, Meng Lang had never eaten in the company cafeteria again. The cafeteria food that I used to get tired of tastes so delicious now. Halfway through the meal, Meng Haiwa suddenly asked, "How's your driving school application going?" Meng Lang's chopsticks that were picking up food suddenly stopped in mid-air. Of course he didn't sign up for a driving school, because the money he had spent on it had already turned into lottery tickets. But it's not easy to tell my dad about this directly. He is a rather old-fashioned person. I don't know how angry he would be if he knew that he spent so much money on lottery tickets. Not yet. Don't worry, Lu Fei and I have an appointment to go to the driving school together in a few days. After saying that, Meng Lang quickly changed the subject and said, Dad, how are you getting along with Aunt Zhao? You know? Meng Haiwa's honest face showed a bit of guilt. He had mentioned this matter to Meng Lang in a roundabout way before, but Meng Lang had always been against it, so much so that when he found someone he liked, he didn't know how to tell his son. Of course Meng Lang knew this. In his previous life, it was because he had ruined his father's marriage that he offended people and caused his father to be unable to survive in the system. I heard from others that Aunt Zhao is the daughter of the head of your unit, right? Chapter 12, Dinner with a Big Thigh. You don't object? Meng Haiwa was a little surprised to see Meng Lang's attitude. Why should I object? If you can marry the director's daughter, I would be more than happy to do so. By this calculation, I can barely be considered a third-generation official. Maybe if you work harder, I can become a real second-generation official. Meng Lang said in a joking tone. Don't listen to people's gossip. Your Aunt Zhao and I are truly together. It has nothing to do with whether her father is the director or not. Although I don't know why my son's personality suddenly changed so much, I don't object to him remarrying, which at least relieves a big worry for him. Actually, your Aunt Zhao wants to invite you to dinner this afternoon. It's also the first time our two families meet. Are you free this afternoon? Meng Haiwa looked at Meng Lang and asked. Go, of course I have to go. The sooner you get married, the sooner I can become a third-generation official. Meng Haiwa tapped Meng Lang on the head with chopsticks and said, You're such a grown-up, but you still don't behave properly. Meng Lang had finished his meal by now, put down his bowl and chopsticks and walked towards his room. He planned to catch up on some sleep and get enough rest to attend tonight's dinner. Before entering the room, Meng Lang turned back and looked at Zhao Haiwa seriously and said, Dad, I was ignorant before, but now I'm an adult, and you don't have to worry about me anymore. Just live your life well in the future, and it would be best if you could give me a brother or sister. After saying that, he closed the door of the room. Meng Haiwa felt a little sad when he heard what his son said. Time passed so quickly. The son who used to cry and make a fuss to be hugged by him has now grown up. He took 2 big bites of rice and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Meng Lang returned to his room and lay on the bed in the most comfortable position. I remembered the dinner I had this afternoon in my previous life. In order to oppose his father's remarriage, he deliberately made a big scene at the dinner party, which not only chilled his father's feelings, but also completely offended his father's immediate superior at the unit. This incident became a hot topic and made the top leader very embarrassed. From then on, my father became extremely embarrassed at work, even though his superiors didn't do anything directly against him. But there are always some people who like to curry favor with others and deliberately make things difficult for Meng Haiwa. Especially after the leader was promoted at the end of this year, more people used Meng Haiwa as a target to curry favor with him. This forced Meng Haiwa to leave the system. Thinking of this, Meng Lang really wanted to slap himself. If he hadn't caused trouble in his previous life, his father might have had a powerful father-in-law, and his future would have been smooth sailing, but it would have definitely been a smooth journey. As he was thinking, Meng Lang fell into a deep sleep. He had fought for half the night before and had done 2 hours of intensive labor this morning. Even though he was an 18-year-old strong boy, he couldn't help feeling tired. I slept from noon to 5 p.m. After washing up, Meng Lang went out and came to a small private kitchen restaurant not far from his home. This private chef restaurant has an elegant environment. Although it is not large in scale, every detail is exquisite. Of course, the prices of the dishes are not cheap. Meng Haiwa was already waiting for him at the restaurant entrance, and the two of them entered a private room called Happy Marriage together. Meng Lang waited in the box for about 20 minutes. Meng Haiwa pushed open the door from the outside and invited a man who looked to be in his 50s into the box. The man was slightly overweight, with neatly trimmed short hair, giving him a very capable look. His temples were already a little gray, and his face had deep nasolabial folds, making him look a little serious when he had no expression. Meng Lang knew that the old man's name was Zhao Qiushan, his father's immediate superior, and that he would be promoted by the end of the year. He was the absolute protagonist of this dinner. Without his consent, no matter how true the feelings between my father and Aunt Zhao were, they were destined not to be together. There was also a woman in her early 30s following Meng Haiwa. She was naturally Aunt Zhao, whose full name was Zhao Yaji. She is not beautiful, but she is the type who looks comfortable. She is wearing a light green dress, which gives people a clear and elegant feeling. Seeing the two people come in, Meng Lang quickly stood up and greeted them. Zhao Yaji looked at Meng Lang with a warm smile on her face. Is this Xiao Lang? You're as tall and handsome as your dad. This is our first meeting, and I don't know what gift to get you, so I asked a friend abroad to buy you a tablet. See if you like it. As she spoke, she handed Meng Lang a white box with the Apple logo printed on it. Apple's first-generation iPad is a new product released by Apple in early 2010. It is only sold in the United States, has not entered the international market, and is not available in China at all. She gave Meng Haiwa such an expensive gift when they met for the first time. This also shows that Zhao Yaji is sincere to Meng Haiwa and wants to gain Meng Lang's approval. Meng Lang did not let her down and accepted it generously. I said very solemnly, "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Seeing Meng Lang accept the gift, Zhao Yaji also breathed a sigh of relief. Meng Haiwa had talked to her about Meng Lang's attitude before. She originally thought that she still had a long way to go if she wanted to join this family, but now it seems that Meng Lang is not very disgusted with her. Compared to Zhao Yaji's enthusiasm, Zhao Qiushan was much colder. He just nodded at Meng Lang without saying much. He was actually not very satisfied with Meng Haiwa. As a subordinate, Meng Haiwa is down to earth and hardworking. He is the backbone of the unit. He is sincere and does not fight or compete, which is naturally excellent. But if we look at Meng Haiwa from the perspective of a son-in-law, he is too mediocre. To put it nicely, his non-competitiveness shows humility and down-to-earthness, but to put it bluntly, it shows a lack of ambition. What's more, Meng Haiwa is a second married woman with a child. However, Zhao Yaji just fell in love with Meng Haiwa, and he, as a father, had no good solution. He came here this time because he couldn't resist his daughter's pleading. At the same time, he also took this opportunity to show his attitude to Meng Haiwa, hoping that Meng Haiwa could be more sensible and take the initiative to lead his daughter. Seeing Zhao Qiushan's cold expression, the atmosphere in the box became a little silent, and Zhao Yaji and Meng Haiwa both looked a little unhappy. Meng Lang took the initiative to stick close to him. Zhao Qiushan was a golden thigh for him now, and he had to help his father hold him tightly. "Grandpa Zhao, are you about to get a promotion?" Meng Lang's question immediately shocked everyone present. Meng Haiwa and Zhao Yaji both looked at Meng Lang in disbelief, wondering why he suddenly asked such a question. But the most shocked person was Zhao Qiushan. His old boss mentioned to him not long ago that his rank might be raised. But he had never told anyone about this, not even to Zhao Yaji. How could Meng Lang, who had just graduated from high school, know about it? He must figure this out. To be able to sit in his current position, he must have made many enemies. If others knew about it, his promotion this year might encounter unexpected setbacks. Lung. Don't talk nonsense. Just when Meng Haiwa was about to interrupt Meng Lang's nonsense, he was stopped by Zhao Qiushan. Let him talk. I'm curious, why did Lung say I'm getting a promotion? Chapter 13, Zhao Qiushan's change of perspective. Why did Zhao Qiushan get promoted? Of course, Meng Lang didn't know the answer to this question, and he didn't need to know. But his previous life experience told him that Zhao Qiushan would be promoted to deputy mayor of Jiangzhou City by the end of this year. That's enough. Meng Lang did this just to attract Zhao Qiushan's attention. Zhao Qiushan has been looking very serious since he entered the box, without even a polite smile. It is impossible for him to reach the position of director without acting according to circumstances. It is obvious that he is not optimistic about Meng Haiwa, so he deliberately puts on such an attitude, hoping that Meng Haiwa will give up. He even looked down on Meng Haiwa, so he looked down even more on Meng Lang, a high school graduate who couldn't even get into junior college. If he didn't come up with a surprise move, Meng Lang might not even have the chance to have a serious word with him. Then the dinner ended in this silent and awkward environment. Thinking of this, Meng Lang suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He always thought that his father couldn't be with Aunt Zhao in his previous life because he made a big fuss at the dinner party and offended Zhao Qiushan. But judging from Zhao Qiushan's attitude today, even if he didn't make a fuss, the chances of Dad and Aunt Zhao finally getting together would be slim. Is it possible that in my previous life, the quarrel I caused at the dinner party was the result of Zhao Qiushan's deliberate act? After all, he was just an impulsive and brainless high school student at the time, and was easily angered. For an old hand in the officialdom like Zhao Qiushan, a few ambiguous words could easily stir up his emotions and make him make impulsive mistakes. Meng Lang could also guess the motive behind Zhao Qiushan's actions. He didn't want the Meng Haiwa incident to hurt the father-daughter relationship between him and Zhao Yaji. As long as Meng Lang made both parties embarrassed at the dinner, Meng Haiwa and Zhao Yaji naturally had no way to continue being together. In this way, Zhao Qiushan could separate the two without bloodshed. The memories of his previous life kept replaying in Meng Lang's mind, and some details that had been overlooked at the time were gradually sorted out by him. Finally, Meng Lang came to a conclusion. That's right, in his previous life, it was Zhao Qiushan who deliberately provoked him, which led to what happened later. Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed an old fox who could reach a high position. His means of manipulating people's hearts were truly amazing. It's a pity that Meng Lang won't give him the chance to use his tricks this time. A large part of the misery that Meng Haiwa suffered in the second half of his life in his previous life was caused by Zhao Qiushan. In this life, Meng Lang wanted Zhao Qiushan to be the stepping stone for the father and son of the Meng family to achieve success. My thoughts went around in a circle in just a moment. Facing Zhao Qiushan's question, Meng Lang rolled his eyes and gave an answer. My dad told me all that. Oh? Really? Zhao Qiushan turned his gaze to Meng Haiwa. But Meng Haiwa looked stunned, as if he had no idea what was going on. Seeing his father's stunned look, Meng Lang quickly answered, my dad is just too low-key and doesn't like to show off in front of others. He told me at home that day that there are too many and too complicated departments involved in market supervision, and many departments pass the buck to each other, resulting in extremely low efficiency. Before long, the relevant units will be merged or eliminated. Our Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Food and Drug Administration, and Quality Supervision Bureau can be merged. This will ensure clear responsibilities and streamline the administrative team. If the merger really happens, a capable and experienced leader like you, Grandpa Zhao, will definitely be the first person in charge of the new unit. I was thinking, since this new unit is a merger of several other units, its responsibilities and powers must have expanded. Isn't this a disguised promotion for you? The merger of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, the Food and Drug Administration, and the Quality Supervision Bureau into the Market Supervision Administration is something that will happen in the future. In his previous life, Meng Lang paid special attention to this because his father came from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Although the pilot program didn't begin until 2014, it wasn't fully rolled out across the country until around 2018. However, such an important administrative change could not have been carried out without any discussion and verification in advance. Given Zhao Qiushan's level and position, he would definitely have received the signal in advance. Meng Lang said this at this time in order to enhance his father's image in Zhao Qiushan's heart. After hearing Meng Lang say yes, Zhao Qiushan felt a little relieved. It seemed that Meng Lang's statement that he was about to be promoted was just a guess, not a leak of the news. However, the way he looked at Meng Haiwa did change at this moment. Sitting in this position, he has access to more information than the average person. During this period, there was indeed discussion about the feasibility of merging market regulatory departments. However, there is no formal document. Logically speaking, with Meng Haiwa's level, it is impossible for him to know this high-level information. Could it be that he really doesn't like to show off, but has a keen sense of policy changes from above? Sensitivity to policy trends is an extremely important talent. If this is true, then Meng Haiwa is truly a rare talent. If Meng Lang knew what Zhao Qiushan was thinking now, he would definitely laugh out loud. He was reborn, so he knew exactly what policy changes would occur in the future. Although Meng Haiwa didn't know why his son made up such a story, he could clearly notice that the way Zhao Qiushan looked at him was completely different from before, so he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to expose his son's lie. Haiwa, from what aspects did you come to the conclusion that the three bureaus might be merged? Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Haiwa and asked. The main thing is that in recent years, I have heard people who come to the company to do business complain that there are some things where the responsibilities and powers of various departments are not clearly divided. People who don't know the business can't find the relevant department at all, and it might take them several days to run around between different departments to handle a small matter. Although Meng Haiwa is rather honest, he has been in the system for more than 10 years and already knows the answer. He has no problem talking about his own ideas. Zhao Qiushan nodded slightly upon hearing this and said, "It seems like you're very diligent in your work. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to deduce the direction of policy adjustments from such trivial details." This was the first time he showed a positive attitude towards Meng Haiwa since entering the box. Zhao Yaji looked at the two men who had found a topic to talk about, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were filled with gratitude as she looked at Meng Lang. If Meng Lang hadn't started the topic, with Meng Haiwa's taciturn personality, even if she had strategies in mind, she would have had no chance to show them in front of her father. Xiao Lang, I heard that your college entrance exam wasn't going well this year. Are you thinking of repeating it? The head teacher of the key class at number 1 middle school is my best friend since childhood. How about I talk to her and let you study in her class for a year? Zhao Yaji wanted to help Meng Lang with his studies to repay his help today. But Meng Lang didn't want to repeat his studies anymore. He was not cut out for studying. Even if he repeated a year, he could only get into a second-tier university at best. It would be better for him to make the most of his time to make money. Forget it. You don't have to go to college to contribute to society, and I've already made plans to start my own business, so I won't bother you, Auntie. Are you going to start a business at such a young age? Do you have any specific plans? What industry do you plan to go into? Zhao Qiushan became interested in Meng Lang's entrepreneurial idea and asked casually. When it comes to popular entrepreneurial tracks, Meng Lang naturally knows a lot. Since 2010, internet industries such as group buying, food delivery, and taxi hailing have been popular. But Meng Lang neither understands the technology nor has any connections. If he rushes into these unfamiliar fields rashly, he will definitely be eaten up by those internet giants without leaving anything behind. Therefore, Meng Lang still plans to start from his old business in his previous life, and he has already found a suitable entry point. As long as the funds are in place, he will be able to set up the stall quickly. But it was difficult for him to talk about this project in front of these elders. I have just graduated from college and am not familiar with various industries in society. I want to take some time to observe and then make a decision. But I am ready and determined to fight, and I will not let my father down. Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang's confident look and couldn't help but nodded. It's not that I think Meng Lang is so outstanding, but for a kid who just graduated from high school, he can talk to him calmly and confidently, recognize his own shortcomings, and have clear steps in doing things. Putting aside academic performance, this kind of performance is already outstanding among peers. Great. I'm free tomorrow morning at 11:30. Come to my office. Recently, the higher-ups have issued a lot of guiding documents encouraging entrepreneurship. I'll show them to you, they might be helpful. Chapter 14 Plumber? Both the host and the guests enjoyed the meal very much. After a deep talk with Meng Haiwa, Zhao Qiushan no longer opposed Zhao Yaji's relationship with him. However, he still needs to continue to observe whether the two can finally get married. Both parties left the hotel and went home. On the way, Zhao Yaji looked at her father and said, "Let me tell you. After you have a detailed talk with Haiwa, you will definitely change your opinion of him." Zhao Qiushan just smiled and nodded slightly. He really didn't expect that Meng Haiwa, who has always been taciturn, would have such high political insight. But it was impossible for him to accept Meng Haiwa as his son-in-law so easily. He has only one daughter, and his political legacy will definitely be passed on to his son-in-law. He must choose someone with outstanding abilities and good character. It now seems that Meng Haiwa's character may be acceptable, but his abilities still need further examination. On the other side, Meng Haiwa was also chatting with Meng Lang about tonight's meal. "Where did you learn those words you just said to the director? I don't remember ever saying them to you." Meng Lang rolled his eyes and said, "I saw it on a Tianya forum online. There are a lot of experts online." Meng Haiwa heard this and did not ask any further questions. Zhao Qiushan's attitude towards him changed, ultimately thanks to what Meng Lang said today. But in the end, he, being a cautious and conservative person, still gave a warning: say less of these irrelevant words in the future. Meng Lang could only shrug his shoulders to express his helplessness. Given Meng Haiwa's personality, he still has a long way to go if he wants to gain Zhao Qiushan's complete approval. After returning home, Meng Haiwa washed up and went to bed early. He had to go to work the next day and couldn't stay up late. Meng Lang slept for several hours in the afternoon and now he was not sleepy at all. He tossed and turned in bed but couldn't fall asleep. He simply got up, went to the living room, turned on the TV, and watched the World Cup broadcast on CCTV5. But the game was nearing its end at this time. Meng Lang looked at the score. Good job. Germany 4 o'clock Argentina. Isn't Argentina the favorite to win? Isn't it said that every person is a football star? Isn't there Leo Yossi to keep the place in check? That's it? We were beaten 4 o'clock? If only Meng Lang had known the score of the game earlier, a score of 4 o'clock, the odds would have been incredibly high. It's a pity that I didn't see the sliced video of this game when I was watching short videos in my previous life. If I had seen it, Meng Lang would definitely have some impression of such a huge score difference. Fortunately, Spain's game is tomorrow. Meng Lang knows that starting from the 1/8 finals this year, Spain will win 1 o'clock no matter who they play against. Bet on Spain 1 o'clock tomorrow, a sure win. However, although the final against the Netherlands was also 1 o'clock, that goal was scored in overtime. According to the rules of football lottery, the score only counts the results of the 90-minute match. Therefore, in the 2010 World Cup final, the only way to win a prize is to bet on a 0-0 draw. Readers who have been lucky enough to be reborn should beware. The odds of betting on the score are much higher than betting on the outcome. After watching the game, Meng Lang finally felt sleepy. He lay back on the bed and was about to go to sleep when his cell phone rang with the characteristic beeping sound of QQ messages. Meng Lang has already forgotten how many years it has been since he last heard the QQ message ringtone. In the future, who would use QQ anymore? I picked up the phone and saw that it was from Li Shuya. You didn't even come to apologize to me for a day. I will never talk to you again. Meng Lang scratched his head as he read the message. A question mark? Was slowly typed in the dialog box. Didn't we agree yesterday not to contact each other anymore? What's wrong with her now? After sending this question mark, Meng Lang directly blocked Li Shuya's QQ to avoid being disturbed by her noise. Seeing the question mark Meng Lang sent back, Li Shuya gritted her teeth in anger. She didn't know what medicine her mother had taken wrong, but she insisted that she explain things to Meng Lang and apologize to him, otherwise she would cut off her pocket money. If it weren't for this, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to send a message to Meng Lang. She didn't expect that even after she contacted Meng Lang on her own initiative, he would still have this attitude. What does a question mark mean? She quickly edited another message, questioning Meng Lang's attitude. This time, the reply she received was not a question mark, but a red exclamation mark. The message has been sent, but was rejected by the other party. He actually blocked me. Meng Lang, you bastard. From childhood to adulthood, there has been an endless stream of people pursuing Li Shuya, and it is extremely difficult for ordinary people to add her on QQ. This was the first time she had encountered someone blocking her, and she was the one who took the initiative to send a message to Meng Lang, and then was blocked. This made her feel extremely humiliated and she was so angry that tears were about to come out. She really wanted Meng Lang to disappear from this world forever, so that no one would know about her shame. But thinking of her mother blackmailing her with her pocket money, she had to go to Meng Lang again. After sulking in the room for a long time, Li Shuya finally calmed down and sent a message to her number one bootlicker. Zhou Jiahao, do you know what Meng Lang has been doing recently? Although it was late at night, Zhou Jiahao, as the number one bootlicker, still replied to the message immediately. I know. I ran into him this morning, and he lied to me about playing poker at my house, but he was actually called in by my mom to clean the sewer. He must be afraid I'd find out he's a plumber and look down on him. He's so vain. You didn't see how surprised my mom was when she found out he was my classmate. Thinking that Meng Lang had now become a dirty and smelly plumber and was no longer qualified to compete with him for Li Shuya, Zhou Jiahao couldn't help but squeal like a pig with excitement. Li Shuya looked at the QQ message Zhou Jiahao sent back and fell into deep thought. Plumber? Did Meng Lang block my QQ because he felt inferior because he was a plumber and felt unworthy of me? It must be like this. It's impossible for someone who has been pursuing you for 3 years to just say they don't want to pursue you anymore, right? Please ask Auntie Sang which housekeeping company Meng Lang works for as a plumber. I have something I want to talk to him about in person. Although he didn't know what Li Shuya wanted Meng Lang to do, Zhou Jiahao, as a bootlicker, still faithfully fulfilled his mission. No problem, but my mom seems very tired today and fell asleep early. I'll tell you tomorrow morning after I find out more. Li Shuya gritted her teeth in hatred when she thought about Meng Lang blocking her QQ and she had to go to great lengths to find him. This time she must make it clear to him and let him know that he has no chance to be with me anymore. When the time comes, I will make him regret what he did to me these 2 days. Chapter 15 Gan Yuru's Big Trouble. The next morning, Sang Wanyun was still immersed in her dream. In her dream, she was making out in the room with the boy from yesterday. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door, which scared her so much that she woke up instantly. After she woke up, she found that the door of her room was really being knocked loudly. Sang Wanyun reluctantly tidied up her pajamas, got up and opened the door. Then she saw her son Zhou Jiahao standing at the door. Mom! Does Meng Lang work for a housekeeping company? He's the same Meng Lang who came to our house to unclog the sewer yesterday. Hearing her son asking about Meng Lang, Sang Wanyun seemed a little flustered. Yesterday, when she learned that Meng Lang, who had had intimate relationships with her family many times, was actually her son's high school classmate, she could not control the shock on her face. Although she is divorced now, she is free to have a relationship with anyone. But it is somewhat embarrassing when the other person is your son's classmate. She could only lie to Zhou Jiahao and say that Meng Lang came to her house to repair the sewer. Fortunately, Zhou Jiahao did not suspect anything at the time. She thought that the matter was over. At most, she would be more cautious when contacting Meng Lang in the future so as not to be discovered by her son. Unexpectedly, early in the morning, Zhou Jiahao knocked on her door in a hurry and asked about Meng Lang. This made her not know how to respond for a moment. After being stunned for a long time, she pretended to be angry and looked at Zhou Jiahao and said, "You disturbed my sleep just for such a trivial matter. If you have nothing to do, go find your dad. Don't stay here with me. It's annoying just to see you." After saying that, Sang Wanyun closed the door. After being scolded, Zhou Jiahao immediately wilted like an eggplant hit by frost. But judging by the conflicted look on his face, it wasn't because he was upset at being scolded by Sang Wanyun. He felt disappointed because he failed to complete what Li Shuya had asked him to do and lost the opportunity to show himself in front of the goddess. At the same time, Meng Lang had already brought the lottery ticket to the City Sports Lottery Center again. Based on the odds of 3.6, the 50,090 yuan that Meng Lang bet yesterday has now become 144,259.2 yuan. That's more than 140,000 yuan. Meng Lang thought about the first time he made so much money in his previous life, which was after he entered the sex toy industry. That day, when he was buying sexy lingerie in the live broadcast room, he shared his story of being a dog licker. Some words touched the heart of a rich boss. The rich man was so excited that he gave him a large string of rockets in one breath, which instantly made his live broadcast room popular. That month, he received nearly 140,000 yuan in commission from gifts and income from sales. From then on, Meng Lang's life became better. Even so, money was not as easy to come by as it is now. It's a pity that making money by buying football lottery is only temporary. When the World Cup is over, Meng Lang will no longer have the advantage of foresight. You still have to rely on your own efforts to truly achieve financial freedom. Meng Lang sighed and walked into the sports lottery center. But as soon as he entered the door, he saw the middle-aged man named Yuan Hua who was caught by his wife buying lottery tickets yesterday running towards him. "Little brother. I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Meng Lang immediately became alert. "What are you waiting for me for?" "Thank you. My wife took all the money I won from the lottery yesterday. But I listened to you, took a chance, and bought 5,000 yuan worth of German winnings, and I actually won. Fortunately, I have you, my little brother. Otherwise, all the private money I have saved for so many years would be gone." Meng Lang heard this and finally understood what was going on. "If you win money, it's your own business, so there's no need to thank me specifically." "That won't do. Little brother, you made me win over 10,000, I have to treat you to a meal." Meng Lang has to go back to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau to find Zhao Qiushan later. They made an appointment yesterday and he can't break it. How can he have time to go out for dinner? Really, there's no need. Meng Lang said as he broke free from Yuan Hua's entanglement and walked towards the prize redemption counter. "Little brother. Actually, I have a favor to ask. Which team are you planning to bet on today? Could you please tell me?" After hearing this, Meng Lang finally understood what he was planning. "Want to take a ride on the money you make? This guy has good vision. But why should Meng Lang let him make this money for free?" He ignored her and walked to the prize redemption counter and completed the prize redemption. Just like yesterday, Meng Lang did not take the money and leave, but planned to continue betting. But just when he was about to say which team he wanted to bet on, Yuan Hua had sneaked up to him again at some point and started listening with his ears perked up. Seeing this, Meng Lang immediately shut his mouth and turned around to glare at Yuan Hua. "Please don't get so close." After saying that, Meng Lang motioned the staff to come closer, and he whispered the target of today's bet directly into the staff's ear. Seeing that Meng Lang had completed his bet, Yuan Hua looked helpless, but he still pestered Meng Lang, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. "Hey! More friends means more opportunities. You won't lose anything even if you tell me. Consider it my debt." Meng Lang almost laughed at his words. "Is your favor valuable?" Yuan Hua was not annoyed when he heard this. Instead, he said complacently, "Although I'm only the deputy director of the news department of the city TV station, I can basically have a say in most of the important figures in Jiangzhou City." Hearing this, Meng Lang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at the middle-aged man who looked like a landlord. I didn't expect that this man who was dominated by his wife was actually a section-level cadre. Now, Meng Lang can really consider whether to do him a favor. Although television stations have been on a downward trend since the advent of the mutual benefit network era. However, at this point in time in 2010, the TV station still had considerable influence among the middle-aged and elderly population. If it can be used properly, it may produce unexpected results. But before that, Meng Lang had to verify his identity to avoid being deceived. What can you prove that you are from the TV station? Meng Lang's question stumped Yuan Hua. He goes out to buy a lottery ticket, so it's impossible for him to carry his work ID with him at all times. Just then, he saw a convenience store not far away was discharging electricity, and hurriedly pulled Meng Lang towards the convenience store. I borrowed the remote control from the shop owner and turned to Jiangzhou TV station, which was broadcasting the morning news. Then he pointed to a name in the column information of a news item and said, "Look at this name." Then he took out his ID card, pointed at the name on it and said, "This is me." However, at this time, Meng Lang's attention was no longer on him, but was attracted by the next piece of news broadcast on TV. Arctic Fox Clothing Company, Limited, a nationally renowned thermal clothing brand and a star enterprise in this city, has recently received numerous complaints. Reporters visited several clothing stores and discovered serious quality issues with the clothing produced by Arctic Fox. Isn't this Li Shuya's company? It turns out it's already in trouble. Meng Lang couldn't help but imagine Gan Yuru's elegant and intellectual figure. She must be feeling very awkward now. Chapter 16, Meeting Gan Yuru again. Seeing that Meng Lang ignored him and kept staring at the news on TV, Yuan Hua asked, "Why, are you still interested in Arctic Fox Company?" Meng Lang really wanted to know more about the Arctic Fox, so he looked at Yuan Hua and said, "Since you are the deputy director of the news section, you should know a lot of information." Of course, this news was dug up by my people. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang's eyes widened and he looked at Yuan Hua. "Wow, it turns out you were the one who brought down the Arctic Fox. It seems that there is a problem with the raw materials of Arctic Fox. The clothes they make are of extremely poor quality and will fall apart if you pull them a little hard. The industrial and commercial department should have intervened in the investigation now. If the problem is not handled properly, they may be ordered to stop production." Yuan Hua continued. "It breaks just by pulling it. Is there such a good thing?" Meng Lang's eyes suddenly lit up. If this fabric is used to make normal clothes, it will definitely be complained about, but if it is used to make sexy lingerie, it will be a massacre. Meng Lang originally planned to wait until Arctic Fox was about to go bankrupt, then use the money he won from the lottery to acquire the production line of underwear at a low price, and use this as a basis to enter the sexy underwear manufacturing industry. Unexpectedly, Arctic Fox had already helped him solve the raw material problem in advance. This is such a pleasant surprise. How about it? Little brother, now you can tell me which team you bet on to win. Seeing that Meng Lang was interested in the information he provided, Yuan Hua immediately started talking about football lottery. "How can you be sure that you will win if you follow me?" Meng Lang asked curiously. "Winning once might just be luck, but winning 2 games in a row, you must be quite good, little brother. And I see that you have a full forehead, a rosy complexion, and bright eyes. I can tell at a glance that you've been blessed with good fortune recently. It would be a mistake to follow you and buy from you. I didn't expect that a deputy director of a TV station like you would actually be so superstitious. We journalists interact with people from all walks of life, so it's normal to know some supernatural things. Now that things have come to this, it's not impossible for Meng Lang to do him a favor. Let me be frank. Lottery tickets are inherently risky. If you follow me and lose, I won't be responsible." Seeing Meng Lang finally give in, Yuan Hua's face was full of smiles. "Don't I understand this principle? Don't worry, if you encounter any problems in the future that require my help, as long as it is within my ability, I will do my best," Yuan Hua promised, patting his chest. Meng Lang knew that this kind of guarantee was meaningless, and the only thing that could truly maintain human relationships was interests. There are still several World Cup matches left this year, so it's okay to let him have a taste of success first. After he wins the money in this game, he will rely more on Meng Lang in the next games. No matter what conditions Meng Lang puts forward at that time, Yuan Hua will definitely find it difficult to refuse. "Okay, then I'll tell you, I just bet on Spain 1 o'clock Paraguay, the odds are 6.0. When Yuan Hua heard this, his eyes widened. "You're betting on the score. Did you bet all the over 100,000 you won yesterday?" Meng Lang nodded. That's right, over 140,000, all bets. The difference in strength between the two teams today is too obvious. The odds of betting on Spain to win are only 1.5, so even if they win, it won't mean anything. Meng Lang's words immediately made Yuan Hua feel conflicted. The winning odds of 1.5 are indeed a bit low, and there is almost no profit after deducting taxes. But the risk of betting on the score is too great. If the game ends in 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock, the money will be wasted. I've said everything I need to say. It's up to you whether you want to buy it or not. Meng Lang was about to leave after he finished speaking. It was getting late and he had to rush to see Zhao Qiushan. After Yuan Hua stopped him and exchanged phone numbers, he walked towards the sports lottery center with a troubled look on his face. When Meng Lang rushed to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, it was almost 11 o'clock in the morning. It was the height of summer, and the sun scorched the concrete ground, making the entire Jiangzhou city feel like it was trapped in a furnace. Meng Lang broke out in a sweat as soon as he got out of the taxi. Uncle Qin, the security guard at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, knew Meng Lang. Seeing Meng Lang approaching, he greeted him and asked, "Meng Lang, are you here to see Section Chief Meng?" Meng Lang quickly responded, "Hello, Uncle Qin. I'm here to see Director Zhao. Is he at work now?" Uncle Qin glanced at the parking lot and said, "Yes, the car hasn't left yet. I'll call Section Chief He to see if he's available now." According to the 8 regulations, Zhao Qiushan's level does not qualify him to be a full-time secretary. However, there are countermeasures to every policy. If there cannot be a full-time secretary, then a relatively idle position can be arranged to take on the task of helping the leader handle work. Section Chief He plays such a role in the bureau. Although he held the position of Deputy Section Chief, his actual job was to assist the director in handling trivial matters at work. Shortly after the phone call was hung up, a fair-skinned young man who looked to be about 30 years old walked out of the office building. He walked all the way to Meng Lang under the scorching sun. "You must be Section Chief Meng's son, Meng Lang. The director told me to take you to him when you get here." After saying that, he personally led the way and took Meng Lang into the office building. "Please write down my phone number. If you need anything from the director in the future, you can call me directly." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang quickly took out his cell phone and wrote down Section Chief He's phone number. When he starts his own business in the future, he will definitely need to go through various industrial and commercial procedures. At that time, he can directly ask Section Chief He for help. Seeing everyone he met along the way smiling warmly, Meng Lang guessed that everyone at work probably already knew that his father and Aunt Zhao were dating. In the past, when he came to see Meng Haiwa, there wouldn't be so many people greeting him. When he reached the door of the director's office, Meng Lang heard the sound of people talking in the office. Section Chief He first glanced into the office, then said to Meng Lang, "The director has something else to do. Let's wait a moment before going in." Before Meng Lang nodded, Zhao Qiushan in the office seemed to hear the sound at the door. "Is Xiao Lang here?" "Xiao He, let him in." When Meng Lang walked into the office, he saw Zhao Qiushan talking to a woman with her back to the door. "Boss gone, I'm truly sorry. The quality issues with Arctic Fox are indeed serious this time. We in the Industrial and Commercial Administration must act in accordance with the law. There is no room for negotiation on the suspension of production for rectification. I have other things to do here, so I won't entertain you." After saying that, Zhao Qiushan picked up the teacup on the coffee table to show his farewell. Gan Yuru looked extremely lost when she heard this. Just as she stood up and prepared to leave, she saw Meng Lang walking in from outside. "Student Meng Lang? Why are you here?" Gan Yuru asked with a little surprise. Gan Yuru's heart seemed to skip a beat when she suddenly met the boy who confessed his love to her 2 days ago. "I came to see Grandpa Zhao for something," Meng Lang replied. "Do you know each other?" Zhao Qiushan asked the two of them. "Meng Lang is my daughter's classmate. I met him at their graduation party 2 days ago," Gan Yuru replied. At this time, Gan Yuru was also guessing the relationship between Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan. Just now, Meng Lang addressed Zhao Qiushan as Grandpa Zhao. It seems that the relationship should be very close. Can we start with Meng Lang and ask Zhao Qiushan to help solve the problem of Arctic Fox being ordered to suspend production and rectify the situation? Gan Yuru is not a person who likes to seek personal gain. Unless it is absolutely necessary, she would not think of relying on the relationship with her daughter's classmates to achieve any goals. But now Arctic Fox is really at a critical juncture of survival. If the administrative order cannot be lifted and production cannot be resumed, it will go bankrupt soon. She had to do everything she could to keep the company running. At this moment, Meng Lang suddenly spoke up, "Aunt Gone, I have some thoughts on the problems encountered by Arctic Fox. Can you wait for me for a moment? Let us have lunch together, maybe I can give you some ideas to solve the problem." Chapter 17. Aunt Gone, do you still remember what I said the day before yesterday? Gan Yuru's gaze flickered between Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan before she nodded and said to Meng Lang, "Okay, I'll wait for you." After Gan Yuru left the office, Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang curiously and asked, "Do you know how big a problem Arctic Fox is facing right now? How dare you say you have a solution? I saw it on the news this morning." It was nothing more than a problem with the raw materials, which resulted in substandard products and triggered a crisis of trust in the brand. Perhaps some banks will stop lending and the capital chain will be broken. Furthermore, there must be serious problems within Arctic Fox, at least within the procurement, production, and quality inspection departments. Otherwise, they wouldn't allow products with such serious quality issues to enter the market. After hearing Meng Lang's words, Zhao Qiushan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Meng Lang could infer so much information just from the news he saw on TV. Of course, these questions were not something Meng Lang could discover from a short piece of news, but were the result of his combining the information he learned in his previous life with reasonable speculation. He said so much, in fact, he was also showing his ability in front of Zhao Qiushan so as to improve his father's image in Zhao Qiushan's heart. "How do you, a high school student, know so much? Did your dad tell you again?" Zhao Qiushan looked at Meng Lang and asked jokingly. "That's not the case, but I was able to infer so much information thanks to my father's teachings and actions." Meng Lang replied. "Tell me your solution." Now Zhao Qiushan was really curious about the solution Meng Lang proposed. "I dare not say that it can be solved. These are just some of my personal ideas." Meng Lang knew very well that you should not say too much before doing anything, so he took precautions in advance. This made Zhao Qiushan take him even more seriously. If Meng Lang promised to solve the problem, he would think that the young man was unreliable. "Grandpa Zhao, what do you think is the most valuable thing about the Arctic Fox Company?" Meng Lang asked. Zhao Qiushan thought for a moment and said, "It should be the Arctic Fox brand. After all, it's been around for over a decade." Although Gan Yuru adopted a conservative management strategy after taking over Arctic Fox, causing it to gradually fall out of the ranks of first-tier brands, it still has a certain degree of popularity nationwide. Meng Lang nodded, "Yes, it is brand value. I think the most important thing for Arctic Fox now is to maintain its brand image. We can even offer high compensation to consumers and turn this accident into a marketing opportunity for our brand image." Zhao Qiushan shook his head upon hearing this. "It's not as simple as you think. Arctic Fox's funds are almost completely gone, and banks are unlikely to lend them money. If they use all their remaining funds to compensate consumers, how will they resume production? Why does Arctic Fox have to resume production?" Meng Lang asked. Zhao Qiushan was immediately stumped by Meng Lang's questions. Arctic Fox is a clothing company. What else can they sell if they don't make it? They can sell tags. Meng Lang answered as a matter of course. Buy a tag? Zhao Qiushan became even more confused. In fact, Meng Lang borrowed the development ideas from another large thermal clothing manufacturer called Nanjiren in his previous life. In its previous life, this company also cut all production lines after encountering a crisis and authorized the brand to other unknown small manufacturers or distributors. These manufacturers purchase the brand usage rights from Nanjiren, obtain the Nanjiren tag, and then stick it on the products they produce and sell. The final number of authorized dealers reached more than 1,700. Antarctic collects more than 1 billion yuan in tag tax every year. This business strategy allowed Antarctic's market value to reach over 60 billion. Although it quickly fell back to a few billion after encountering a crisis, it also shows how crazy the entire business model is. As long as Arctic Fox can rebuild its brand image, there will be no problem selling the tags. After Meng Lang explained this business strategy to Zhao Qiushan fell into deep thought. Isn't it too radical to abandon production completely? And how can we guarantee the quality of the products produced by authorized manufacturers? Meng Lang shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "I'm just offering suggestions. Whether they follow my advice or not, and how they solve any problems they encounter, is their business." That's true. I originally asked you to come and take a look at the entrepreneurial guidance documents issued by the higher authorities, but now it seems that I underestimated you. You don't need any guidance at all. Zhao Qiushan couldn't help but sigh. He really didn't expect that Meng Haiwa, that taciturn guy, could raise his son so well. It seemed that he really paid too little attention to Meng Haiwa. By the time they had finished chatting, it was already 12 noon, and it was Zhao Qiushan's break time. Meng Lang didn't bother him any further and left the office after saying goodbye. As soon as he closed the door of the director's office, Meng Lang couldn't wait to look for Gan Yuru. Gan Yuru, who was waiting at the end of the corridor, saw Meng Lang coming out of the director's office and hurried towards him. She was wearing a white shirt with a floral collar today. Her long black hair fell naturally, sliding down from her shoulders like a waterfall. A pearl necklace hung around her neck. The pearls were white and round, dazzling the eyes. She wore a pair of black high-waisted wide leg pants, which perfectly outlined the beautiful curve between her slender waist and plump hips. Meng Lang had just spent more than half an hour in the director's office. It was hot outside and Gan Yuru sweated a lot while waiting in the corridor. Sweat soaked her shirt, and the lace and suspenders underneath were faintly visible, making Meng Lang unable to help but look inside. "Sorry to have kept you waiting. Let me treat Auntie to lunch. You are helping Auntie now, so you should do the same later. Auntie should treat you to dinner." As they talked, they came to a restaurant not far away. After ordering the dishes, Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang and asked, "Xiao Lang, I heard you call Director Zhao Grandpa. What is your relationship with Director Zhao?" She actually didn't think Meng Lang had the ability to resolve the Arctic Fox crisis, so she had been waiting for Meng Lang, wanting to see if she could persuade Zhao Qiushan to lift the suspension of Arctic Fox production through Meng Lang. "There's no special relationship at the moment, it's just that my dad is dating Aunt Zhao right now, so he's taking care of me." Meng Lang sat opposite Gan Yuru, his eyes fixed on her face, admiring her beautiful and gentle appearance. Gan Yuru was slightly surprised when she heard this. "Your father is dating the director's daughter, so your mother." Having said this, Gan Yuru seemed to realize something and stopped talking in time. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. Nothing, my mother passed away when I was very young, and I basically don't have any memory of her." Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru's eyes softened as she looked at Meng Lang. Her husband also died unexpectedly, and she could empathize with the pain of losing a loved one. However, if Meng Lang and Zhao Qiushan only have such a relationship, it is estimated that there is no way to persuade Zhao Qiushan. Gan Yuru couldn't help but sigh. Meng Lang felt that Gan Yuru seemed to have a magical attraction to him, which made him want to hold her in his arms and take good care of her. Looking at the beauty in front of him with her eyes lowered and her brows frowned, Meng Lang couldn't help but feel distressed. "Aunt Gan, do you remember what I said to you the day before yesterday?" Chapter 18 Meng Lang's Ambition. Meng Lang's words seemed to suddenly activate Gan Yuru's memory from 2 days ago, making the expression on her face a little unnatural. "Xiao Lang, we are talking about serious matters now, please don't make such jokes." Hearing this, Meng Lang shook his head slightly. "It seems that Aunt Gan, you still don't take my confession from the night before last seriously." Seeing Meng Lang's slightly lost expression, Gan Yuru felt a little sorry, but still said, "I'm sorry. With the current situation at the company, I really don't have the energy to think about emotional issues." She wanted to use the company's business problems as an excuse to evade Meng Lang's confession, but she didn't expect Meng Lang's eyes to light up after hearing her say that. "If I can revive your company, will you agree to be my girlfriend? This isn't a threat, but I hope you can give me a chance to prove myself." Looking at Meng Lang's serious eyes, Gan Yuru finally did not refuse. In her opinion, Meng Lang was just a high school graduate with nothing special about his family background. How could he possibly solve such a big problem? "Then please let Aunt Gan introduce the current situation of the Arctic Fox." Although Meng Lang had a general understanding of the crisis faced by the Arctic Fox, there were many specific details that only Gan Yuru, the person involved, knew best. "Do you really have a way to solve the problem of Arctic foxes?" Gan Yuru still had doubts in her heart. "Why don't you tell me first? Since we're already sitting here, you might as well just review the company's situation." Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru nodded slightly and slowly said, "Since the financial crisis in 2008, the price of raw materials has been rising. Recently our purchasing manager said that we have found a new source of raw materials. The price is 30% lower than before, and the quality of the samples sent is also good. In order to save production costs, we placed an order to purchase a large amount of raw materials. But after the products were put on the market, serious quality problems were discovered." "What are the main products in this batch? How many have been sold?" Meng Lang asked. "They are mainly hot-selling underwear and socks in summer. The total value of the products put on the market is about 10 million. About 1/3 of the products have been sold, and the rest have been urgently recalled. Gan Yuru said as she lifted the hair that was blown in front of her eyes by the wind. Meng Lang propped his chin up with his hand and said, in other words, substandard products worth over 3 million yuan were sold to consumers, and now they want compensation for that 3 million yuan? That's just one aspect. Besides that, we need to refund distributors for recalled products. Now that the factory has stopped production, many orders can't be delivered on time, and we need to pay liquidated damages. All in all, we need to pay at least 15 million. Hearing this amount, Meng Lang took a breath of cold air. In this way, at least 20 million funds are needed to get through this crisis. So, the biggest problem facing Arctic Fox right now is actually funding? Meng Lang said, touching his chin. That's right. The company's current liquidity is less than 5 million. There's no way to pay the dealers liquidated damages. Only by resuming production as soon as possible and delivering orders on time can Arctic Fox have a chance of survival. The more Gan Yuru spoke, the more depressed she became. The enormous pressure was almost suffocating her. Even if production can be resumed, it will cost a lot of money to buy new raw materials, right? Meng Lang said. That's right, I plan to mortgage my property and car. As long as I can help Arctic Fox survive this crisis, everything will be fine. Gan Yuru's delicate face was full of determination at this moment. The Arctic Fox was the life's work of her late husband. She would never allow the Arctic Fox to fall into her hands, and she was even ready to give everything to save the Arctic Fox. However, everything you said is based on the premise that production can be resumed. If public opinion cannot be properly addressed, the suspension and rectification order issued by the industrial and commercial authorities will not be lifted, and you will not be able to resume production. Gan Yuru immediately became deflated when she thought of the production suspension and rectification order from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Yes. That's why I came to see Director Zhao just for this matter. After saying this, Gan Yuru fell into a long silence. After hearing this, Meng Lang had a clear understanding of the current situation of the Arctic Fox. He began to plan in his mind. Meng Lang was indeed attracted to Gan Yuru, but that was not the only reason why he helped Gan Yuru save the Arctic Fox. What he values more is Arctic Fox's clothing production line and a large number of experienced workers. In his previous life, although he made money in the sex toy business, compared to those manufacturers of sex toys, his earnings were just a drop in the bucket. The sex toy market in 2010 has not yet developed. As long as he can seize the opportunity, he will have a chance to get the biggest piece of the pie in the sex toy market. This time he not only wants to be a sex toy distributor, he wants to open up the entire industry chain and become the king of sex toys. Taking over Arctic Fox's clothing production line is the first step in his plan. Therefore, he must help Gan Yuru, let the Arctic Fox survive, and guide the Arctic Fox to give up production and follow the development path of the Antarctic people in the previous life who sold tags. In this way, Meng Lang could easily acquire Arctic Fox's production line and take a solid step forward in his sex toy business. Of course, he also thought about not caring about Arctic Fox's life or death, and then finding a way to acquire the production line after Arctic Fox went bankrupt. But on the other hand, looking at Gan Yuru's expression, she would never accept bankruptcy unless she spent her last dollar. With the Arctic Fox's background, I don't know how long it can last. Moreover, even if it goes bankrupt, Arctic Fox's production line is still a high-quality asset, and there will definitely be many people who want to take over. Even if Meng Lang has money, he may not be able to compete. Therefore, helping Arctic Fox overcome difficulties is the best choice, which can not only gain Gan Yuru's favor, but also smoothly take over Arctic Fox's production line. What Meng Lang has to do now is to persuade Gan Yuru to adopt his advice and let Arctic Fox rush on the road of selling tags. After thinking for a moment, Meng Lang said, if this is the case, I should have a way to help Arctic Fox overcome this difficulty and even develop better. Really? Gan Yuru's eyes lit up when she heard that. But looking at Meng Lang's young face, the hope that had just ignited in her heart gradually dimmed. I think the most valuable thing about Arctic Fox is actually the Arctic Fox brand. Do you agree with me? Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru nodded in agreement. Seeing Gan Yuru nod, Meng Lang immediately said, so, our first step is not to resume production, but to immediately conduct crisis public relations. We must do our best to restore the reputation of Arctic Fox among consumers before its brand image is seriously damaged. Gan Yuru felt that what Meng Lang said made sense, but she still shook her head. This requires a lot of money. Who said it costs money? Chapter 19 Long Lost Support. Gan Yuru was confused and didn't know why Meng Lang said that public relations didn't cost money. In her opinion, advertising and marketing cost a lot of money, not to mention crisis public relations. What are you going to do with the substandard products that are recycled? Meng Lang's eyes stayed on Gan Rui's soft and pretty face, admiring the beauty of this mature woman. At this moment, Gan Yuru had no intention of caring about Meng Lang's unscrupulous gaze. She just wanted to know if Meng Lang had any way to bring the Arctic fox back to life. She didn't know why Meng Lang suddenly asked about the scrapped products, but she explained, they're still in the warehouse. I plan to wait until everything is over before scrapping them all. This is such a waste. Meng Lang shook his head and said, these substandard products are completely worthless. Especially the thin underwear and stockings, which will lose their shape after just one wear and tear easily. When Meng Lang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wow, it tears as soon as I put it on. Isn't this a natural sexy garment? He must find a way to get these. Even if the styles are old and difficult to sell directly, they can still be used as gifts in the future. Do you know about the incident where Hire smashed the refrigerator? Of course, you mean? That's right, let's learn from Hire's experience. Tomorrow, call in the TV reporters and have them destroy these substandard products in public. Ideally, they should be the same reporters who reported on the Arctic fox product issues this morning. This way, the publicity will be even more effective. Gan Yuru thought Meng Lang's idea was very good. These products had to be destroyed anyway. There was no loss in making use of the waste and doing some crisis public relations. Maybe it could even restore the company's reputation among consumers. But when she heard Meng Lang say that he would invite reporters tomorrow morning, she was immediately in trouble. After all, the TV station was a state-owned unit and it was not possible to invite people so quickly. Tomorrow? I might not be able to get in touch with you in such a short time. The golden time for crisis public relations is only 48 hours. Leave this matter to me. I will let the deputy director of the news column contact you before dinner tonight. Meng Lang said confidently. Really? Seeing Meng Lang's confident look, Gan Yuru was really surprised. How could Meng Lang, a recent high school graduate, have such a wide network of contacts? Furthermore, he had asked the deputy director of the news section to contact him, rather than asking him to take the initiative. This shows that Meng Lang is in a dominant position in his dealings with this deputy director. This gradually gave Gan Yuru hope in her heart. Perhaps Meng Lang could really help her out of the predicament. Also, after the destruction is complete tomorrow, you must announce to the TV cameras that any consumer who purchased the substandard product will be compensated tenfold in 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru said in shock, 10 times. Doesn't that mean I have to pay at least 30 million? Is it really necessary to pay so much? Of course it's necessary. The more compensation you pay, the more sensational the effect will be, and the more stable the Arctic Fox brand will be. It will also help you appeal to the industrial and commercial authorities to cancel the suspension of production and rectify the situation. But it's impossible for the company to come up with so much money now. Gan Yuru's face was full of disapproval. So, I said it would be in half a month. In this half month, as long as you do as I say, I have a way to make Arctic Fox earn far more than 30 million. What are you going to do? Gan Yuru asked impatiently. This is the second step of the plan. Please bear with me for a moment. All you need to do is give me a brand authorization in a few days, and I'll show you how to do it. Meng Lang did not intend to reveal his entire plan immediately. After all, Gan Yuru would not be able to fully trust him before seeing the results. It would be better to get the Arctic Fox brand authorization first, produce results yourself, prove that selling tags is indeed profitable, and then go to Gan Yuru to explain the benefits of giving up production altogether and switching to a business model of selling tags. But what Meng Lang didn't expect was that when Gan Yuru heard that he wanted brand authorization, she had already guessed his plan. Is it the kind of brand authorization that Hengi Wenxiang has? Do you want Arctic Fox to sell tags? Only then did Meng Lang realize that the business model of selling tags in his previous life was not first started by Nanjiren, but by Hengi Wenxiang. Nanjiren was also inspired by Hengi Wenxiang, but Nanjiren did it more thoroughly. It directly cut off all production lines and fully embraced the business model of selling tags. No wonder that on later e-commerce platforms, all the companies selling underwear and socks are Nanjiren and Hengi Wenxiang. But since Gan Yuru guessed it, it saved Meng Lang a lot of trouble. That's right, the second step of my plan is to have Arctic Fox sell the tags. This way, even if we don't produce, we can still make a huge profit. We actually considered learning from Hangi Wangxiang and selling hanging tags, but we gave up because we were worried that dealers might sell counterfeit products under the Arctic Fox brand. We have always maintained an integrated production and sales model. Now that it's like this, why not give it a try? It can't get any worse anyway. After hearing this, Gon Yuru was still a little hesitant. Changing the business model of a company that has been in operation for more than 10 years is not something that can be decided in one go. How about this, you give me an authorization first, and I will try it for 2 days to see the effect. If it doesn't work, I will help you think of other ways. Meng Lang persuaded. In the end, Gon Yuru nodded. After all, she had almost reached the end of her rope and could only try Meng Lang's method. At this time, the restaurant waiter finally brought the dishes. By the way, when you destroy the unqualified products tomorrow, remember to leave the stockings and some women's underwear with more avant-garde designs for me. Meng Lang said as he put a piece of food into Gon Yuru's bowl with chopsticks. Although she didn't know what Meng Lang wanted these things for, Gon Yuru didn't refuse. They were all going to be destroyed anyway, and the most she would have to spend was some storage costs. Because she was worried about the safety of the company, Gon Yuru's appetite was not very good and she couldn't eat after a few bites. Seeing Gon Yuru still looking so heavy-hearted, Meng Lang said, "Don't worry, I will do my best to make you my girlfriend." Gon Yuru looked at Meng Lang in front of her and saw seriousness and determination on his face. After this meal, her opinion of Meng Lang changed drastically. Maybe I just thought of him as a precocious and calm child before. But during this meal, Meng Lang behaved as if he was her age. Whether it is the tone and attitude of his speech or his views on business, you can't tell that he is just an 18-year-old boy. If the future of Arctic Fox can really develop as Meng Lang said, it seems that it can really get out of this predicament. It even gave her the illusion that she had someone to rely on, a feeling she hadn't felt for a long time since her husband passed away. Chapter 20, Hang up the tag and double the price. After dinner, the two separated in the restaurant. Gon Yuru promised Meng Lang that she would send him a brand authorization letter this afternoon. Meng Lang also promised to help contact the TV station's news section to prepare for Arctic Fox's public destruction of substandard products tomorrow. After leaving the restaurant, Meng Lang took a taxi directly to the Jiangdong clothing market next to the train station. In 2010, when e-commerce had not yet emerged, Jiangdong clothing market was the first choice for Jiangzhou people to buy clothes. Meng Lang still remembers that when he was a child, before the Chinese New Year, his father would always take him to the Jiangdong clothing market to buy new clothes. At that time, the Jiangdong clothing market was packed with people. Every store was crammed with people, pedestrians were shoulder to shoulder, and the sound of bargaining was endless. Meng Lang's uncle's family runs a clothing business in the Jiangdong clothing market, mainly selling underwear. In his previous life, after Meng Lang had a great enlightenment, he followed his uncle to learn how to do business and was able to make a living. It's just that Meng Lang entered the industry too late in his previous life. E-commerce had already been very developed, and the entire physical clothing business was no longer as good as before. Seeing that there was really no future, Meng Lang switched to the sex toy business. So Meng Lang can be said to be very familiar with the Jiangdong clothing market. My uncle's shop is located at an entrance on the first floor of the clothing market, which is a very good location. It was afternoon, the summer weather was hot, and there were few people in the clothing market. As soon as Meng Lang entered the market, he was discovered by his uncle Lu Lei. "Xiao Lang. Why are you here?" Lu Lei stood up from the recliner and waved to Meng Lang. Although his mother passed away early, Meng Lang never stopped communicating with his mother's family. They basically visited each other during the holidays. However, his relationship with his father's family was not so harmonious. This time, Meng Lang came to see his uncle, naturally to make use of the Arctic Fox brand authorization letter promised by Gon Yuru. In the past, so many people rushed to spend money to buy Antarctic S authorization, naturally because they could make money. As long as the news of Arctic Fox publicly destroying unqualified products appears on TV tomorrow, its reputation will definitely rebound. It is absolutely certain that Meng Lang's first Arctic Fox brand authorized store will make money. It's too late to open a clothing store again. So the first thing he thought of was his uncle. If he could open an Arctic Fox authorized store here, he would definitely make a lot of money. Not only can he repay his uncle's kindness in his previous life, but he can also rely on the foundation of his uncle's old store to achieve good results, which can be used to persuade Gon Yuru to let Arctic Fox switch completely to the business of selling tags. This is a best of both worlds solution. "Uncle, why are you alone here today? Where's my aunt?" Meng Lang looked at Lu Lei and asked. If he wanted to turn his uncle's family store into an Arctic Fox authorized store, it would be better to discuss it with his uncle and aunt. There's nothing going on in the store this afternoon. Isn't your cousin on summer vacation? I asked your aunt to go back and keep him company. Is there anything you need from your aunt? Lu Lei asked Meng Lang to sit down and poured him a glass of boiled water from the kettle. Meng Lang took the cup, took a big gulp, and felt a little more energetic. There's something I want to discuss with you. Tell us what it is. We will definitely help if we can. Your aunt won't have any objections. Lu Lei said seriously. Meng Lang knew that his uncle and aunt were both good people. When he was learning how to do business in his previous life, they both took good care of him. How much does this set of pajamas cost? Meng Lang didn't ask directly, but pointed to a set of women's pajamas worn on a plastic model and asked. This is a low-end brand product, not worth much. The marked price is 80, but you can usually bargain it down to around 60 yuan. Although Lu Lei didn't know why Meng Lang asked about the price of a set of women's pajamas, he still answered seriously. If this set of pajamas is labeled Arctic Fox, how much can it sell for? Meng Lang asked. Then the asking price should be at least 180, and the selling price should be at least 150. At this point, Lu Lei suddenly realized what was happening, and his expression suddenly became serious. You're talking about putting Arctic Fox labels on generic clothing, right? You can't do that. It's illegal. If you get caught, you'll go to jail. Facing Lu Lei's serious expression, Meng Lang simply said calmly, I have the brand authorization letter from Arctic Fox. How can this be considered illegal? Seeing his nephew's expression, Lu Lei knew that the situation was definitely not as simple as he thought, so he asked, brand authorization letter? What's going on here? Well, the owner of Arctic Fox is the parent of one of my classmates, so I was able to get their brand authorization letter. Uncle, are you interested in starting this business with me? After hearing what his nephew said, Lu Lei's eyes suddenly lit up. He had been working in the clothing industry for many years and naturally knew how profitable those specialty stores that could obtain brand authorization were. The quality of clothes produced by some conscientious unknown brand clothing factories is actually not much different from that of products from big brand manufacturers. As long as they are labeled with a well-known brand name, the price will at least double. But he suddenly remembered the news he saw this morning, that there seemed to be quality problems with Arctic Fox's products, and he immediately fell into hesitation. Meng Lang, don't you know that Arctic Fox's reputation hasn't been very good recently? I know. You don't have to worry about that. Arctic Fox will have a public relations campaign tomorrow, and their reputation will definitely recover. Maybe it will be even better than before, so opening an Arctic Fox store will definitely make a lot of money. Moreover, the products that had issues with Arctic Fox this time were mainly underwear and socks. We can start with other products to minimize the adverse effects. Meng Lang also considered it carefully and decided that his store definitely could not sell underwear and socks. Otherwise, if the news just reported that Arctic Fox destroyed a large number of substandard underwear, and he started selling these products at a low price, it would easily lead people to have bad associations. Not selling underwear? Then what should we sell? Arctic Fox's main products, in addition to underwear and socks, are warm clothes for winter wear. It is midsummer now, and if Arctic Fox doesn't sell underwear, Lu Lei really doesn't know what else it can sell. Warm clothes. Meng Lang said firmly. Warm clothes? It's summer now, how could anyone buy warm clothes? Lu Lei asked in confusion. No one buys it because the price is not low enough. Uncle, let me ask you, under normal circumstances, how much does a set of Arctic Fox thermal clothing cost? Meng Lang said confidently. Arctic Fox warm clothes, the price is at least 200. Then we'll sell them for 80 yuan each. Anyone interested? We could have a clearance sale. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Lu Lei was finally moved. If it's warm clothing that costs 80 yuan a set, it will definitely sell out even in summer. Especially those old men and women who like to take advantage of others. They buy clothes no matter what season it is. As long as they are cheap, they can even buy clothes for several years to come. And even if they sell it for 80%, they will definitely make a profit. Now is the off-season for thermal clothing sales. Many warehouses have leftover thermal clothing from last year. If you go to purchase them now, they will definitely be very cheap. As long as you put the Arctic Fox tag on it, you won't have to worry about not being able to sell it. Okay, I'll open this store. Lu Lei said with determination. Should we wait for my aunt to come and discuss it? Meng Lang asked. It's okay, your aunt is definitely 100% supportive. As soon as Lu Lei finished speaking, a middle-aged woman who looked to be about 40 years old came over with a boy of about 16 or 17 years old. I support everything 100%. The people who came were Meng Lang's Aunt Li Xiuhong and cousin Lu Zihong. Meng Lang quickly stood up and greeted him. Li Xiuhong was also very happy to see that it was Meng Lang who came. Lu Lei told his wife what Meng Lang had just said about opening a specialty store. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuhong's face lit up with joy. She quickly grabbed Meng Lang's hand and said, Xiao Lang, thank you so much for thinking of your uncle and aunt first when you had such a good thing. You must not wait to leave tonight. Your aunt will go to the vegetable market to buy some vegetables and make you your favorite braised pork belly. Chapter 21. Our sewer has never been blocked. No need to bother, I have other things to do this afternoon. Meng Lang said with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, his cell phone rang. Meng Lang picked up the phone and saw that it was Yuan Hua calling. Looking at the time, it's already 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's World Cup match starts at 2:30 p.m. Beijing time. Calculating the time, today's match should have just ended. Yuan Hua must have called me impatiently after seeing the score of the game. When Meng Lang answered the phone, he heard Yuan Hua's excited voice coming from the phone. Brother Xiao Meng, you are truly amazing. It really is 1 o'clock. After that, there was another sound of slapping thighs. What a pity, I hesitated this morning and ended up only buying 5,000 yuan for 1 o'clock, and the remaining 10,000 yuan was all bought on Spain to win. All in all, I only made less than 30,000 yuan. If I had used all the money to bet on Spain to win 1 o'clock, I could have made at least 40,000 more. I really regret it. Listening to Yuan Hua's voice, Meng Lang could imagine how regretful he was. But he deserved it. I told him the secret to wealth, but he didn't even know how to seize the opportunity. Before Meng Lang could say anything, Yuan Hua continued, Brother Meng, what should we bet next time? I'll definitely listen to you this time and bet everything I have. Well, this game just ended and Yuan Hua was already thinking about the next competition. Now all 4 World Cup quarter-final matches have been played, and the next one is the semi-final, which will be played in 3 days. Don't worry, the next game is 3 days away. I have something I need your help with. Yuan Hua immediately understood what Meng Lang meant. If he didn't help, Meng Lang probably wouldn't tell him which side to bet on in the next game. Just tell me what you want, and I'll do it for you. It's like this. I know the owner of Arctic Fox. They plan to publicly destroy the unqualified products tomorrow. I'd like to ask your news program team to conduct an on-site interview, and it would be best if it could be broadcast on the news program as soon as possible. Can you help solve this problem? Meng Lang directly stated his request. So it's about the Arctic Fox Company. We can do it, but we've already scheduled the news for the next 2 days, so it'd be a bit troublesome to insert one. Can we do it a couple of days later? Yuan Hua was the deputy director of the news program, so it was not difficult for him to insert news into the program. However, he was an old hand and knew that he should not be too straightforward when promising to do something for others, so he deliberately emphasized in front of Meng Lang the difficulty of doing this matter. Meng Lang could naturally tell that Yuan Hua was asking for a benefit, so he said, as long as it's broadcast before the morning news the day after tomorrow, I will tell you the betting results for the next game. The next game is Netherlands versus Uruguay. There is a big gap in strength between the two teams. Meng Lang doesn't know the score of the game, so he can only bet on the win or loss. The odds are destined not to be too high, so it's okay to tell Yuan Hua. Yuan Hua had no idea of this. He thought Meng Lang could continue to bet on the score, so he couldn't help laughing and promised repeatedly, okay. I'll arrange for someone to go to Arctic Fox Company for an interview tomorrow morning. Meng Lang directly gave Gan Yuru's phone number to Yuan Hua, asked him to contact her directly, and then hung up. Then Meng Lang called Gan Yuru again and told her that the people from the news column had been contacted. He also gave her the address of his uncle's clothing store and asked her to send someone directly to deliver the authorization letter and the Arctic Fox clothing tag to her uncle. After hanging up the phone, Meng Lang was unable to refuse his aunt's enthusiasm and was invited to stay for a sumptuous dinner. Before dinner, Meng Lang and his uncle and aunt finalized the specific details of the store. The 3 of them also divided the work among themselves. Meng Lang was responsible for promoting the store in advance. My uncle Lu Lei was responsible for preparing the goods in advance. He went to the garment factory's warehouse to purchase thermal clothing of qualified quality, and arranged for someone to hang the Arctic Man tag on them in advance. My Aunt Lee Shohon was responsible for redecorating the store and changing the sign to Arctic Fox Store. After roughly estimating the workload, they all decided to open the store the next morning. This will coincide with the TV news and allow us to make a big comeback together with the Arctic Fox. Just as Meng Lang was busy planning the store, Gan Yuru had just received a call from Yuan Hua, deputy director of the TV station's news department. Yuan Hua was extremely polite on the phone and promised to send a team of professional reporters early tomorrow morning to follow the entire process of Arctic Fox's destruction of substandard products. Gan Yuru was surprised by his attitude. When did the people at the TV station become so easy to talk to? She didn't know how Meng Lang did it. If Arctic Fox was still the national brand it once was, perhaps it could easily invite TV reporters, but Arctic Fox has been on a downward trend in recent years and has completely lost its previous influence. Maybe this time we can really make the Arctic Fox regain its former glory. Gan Yuru's eyes appeared with Meng Lang's confident look, and she couldn't help but make up her mind to take a final gamble according to the plan formulated by Meng Lang. Anyway, the situation of the Arctic Fox couldn't be any worse. Thinking of this, she called the assistant outside the door and asked him to deliver the authorization letter to Meng Lang. At the same time, she also called the company's main leaders and held a short meeting in the general manager's office to arrange the specific matters of destroying unqualified products tomorrow. The other leaders of the company had no objection to Gan Yuru's decision. After all, they were just some unqualified products that could not be sold. They could be destroyed and storage costs could be saved. After the meeting, other management left the general manager's office, except for the department director in charge of production who stayed in the office. Sister-in-law, should we inform Mr. Zhou about this? After all, he is also a shareholder of our company. The director of the production department is Gan Yuru's late husband's younger brother, named Li Shunchang. He has been working diligently in the company over the years, and Gan Yuru trusts him very much. I'll call Mr. Zhou and tell him. Gan Yuru nodded and said, "Okay, sister-in-law, don't be too stressed. Let's work together and the company will get better." Gan Yuru simply nodded upon hearing this, then, as if suddenly remembering something, she looked at Li Shunchang and asked, "How's the investigation going on with that matter? Any clues?" "The purchasing department has confirmed that the purchasing manager accepted the money, but we have no evidence. We haven't found any problems in the production department yet. It's all my fault for not managing things properly, which is why we've caused such a big mess," Li Shunchang said with a guilty conscience. "I can't blame you. They are all veterans of the company. I didn't expect them to be so disloyal," Gan Yuru said with a sigh. "If only Big Brother were still here, they wouldn't dare to do such tricks behind my back." Li Shunchang realized his slip of the tongue after he finished speaking. It was as if he was blaming Gan Yuru for not managing the company well. He quickly said, "Sister-in-law, that's not what I meant. I meant that if my brother were still here, you wouldn't have to work so hard." Gan Yuru didn't pay any attention to what Li Shunchang said. She just shook her head wearily and said, "Since we can't find anything, let's put it aside for now. The most important thing now is to keep the Arctic Fox alive." After Li Shunchang left, Gan Yuru called another shareholder of the company and explained the matter of destroying the products. "Destroy the unqualified products? That's a good thing. Although I have a 20% stake, this kind of thing should be decided by yourselves." After hanging up the phone with Gan Yuru, Zhou Dong sighed deeply, feeling that this year seemed to have been a bad time for him and everything was going wrong. He divorced his ex-wife and lost a lot of his property. Now the Arctic Fox, in which he holds shares, is also in trouble, and he doesn't know whether it can survive. If Arctic Fox goes bankrupt, his assets will shrink by more than half this year. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but hit his thigh, feeling a little regretful. He shouldn't have divorced Sang Wanyun like this. He even wanted to remarry her at this time. But I don't know whether Sang Wanyun will agree. Just as he was secretly regretting his mistake, there was a knock on the door. When he opened the door, he saw his son Zhou Jiahao standing at the door with an aggrieved look on his face. "What's wrong? Why are you here instead of staying with your mom?" Zhou Jiahao said with a frustrated look on his face, "Dad. My mom kicked me out." "What's going on? Doesn't your mother love you the most? Why would she kick you out?" Zhou Dong asked with a puzzled look on his face, and then he seemed to think of something. "It was your mother's birthday the day before yesterday. Did you forget to buy her a gift?" "Birthday? I forgot." Zhou Jiahao looked surprised. What are you thinking about all day long? You even forgot your mother's birthday. Jo Dong knocked on Jo Jiahao's head. That shouldn't be the case. Even if you forgot her birthday, your mother wouldn't kick you out based on her personality. You must have done something else to provoke her. Hearing this, Jo Jiahao lowered his head guiltily. There is indeed another thing. The day before yesterday morning, my mother called a plumber to clean the sewer at home. When I got home, I found out that the plumber was actually my high school classmate. I asked my mother if she knew which housekeeping company he worked for. My mother said she didn't know either. I kept pestering her with questions, and she probably got annoyed by my questions. Jo Dong suddenly had a bad feeling when he heard this, and his brows furrowed. Plumber? To clear the sewer? That shouldn't be the case. Our sewer has never been blocked before. But when he thought about Jo Jiahao saying that the plumber was his high school classmate, Jo Dong felt a little relieved. He thought to himself, no matter how great Sang Wan-yoon was, it was impossible for her to find a child who had just reached adulthood. What's your relationship with this high school classmate? Why do you keep asking your mother? Jo Dong asked casually. Jo Jiahao said somewhat embarrassedly, he used to be my love rival. Chapter 22, The Affair is Exposed? Love rival? Does he like Li Shuya too? Jo Dong knew that Jo Jiahao had always liked Li Shuya, and he supported her very much. After all, the two families were old friends, and he had watched Li Shuya grow up. She was a perfect choice in terms of appearance and family background. He would be very satisfied if she could become his daughter-in-law. That's right, but that was in the past. A few days ago, he went crazy and confessed his love to Aunt Gon in front of Li Shuya. Jo Dong's eyes widened when he heard this. Your Aunt Gon is about the same age as your mother. How could he possibly confess his love to your Aunt Gon? I felt it was strange, too, but seeing how serious he was at the time, it seemed like he really liked Aunt Gon. Hearing this, Jo Dong could no longer sit still. It didn't seem right that a young man who liked mature women was unclogging pipes in his ex-wife's house. What's the name of this classmate of yours? Tell me everything that happened in the past few days. Jo Jiahao couldn't understand why his father got so angry, but he still told him everything he knew. Playing poker? Unclogging the sewer pipes? The security guard didn't even know when he entered the community? The more Jo Dong listened, the tighter he clenched his fists. After listening to Jo Jiahao's story, Jo Dong felt that his ex-wife might have been ruined by this little beast named Meng Lang. He only felt that he was wearing a green hat on his head. Do you have Meng Lang's contact information? Ask him now and ask him what he was doing at our house that day. Yes, but I only have his QQ number. Jo Jiahao didn't know what was wrong with his parents. It seemed like they had become different people after encountering the matter concerning Meng Lang. Jo Dong didn't care how Jo Jiahao contacted Meng Lang, he just wanted an answer now. Send him a message. Seeing his father so anxious, Jo Dong didn't dare to delay any longer. He quickly took out his mobile phone, found Meng Lang's QQ, edited a message and sent it. Meng Lang had just returned home when he received the message. Seeing the message that Jo Jiahao asked him what he was doing in his house the day before yesterday, he was stunned. Could it be that Sang Wan-yoon exposed her relationship with him? Thinking of this, Meng Lang did not reply to the message immediately, but found Sang Wan-yoon's phone number and called her. Sang Wan-yoon's voice, slightly surprised, soon came from the other end of the phone. What? Do you miss me so soon? Her voice was soft and gentle, like a succubus tempting people to commit crimes. Meng Lang almost lost control of himself and wanted to take a taxi to find Sang Wan-yoon right away. But when he thought of the message sent by Jo Jiahao, he still remained rational. Jo Jiahao just sent me a message, asking me what I was doing at your house the morning before yesterday? Sang Wan-yoon was also surprised when she heard this, and her voice returned to normal. I told him you were here to fix the sewer pipes, so don't let on. Having a relationship with my son's classmate is exciting, but it would be another matter if my son found out. Meng Lang was at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. Repairing the sewer pipe, this excuse is too uncreative, you could just say you were here to deliver a package. After colluding with Sang Wan-yoon, Meng Lang hung up the phone and sent a message back to Jo Jiahao. I unclogged the sewer at your house the other day. Please don't tell anyone about it. If others knew, I would be so embarrassed. Jo Jiahao looked at the QQ message and immediately became delighted. This guy is so vain. He's a plumber, but he's afraid others will know. I want everyone to know that he unblocked the sewer in my house. Upon hearing this, Zhou Dong knocked Zhou Jiahao hard on the head. Then he snatched Zhou Jiahao's phone and carefully read the message from Meng Lang. Although Meng Lang's excuse was reasonable and was certainly enough to deal with an idiot like Zhou Jiahao, it was completely incapable of convincing Zhou Dong, a veteran who had been in the business world for many years. Looking at his silly son, Zhou Dong just felt upset. Especially when Zhou Dong heard Zhou Jiahao say that he would let everyone know that Meng Lang was repairing the sewer pipes at home, he almost died of anger. But he couldn't tell Zhou Jiahao his suspicions directly, so he had to say it tactfully, "Since your classmate doesn't want others to know about this, then don't talk about it outside. And also consider other people's face a little. This will also benefit you, do you understand?" Hearing his father say this, Zhou Jiahao nodded in person, but he disagreed in his heart. The relationship between Meng Lang and him was like water and fire. How could he give up the opportunity to ridicule Meng Lang? After replying to Zhou Jiahao's message, Meng Lang ignored him. After returning to his room, he began to think about the promotional strategy of the store. The store will officially open the day after tomorrow morning. If you want to achieve impressive results, you must do solid publicity work. It would be great if it were the era of short videos now, so we could directly find internet celebrities to promote our products. The main publicity channel now still relies on traditional media, and there is not much Meng Lang can do now. However, with his experience in his previous life, he had seen many marketing tricks, so doing targeted marketing work was not a difficult task for him. Of course, this marketing campaign was definitely not something that Meng Lang could handle alone, so he immediately turned his attention to his high school classmates. These people have just graduated from high school. Except for a few who went out to travel, most of them are idle at home. Moreover, they usually have no living expenses at home during the summer vacation, so they are definitely willing to work part-time to earn some money. High school graduates who have just graduated are highly qualified, obedient, and short of money. They are simply the chosen workers. Thinking of this, Meng Lang directly sent a message in the class group and it ed the whole class. Anyone want a part-time job distributing flyers for 80 yuan a day? At all members. Meng Lang had a good relationship with his classmates when he was in school, so he received a reply soon after sending the message. The first person to reply was his good friend Lu Fei. "Take me with you, I'm almost bored to death at home." Then one classmate after another replied, saying that they were all willing to earn some pocket money during the holidays. Meng Lang quickly created a small group and invited all the students who were willing to work part-time to join the group. But soon, someone in the class group made a different voice. "Zhou Jiahao, Meng Lang. Aren't you working on the sewers? Why are you launching another flyer campaign? Is your business so extensive?" The message was followed by several sarcastic emoticons. Lu Fei immediately replied to help Meng Lang refute the claim. "What Meng Lang does is none of your business." Meng Lang was not angry at all in the face of the ridicule, he just sent a smiling emoticon in the group. I don't know what expression Zhou Jiahao will have when he figures out how he repaired the sewer in his house. It must be very exciting. After the group calmed down, a total of 15 people were willing to participate. Meng Lang made an appointment with them to meet at Jiangdong Clothing Market at 8:30 tomorrow morning, and he didn't bother with it anymore. With such preparation, there shouldn't be too many problems with offline channel stores. Meng Lang began to turn his attention to online channels. Although the number of online shoppers was not too large in 2010, starting from this year, smartphones will quickly become popular across the country, and the number of online shoppers will also increase rapidly. In the future, whether Meng Lang sells thermal clothing or sex toys, online channels will be very important. So, he plans to start planning now. Chapter 23, Falling in Love with Someone Else? Meng Lang planned to set up an online store immediately and start cultivating customers from this sales campaign. It would be best if he could become a leading store in the category before Taobao developed, so that he could make more money with less effort in the future. To set up a Taobao store, you naturally need a business license. Fortunately, Meng Lang's father works in the industrial and commercial department. Registering for a business license may be a bit troublesome for others, but for him, as long as he prepares the information, it can be done quickly. Early the next morning, Meng Lang told Meng Haiwa about his plan to apply for a business license. When Meng Haiwa heard that Meng Lang was going to join his uncle's family in the clothing business, he expressed his support, just like in his previous life. Of course, he also hoped that Meng Lang could get into a good school and find a stable and decent job, but Meng Lang's academic performance was really terrible. As a father, he could only support his son's entrepreneurship. After asking Meng Lang to prepare the materials for applying for a business license, Meng Haiwo returned to the room, took out a bank card and placed it in front of Meng Lang. There's over 50,000 yuan in here, part of my savings. The password is your birthday. Use it first, and tell me if you're short of money. Meng Lang is actually not short of money now. The lottery ticket in his pocket can be cashed out at the sports lottery center for nearly 700,000 yuan. But Meng Lang still counts on this money to continue investing in the next World Cup matches. So he didn't hesitate to take the 50,000 yuan given by Meng Haiwo and put the card directly into his pocket. After going out, Meng Lang first found a store and printed 2 large stacks of flyers. Then, holding the flyers, he arrived at Jiangdong Clothing Market before 8:30. At this time, several classmates who agreed to work part-time yesterday have arrived. When Lu Fei saw Meng Lang arriving, he quickly ran over and took a stack of flyers from his hand. Seeing the information on the flyer, Lu Fei seemed a little surprised. Holy crap, are Arctic Fox thermal jackets so cheap? 79 yuan a set, and they even give me a pair of socks. They can't be fake. How could it be fake? This is my uncle's store, authorized by the Arctic Fox brand. It will open tomorrow, so I asked everyone to help promote it. Meng Lang explained. Then can I not ask for a salary? Just give me a set of warm clothes. I will go home and ask my mother to pay for it and say that I bought it for 200 yuan. Lu Fei said with a wise expression. Meng Lang was amused by Lu Fei's clever suggestion. If you don't want a salary, I can give you 2 sets. After a while of laughter and joking, all the part-time workers finally arrived. How do we distribute flyers? Should we all disperse to crowded places to distribute flyers? Asked a classmate who had done a similar part-time job. Hearing this, Meng Lang shook his head and said, we won't distribute them on the streets. Take the flyers and go back to your respective neighborhoods to distribute them. And don't give them to young people, but specifically to the retired elderly who are living at home. When everyone heard this, they were immediately confused. They had no idea what Meng Lang was doing. In fact, the reason is very simple. Young people generally seldom go off-season shopping just because it is cheaper. Only those elderly people who are rich and have free time would get up early and run to the supermarket late just for a few eggs. Not only that, you must be skillful when handing out flyers. Look at how I do it. As he spoke, Meng Lang held up a flyer and made a mysterious expression towards Lu Fei in front of him, saying, Aunt Lu, I found something great. There's a store in Jiangdong Market that's selling Arctic Fox thermal underwear for only 79 yuan, originally priced at 200 yuan, and they even give you a pair of socks. Lu Fei also knew that Meng Lang was treating him as a customer and was demonstrating, so he quickly said, it's so cheap, it can't be fake. Meng Lang gave Lu Fei an approving look and said, it must be genuine. They have the Arctic Fox brand license and are selling it so cheaply because it's an off-season promotion. If you don't know, you can go and see for yourself. After saying that, Meng Lang handed the flyer to Lu Fei. The others were amused by the coordinated performance of the two, but they also understood what Meng Lang wanted to express through their performance. Meng Lang, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the clothes your uncle sells? If we go back to our neighborhood to hand out flyers, they'll all be our neighbors. If the clothes aren't of good quality, we'll be too embarrassed to see them in public. Hearing this, Meng Lang knew his classmates were worried. He patted his chest and assured them, don't worry, I guarantee that the clothes are all genuine Arctic Fox products of high quality. If your neighbors find any quality issues with the clothes they buy, feel free to come to me and I guarantee triple compensation. When discussing yesterday, Meng Lang emphasized to his uncle Lu Lei that the quality of the goods must be guaranteed when purchasing, and they cannot ruin their reputation just after opening the store. Lu Lei also replied to Meng Lang this morning. He found a clothing factory with very good quality. During the peak season, it even did OEM for big brands. There was definitely no problem with the quality. That's why Meng Lang dared to make this guarantee to his classmates. After hearing what Meng Lang said, all the students felt relieved. Meng Lang demonstrated to Lu Fei again the problems that might be encountered when distributing flyers. Just as he was about to let the students take the flyers home and distribute them, he heard a sweet voice sounding from the side. Meng Lang, you bastard, I finally found you. Meng Lang looked in the direction of the voice and saw Li Shuya, wearing a snow-white dress, who had appeared in front of everyone at some point. She stood there, her white dress making her snow-like skin look even whiter. Her face was flushed because she walked too fast. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and her beautiful eyes were fixed on Meng Lang. She was holding a parasol in her hand, and the morning sunlight slanted down, illuminating only her slender white calves and her tender white feet in high-heeled sandals. If the LSP from the previous life was present, he would definitely shout jade feet. Li Shuya's appearance and figure are indeed amazing, and the boys who came to work part-time nearby couldn't take their eyes off her. However, Li Shuya like this was not Meng Lang's type. He preferred the plumpness and intellectual charm that were unique to mature women, such as Gan Yuru and Sang Wanyun. Meng Lang frowned at the angry Li Shuya and asked, "What do you want from me?" Li Shuya saw the part-time job notice that Meng Lang sent in the class group last night. She asked the classmates who participated in the part-time job about the time and place of gathering this morning. She rushed over just to find out from Meng Lang why he deleted her QQ and didn't contact her. Perhaps Li Shuya naively thought that Meng Lang was deliberately trying to anger her, so he blocked her QQ and refused to contact her. But after seeing a hint of disgust on Meng Lang's face amidst his indifference, she finally realized that Meng Lang might really no longer like her. She thought to herself, Meng Lang has been pursuing me for 3 years, why does he suddenly not like me anymore? At this moment, she suddenly thought of a sentence on the internet: the best way to get out of a relationship is to start a new relationship. Could it be that Meng Lang has fallen in love with someone else? This made Li Shuya feel inexplicably panicked, as if something had been taken away from her, which made her feel very unwilling. Why did Meng Lang fall in love with someone else? Who could be the person that made Meng Lang fall in love with someone else? Chapter 24 Don't Care About Adults' Business. At this moment, Li Shuya suddenly saw the flyer in Meng Lang's hand. The 3 words Arctic Fox are particularly eye-catching on the flyer. Isn't Arctic Fox her family's company? Why was Meng Lang holding an Arctic Fox flyer? Was this job offered to him by her family? She walked up to Meng Lang and asked, "Who gave you your flyer?" Meng Lang was very unhappy with her tone and replied directly, "None of your business. Don't act like a spoiled brat here. No one will tolerate you." Li Shuya was immediately moved to tears by Meng Lang's words. No one had ever dared to speak to her so rudely. "Meng Lang! You bastard! If you dare to say that to me, I will make you pay the price." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang just sneered and didn't take it seriously. Gan Yuru was now following the plan he gave to save the company. Why should Li Shuya make him pay the price? Seeing that Meng Lang didn't take her threats seriously at all, Li Shuya became even more angry. She pointed at the students who came to work part-time and said, "Put down all the flyers in your hands. Arctic Fox doesn't need you handing out flyers anymore." Meng Lang was almost pissed off by Li Shuya. She really thought of herself as a young lady and was even giving orders here. Who do you think you are? You said you can't send it, so you can't send it? Arctic Fox is my family's company, so of course you have to listen to me. When the classmates heard what Li Shuya said, they immediately fell into hesitation. They didn't know what was going on, but since Li Shuya was the eldest daughter of Arctic Fox, they might not be able to continue this part-time job. Meng Lang turned around and said to his part-time classmates, "Don't worry about her. Although I have obtained the brand authorization from Arctic Fox Company, the store is independently operated and is not under their control. Students who are willing to work part-time are either close to Meng Lang, or have average family conditions and need to earn some pocket money." After hearing what Meng Lang said, naturally no one backed down. Seeing that a group of people ignored her and were about to leave with piles of flyers, Li Shuya was so angry that she stomped her feet. She quickly took out her cell phone and found the number of his uncle Gan Yuyan. After Gan Yuru took over Arctic Fox, she needed help, so she invited her brother to join the company. He is now mainly responsible for the sales department. Li Shuya also knew that Gan Yuru would definitely not indulge her on this matter, so she called her uncle directly. Her uncle dotes on her the most and will definitely stand up for her. As soon as the call was connected, Li Shuya heard a burst of noise. Just by listening to the sound, she could feel that Gan Yuyan was a bustling scene. "Shuya, is there anything you need from your uncle?" Gan Yuyan spoke loudly, as if he was afraid of being disturbed by noise. Li Shuya could not hear his voice. "Uncle, did the company ask my classmates to help distribute flyers? Can you stop them?" Li Shuya said angrily into the phone. However, the environment on the other end of the phone was too noisy, and Gan Yuyan only understood what she meant after she said it several times. "Handing out flyers? What flyers? No." Gan Yuyan looked confused. Since the company fell into crisis, it had already stopped some unnecessary expenses. How could it possibly let people distribute flyers? I heard that they got the brand authorization of our company. Is that true? Can it be cancelled? Li Shuya continued to ask. I don't know about this either. You have to ask your mother. Gan Yuyan replied. Seeing that Gan Yuyan had no idea what was going on, Li Shuya knew that the method of punishing Meng Lang through her uncle might not work, so she had to hang up the phone in disappointment. On the other end of the phone, Gan Yuyan looked at the busy tone and was confused. Yuyan. Whose call are you answering? Go and see if Li Shunchang is ready. The people from the TV station will be here soon. Gan Yuru's voice sounded behind him. Sister, it's Shuya calling. She asked if it is possible to cancel some brand authorization. Gan Yuyan turned around and said to Gan Yuru. Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru roughly guessed what was going on. I'll handle this matter. Go help Li Shunchang prepare to destroy the unqualified products. After sending Gan Yuyan away, Gan Yuru thought about it and still felt uneasy. She knew her daughter's willful personality and was afraid that she would affect Meng Lang's plan, so she quickly took out her cell phone and called Li Shuya. When Li Shuya saw that her mother was calling, she actually didn't want to answer the call. But thinking that her mother might cut off all her expenses if she got angry, she had no choice but to pick up the phone. Shuya. Did you go to find Meng Lang? Don't cause trouble for him, go home quickly. Gan Yuru sounded a little anxious because she had something important to do today. Upon hearing this, Li Shuya's tears, which had been welling up in her eyes because of Meng Lang's anger, finally burst out. She felt extremely wronged. The first thing her mother said to her on the phone was to scold her so eagerly. And it's all because of Meng Lang. It seemed that ever since the last time my mother met Meng Lang, she had been displeased with me. It seems like whatever I do is wrong in my mother's eyes. They are all like this. Meng Lang, who had originally obeyed her in everything, became very rude. Her mother, who loved her so much, was now so aggressive. What's going on with these two people? Suddenly, Li Shuya remembered the scene of Meng Lang's affectionate confession to her mother the day before yesterday, and suddenly she couldn't help but shudder. One is a pursuer who has fallen in love with someone else. One is his mother, whose attitude towards him changed drastically after Meng Lang confessed his love to him that day. The two of them. Li Shuya's thoughts were instantly cleared up. Yes, the transformation of the two people happened almost at the same time. Meng Lang must really be in love with my mother, which is why he avoids me. And the brand authorization he mentioned must have been given to him by his mother. Doesn't that mean they have already met privately behind my back? Thinking of this, Li Shuya yelled hysterically at the phone, Mom. What is your relationship with Meng Lang? Gan Yuru on the other end of the phone was stunned by Li Shuya's question. What was his relationship with Meng Lang? Pursuer and pursued? Partners? Neither seems so appropriate. But no matter what she thought, in her heart, she no longer regarded Meng Lang as a classmate of her daughter. Don't worry about adults' affairs. The company has been very busy recently, and I don't have time to take care of you. You should stay at home and don't run around. Before Gan Yuru could finish her words, she was interrupted by Li Shuya in an excited tone. What do you mean I don't have to worry about adults' affairs? When did Meng Lang become an adult? Mom! Did you secretly date Meng Lang without telling me? Gan Yuru then realized that she had just spoken out of turn, but she had no time to explain so much to Li Shuya, because the people from the TV station had already arrived and she had to rush to greet them immediately. I'll explain it to you when I get home tonight. I have something urgent to do right now, so I'm hanging up now. Hearing the busy tone coming from the receiver, Li Shuya clenched her teeth tightly. Sure enough, my mother didn't know how to explain to me. There must be something wrong between them. Thinking of this, Li Shuya looked around for Meng Lang, wanting to ask him for an explanation. However, Meng Lang had already walked away and disappeared from her sight. Chapter 25, Destruction Before Construction. At this time, Meng Lang was standing in front of his uncle's shop. The shop door was closed, and my aunt Li Xiulan was directing the workers to dismantle the shop's old door and prepare to replace it with a new one. Aunt, my uncle hasn't come back yet from purchasing goods? Meng Lang asked. No, but I've found the goods and the price has been negotiated. I guess they're changing the tags now. As she spoke, Li Xiuhong raised 5 fingers towards Meng Lang. The purchase price is 50%? There won't be any quality issues, right? Meng Lang asked in a low voice. Don't worry, your uncle has been in the underwear business for so many years, he should be able to tell the difference between good and bad quality. These are all top-notch warm clothes, and they're only available at such a discounted price because they're off-season. After hearing what his aunt said, Meng Lang didn't ask any more questions. He had been taught how to do business in his previous life by his uncle, and he still had confidence in his uncle's vision. Looking at the bustling work of the storefront renovation, Meng Lang felt that something was missing. Suddenly, he seemed to have an idea, and he found his aunt and said, "Can we put up a big TV in front of the store and broadcast news about Arctic foxes tomorrow?" What's so interesting about the news about Arctic fox? Haven't they been ordered to stop production now? Aunt, listen to me. Arctic fox is destroying substandard products today. We've invited a TV station to come over. It'll be on the news tomorrow morning. We can use the hype to promote our store. After hearing Meng Lang's explanation, Li Xiuhong was surprised. That's great. We just got an LCD TV and a cable box installed, so we can catch up on the shows. We can just play the news on TV over and over again. After Meng Lang put forward his suggestions, he didn't have to worry about the rest of the matters. Li Xiuhong would naturally take care of it. At this moment, the cell phone in Meng Lang's pocket suddenly rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Yuan Hua calling. Meng Lang guessed that Yuan Hua must have sent someone to the Arctic Fox Company to call him to tell him. After the call was connected, as expected, Yuan Hua came to take credit. What surprised Meng Lang was that Yuan Hua actually took the reporter team to Arctic Fox in person. Meng Lang repeatedly assured him that as soon as the news was broadcast, he would tell him what lottery tickets to buy for the next World Cup. Only then did Yuan Hua hang up the phone with peace of mind. The entrance of Arctic Fox Company. Gan Yuru looked in surprise at the deputy director of the TV station's news department who was talking to Meng Lang. Hearing his humble and somewhat flattering tone, Gan Yuru felt even more incredible. After Yuan Hua finished the call, Gan Yuru asked indirectly, "Director Yuan, what is your relationship with Meng Lang? You two seem very close." "Brother Xiao Meng. He is my god of wealth." Yuan Hua did not elaborate, but just showed an inexplicable smile. God of wealth? Did Meng Lang give Director Yuan some money? It doesn't look like that. There was a flicker of doubt in Gan Yuru's eyes, but she didn't delve into it. No matter what, the person was invited by Meng Lang, and she would repay Meng Lang well later. "Please come in. We've prepared the destruction work and are waiting for you." As she spoke, Gan Yuru led Yuan Hua and his group of reporters and photographers towards the company's warehouse. Led by Gan Yuru, a team of reporters followed to the door of the factory warehouse. At this time, several large crushers were placed in the open space at the entrance of the warehouse. Workers are using forklifts to pile boxes of unqualified products next to the crusher. The scene of nearly 10 million worth of substandard clothes piled together looks particularly spectacular. When the warehouse was emptied, the workers who had stopped production and the company's management also gathered at the warehouse door. Gan Yuru walked up to the makeshift platform, looked around at the company's employees, and then said loudly, "Today is a shameful day for our Arctic Fox clothing company." Gan Yuru didn't use a microphone or a loudspeaker, but the sound she made could be heard by everyone present. After she finished speaking, her chest was breathing slightly, and the veins on her fair neck were slightly bulging. Everyone could see the beauty and fragility of this woman, but at this moment, she was carrying the entire Arctic Fox Company on her shoulders. Because she didn't warm up her voice specifically, Gan Yuru's voice sounded a little hoarse, but this kind of voice was more touching. "The serious mistake we made destroyed the image that Arctic Fox has built in the minds of users over more than 10 years. Today, we have to pay for the mistakes we made. We will destroy all of our substandard products in front of the television media." After saying that, Gan Yuru walked down from the platform, pressed the switch of the shredder herself, and took the lead in moving a box of unqualified clothes and throwing it into the shredder. The exquisite unopened clothes, which might be sold for hundreds of dollars a set in a counter outside, were shredded into pieces by the shredder, turning into strips of cloth that fell out from the bottom of the shredder. Led by Gan Yuru, managers from various companies stepped forward, picked up boxes and threw them into the crusher. Then came the company's frontline employees, and more people joined the team to destroy unqualified products. Watching the pieces of clothing that were carefully sewn by the workers and then shredded into strips, there seemed to be a fire burning in the eyes of all Arctic Fox employees. This fire burns the resentment and anger in their hearts. All of this was fully recorded by the TV station's cameras. Clothes worth millions cannot be destroyed all at once. At this time, the reporters under Yuan Hua walked up to Gan Yuru and began to interview her. The questions asked by the reporters were all discussed with Gan Yuru in advance. Since Meng Lang had greeted Yuan Hua in advance, he naturally would not ask embarrassing questions. Gan Yuru stood in front of the camera and solemnly apologized to the consumers who bought unqualified products. Then it was announced publicly that any customer who purchased unqualified Arctic Fox products could apply for a refund from Arctic Fox Company after half a month, and Arctic Fox Company would compensate them with 10 times the price. When these words were spoken, both the reporters present and the employees and management of Arctic Fox Company were shocked. Even Yuan Hua walked up to Gan Yuru after the interview and asked her if the part announcing compensation needed to be cut out. He was afraid that Gan Yuru was acting on impulse. If the Arctic Fox Company failed to fulfill its promise after the news was broadcast, their TV station would also be implicated. Gan Yuru just shook her head and said seriously, "This is my final decision." Perhaps Gan Yuru had hesitated about the 10 times compensation amount proposed by Meng Lang. But just now on the stage, I watched boxes of substandard products being shredded into pieces and saw the fire in the eyes of the company's employees. She knew that the Arctic Fox had reached a point where it had to break down before it could be rebuilt. If Arctic Fox ultimately fails to survive this crisis, she will accept it. At worst, she will sell all the factory equipment and compensate the consumers. Gan Yuru's eyes looked into the distance, as if she could see Meng Lang on the other side of the city through the towering houses. She murmured in her heart, "I have done everything I can, now it's up to you, I hope you won't let me down." Chapter 26 Factory Inspection. After the TV station staff sorted out the materials and left the Arctic Fox Company, Li Shunchan walked up to Gan Yuru and asked solemnly, "Sister-in-law, do we really have to pay so much? Where can we get so much money?" Some other management levels also showed hesitation and obviously did not agree with Gan Yuru's decision. "I know what I'm doing, you don't have to worry." Gan Yuru simply replied and walked towards her office. The management team was left looking at each other in bewilderment. Gan Yuru had already boarded Meng Lang's pirate ship at this time, and could only follow his plan all the way to the end. Behind her, Li Shunchang looked at her back with deep dissatisfaction in his eyes. At this time, Meng Lang was checking the distribution of flyers by his part-time classmates in the QQ group. Lu Fei complained in the QQ group, "The neighbors I know are all very easy to talk to. They are very interested in the warm clothes that cost 79 yuan and come with socks. But those unfamiliar neighbors looked at me like I was a thief, afraid I was a scammer, and I didn't even have a chance to talk to them." Others reported similar situations. As long as they can strike up a conversation, a set of branded thermal clothing for 79 yuan is attractive enough to these old men and women. But if they don't trust you and ignore you at all, there's really nothing you can do. Meng Lang looked at the messages in the group and couldn't help scratching his head, and finally came up with a solution. "Tell them that as long as they come to the store tomorrow, they can get free eggs. The earlier they come, the more they can get." This is the basic routine used by supermarkets in later generations to attract the elderly. Although many people come just for the eggs and leave after getting them, there will always be a group of people who will be attracted by the goods and generate sales. Not long after Meng Lang sent this message, Lu Fei received feedback. "Awesome. As soon as I mentioned giving out eggs, those old men and women who just ignored me snatched all the flyers from my hands." Others said the situation was similar, and that free eggs were too attractive to these old men and women. In Meng Lang's previous life, his main channel for doing business was e-commerce, and he had never opened a physical store, so there were only so many solutions he could think of. However, judging by the current situation, the store should be quite popular when it opens tomorrow. After having lunch at a roadside stall, Meng Lang hailed a taxi and planned to visit the Arctic Fox Company. In his future plans, the Arctic Fox clothing factory is an important part. So of course he checked in advance whether the factory had the ability to produce sexy lingerie. He could only purchase the factory with peace of mind after receiving the lottery prize. Half an hour later, Meng Lang arrived at the door of Arctic Fox Company. After calling Gan Yuru, he soon saw a beautiful figure walking to the company gate to greet him. Perhaps because she was going to face a TV interview, Gan Yuru wore a more formal business suit today. The upper body was a black short-sleeved striped suit, and the lining seemed to be a tank top. The clothes were quite tight, and it created a full gully on her chest. She was wearing a black hip skirt that perfectly outlined the curve of her hips. Her pair of round, straight long legs beneath the skirt were dazzlingly white in the afternoon sun. "Why are you here?" Gan Yuru walked up to Meng Lang, who was staring at her blankly, and asked. "I also want to do business in the clothing industry in the future, so I want to visit the Arctic Fox clothing factory. Is it convenient?" Meng Lang replied. Of course you can, but the factory has been ordered to stop production and no production tasks have been arranged. I'm afraid you won't be able to see anything. Don Yuru turned around and led the way, and Meng Lang hurriedly took 2 quick steps to catch up. It doesn't matter. I'm just a layman. It's okay if I just get familiar with the factory environment. As they talked, the two walked side by side towards the factory building inside the company. By the way, did everything go well this morning? Don Yuru nodded and said, "It went very smoothly, thanks to you. Otherwise, the people at the TV station wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Don't be so polite. You know, I don't do this without expecting anything in return." Meng Lang said, his eyes fixed on Gan Yuru's delicate and charming face. Gan Yuru naturally knew that the reward Meng Lang was talking about was herself. Because of Meng Lang's behavior in the past few days, the identity label of her daughter's classmate has long been faded in Gan Yuru's mind. So after hearing his such blunt words, Gan Yuru did not resist as before, but looked thoughtful, as if she was really considering the possibility of this relationship. Before they knew it, the two of them had walked into the factory. Since there was no production arrangement, there was no one else in the factory except 2 workers on duty. The factory is very clean and the equipment is very complete. Cutting machines, sewing machines, finishing equipment, ironing equipment, and applique machines are neatly arranged in the factory. Gan Yuru explained to Meng Lang the functions and uses of various machines one by one. Meng Lang noticed that there were a lot of boxes piled up in the corner of the factory, which seemed a bit out of place with the neat factory environment. So he turned to look at Gan Yuru and asked, "What's in these boxes? Didn't you say before that you would keep all the silky and avant-garde women's underwear among those unqualified products?" "These are them," Gan Yuru explained. When Meng Lang heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Can I open it and take a look?" "Sure. These were originally going to be scrapped, but if you hadn't asked me to keep them, I would have disposed of them this morning." Meng Lang directly opened a box and saw that it was full of packaged long black stockings. "Take out one and tear open the package." Judging from the appearance alone, Meng Lang did not find any quality problems with the stockings, but when he tore them with a little force, the black stockings were torn apart. Meng Lang looked at the black stockings in his hand, and his eyes couldn't help but glance at Gan Yuru's round and plump thighs beside him. He couldn't help but imagine, if this pair of black stockings were worn on Gan Yuru's legs, and he gently tore them, Gan Yuru's snow-white thighs would be revealed under the stockings. Hiss. Thinking of this, Meng Lang couldn't help but take a breath to cool down the exciting scene in his mind. "I can't think about it anymore. If I do, I'm afraid I'll bleed from my nose, and that would be so embarrassing." However, this also shows that if these substandard stockings are placed on the right sales track, there will definitely be no problem selling them. Meng Lang dug out a few more pairs of women's lace panties, and similarly, the fabric would tear apart with a slight pull. If this is worn on the body and torn open forcefully, the visual impact will definitely be maximized. "Keep all of this for me. I'll need it." Gan Yuru watched Meng Lang fiddling with these substandard products. Although she didn't know what use he had for them, she nodded and said, "You can always find a car to take them away." "How much do these cost?" Meng Lang asked. Although these things are Arctic Fox's scrapped products, Meng Lang wants to sell them for money, so it would be unreasonable not to pay. "Scrapped products, how can I ask you for money? Besides, you've already helped me so much, just take these things away." Meng Lang thought about it and didn't say anything more. At worst, when he acquired the factory, he would just not bargain too hard. Chapter 27 Sexy Lingerie Design. Gan Yuru continued to take Meng Lang to visit the garment factory. "By the way, I have a few clothing styles that I would like to have customized by a factory. Can you help me?" Meng Lang asked. "What costume? Do you have a design?" Gan Yuru asked. "No, but I have the general styles in my mind." "You should have a fashion designer here who can draw designs, right?" "Yes, but the factory has been ordered to stop production these days, and the designers have nothing to do, so I gave them all a holiday." At this point, Gan Yuru suddenly thought of something and continued, "There's an intern designer who just graduated from college and lives in the factory dormitory. I can call her over. Although she's just an intern, you have a confirmed plan, so the drawing should be ready quickly." After saying that, she took out her cell phone and made a call. While waiting for Gan Yuru to bring Meng Lang to the designer's studio next to the factory, they saw a girl who looked to be in her early 20s already standing there waiting. The girl was wearing a camouflage crop top and gray sweatpants. Her good figure is clearly visible. Her C-plus figure makes the camouflage t-shirt form a graceful curve. There is no trace of fat on her belly exposed to the air. From the vaguely visible muscle outline, it can be seen that she has a habit of exercising. The sweatpants on her lower body perfectly outlined her round, firm and plump buttocks. Wearing sportswear and with a clean short hair, she looks like a sports girl. But her face is a baby face, which makes her look a little young, and there is a strange contrast. When Meng Lang approached, he found that there seemed to be something wrong with the way this girl looked at Gon Yuru. There is a kind of adolescent boy who sees the unique tenderness and temptation of the girl he likes. When she saw Meng Lang walking very close to Gon Yuru, a look of disgust flashed in her eyes. Seeing the girl's expression and reaction, Meng Lang immediately felt something was wrong. There was something seriously wrong with this girl. She can't be AT, right? Isn't that my love rival? Gon Yuru took Meng Lang to the door of the designer's studio and introduced him to him. This is Yang Shangnan, our company's intern designer. Xiaolang, if you have any ideas, you can tell her. Although Shangnan is still an intern, she is a top student who just graduated from East China University. She will definitely be able to meet your requirements. Then she looked at Yang Shangnan and said, "This is Mr. Meng Lang, an important partner of the company. Shangnan, could you please provide some design drawings?" Yang Shangnan's eyes were fixed on Gon Yuru's face, as if they were about to pull at her. "I will definitely try my best." Just after introducing the two to each other, Gon Yuru's cell phone in her pocket suddenly rang. She gave Meng Lang an apologetic smile and then answered the phone. After just a few words on the phone, Gon Yuru's brows began to frown. "Sorry, there's an urgent matter at the company that I need to attend to. Excuse me." After saying that, Gon Yuru walked towards the office building anxiously. Meng Lang's eyes followed her graceful figure until she disappeared around a corner. Turning around, he saw the fashion designer named Yang Shangnan looking at him with contempt. The two people's eyes met in the air, and sparks seemed to fly. From each other's behavior, both of them could see that the other had bad intentions towards Gon Yuru. In the end, Yang Shangnan took the initiative to retract her gaze, turned around, opened the door of the design studio, and walked in first. Meng Lang admired Yang Shangnan's curvy figure from behind, especially her round and firm buttocks, and couldn't help but sigh, "What a pity, such a beautiful girl is actually a T." Yang Shangnan seemed to feel Meng Lang's gaze, turned around and gave him a blank look, with the contempt on her face becoming even stronger. Entering the design room, Yang Shangnan sat at her workstation, casually crossing her legs. "Tell me, what kind of design do you want?" Meng Lang didn't care about Yang Shangnan's attitude. If he could still have a good attitude towards his love rival, then something really weird would happen. There is a clothes rack in the design room, on which hang many clothes that serve as design templates. Meng Lang walked over to the clothes rack, picked out a slip dress, and said, "I'll tell you my idea, and you can draw up the drawings according to my requirements. Is that okay?" Yang Shangnan nodded casually, but her face showed disapproval. She could tell from Meng Lang's words that he was not a professional fashion designer. How could such an outsider come up with any novel designs? Meng Lang picked up the suspender skirt and started to demonstrate. Although he was not a fashion designer, he had seen countless popular sexy lingerie when he was in the sex toy business in his previous life. All he had to do was describe the appearance according to his memory and ask Yang Shangnan to draw the picture. The skirt should be about 20 centimeters shorter, with a thigh-high slit, and a bit tighter at the waist. The neckline should be lower, and the back should be completely hollowed out. Watching Meng Lang gesturing there, Yang Shangnan felt more and more that something was wrong. "Wait. What are these clothes for? Can you wear them outside?" Her question was met with a look of confusion on Meng Lang's face. "Who told you need to wear this kind of clothes outside?" When Yang Shangnan heard this, she immediately thought of something and her baby face turned red instantly. You are shameless." It was still 2010, the live broadcast era had not yet begun, there was no live broadcast on the internet, and the social atmosphere was far less open than it would be more than 10 years later. Many people didn't even know what sexy lingerie was. Fortunately, Yang Shangnan studied fashion design, so she had some understanding of this aspect. But she never expected that the important partner brought by Gon Yuru asked her to design such a revealing erotic costume. Looking at Yang Shangnan's ashamed and angry expression, Meng Lang was a little confused. Looking at the way this girl is dressed, shouldn't she be quite open-minded? Why can't you stand the stepmother skirt? But he still has many more popular things that he hasn't taken out yet. For example, blood-dropping guillotines, holocheongsams, national trend belly bands, exotic hanfu pajamas, and various uniforms. What's going on? You just promised Sister Gon that you would cooperate with me to the best of your ability. Meng Lang asked. I said I would cooperate, but I can't draw this kind of design. Yang Shangnan said angrily. What's wrong with this design? Isn't this just a skirt? Isn't it just that the slit is a little higher and the neckline is a little lower, so that it can show the beauty of women? Don't you, who studied design, even understand this? Meng Lang said with a teasing smile on his face. Yang Shangnan naturally would not believe Meng Lang's sophistry, and just looked at him with contempt. Meng Lang finally had to pull out his trump card. I am Sister Gon's important partner. If you still don't cooperate, I will go and sue you. You don't want to lose this job where you can see Sister Gon often, right? Chapter 28. Don't you want to wear clothes designed by yourself? In the end, Yang Shangnan succumbed to Meng Lang's tyranny. Ever since Gon Yuru rescued her from that disgusting family and funded her college education, she realized that she had developed a deformed love for Gon Yuru. Although she knew that Gon Yuru's husband had passed away, she did not dare to express her true feelings to Gon Yuru and could only be a silent guardian. However, she didn't expect that the look in her eyes when she looked at Gon Yuru betrayed her and she was caught by Meng Lang. Now she had no choice but to help Meng Lang complete those designs that made her feel disgusted. The hole in the chest should be made bigger. It's better to fill it with some transparent fabric. I want that vague feeling, you know? Also here, the waist needs to be tightened a little more to bring out the curve of the hips. Of course, the lower the neckline, the better. It's best to show half of it, so it looks better. Yang Shangnan endured the psychological discomfort and spent 2 hours finally drawing all the design drawings that Meng Lang wanted. Meng Lang was seen holding a few design drawings, pouting and looking dissatisfied. The veins on Yang Shangnan's forehead were throbbing, and she wanted to punch Meng Lang's hateful face twice. She never thought that there would be such a shameless person in the world who would force her, a female college graduate who had just graduated, to draw the design of such sexy clothing. Although Yang Shangnan didn't consider herself a woman in her heart, she still felt ashamed when painting such things. Especially when Meng Lang was gesturing, he was also looking at her body. It was as if she was imagining what these clothes would look like on her, and she couldn't help but feel a chill. But now that the design drawings are finally finished, I can finally get rid of this shameless guy. But before she could get rid of them, Meng Lang stood up and said to her, let's go. Let's go to the production line and see if we can produce a few trial pieces. A few people immediately popped up above Yang Shangnan's head and asked, we? What does it have to do with me? Don't you know how to go by yourself if you want to go? Didn't you say you would try your best to cooperate with me? Why can't you just go to the production line? Meng Lang said with a puzzled look on his face. Hearing this, Yang Shangnan said unhappily, when I say do my best, I mean drawing the design. Do you think I should agree to your request just because you have some perverted request? Meng Lang showed a wicked smile on his face. If you are willing, I can also make a special request. Go away. Stop bothering me here. Seeing that Yang Shangnan seemed really angry, Meng Lang stopped teasing her and walked out of the design studio on his own. But before leaving, he turned around and said to Yang Shangnan, don't you want to see what the design you drew will look like when it's produced? When Yang Shangnan heard this, her eyes flickered, but she ignored Meng Lang. After Meng Lang left, she couldn't help but look in the direction he left. Although she graduated from a prestigious university, she was just an intern after all and could only do odd jobs. It was impossible for the company to design products according to the drawings she drew. Speaking of which, these drawings she drew for Meng Lang were indeed her debut in her design career, so she naturally had expectations. After hesitating for a moment, she finally couldn't help it and stood up and walked towards the production line. Meng Lang found the workers on duty on the production line, showed them the design drawings in his hand, and asked them if they could produce it. Of course we can. If we just want to make a few samples, the two of us can do it. But now our factory has stopped production and is not allowed to resume work. And we don't have any raw materials. The fabrics we bought last time were all inferior and would tear if torn. It's definitely not acceptable. Hearing this, Meng Lang quickly said, that's not a problem. We're just trial producing a few pieces, which doesn't count as starting production. Besides, my family is registered with the Industrial and Commercial Administration, so I guarantee that we won't violate any regulations. As for the raw materials, I want this kind of fabric that tears easily. I won't accept anything else. The two workers on duty looked at each other, hesitated for a while and still didn't dare to take action. In the end, Meng Lang called Gon Yuru. After getting Gon Yuru's permission, the two workers started to work this time. Fortunately, the two people assigned to be on duty were experienced masters, and they did their work very efficiently. It didn't take long before the first piece of clothing was sewn. When the finished clothes appeared in the workers' hands, they confirmed them several times, thinking that the size was measured wrong. What kind of clothes is this? It can't even cover my butt. Meng Lang took the clothes directly from their hands and said, "This is the effect I want." The two masters exclaimed that young people really know how to have fun, and then they started sewing the next piece of clothing. Meng Lang looked at the hollow cheongsam in his hand and thought it would be nice if he had a model to try it on. After all, whether clothes look good or not can only be known by wearing them on people. But the people present at the time were all men, so they couldn't wear it. At this moment, Meng Lang suddenly saw someone peeking at the factory door. Look at her iconic short hair and baby face, who else could it be but Yang Shengnan? If you want to see the samples, just come in and take a look. I won't laugh at you. Upon hearing this, Yang Shengnan realized that she had been discovered by Meng Lang, so she stopped hiding and walked in from the factory gate. Her eyes were fixed on the light blue hollow cheongsam that had just been produced in Meng Lang's hands. This was the first piece of clothing made according to her design. You are worthy of being a top student at East China University. The clothes made according to your designs are so beautiful. Meng Lang exclaimed with a slight exaggeration. Upon hearing this, Yang Shengnan raised her eyebrows noticeably, and it was obvious that she was very pleased with Meng Lang's praise. She was just about to reach out and take the cheongsam to take a look when she heard Meng Lang speak again. What a pity. Meng Lang just started talking and then stopped. Yang Shengnan was confused by his half-sentence and asked quickly, "What's a pity?" "It's a pity that there is no model, so we can't fully show the beauty of this cheongsam," Meng Lang said with emotion. Upon hearing this, Yang Shengnan felt a little regretful. It would have been perfect if the first piece of clothing she designed had a model with a graceful figure to try on. She couldn't help but think that it would be perfect if Gon Yuru could try on the first dress she designed. With Gon Yuru's figure, it's unimaginable for her to wear this dress. And wouldn't this be equivalent to giving her first time to Gon Yuru? Just thinking about it made her excited. It's a pity that Gon Yuru couldn't possibly try on such a revealing dress. As the designer of this dress, Ms. Yang Shengnan, aren't you going to do something? Me? What else can I do? Yang Shengnan looked ignorant. Meng Lang said pointedly, "Of course I'll try on this dress myself. You're the only woman here, how can you not wear it and ask me to? You, what are you thinking about? How could I possibly wear this kind of clothes?" Yang Shengnan's face was suddenly filled with anger. "Don't you want to wear the clothes you designed yourself?" Meng Lang asked. "Don't be delusional. Even if I lose this job, I will never wear clothes like this." Seeing Yang Shengnan so determined, Meng Lang had no choice but to change his strategy. "You know that Arctic Fox Company is in a difficult situation right now. It's very likely to go bankrupt soon. Don't you want to help Sister Gon share some of the pressure?" Chapter 29 Chun-Li's Human Form. What do you mean? Yang Shengnan was interning at Arctic Fox and naturally knew the dire situation the company was facing. Isn't it those raw materials that tear easily that are the reason why Arctic Fox has become such a mess now? It just so happens that the clothes I want are not picky about fabrics. As long as the samples satisfy me, I will place an order immediately. Now that the factory has orders, can't Arctic Fox Company continue to operate? Whether the sample can satisfy me depends on whether I can find a suitable model, Meng Lang said with a harmless smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Yang Shengnan's face immediately turned red with anger. She had already thought Meng Lang was shameless enough, but she didn't expect that this man had no bottom line at all. She clenched her fists and stared at Meng Lang's hateful face, wishing she could smash it to pieces. "Are you blackmailing me? Threat? What threat? What did I threaten you with? I just let you try on the clothes you designed. I won't do anything to you. How can it be called a threat?" Listening to Meng Lang's words, Yang Shengnan's fists gradually relaxed. She certainly did not believe Meng Lang's sophistry. Wearing such clothes was a great humiliation for her, not to mention having to wear them in front of a scumbag like Meng Lang. But she knew that the current situation of the Arctic Fox put Gon Yuru under great pressure, and she wanted to help Gon Yuru share some of the burden. If Meng Lang could really place an order, Arctic Fox would be able to digest those unqualified raw materials. Maybe we can get out of our current predicament. Thinking of this, Yang Shengnan finally took a deep breath and finally made some kind of decision. If it satisfies you, will you really place an order for Arctic fox? Meng Lang shook his head when he heard this, which made Yang Shengnan clench her fists again. If Meng Lang wanted to make any more excessive demands, she would really rush up and beat him up this time. Fortunately, Meng Lang's next words did not make any further indecent requests. He simply said, "Not only will I place an order for the Arctic fox to keep it alive, I will also make it even more glorious." "Okay, I promise you, I hope you won't break your promise." After saying that, Yang Shengnan took the light blue hollow cheongsam and walked towards the dressing room specially used to display samples. Meng Lang naturally followed. 5 minutes later, when Yang Shengnan opened the curtain of the changing room, Meng Lang was stunned. Summer afternoons are hot, and even though the dressing room has air conditioning, Yang Shengnan couldn't help but sweat, making the already tight cheongsam stick tightly to her body, completely outlining her body curves. The hollow design of the cheongsam's chest revealed a large area of white and a sinful abyss at Yang Shengnan's neckline. The waist cinching design perfectly shows off her flat belly. The hem of the skirt only reaches the thighs, and the firm and round buttocks are only half covered, revealing a perfect curve. The straight and round white legs were fully displayed in front of Meng Lang. The muscles on the legs are clearly defined. If you use too much force, your waist might be broken. This light blue hollow cheongsam always gave Meng Lang a sense of déjà vu when worn in front of Yang Shengnan. This is Chun-Li. Meng Lang suddenly thought of Chun-Li from Street Fighter. If Yang Shengnan had 2 buns on her head, she would be the human incarnation of Chun-Li. Especially when Yang Shengnan looked at Meng Lang, there was an expression of disgust and contempt in her eyes, which perfectly matched Chun-Li's temperament. If we could take a few photos and put them on Taobao, this hollow cheongsam would definitely sell out. However, Meng Lang didn't have a camera, and Yang Shengnan would definitely not agree to let the photos of her in this state be made public. How about it? Are you satisfied? Yang Shengnan said to Meng Lang with a look of shame and anger on her face. "Come here and turn around for me," Meng Lang said to Yang Shengnan while sitting on the sofa in the locker room. "Don't go too far." "How did I go too far? I want to take a closer look at this sample. As a model, you have the obligation to show me the beauty of this dress in all aspects," Meng Lang said with a righteous look on his face. Things have come to this point, and Yang Shengnan can only do as she is told. She had a cold face, her lower lip was bitten white by her white teeth, and she slowly walked out of the dressing room. The tightness of the cheongsam made her walking posture somewhat unnatural. Her slender waist twisted involuntarily, and her round buttocks were very dazzling when moved by her waist. She stopped in front of Meng Lang, turned around, and a gust of fragrant wind was brought up and blew on Meng Lang's face. Because the hem of the cheongsam was too short, Meng Lang could even vaguely see the black lace under the skirt. The strong visual impact made Meng Lang feel a little dizzy. In addition, the weather was hot and people were prone to getting angry. 2 streams of blood flowed directly from Meng Lang's nostrils. Meng Lang wiped it casually, and immediately a large area of scarlet appeared on his face. Seeing this, Yang Shengnan subconsciously took a tissue from the table beside her and bent down to wipe Meng Lang. She's actually doing more harm than good. The blood in Meng Lang's nose flowed even more violently. Just because Yang Shengnan bent down, the abyss of sin was completely revealed to Meng Lang through the hollow part of the cheongsam's chest. Meng Lang felt that if this continued, he would probably bleed to death today, so he had no choice but to close his eyes reluctantly after taking a deep look at the scenery in the abyss. After a long while, Meng Lang finally felt that his nosebleed had stopped. When he opened his eyes, he saw Yang Shengnan holding a few blood-stained notes in her hand, looking at him with a mocking expression. It was as if to say, "That's it? That's all it takes?" Even though Meng Lang was thick-skinned, he felt a little embarrassed at this moment. "How about it? Boss Meng, are you satisfied now?" Yang Shengnan said in a teasing tone. At this point, Meng Lang even started bleeding from his nose and didn't know what to say anymore. Although he is not a good person, he would not act unreasonably in front of a little girl. "Okay, I'll go talk to Sister Gon about production later. Take off the sample for me, and I'll take it back to take a look." Hearing this, Yang Shengnan looked at Meng Lang warily. "You're not planning on doing anything to this dress of mine, are you? Who do you take me for? Am I such a pervert in your eyes?" In my previous life, there were indeed some perverts who liked to buy items worn by women on Xianyu. But Meng Lang doesn't admit that he has such a hobby. As the client, isn't it natural for him to take away the trial production samples? Isn't it? Yang Shengnan asked back. Now Meng Lang didn't know how to answer. His behavior just now seemed to be ungentlemanly. But Meng Lang is thick-skinned and doesn't care what Yang Shengnan thinks of him. So what? I want this original cheongsam you're wearing today. Just tell me whether you want to take it off or not. In the end, Yang Shengnan was succumbed to Meng Lang's shamelessness. After returning her clothes, she reluctantly handed the hollow cheongsam that still had her scent on it to Meng Lang. There was deep disdain in her eyes as she looked at Meng Lang, as if she could already imagine him doing something inappropriate with this cheongsam tonight. Suddenly, I felt a chill, and finally left impatiently without even saying goodbye. Meng Lang put away the original cheongsam and returned to the factory. After the two craftsmen had finished sewing the other samples, he took the large bag of samples and a few pairs of easily torn stockings and underwear and went to Gon Yuru's office. At this time, a heated debate was breaking out in Gon Yuru's office. Chapter 30. Thank you? Please collect. Thank you. I don't agree. This could cost us over 30 million. How can the company afford that much money? Don't forget, the dealer still has to pay for breach of contract. Even if you sell the company, it won't be enough to cover the damages. Zhou Dong yelled while standing in front of Gon Yuru's desk. He totally couldn't understand why Gon Yuru, who used to have a very methodical business approach, would make such a stupid move and actually pay consumers 10 times the purchase price. This was simply crazy. There's nothing I can do even if you don't agree. The TV station has recorded everything I said, and it will be broadcast on the news tomorrow morning. Gon Yuru said indifferently. Zhou Dong was so angry at Gon Yuru's attitude that he slammed the table. Gon Yuru. What's your attitude? I'm also a shareholder of the company. I also have the right to participate in the company's decision-making. My attitude is the company's attitude, and my decision is the company's final decision. I own 80% of the company's shares, so I have the final say in the company. Gon Yuru spoke with absolute certainty, and Zhou Dong had no way to deal with her. Thinking of his property which had shrunk drastically after the divorce, Zhou Dong became furious. Okay. Gon Yuru, this is how you treat me as a shareholder, right? If I hadn't lent money to your husband, Arctic Fox would have gone bankrupt long ago. How could you get to sit here and give orders? Gon Yuru remained unyielding in her demeanor. We haven't treated you unfairly. You still control 20%, and you've received a lot of company dividends over the years. Everything I've done is legal and compliant. Just when the argument between the two reached a stalemate, there was a knock on the office door. The assistant poked his head in and said to Gon Yuru, Boss Gon, Mr. Meng is here. He wants to see you. Gon Yuru nodded after hearing this, and then said to Zhou Dong, Mr. Zhou, there is no room for change in this matter. It's useless for you to argue with me. See you later. Zhou Dong could only leave the office angrily. He just bumped into Meng Lang who was coming in. Zhou Dong was short and strong, and he almost knocked the clothing samples in Meng Lang's hands to the ground. Zhou Dong, who was angry, raised his head and glared at Meng Lang, snorted coldly, and was about to rush out. Then he heard Meng Lang say behind him, Fuck. You're such an idiot. You didn't even say sorry after you bumped into someone. Zhou Dong's face suddenly turned the color of liver. But looking at the tall and strong Meng Lang, he knew that he would not gain any advantage by continuing to make trouble here. After taking a deep look at Meng Lang and remembering his annoying face firmly, Zhou Dong left in disappointment. Seeing Zhou Dong suffer a defeat at the hands of Meng Lang, Gon Yuru's mood improved a little. The reason Zhou Dong was so aggressive towards her just now was because he thought she was a woman and easy to bully. Thinking of this, Gon Yuru looked at Meng Lang and couldn't help but smile. What's that in your hand? Looking at the gentle smile on Gon Yuru's face, Meng Lang's mood also improved. These are the samples based on the design I told you about before. It's okay if your production line is stopped right now, so how about making some for me? I'm afraid that won't work. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau's order to suspend production and rectify our situation has not been lifted yet. Gon Yuru shook her head and said, There's nothing to worry about. All substandard products have been destroyed, and Arctic Fox has promised to pay substantial compensation to consumers. The suspension and rectification measures issued by the industrial and commercial authorities have already achieved their intended purpose. As long as you submit an application to cancel the rectification, production will be resumed soon. Besides, don't I still have you? If it doesn't work, I'll go find Director Zhao. Seeing Meng Lang so confident, Gon Yuru finally nodded. Okay, I'll go look at the design drawings later. After I've calculated the cost, I'll tell you the price for OEM production. After discussing the matter, Meng Lang did not stay with Gan Yuru for long. He first went to Jiangdong clothing market to check the preparation progress of the store. Seeing that his uncle and aunt were almost ready, Meng Lang rushed back home. It was already evening when Meng Lang returned home. Meng Haiwa had also returned home from get-off work and was cooking noodles in the kitchen. Seeing Meng Lang coming back, he beat 2 more eggs into the pot and added a handful of noodles. The father and son had a meal together. By the way, I've gotten you the business license you requested, and I've put your things in your room. After dinner, Meng Haiwa mentioned to Meng Lang the matter of applying for a business license today. Meng Lang hurried into the room and saw the business license and several official seals lying on his computer desk. This made him sigh that it is easier to get things done if you have someone in the court. He found Taobao on his computer, filled in all the information, and uploaded a photo of his business license. As long as he waited for the review, his Taobao store could officially open for business. Meng Lang originally thought that it would take a long time to wait for Taobao's review, but he didn't expect that the review would be completed in just half an hour. At this point, the preliminary preparations for Meng Lang's online store have basically been completed. As long as he waits for Arctic Fox's suspension of business to be lifted and starts producing for him on a contract basis, he can start his sex toy business. But he is still missing one thing. That's the product photo. Whether it is when the products are put on the shelves or in Meng Lang's store promotion plan, product photos are indispensable. Moreover, the sales of sexy lingerie largely depends on the quality of the product photos. The quality of product photos depends on the quality of the model. When it comes to models, the first person Meng Lang thinks of is naturally Yang Shengnan. She looks so stunning in the hollow Chongsound today. Thinking about it now, Meng Lang's cerebellum felt hot with excitement. If I could take a few photos and hang them in the store, it would definitely sell like hotcakes. But this is basically impossible. How could a top student who just graduated accept such a job? Moreover, according to Yang Xingnan's personality, she probably wouldn't be willing to do it even if Meng Lang spent more money. Meng Lang had no choice but to think of another way. Perhaps only those street angels were willing to do this kind of work. You can go to bars and nightclubs these 2 days and maybe you can find the right one. But having models alone is not enough, you also need a cameraman. In his previous life, Meng Lang also studied photography for a while when he was doing live broadcasts. If he was given a better SLR camera, he could barely play the role of a cameraman. So the question is, where can I get a SLR camera? A good SLR camera costs at least 10,000 yuan, so it is really not cost-effective to buy one now. There are still 3 games left in the World Cup, and Meng Lang even knows the scores of the last 2 games. Spending money to buy a SLR camera now is equivalent to an indirect loss of hundreds of thousands of dollars. It is more cost-effective to borrow one from someone for temporary use. In the end, Meng Lang chose to send a message in the class group. Many of his high school classmates came from well-off families, and many of them should have cameras at home. The first person to reply was Lu Fei. I have a film camera at home, is that okay? Of course, a film camera won't work. Meng Lang wants to upload the photos online, so how can he upload the film? Just after replying to Lu Fei's message of thanks, Meng Lang saw Zhou Jiahao send a sarcastic message in the group. I have one at home. If you call me dad, I'll lend it to you. When Meng Lang saw this message, he didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he replied thank you in the group. Zhou Jiahao, who was playing games in the internet cafe, was puzzled when he saw Meng Lang's reply of thank you. He originally wanted to humiliate Meng Lang with this, but he didn't expect Meng Lang to actually send him a thank you message. What is Meng Lang thanking for? Of course, I thank Zhou Jiahao for telling Meng Lang that he has a SLR camera at home. Meng Lang wanted to borrow his SLR camera, so why bother looking for him? Wouldn't it be better to just ask his mother? It just so happened that he was so angry today that he had a nosebleed and needed to relieve his anger. Zhou Jiahao jumped like that. It must be because Sang Wan-yun didn't educate her well. She must be punished tonight. Chapter 31, Grandpas and Aunties Grabbing Eggs. Thinking of this, Meng Lang picked out the one that best suited Sang Wan-yun from the samples he brought back, went out, took a taxi, and headed towards Xingawan where Sang Wan-yun lived. When Sang Wan-yun opened the door and saw Meng Lang standing at the door, she couldn't hide the surprise in her eyes. 2 days ago, Meng Lang brought her an unprecedented experience, so much so that she had Meng Lang in her dreams for the past few nights. Although she felt a little flustered after learning that Meng Lang was her son's high school classmate. But after the panic subsided, this strange excitement of betrayal made her look forward to meeting Meng Lang again even more. Sang Wanyun couldn't wait to pull Meng Lang into the room. Meng Lang didn't expect Sang Wanyun to be so passionate. She almost kissed him so hard that he couldn't breathe. After a while, Sang Wanyun slowly regained her composure and noticed that Meng Lang had brought something with him. "What is this? Did you bring me a gift?" Sang Wanyun asked expectantly. Meng Lang raised his eyebrows and said, "Just open it and you'll know." So, Sang Wanyun reached into the plastic bag and took out a very thin suspender skirt. The pure black suspender dress has a very low neckline, the back is almost completely hollow, and the waist is very narrow. If a woman with a worse figure, she probably can't wear it. Of course, Meng Lang had enough confidence in Sang Wanyun's figure, so he chose this stepmother skirt. Sang Wanyun looked at the skirt that didn't look like something you could buy in a normal clothing store, and realized something. She gave Meng Lang a charming smile. "You are such a little scoundrel." After saying that, she twisted her charming figure and entered the cloakroom next to the room. After a rustling sound, a hand reached out from the cloakroom and turned off the ceiling light in the room. The room suddenly became dark, with only the bedside lamp emitting a warm yellow glow. The atmosphere suddenly became charming. Sang Wanyun, wearing her stepmother's dress, lifted the curtain of the cloakroom and slowly walked in. The tight stepmother skirt fits her body perfectly, and the two S-shaped curves outline Sang Wanyun's seductive figure in the dim light. The black skirt further highlights the whiteness of her skin. Under the dim light, her skin looked like plump pearls, sparkling with charming luster, and like flawless white jade. Sang Wanyun's slightly curly long hair was tied behind her head with her wrist, and her plump red lips were like flames, attracting the man's attention. Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "What a beauty on earth." Before Sang Wanyun reached the bedside, he couldn't help but rush over and hold her in his arms. With the sound of cloth tearing, this carefully sewn skirt announced the end of its mission. The faint light and shadow in the room kept flickering until late at night. The next morning, Meng Lang walked out of building A18, facing two black circles, holding a Canon SLR camera in his hand. In a corner where he couldn't see, a person holding a camera was pointing the lens at him. With a series of light clicking sounds, Meng Lang's figure walking out of the villa was recorded on the memory card in the camera. Half an hour later, Zhou Dong, who received the photo, was so angry that he overturned the tea table. "This brat is Meng Lang. He stayed at Sang Wanyun's place all night again yesterday." Looking at this familiar face, Zhou Dong instantly thought of the tall young man who called him an idiot in Gan Yuru's office yesterday afternoon. "Great. You call me an idiot during the day and play with my ex-wife at night. This is fucking too much." Zhou Dong was so angry that he smashed a few teacups before he finally recovered from his rage. He took out his cell phone with hands that were shaking with anger and made a call back. "Help me investigate this Meng Lang again. I want to find out where he came from." Meng Lang didn't know that he was being targeted. He was sitting on a tricycle, heading to Jiangdong clothing market. Why take a tricycle? After leaving Sang Wanyun, he went back to his home, put away the borrowed camera, washed up, and went to the vegetable market to buy several large boxes of eggs. He was just in time to catch the egg delivery tricycle to rush to Jiangdong clothing market. When we arrived at the clothing market, my uncle and aunt had been waiting at the store door for a long time. The clothing store had been newly renovated at this time, with the words Jiangbei Arctic Fox Store written in large letters on the door. There is also a long banner hanging at the entrance of the store. The banner read, "Big off-season sale at the store, free eggs when you come in, Arctic Fox warm clothes for only 79 yuan a set." There is also a 58-inch LCD TV at the door. The TV is tuned to Jiangzhou TV station, and an advertisement for an unknown health product is playing. Because it was still early, the surrounding clothing stores were not open yet and there were no customers, so it seemed a bit deserted. My uncle and aunt moved all the eggs from the tricycle and piled them in front of the store. "Xiaolang, do you think there will be business today?" asked my Aunt Li Xiuhong worriedly. "There will definitely be one, don't worry, Aunt." Meng Lang was still confident in his plan. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, he saw several old men and women getting off the bus at the entrance of the clothing market. Looking at the flyers in their hands, you can tell that they are here for the Arctic Fox store. "Where can I get the eggs?" The voice came before the person arrived. Meng Lang quickly waved at them, uncles and aunts. "Look this way." As he spoke, he opened a box of eggs. Seeing this, the group of old men and women immediately trotted over. Don't be anxious, everyone has some." Meng Lang stopped the old men and women who were about to grab eggs. Grandpas and grandmas, please listen to me first. Today is the opening day of our Jiangdong North Arctic Fox clothing store. Authentic Arctic Fox thermal clothing is only 79 yuan a set. If you make a purchase in our store today, we will give you 5 eggs. If you don't make a purchase, that is fine, we will also give you 2 eggs as a gift. As soon as Meng Lang finished speaking, 2 ants reached out to him. Give me 2 eggs first. Meng Lang was not stingy and took out the eggs from the box and put them in the ant's hand. An old lady looked very satisfied after receiving the eggs, but she still expressed doubts about the quality of the clothes. A set of thermal clothing that costs over 70 yuan, who knows if it's real or fake? I bought a set of Arctic Fox thermal clothing for Chinese New Year this year, but it cost 200 yuan. Upon hearing this, Li Xiuhong, who was standing by, quickly took a set of warm clothes from the hanger and handed it to the ant. Fakes can never be real. Try wearing Arctic Fox warm clothing and feel it, and you'll know. The ant took the thermal underwear and touched it with suspicion. Hey! It's similar to the one I bought during Chinese New Year. She flipped the tag again and saw that the price on it was the same price she bought during the Chinese New Year, 199 yuan. It seems to be a genuine Arctic Fox product. You really only sell it for 79 yuan? The ant asked with surprise. It's really only 79. We'll even give you a pair of socks when you buy some warm clothes. When the ant heard this, she was overjoyed and was about to take out her wallet from her pocket. Buy me 2 sets. That's too cheap. Seeing this, other uncles and aunts also expressed their desire to buy after checking the quality of the products. You take 1 set, I take 2 sets, and a few old men and women took more than 10 pieces of goods. But just as the uncles and aunts were about to pay, a middle-aged woman rushed over aggressively. This is the Arctic Fox store, right? Look at what crap you're selling. As she spoke, the middle-aged woman took out a few pairs of socks and underwear from a plastic bag and threw them at the door of the store. Chapter 32 Business is booming, please collect it, thank you. Seeing someone coming to cause trouble, the old men and women who were about to pay immediately closed their wallets. Meng Lang knew at a glance that these were consumers who had bought the batch of substandard products from Arctic Fox. If the problem was not resolved, today's first batch of business would probably be ruined. Auntie, you didn't buy these underwear and socks from our store, did you? So what if I didn't buy it from you? Aren't you the Arctic Fox store? I'm telling you, don't try to cheat me. If you don't give me an explanation today, you can forget about doing business with me. After saying that, the middle-aged woman turned to the elderly people in the store and said, don't buy Arctic Fox clothes. Look at the quality. The middle-aged woman picked up a sock and pulled it with a little force. It made a tearing sound and a hole was torn in it. Seeing this, the old men and women immediately put down the clothes in their hands. They didn't dare to buy such quality. Bah! No wonder it's sold so cheaply, it turns out to be this kind of stuff. The aunt who initially said she wanted to buy 2 sets spat at Meng Lang. Faced with such a situation, Meng Lang also felt a little tricky. Once consumers' emotions are aroused, they won't listen even if you want to explain. Fortunately, at this moment, the LCD TV placed at the door of the store finally finished playing the fake medicine advertisement and started broadcasting the morning news. Meng Lang quickly found the remote control and turned the TV volume to the maximum. Everyone in the store was instantly drawn to the loud noise coming from the TV. The first news item in the morning was a scene of Arctic Fox Company destroying substandard products. The scene of workers throwing boxes of packaged clothes into the shredder immediately caught everyone's attention. What are they doing? How can they tear all the good clothes into pieces? What a pity! An old lady said with a distressed look on her face. What's the pity? They're all rags that can't be worn anyway. But Arctic Fox Company took the initiative to destroy these junks. They still have some conscience, replied the middle-aged woman who asked for compensation. Meng Lang finally had the right opportunity to strike up a conversation, and he quickly said to the middle-aged woman, Auntie, how much did you pay for these things? Do you have the receipt? How about I refund you the original price? The middle-aged woman stopped making a fuss when she heard this. Didn't you say that I didn't buy my things from you, so you won't give me a refund? I think you look good to me. If it had been someone else, and they hadn't bought it from me, I definitely wouldn't have given it a refund. Hearing Meng Lang say this, the middle-aged woman was immediately delighted and was ready to hand over the receipt in her pocket and ask Meng Lang to refund her. At this moment, Don Yuru's voice announcing 10 times compensation was heard from the TV. The middle-aged woman quickly put the receipt back into her pocket and stared at Meng Lang. Great. I was wondering why you were so kind. Turns out you can ask Arctic Fox for a 10x refund. I'm not going to return it. After saying that, the middle-aged woman packed up her things and ran away. Although the underwear and socks she bought were not valuable, if she could get 10 times the compensation, it would still be several hundred yuan. If Meng Lang refunded her the original price, she would be at a loss. The elderly men and women who were about to take the eggs and leave turned around and looked at Meng Lang and asked, "If I buy inferior products from your Arctic Fox, will I really get 10 times the compensation?" Of course, isn't it all said in the news? Meng Lang replied confidently. "If I buy inferior products from you, can you compensate me 10 times as much?" That's right. But let me be clear, we only compensate for problems with items purchased in our store. If you bought them somewhere else, you should go to the place where you bought them to claim compensation. Meng Lang emphasized the specific rules of compensation. If those who bought that batch of inferior products came to him to claim compensation, he would have to pay for everything his uncle and aunt had to pay. Of course. The uncles and aunts agreed, and happily picked up the clothes they had just put down and started paying. Maybe they were worried about the poor quality of the 79 yuan clothes before, but now with the guarantee of 10 times compensation, they are completely relieved. They even hope that the clothes they buy are of poor quality, so that they can earn more than 700 yuan for a set, which is almost half a month's pension for them. At this time, more and more people rushed into the store with flyers. After receiving the eggs, most people were attracted by the discounted price of 79 yuan. The news broadcast repeatedly on TV dispelled their doubts about product quality. The business of the specialty store gradually became prosperous. Meng Lang was distributing eggs to customers, while his uncle and aunt were busy replenishing the stock and collecting payments. Just then, Meng Lang's cell phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his old acquaintance Yuan Hua calling. Presumably, the news had been broadcast, and he had come to Meng Lang to fulfill his promise. Meng Lang was distributing eggs to customers while answering the phone. "Brother Meng. What do you think? Am I reliable?" Yuan Hua's voice contained a hint of impatience. "That's really reliable. I've seen the news." Meng Lang replied, holding the phone between his shoulders. "Then brother, shouldn't you tell me which side you're betting on to win tomorrow's semifinal?" If Yuan Hua hadn't said it, Meng Lang would have almost forgotten that tomorrow was the World Cup semifinal. He was so busy recently that he didn't even have time to redeem the lottery ticket he bet on Spain winning 1 o'clock in the last match of the quarter-finals a few days ago. The money after deducting taxes was almost 700,000. I have to hurry to the sports lottery center to place my bets. Although Meng Lang doesn't remember the score of tomorrow's match between Netherlands and Uruguay, the odds of betting on the Netherlands to win are only 1.7. But even the smallest mosquito is still neat. Besides, Meng Lang's current capital is not small. Even if the odds are relatively low, he can still make at least more than 200,000, which is not a small amount. "I will bet on the Netherlands to win tomorrow," Meng Lang replied into the phone. Yuan Hua waited on the other end of the phone for a long time before realizing that Meng Lang had nothing to say about this. "No score?" Yuan Hua's tone was full of disappointment. "I'm not a god, how can I bet on the score in every game?" Meng Lang said as a matter of course. "The odds of betting on the Netherlands are a bit low, right? Only 1.7. Yuan Hua obviously didn't give up yet. He was obviously dazzled by the odds of 6.0 last time and wanted to make another big profit. 1.7, you're still not satisfied? Didn't you win over 30,000 last time? If you bet at all, it would be enough to win several months' salary. But it's nothing to worry about. If you think the Netherlands' odds are too low, just bet on Uruguay. They definitely have higher odds." Yuan Hua could only sigh in the end. He was busy running around, personally leading the team to the Arctic Fox for an interview, and helping to coordinate the news schedule. Wasn't it just to ask Meng Lang about the betting situation and then win big? But Meng Lang couldn't earn much from the information he gave him this time, no wonder he was so discouraged. "All right. Then I'll go all in with you on the Netherlands in this match." Hearing Yuan Hua so disappointed, Meng Lang knew that he couldn't dampen his enthusiasm too much. "Don't sigh. Aren't there 2 more games to go? Let's just leave it at that for tomorrow's match. I'll give you a big one later." Upon hearing this, Yuan Hua instantly became excited. Are you serious? Of course it's true. When have I ever lied? But I need you to do me a little favor. Chapter 33 Gonyuru's Pricing. What do you want me to do for you again? Do you want me to send my men to help you with news coverage? As expected of a deputy director, he has a keen sense of smell. Meng Lang said with a smile. What news? Let me be clear, there are clear regulations. Not all news can be broadcast on our TV station. A specialty store for Arctic Fox clothing has opened in Jiangdong Clothing Market, specializing in Arctic Fox warm clothing. Citizens are flocking to buy. It's just a new store. What's there to interview about? Aren't you asking me to use public resources for personal gain? Yuan Hua refused. No. You can treat this as a follow-up to the Arctic Fox incident. And this store is different from the others. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Yuan Hua finally became interested. What's the difference? Business is very good. We can sell at least 1,000 sets a day. Meng Lang said confidently. What a joke. Selling warm clothes in the middle of summer, and selling thousands of sets a day. Yuan Hua's tone was full of surprise. If this was true, then it was indeed worth an interview. News. Only new things can be called news. Selling warm clothes in the hot summer, the business is so good that thousands of sets are sold a day, which will definitely attract the audience's attention. Yuan Hua finally agreed to send a team of reporters to interview him tomorrow, and Meng Lang hung up the phone with satisfaction. The main audience group of Zhengzhou TV's news program is middle-aged and elderly people. If the store can be included in the news, with the price of 79 yuan, the store's threshold will probably be trampled down. By then, my uncle and aunt will definitely not be able to handle it alone, and we will have to find more people to help. Just then, the students who had worked part-time distributing flyers yesterday all came over. Meng Lang. Do we still need to distribute flyers today? Lu Fei asked first. Meng Lang thought about it. With so many customers coming to buy thermal clothing today, the store's first wave of fame has already been spread, and word of mouth will spread quickly. Business during this period will definitely be good, and handing out flyers will no longer have much effect. No need to hand out flyers. You came just in time. The store is already overwhelmed. Why don't you just help out in the store today? Your salary will be the same as yesterday. As Meng Lang spoke, he took out his wallet and distributed the wages of his classmates' part-time jobs yesterday to them one by one. The students who came to work part-time didn't care whether they were distributing flyers or helping out in the store, so they all started to get busy. Some maintained order at the door, some helped their uncle Lu Lei stock the goods, and some followed their aunt to greet customers who asked about prices. Meng Lang was finally free from the job of distributing eggs and could temporarily leave the store to do other things. After saying goodbye to his uncle and aunt, Meng Lang took a taxi and went directly to the sports lottery center. I followed the previous steps, exchanged the last lottery ticket, and used all the money to buy tomorrow's lottery. Meng Lang even took out the 50,000 yuan his father gave him. Excluding a few $1,000s for myself, I have a total of 740,000 yuan, and I bet on the Netherlands to win tomorrow. Although the odds are only 1.7, because the principal is relatively large, after the game tomorrow, I will probably get over 1 million. This really shocked the staff of the sports lottery center. They also saw someone betting more than 700,000 yuan on lottery tickets at one time. Especially since Meng Lang is a frequent visitor to the sports lottery center, the staff at the prize redemption counter have watched him win continuously from tens of thousands of yuan to over 700,000 yuan now. In the end, even the director of the sports lottery center was alarmed and personally ran to the prize redemption counter to receive Meng Lang. Meng Lang knew that as his winning streak continued, he would sooner or later be noticed. Especially in the last two games, Meng Lang knew the scores. By then, the principal amount would be relatively large, and the final prize amount would definitely reach tens of millions. It would be hard not to attract attention. But so what? Should I give up the tens of millions of wealth that is within my reach just because I am afraid of attracting other people's attention? Of course, this is impossible. As for other people's attention, just do as you please. Nothing is more important than making money. As soon as he placed his bet and walked out of the sports lottery center, Meng Lang received a call from Gonyuru. Gonyuru's tone was a little depressed on the phone. Meng Lang hurriedly asked the reason, only to find out that Li Shuya had had a fight with Gonyuru at home last night. Gan Yuru did not elaborate on the content of the quarrel. Last night, Li Shuya kept questioning her whether she had a special relationship with Meng Lang and whether she planned to make Meng Lang her stepfather. Gan Yuru was questioned and didn't know how to answer for a moment. Meng Lang was indeed pursuing her. And he was pursuing her in a way that she couldn't refuse. But she couldn't help but consider her daughter's attitude, so Gan Yuru was in a dilemma last night and almost didn't sleep the whole night. However, after dawn, she still forced herself to go to the company to deal with her work. Xiaolang, I asked Shengnan to help calculate the cost of your custom-made clothes. Depending on the style, the factory price I can give you is about 5 to 8 yuan per piece. You can come to me to see the specific price when you have time. Is it so cheap? Meng Lang was a little surprised by the price. Even if all industries were in serious internal competition in a dozen years, he would not be able to purchase goods at such a cheap price. You've helped me so much, I deserve a discount on the price. In fact, the price Yang Shengnan gave to Gan Yuru after the calculation was not so low. In order to help Gan Yuru reduce the company's performance pressure, she basically set the price according to the fixed factory price. However, after Gan Yuru learned that the products customized by Meng Lang were made of low-quality fabrics in stock, she directly cut the price by more than half. Meng Lang also knew that he must have gotten a huge bargain at this price, so he quickly thanked him. Thank you very much. Why are you so polite? We are helping each other. Gan Yuru's voice was as sweet as a clear spring in the receiver. Meng Lang didn't say any more words of thanks. Gan Yuru gave him such a favorable price, so of course he had to return the favor. By the way, have you submitted the application to cancel the suspension of production? Maybe I can help you find out the situation. It has been submitted, but this matter still requires your attention. You just told me not to be polite, but now you're being polite, aren't you? If production can resume sooner, the clothes I want can be produced sooner, which will also be beneficial to me. After the call ended, Meng Lang fell into deep thought. After today's news was broadcast, it can be seen from consumers' shopping enthusiasm that the image of Arctic Fox in the minds of consumers has been greatly improved. The industrial and commercial suspension and rectification order should be lifted soon. Arctic Fox has so much equipment and skilled workers that Meng Lang can have as much sexy lingerie as he wants. However, his sales channels for sexy lingerie have not yet been rolled out. It seems we must hurry up. Today I have to find a suitable model to take sexy lingerie photos. Chapter 34, Foot Bath City Search. It's not easy to find people willing to be underwear models. This is not like other fashion models. As long as you have a good figure, you can do it. Underwear models, especially erotic underwear models, have extremely high requirements for their body shape. Even the model's figure will directly affect the sales of the product. However, because sexy lingerie is too revealing, very few people are willing to work in this field. Meng Lang could only go to those brothels to look for her, hoping to find someone with a good figure who was willing to appear as a model. But it's noon now, and places like bars, nightclubs, and KTVs are not open yet. The only similar place Meng Lang could think of that was open for business was the Foot Bath City. In his previous life, Meng Lang had been to places like the Foot Bath City many times, but he didn't know much about the Foot Bath City in 2010. After searching for a long time on the local forum using his mobile phone, Meng Lang finally found a discussion thread about Zhengzhou Foot Bath City. Through this post, Meng Lang learned a lot of information. The foot bath city with the best service in Jiangzhou City is called Kangle Foot Bath, but the one with the best business is Chengshi Fengkai. Those who often go to healthcare centers know that the service in a foot bath center with good business may not be the best, but the technicians are definitely the most beautiful. After Meng Lang found his target, he immediately headed towards the city. When we arrived at the Foot Bath City, it was noon and there were not many customers in the city. As soon as Meng Lang entered the magnificently decorated Foot Bath City, a row of reception managers bowed to him and said, "Welcome, the city style welcomes you." Then one of the hospitality managers immediately came up to Meng Lang and asked, "Hello, handsome guy? Would you like to have your feet washed?" Meng Lang was no longer surprised by the services at the Foot Bath City. He simply nodded silently and followed the reception manager into the private room. "Do you have a membership with us? If not, why not apply for one? Members get 40% off your first order." Meng Lang didn't answer, but went straight to the point and asked, "What's the number of your most beautiful technician?" In his previous life, the reception manager would have taken out a tablet and shown Meng Lang the technician's photo. Although those photos have basically been retouched, you can still tell which one is more beautiful. It is naturally impossible to be so advanced now. Faced with Meng Lang's request, the hospitality manager could only offer a cliché, "Don't worry, our technicians are all beautiful. I'll definitely arrange one that will satisfy you." As he spoke, the reception manager handed Meng Lang a price list. Different consumption levels are marked above, ranging from $199 to $899. As for whether there are more expensive services, you have to communicate directly with the technician. Meng Lang knew that if he let the reception manager make the arrangements, he would just randomly call someone over according to the order on the schedule. He didn't intend to waste time here. After selecting a $399 set meal, Meng Lang said to the reception manager, "Don't talk to me about this useless stuff. How about this, call technician number 888 over here first." According to Meng Lang's previous experience, in a footbath city, technicians who can get numbers like 888 or 999 all have outstanding qualities. After hearing this, the reception manager didn't know what to say. Anyway, no matter which technician came, it would not affect his commission. Meng Lang didn't have to wait too long before a woman who looked to be about 27 or 28 years old walked in. She was wearing a green traditional style dress. The close-fitting fabric showed off her slim figure, beautiful appearance, and delicate facial features. Judging from her appearance, she really deserves the title of 888. Technician number 888 walked up to Meng Lang with a graceful smile, bowed slightly, and said, "It's a pleasure to serve you." Meng Lang looked at her and pursed his lips, not very satisfied. Although she is pretty, she has a slim figure. In other words, apart from her pretty face, she has nothing else to offer, which does not meet Meng Lang's requirements. "You're too happy. Change to number 999. Upon hearing Meng Lang's words, technician number 888's smile froze on his face. She is one of the top stars in this restaurant. If there were not so few customers at noon, one would have to make an appointment in advance if they wanted to order her in. But she was actually rejected by the young man in front of her. But as a top technician, she still had some professionalism. She forced a smile and asked, "Did I do something wrong to satisfy you?" "It's not your problem, it's my problem. I want to find someone with a fuller figure," Meng Lang replied. Although technician number 888 was a little angry about the customer's return, in such a service place, the customer is God. At most, she could only complain a few words behind the customer's back and could only walk out of the box honestly. This time, Meng Lang waited for a long time and was almost falling asleep on the single sofa when the door of the box was opened again. A woman about 160 centimeters tall walked in wearing high heels. Although her looks are slightly inferior to technician number 888, her figure is absolutely top-notch, and it is estimated to be at least D-level. Although her waist-to-hip ratio is not very good, it is not a problem. Photo editing tools are very mature these days. After greeting Meng Lang, technician number 999 began to take off his shoes and prepared to provide him with service. Meng Lang was not in a hurry to talk about being a sexy lingerie model. Since he was already here, he might as well enjoy the service first. It's no wonder that number 999 not only has a good appearance and figure, but also has very good massage techniques. Meng Lang felt extremely comfortable after the massage. Without waiting for Meng Lang to ask any questions, technician number 999 asked Meng Lang instead. "The boss looks so young, what kind of business is he in?" Meng Lang lay on the sofa calmly, enjoying the service of the beautiful woman, and replied casually, "I am in the adult clothing business." "Adult clothing? Is it sexy lingerie?" Technician number 999 asked with surprise. This actually surprised Meng Lang a little. Logically speaking, in 2010, the domestic sexy lingerie market was just starting out, and there were very few places to buy sexy lingerie on the market. But judging from the reaction of technician number 999, she seemed to be very familiar with sexy lingerie. "What? Are you also interested in this industry?" Meng Lang asked tentatively. "That's not the case. I was traveling in Hong Kong some time ago and saw a roadside shop selling this. But it's very expensive," said technician number 999. Traveling to Hong Kong and visiting a sex toy store, it seemed that this technician was having a lot of fun, so Meng Lang didn't hide it and asked directly, "I have a part-time job. I wonder if you are interested?" The technician raised his eyebrows, as if he thought Meng Lang was a pimp, and shook his head. "The boss here doesn't allow us to take private jobs outside. And how much can we earn as a part-time worker? The lowest paid technicians like us can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. We're so busy that we don't have time. Boss, you've probably come to the wrong place. After hearing this, Meng Lang didn't say anything about going again. It seemed like he had found the wrong place. The technicians in the footbath city are all high-income groups, especially those who are good-looking and have good figures. If they want to make money, they don't need to be models at all. Coming here to look for models is too presumptuous. Having said that, Meng Lang lost interest in continuing the conversation. Just then, a waitress came in with tea. Meng Lang didn't pay attention to her at first, but when she bent down to put the tea on the coffee table next to Meng Lang, her graceful curves immediately made Meng Lang stare. Chapter 35 Convincing Lu Hongmei. The waiter looked to be about 30 years old. Her facial features look pretty delicate, but there is a large burn on her face which affects her overall appearance. What is particularly striking is her figure. Although she is wrapped in a loose waiter's uniform, Meng Lang is a person of character. Just from the prominent curves when she bends over and walks, it can be seen that her figure is definitely at the SSR level. This figure is not inferior to Sang Wanyun. If compared with the technician number 999 in front of him, it is definitely a crushing blow. Meng Lang immediately lost interest in washing his feet. The technicians at the footbath city might look down on the little money earned by a part-time model, but waiters wouldn't have such a high income, right? Thinking of this, Meng Lang put on his shoes and socks without even having time to wipe the essential oil off his feet. He told technician number 999 that he didn't want to wash his feet, took out 400 yuan and threw it on the sofa, then hurriedly chased after the waiter who had already walked out of the box. "Beautiful lady in front, wait a moment." Meng Lang called out a few times before the waiter realized he was being called. She turned around to look at the tall young man running towards her and asked timidly, "Hello, sir, is there anything I can help you with?" Seeing the woman's panicked expression, Meng Lang stopped in front of her and said in a gentle tone, "There is indeed something I need your help with." Seeing Meng Lang's polite tone, as if he wasn't looking for trouble, the woman relaxed a little. "Just tell me, I'll definitely help if I can. I have a job that I think is very suitable for you. Are you interested in changing jobs?" Facing a waiter, Meng Lang didn't even talk about part-time jobs. The salary for him as a model would definitely be much higher than that of a waiter, so he didn't need to work as a waiter at all. Ah? The woman was stunned by Meng Lang's question. Coming back to her senses, the woman looked at Meng Lang with eyes full of vigilance. If a stranger suddenly comes out and asks you if you want to change jobs, no matter who it is, you will have to think about it. What's more, Lu Hongmei's family situation is rather special, so she is more sensitive to such things. "I don't know you." "Sorry, I still have tea to serve you, so excuse me." After saying that, Lu Hongmei turned around and was about to leave. "Wait a minute, listen to me. I can double your current salary as a waiter." Meng Lang also knew that no one would agree if he asked this question suddenly, so he simply launched a financial offensive. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongmei paused for a moment, but still did not turn back. Meng Lang knew that she must be tempted by the salary, but because of lack of trust, she did not look back. "I'm not a bad person. My dad works at the Industry and Commerce Bureau. I can sign a labor contract with you." After Meng Lang said this, Lu Hongmei finally turned around. "Is everything you said true?" "It's absolutely true. If you don't believe me, I'll take you to the Industry and Commerce Bureau before signing the labor contract. Everyone there knows me. The title of state agency is still very useful. At least people who work in state agencies are not considered bad people in the eyes of ordinary people." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Lu Hongmei finally became interested in learning about the job Meng Lang mentioned. "What kind of job can you offer me?" "It's like this, I plan to open a clothing store online. The clothing samples are ready, but I'm in urgent need of a model. I just saw you and I think you are very suitable." Meng Lang explained. "Model? Me?" Lu Hongmei looked at Meng Lang with an expression of disbelief. She had never thought that she would be associated with the word model, and was afraid that even if she agreed, she might not be successful in the end. But thinking of the double salary promised by Meng Lang, she decided to ask. "Can I be a model even though I have a scar on my face?" "It's okay. Your scar is not deep and can be covered with makeup. Besides, I'm a fashion model, so I don't have to show my face. The only requirement is that you have a good figure, which is why I came to you," Meng Lang said. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongmei lowered her head somewhat embarrassedly. The invisible high bulge of the toes gave her some confidence, and she finally mustered up the courage to ask, "Do you need an interview?" Meng Lang was very happy to see that things were going so smoothly. He waved his hand and said, "No need for an interview. I trust my own judgment. I'll take you to the Industry and Commerce Bureau first. After you confirm that I'm not lying, we'll sign the labor contract and then take a few photos today. Is it so urgent? Can you wait until the end of the month, when I've finished working for the month and received my salary, before resigning? All Meng Lang wanted now was to take the photos quickly and start his own grand career, so he didn't care about the waiter's salary at all. Just come with me, and I'll give you the salary here later. Lu Hongmei finally asked the foreman for half a day off before leaving the footbath city with Meng Lang. The two of them took a taxi and came to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Uncle Chin, I opened a clothing store and want to hire an employee, but she thinks I'm too young and doesn't believe me. Can you help me prove it? I grew up in the yard of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and I definitely wouldn't lie. Meng Lang pointed at Lu Hongmei and said to the doorman, Uncle Chin. Uncle Chin nodded quickly at Lu Hongmei. That's right, Ulung is from our Industry and Commerce Bureau, he definitely wouldn't lie. Seeing Meng Lang greeting the gatekeeper at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau in a familiar manner, Lu Hongmei finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in her heart all the way. Now it seems that what Meng Lang said should be true. Wait for me at the door first. I'm going in to talk to the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau about something. Meng Lang said to Lu Hongmei. Lu Hongmei nodded and stood at the gate waiting for Meng Lang. She also asked the gatekeeper about Meng Lang's specific situation. When she heard Uncle Chin say to her mysteriously that Meng Lang would soon become the director's grandson, she was completely relieved. On the other side, Meng Lang came to find Zhao Qiushan, naturally to ask when the production suspension and rectification order of the Arctic Fox factory could be lifted. As soon as he reached the door of the director's office, Meng Lang heard someone calling him. He turned around and saw Section Chief He walking towards him from the other end of the corridor. Xiao Lang, why are you here? Is there something you want to talk to Director Zhao about? Uncle He, is the director here? Meng Lang looked at Section Chief He and asked. Unfortunately, there is a meeting in the city today. Tell me what's the matter and I will tell him for you. Section Chief He asked with concern. Meng Lang thought that as Zhao Qiushan's office secretary, Section Chief He should also know about the Arctic Fox situation, so he asked directly, that's fine. I just want to know when the Arctic Fox Company's suspension of production and rectification will be lifted? So that's what it is. Director Zhao just handed this matter to me today, asking me to go to Arctic Fox Company when I have time to check whether their unqualified products have really been destroyed as the news said. If the inspection results are fine, the order to suspend production and rectify can be revoked. Section Chief He said with sudden realization. Chapter 36 Filming in progress. Meng Lang didn't expect that this matter would be handed over to Section Chief He, which also meant that Zhao Qiushan was ready to lift the suspension of business. Then I'll trouble you, Uncle He. What? Is Arctic Fox Company related to you? Section Chief He asked curiously. It's nothing serious. It's my classmates' company. They asked me to help find out about the situation. Is that so? That's easy to say. Since it's your honor, I'll take some time tomorrow morning to inspect it. If there's no problem, we can end the suspension of production and rectify the situation tomorrow. I have to say that Section Chief He is worthy of being someone close to the leader. He has some emotional intelligence. When he said this, even a veteran like Meng Lang felt comfortable. That's great. If you're free someday, I'll treat you to a meal. Section Chief He patted Meng Lang on the shoulder and said in a friendly tone, it's just a small matter. Don't be so polite to me. With Chief He's words, Arctic Fox should be able to resume production in the next 2 days. After a brief exchange of greetings, Meng Lang left the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. He first took Lu Hongmei home to get a SLR camera and clothing samples, and then found a printing shop to print a labor contract. Lu Hongmei looked at the words written on the labor contract, which stated a monthly salary of 5,600 yuan, performance-based compensation, and full payment of 5 insurances in 1 fund, and she gritted her teeth and signed the labor contract. She worked hard as a waitress in a footbath city, earning only 2,800 yuan a month, and had to donate for various reasons. She never thought that she would get a job with a monthly salary of 5,600 yuan and 5 insurances and 1 fund. During the Chinese New Year, I heard from my niece who graduated from university that her monthly salary was only more than 4,000 yuan. I didn't expect that this woman with little education could earn more than a college graduate. Let's go to the hotel and get a room first. Meng Lang said to Lu Hongmei. Ah. Lu Hongmei hugged her chest quickly after hearing this. She didn't expect that Meng Lang's evil ambitions would be exposed just after she signed the labor contract. So you are this kind of person. I don't want this job anymore, Lu Hongmei said and wanted to run away. Meng Lang quickly stopped her and said, "What are you thinking? I'm talking about finding a nice hotel, getting you dressed, and taking pictures." Lu Hongmei was still a little skeptical after hearing this. "You didn't lie to me? Why would I lie to you? You should be married. My first principle in life is never to touch a married woman." Listening to Meng Lang's confident words, Lu Hongmei finally believed it a little. But when she heard him mention her husband, Lu Hongmei's expression became a little gloomy. Finally, Lu Hongmei suggested taking photos in a newly opened hotel near her home. Perhaps being closer to home would make her feel more secure. Meng Lang checked the hotel's information and confirmed that it was a 4-star hotel with up-to-standard hardware. He did not reject Lu Hongmei's proposal. The two took a taxi and drove towards the hotel. On the way, Meng Lang saw a cosmetics store and bought a set of basic cosmetics. "Before we take the photo, I'll put some makeup on you first so the photo will look better. If you don't want to show your face in the photo, you can just wear a mask." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Lu Hongmei was completely relieved. If Meng Lang really planned to do something to her, why did he buy cosmetics? Shouldn't he buy condoms? After arriving at the hotel, Meng Lang directly booked an executive suite at the front desk. The whole thing cost him more than 2,000 yuan, which made him feel very distressed. If you put these 2,000 yuan into football lottery, it can at least become hundreds of thousands of yuan. But now that his shop is about to open, he urgently needs photos and can't care about so many things. Moreover, Lu Hongmei signed a labor contract with him, so her salary can be settled next month. By then, the World Cup will have been over and his wealth will have doubled. Compared to models who charge per session, Meng Lang has saved a lot of money. After entering the exquisitely decorated and luxurious suite, Lu Hongmei's expression became noticeably restrained. On the one hand, it was because she had never been to such a luxurious hotel before, and on the other hand, she was a little uncomfortable with the fact that she and Meng Lang were alone in a hotel. When Meng Lang took out pieces of revealing sexy lingerie from the bag, Lu Hongmei was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. "Why is this dress so revealing? What's the difference between wearing it and not wearing it?" Lu Hongmei's voice was trembling a little. This kind of dress was a bit beyond her cognition. Meng Lang thought that wearing sexy lingerie was much more exciting than wearing nothing at all. But he also knew that an honest woman like Lu Hongmei would definitely be resistant to such clothes, so he could only gently comfort her. "Although our products are revealing, they cover up everything that needs to be covered. Just think of it as wearing a swimsuit at the beach." "No, if this is photographed and spread out, how can I face people?" Lu Hongmei clenched the corner of her clothes tightly with her fingers, her expression very conflicted. On one hand, there are years of traditional concepts, and on the other hand, there is a generous salary, which makes her at a loss as to how to make a choice. Meng Lang knew that if he didn't add fuel to the fire, this model he had finally found would probably run away. "Don't worry about others finding out. Wear a mask to cover your face. The fact that we're taking photos is known only to you, God, and the earth. We won't let anyone else know. Also, I'll count each set of clothes as your performance. 500 yuan per set. What do you think?" Meng Lang's two sentences made the balance in Lu Hongmei's heart begin to tilt. She was paid 500 yuan for taking photos of a set of clothes, which was the money she had to work hard for a week to earn. Moreover, Meng Lang also promised not to let anyone else know. If that's the case, it's not impossible. What's more, her gambling-addicted husband asked someone to introduce her to a job at a foot massage parlor. Wasn't it just because he wanted her to be a technician and earn money to pay off his gambling debts? She would rather die than be a technician, so she ended up working as a waitress. Because of this, her gambling husband beat her many times. Her husband doesn't care about her innocence anyway, so why should she care so much? Thinking of this, Lu Hongmei finally made up her mind and nodded to Meng Lang. Seeing that Lu Hongmei finally agreed, Meng Lang also breathed a sigh of relief. He led her to the dressing table, took out the cosmetics he had just bought on the road, and began to put on some simple makeup for her. When Meng Lang's hand touched Lu Hongmei's face, she couldn't help but tremble like a frightened doe. "Relax. It's just a job. Don't take it too seriously." While comforting her, Meng Lang gently applied makeup on Lu Hongmei's face. Lu Hongmei's body gradually began to relax. Looking at herself in the mirror, she gradually became delicate and beautiful under Meng Lang's manipulation. A strange feeling continued to grow in her heart. Chapter 37: A Genius at Being a Model? In Lu Hongmei's impression, she seemed to have never worn makeup. Even when they got married, they just put on some lipstick and finished their makeup. She watched Meng Lang slowly apply these cosmetics, which she couldn't name, on her face. It covers the wrinkles at the corners of the eyes caused by work, and the scars on the face left by accidents. I felt inexplicably touched. Lu Hongmei's gaze turned to Meng Lang in the mirror. Looking at Meng Lang's young and strong face, which was full of care and seriousness, Lu Hongmei couldn't help but sigh. How great it would be if her husband could love her like this. Unfortunately, this is impossible because her husband is an incurable gambler. He is willing to do such things as sending his wife to a foot bath center to work as a technician for money. What else can we expect from him? Thinking of this, Lu Hongmei could only feel sad inwardly. Meng Lang's makeup skills are pretty good. He learned it from an older sister who specialized in makeup when he was doing live broadcasts in his previous life. Of course, when I was studying, I paid hundreds of millions of dollars in tuition fees, and only then did I learn real skills. Since Lu Hongmei had to wear a mask when taking photos later, Meng Lang only focused on the upper half of her face and simply applied some powder on the rest of her face. It took about 20 minutes for Lu Hongmei to appear in the mirror with a brand new look. Lu Hongmei, who originally had a pretty appearance, could now be called a beauty. Especially after covering up the scars on his face, his overall temperament has improved a lot. Lu Hongmei stared blankly at herself in the mirror, feeling incredible. She, an ordinary poor woman, could actually become so beautiful. Okay, stop looking and change your clothes quickly. Hurry up and take pictures. It will be dark soon if you delay any longer. Meng Lang urged from behind her. Ah, okay, I'll go right away. Lu Hongmei said with her head lowered in panic. But when she saw the several samples Meng Lang placed on the bed, she didn't know where to start. After all, these clothes are more revealing than the other, and in Lu Hongmei's opinion, any one of them is extremely outrageous. Meng Lang was too lazy to talk to her, so he just picked up a set of traditional Chinese-style belly bands and stuffed them into her hands. Go change in the bathroom. Why start with the traditional Chinese belly band? Because this set reveals the most. As long as Lu Hongmei accepts this set of rules, the other sets of rules will not pose any psychological barriers to her. Meng Lang is working now, not flirting, and has no intention of playing the step-by-step approach with Lu Hongmei. Looking at the burgundy belly band with very little fabric in her hand, Lu Hongmei's face suddenly turned red. But he still went into the bathroom at Meng Lang's urging. After a burst of rustling sounds, Meng Lang still didn't see Lu Hongmei coming out of the bathroom door. I couldn't help but urge him, aren't you ready to change yet? If you don't come out, I'll go in. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongmei replied in panic, I'll be right out. After a while, Meng Lang saw the bathroom door being pushed open, and Lu Hongmei's plump and well-proportioned legs stepped out. But when she came out, Meng Lang saw that she had wrapped herself tightly in a bath towel. Meng Lang was really speechless now. Although his clothes were relatively revealing, they definitely covered all the necessary parts. Otherwise, the photos taken will not pass the review of the Taobao platform. If you continue to be uncooperative, I'll dock your salary. Seeing Meng Lang's face turn cold, Lu Hongmei finally gritted her teeth and untied the bath towel on her body. As the bath towel slid to the ground, Lu Hongmei appeared in front of Meng Lang wearing a burgundy traditional Chinese-style belly band. Meng Lang was indeed not mistaken. Lu Hongmei's figure was definitely 1 in 1,000. The size of the E-class belly band pushed it up high, and the hem of the belly band could not cover her lower abdomen at all. Because of years of work, Lu Hongmei has almost no fat on her belly, and her fair skin glows brightly under the warm light of the hotel. Her waist-to-hip ratio is excellent, outlining 2 beautiful curves. The lower body is a pair of no-takeoff thongs that match the belly band. The bows tied on both sides of the thighs can be easily taken off with a slight pull. This outfit, coupled with Lu Hongmei's extremely shy expression, made Meng Lang feel like a bandit in ancient times who broke into a good family to rob. Turn around and show me. Lu Hongmei followed Meng Lang's instructions and slowly turned around in place. Meng Lang looked at Lu Hongmei's presentation and couldn't help but nodded. He was very satisfied with the effect. Next, it's time to take pictures. Can you duck sit? Meng Lang asked Lu Hongmei to sit on the bed and instructed her to turn her legs outward so that her calves and soles were completely aligned with the outside of her thighs, her buttocks were completely sitting on the bed, and her legs formed a W shape. Yes. Sit like this, then tilt your head back and put your hands behind you. After Lu Hongmei posed, Meng Lang picked up the camera, found the right angle, and prepared to press the shutter button at her. Wait. Didn't you tell me to wear a mask? Lu Hongmei hurriedly stopped him, fearing that her face would be photographed. Your head is tilted up, so I can't take a picture of your face. Don't worry, if I need to take a picture of your face, I will put a mask on you. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Lu Hongmei finally felt relieved and adjusted her posture again. Meng Lang squatted on the ground and took a few pictures in succession, then stood up and started to check. Perfect. One of the photos made Meng Lang very satisfied. In the photo, Lu Hongmei's face is flushed as she leans back. Although her body is in a wild posture, her overall expression is a little shy, giving people a feeling of wanting to refuse but also to welcome. Meng Lang thought to himself that he had found a treasure. The professional lingerie models he had seen in his previous life were also very professional, with better figures than each other. But after being filmed so many times, their expressions and movements have become formulaic. Although the photos taken are beautiful, they lack the kind of seductive soul that makes people's blood boil. This photo Lu Hongmei just took is very good, with a kind of forced beauty. Very good, you must remember the feeling just now. If you can keep it up, I will give you a raise. Meng Lang said excitedly. After taking the first step, Lu Hongmei finally broke through her psychological defenses and began to actively cooperate with Meng Lang. The subsequent filming went more and more smoothly. Coach Meng Lang's movements became more and more seductive, and Lu Hongmei's demeanor became more and more natural, but she always maintained that shy feeling. As the filming progressed, Meng Lang gradually felt like he was about to lose control. Fortunately, he unloaded the goods at Sang Wanyun's place yesterday, otherwise there might really be a chance of an accidental discharge of the gun. This made Meng Lang couldn't help but wonder in his heart, is Lu Hongmei a genius at being a sexy lingerie model? Chapter 38 Meng Haiwa's Golden Avenue. After working for more than 3 hours, several sets of clothes were finally photographed. What made Meng Lang a little regretful was that the stepmother's skirt was torn to pieces during the fierce confrontation between him and Sang Wanyun yesterday. Otherwise, with Lu Hongmei's figure, she would definitely be very suitable. By the time they came out of the hotel, it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Meng Lang left Lu Hongmei's phone number and told her that he would contact her again next time there were samples that needed to be photographed. The two of them went back home separately. As soon as Meng Lang walked into the house, he heard the sound of water boiling in an iron pot in the kitchen. There is no need to guess, Meng Haiwa must be cooking noodles again. Dad! Give me another bundle of noodles. Meng Lang shouted towards the kitchen. As soon as he finished speaking, Meng Haiwa poked his head out of the kitchen with a spatula in his hand. Hey! Why are you coming back so often these past 2 days? I thought you weren't coming back for dinner. It's because you're such a great noodle cook, Dad. I love the noodles you cook the most. Meng Lang replied in a flattering manner. Stop trying to fool me. A few days ago you said you were tired of eating noodles and wanted to change your taste. Did I ever say anything like that? Meng Lang really couldn't remember whether he had said such words in his previous life, but since his father left the system in his previous life, he had never eaten the noodles cooked by his father again, so he missed it especially now. You just said that a few days ago, and you don't remember it? I found that you have been acting a little strange these past 2 days. You used to be idle all day long, but now you are learning how to do business from your uncle. It's like he's become a different person. Has anything happened recently? Meng Haiwa added a bundle of noodles to the pot, beat 2 more eggs, and looked at Meng Lang with a puzzled look. Meng Lang's heart couldn't help but tremble. His changes really couldn't be hidden from his father, who he lived with day and night. Although his father was his closest relative, Meng Lang did not intend to let anyone know about his rebirth, which was beyond ordinary people's cognition, so he had to change the subject. Dad, how are you getting along with Aunt Zhao? When can you marry her home? Then I won't have to eat the noodles you cook every night. Go to hell. Stop worrying about adults' affairs. Meng Haiwa scooped the noodles out of the pot with chopsticks, sprinkled a handful of chopped green onions on the noodles, and then poured the noodle soup over the chopped green onions. The aroma of chopped green onions immediately filled the air from the kitchen. Meng Lang hurriedly stepped forward, picked up his bowl of noodles, and sat down at the dining table with Meng Haiwa. Dad, seriously, what is Director Zhao's attitude towards you now? Meng Haiwa glanced at Meng Lang and saw that he was serious. Thinking about Meng Lang's performance at the dinner 2 days ago, he said, Director Zhao has indeed been looking for me more often these past 2 days, and he has also asked me to do some things. What's the matter? Do you need my help? Meng Lang immediately leaned over and asked. Zhao Qiushan handed the matter over to Meng Haiwa, definitely to test him. What do you know about things at work? Meng Haiwa said indifferently. Meng Lang immediately became anxious. How do you know I don't understand if you don't tell me? Meng Lang must hold on tightly to Zhao Qiushan, this golden thigh of his. It's not that he wants to curry favor with the powerful, but as his wealth continues to increase, it will inevitably attract the covetousness of those with ulterior motives. If he didn't have any background at all, he would be extremely uncomfortable if others used some tricks on him. If Zhao Qiushan was backing them up, others would be more cautious. Meng Haiwa thought for a moment before slowly saying, "It's still the topic from the dinner the other day. Ordinary people can't get through to the industrial and commercial department to get things done. The director asked me to think of ways to improve this situation and submit a report." After hearing this question, Meng Lang fell into deep thought. The first thing that came to his mind was not how to solve this problem, but the purpose of Zhao Qiushan raising this question. Does Zhao Qiushan really want to solve the problem of difficulty faced by ordinary people in getting things done? Meng Lang didn't know, nor did he need to know. But Meng Lang knew that Zhao Qiushan was now at the crossroads of promotion and would definitely need a sufficiently outstanding political achievement as a guarantee of his smooth promotion. Therefore, if Meng Haiwa could come up with a sufficiently eye-catching plan so that Zhao Qiushan could show up in front of the people above him, his marriage with Aunt Zhao would be a done deal. Thinking of this, Meng Lang raised his head, looked at Meng Haiwa and said, "Dad, you have to seize this opportunity. You don't even need to tell me. I've been working in this company for over a decade and it's not like I've been eating for free. It's not a problem for me to offer a few suggestions." Meng Haiwa looked serious, and he knew that this matter might affect his marriage and career in the second half of his life. Meng Lang shook his head upon hearing this. Just a few suggestions are definitely not enough. With so many people in the industry and commerce department, who wouldn't be able to offer suggestions? You must come up with something solid this time, preferably something that will make a splash, something Director Zhao will be able to show off to the provincial and even national audiences. Meng Haiwa just thought that Meng Lang was a little whimsical. What was the difference between this and asking Ben Borba to get rid of Tang Monk and his disciples? Anyone who can enter the system is a smart person. If he can make a splash in the province or even the whole country by just producing a report, why would he waste more than 10 years in the position of deputy section chief? Seeing Meng Haiwa's embarrassed look, Meng Lang didn't keep him in suspense any longer. "Dad, what do you think is the most important thing about this report?" Meng Haiwa frowned and thought for a while, then replied, "Of course, being able to actually solve the problem is the most important thing." Meng Lang shook his head and said, "Wrong. The most important thing is to conform to the general trend. Only by standing on the cusp of the trend can you take off." "What general trend?" Meng Haiwa looked confused. "Do you think the difficulty for ordinary people to get things done is unique to our industrial and commercial department, or does it also happen in other units?" Meng Lang asked. "I think other units also have this problem to some extent." Meng Haiwa replied. "Then what is our purpose?" Meng Lang continued to ask. "Of course it is to serve the people." Meng Haiwa answered without hesitation. "That's right. If that's the case, when people generally have difficulty getting things done, the country will definitely find a way to solve the problem. Therefore, your report cannot be presented solely from a business perspective, but should be presented from a broader, more holistic perspective." Meng Haiwa was even more confused by what Meng Lang said. "How should I write it then? Let me give you some ideas." As he spoke, Meng Lang took out a pen and paper and wrote down the nouns one by one. Service-oriented government, comprehensive government affairs center, one-stop service. Looking at the paragraphs of text written by Meng Lang on the draft paper, Meng Haiwa's eyes gradually widened. The suggestions he had come up with these days, combined with these words, made his thoughts suddenly become extremely clear. After Meng Lang finished writing, Meng Haiwa couldn't wait to pick up the paper and pen and walked into his room, without even having time to finish the noodles in the bowl. Looking at Meng Haiwa's back, Meng Lang didn't care anymore and just ate his noodles. He was not worried that Meng Haiwa's report was not well written. Perhaps it would be better if the report had problems. As long as Meng Haiwa writes the keywords he provided into the report, Zhao Qiushan will definitely see the value of this report and then participate in the work of writing this report. Meng Lang remembered that in his previous life, the country had put forward the slogan of service-oriented government in recent years. If we can write this report before then, or even conduct the first pilot of a service-oriented government department, we can achieve some results. When the country vigorously promotes it, it will definitely be promoted as a typical case. This undoubtedly paves a golden road for Meng Haiwa's future. Chapter 39 Store's First Day Performance. After finishing his noodles and clearing away the dishes, Meng Lang returned to his room. I uploaded the photos I took this afternoon into my computer and looked at them carefully. The computer in his house was discarded by his father's unit. It's okay for browsing the web, but it can't run photo editing software at all. Fortunately, Lu Hongmei has a good figure and basically does not need any photo retouching. Meng Lang simply added a watermark to the picture and uploaded it to the Taobao platform. As long as Arctic Fox Company resumes production tomorrow, his online store can open. But before you go there, you can do some publicity work. Meng Lang opened QQ, found the group that was recruiting classmates for part-time jobs, and sent a message. New job. Posting on online forums for 50 cents each. Anyone interested? A classmate in the group immediately responded. Brother Lang, you're treating us like slaves. I just finished working at your uncle's shop and was about to take my paycheck to the internet cafe. And you're finding something for me to do again. 50 cents a piece, real or fake? It can't be illegal, right? Seeing that the classmates had started discussing, Meng Lang replied in the group. Online store promotion, guaranteed not to break the law. Then I posted the photo with the Taobao store name added to the group. When the high school students in the group saw the photo of the beautiful woman wearing only a belly band, they immediately became excited. Oh my god. Brother Lang, do you have any more? Send more. Brother Lang, you know me, I've made up my mind. Seeing the enthusiastic response in the group and everyone being very interested in this promising job, Meng Lang replied in the group. Please forward the pictures I posted to major forums and post them to sections with high traffic. Remember to register multiple accounts, and change to another account if your account is blocked. Remember to take a screenshot after sending it out. Salary is paid once a week and will be paid according to the number of screenshots taken. After saying that, Meng Lang added the name of the Taobao store to the other photos, and also added some dirty jokes from later generations, and sent them to the group. These high school students who work part-time are all calling it awesome in the group. This kind of posting work is much easier than handing out flyers or helping out in a clothing store. It costs 50 cents for one message. If you register a few more accounts, it would be easy to send hundreds of messages in an hour. This way they can earn dozens of yuan an hour, which is higher than their parents' salary. Even some students who don't have computers at home are clamoring to go to the internet cafe all night. Meng Lang didn't care about this little money at all. A week later, the World Cup matches were all over. By that time, he had at least tens of millions of dollars in funds, so this amount of money was nothing to him. Moreover, if these pictures of his were to spread in online forums, the traffic to his erotic lingerie online store would increase immediately. Considering the profit margin of sexy lingerie, this amount of advertising expenses is just a drop in the bucket. Thinking of this, Meng Lang also opened the Tianya forum, which has a relatively large amount of traffic, and posted a few pictures. Although he was quickly given a yellow card warning by the forum administrator, it sparked a lot of discussion. After all, these days, although everyone has seen educational videos of Japanese teachers, only a few people have seen sexy lingerie. Many people opened Taobao according to the store name given in the picture. Meng Lang could see in the background of his Taobao store that the store's traffic had increased significantly. Some netizens have even sent messages on Alawangwang to inquire about the sizes of sexy lingerie. Just as Meng Lang was observing the back end of the Taobao store, he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He hurried out of the room and opened the door to the living room. He saw his uncle Lu Lei giving him a bright smile outside the door. Behind him, his aunt Li Xiuhong and cousin Lu Zihong were standing at the door. Uncle and aunt. Why are you here? Meng Lang welcomed them in and found slippers from the shoe cabinet. After everyone sat down on the sofa, Meng Haiwa, who heard the noise, also came out of the study. Lu Lei and Li Xiuhong both stood up and called him brother-in-law, and Lu Zihong also called him uncle. After greeting them, Meng Haiwa brewed a few cups of tea and placed them on the coffee table. Then he asked, "You guys came here so late. Is there something going on?" Lu Lei's smile remained unchanged as he said to Meng Haiwa, "We are here to thank Xiao Lang." Hearing this, Meng Lang had already guessed the purpose of his uncle and aunt's visit. They thought that the business in the store today exceeded their expectations, so they came to talk to him. Meng Haiwa asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Thank you, Xiao Lang? Why are you thanking him? Isn't he learning the clothing business from you?" If anyone should thank someone, I should be the one thanking you. Xiao Lang doesn't need to learn from us. The ideas he gave us have made us earn more today than we did last month. Li Xiaomei said on the side, her face full of joy at this moment, and she was obviously very satisfied with the income of the day. Lu Zihan, who was sitting next to them, was also infected by his parents and his face was full of smiles. Although he had a pretty good relationship with Meng Lang, he felt a little superior because Meng Lang's academic performance was not good. But when he learned from his parents that Meng Lang had made their family earn tens of thousands of yuan a day, he was completely convinced of Meng Lang. He knew that even if he had good grades and could get into a key university, it would be difficult for him to get a salary of tens of thousands of yuan a month after graduation, let alone earn tens of thousands of yuan a day. Seeing that his uncle's family was so happy, Meng Lang finally became curious. How many sets of clothes did you sell in the store today? You're so happy. Li Xiaohong looked at Meng Lang excitedly, stretched out her 2 hands, made a 1 with one hand and a 2 with the other. 1,200 sets. The gross profit per set is about 25 yuan, so we made 30,000 yuan that day. If the store hadn't sold out, they would definitely be able to sell more. Your uncle has already asked someone to arrange for the goods, so tomorrow's business will definitely be good. After saying that, Li Xiaohong took out several stacks of thick red banknotes from her bag and placed them in front of Meng Lang. Xiao Lang, this 30,000 yuan is the jackpot of this store. You should take it all. From now on, this clothing store will be yours as a half share, and you will get half of all the profits. Li Xiaohong said very seriously. Before Meng Lang could say anything, the straightforward Meng Haiwa quickly refused. How can this be possible? There's no reason to share the money you worked so hard to earn. Brother-in-law, Meng Lang should have received this money. If it weren't for the Arctic Fox brand authorization he obtained, the clothing store we opened would have been able to earn hard-earned money every day. It's different now. This store probably makes more money in a month than we did in the past few years. As long as this store can continue to operate, our whole family can live a good life. Xiao Lang has been a great help to us. If I don't compensate Xiao Lang properly, how will I, as his uncle, face him in the future? Chapter 40 Half Shares. After much persuasion from Lu Lei and Li Xiaohong, Meng Haiwa finally agreed to let Meng Lang accept the 30,000 yuan. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Meng Lang had changed greatly. It seemed as if she didn't recognize her own son at all. This is not Meng Haiwa's fault. What happened today was really too unbelievable. Not only did his own son provide him with a report idea that was sure to impress his boss, but he also helped his uncle and aunt earn tens of thousands of dollars a day. This is simply a monster. If Meng Lang hadn't been standing right in front of him, he would have suspected that his son had been switched. Naturally, Meng Lang had no reason to refuse this money. For him now, no amount of money is too much. He knew the scores of the last 2 games of the World Cup. No matter how much money comes into his hands, it can be multiplied by at least dozens of times after a week. If he wasn't afraid of his father's suspicion, he would have mortgaged his house to buy lottery tickets. He even thought that it would be great if there were online loans in this era. He could use up all the loans and use the money to buy lottery tickets. If he had the 30,000 yuan, he could have bought at least 8 to 10 houses in Jiangzhou City in 2010 a week later. However, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh at the character of his uncle and aunt. In his previous life, he had seen all kinds of people, but he had rarely seen people as clear-headed and lucid as his uncle and aunt. Even if many people become rich, they will only attribute it to themselves, completely forgetting how many people have helped them along the way. Even some successful entrepreneurs, after achieving success, verbally thank the country and society, but in their hearts they only attribute their success to their own intelligence and talent, and instead blame those low-level working-class people in society, saying that the reason they do not have high incomes is because they are not working hard enough and are not able to endure hardships enough. If one could really earn a high income by working hard enough and enduring enough hardship, every farmer would be a millionaire. Meng Lang asked his uncle and aunt to run this specialty store in order to repay them for their care for him in his previous life. Since his uncle and aunt could do things so openly, Meng Lang naturally couldn't treat them unfairly. If he needs someone trustworthy to do anything in the future, his uncle and aunt will definitely be his first choice. After Meng Lang put the money away, the few of them chatted for a while in the living room. With the 2 children, Meng Lang and Lu Zihan, present, they naturally talked about study and the college entrance examination. Zihan will take the college entrance exam next year, right? You must persevere in this final year and don't be like Meng Lang. Meng Haiwa looked at Meng Lang, a hint of complaint in his tone. He was also a top student from a prestigious university, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to get into a good company like the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. Although he was relatively calm, he still felt ashamed that his son couldn't even get into a junior college. Meng Lang didn't care about it. He had always had poor grades since he was a child and was not cut out for studying. However, Lu Zihong had always been at the top of his class, but he performed poorly in the high school entrance exam and failed to enter the best high school in Jiangzhou City. Meng Lang remembered that in his previous life, Lu Zihong had done quite well in the college entrance examination and successfully entered a 211 university. Lu Zihong answered seriously, "I will continue to work hard." Li Hongmei complained when she heard this, "What's the point of just working hard? You also need to be careful. If it weren't for the off-topic essay in the high school entrance examination, you should have been admitted to the key class of number 1 middle school. I heard that number 1 middle school arranges special training during the summer vacation. If I had been able to get into number 1 middle school, I might have been able to get into a key university." Hearing this, Meng Haiwa nodded thoughtfully. Meng Lang noticed Meng Haiwa's expression. After his uncle and aunt left, he asked, "Dad, do you want Aunt Jia to help arrange for my cousin to be admitted to the key class at number 1 middle school?" Meng Haiwa nodded when he heard this, although he didn't know how Meng Lang had increased the income of his brother-in-law's clothing store so much. But the other party was willing to give out half of the shares of the clothing store that he had worked hard to run for many years, which gave Meng Lang some capital to make a living. As Meng Lang's father, he also had to show some appreciation. In his opinion, finding a way to get Lu Zihong into the key class of number 1 middle school was a very good idea. However, he was not sure whether this matter could be accomplished, and he had to discuss it with Zhao Yaji. Meng Lang had no objection to this. If Lu Zihong could enter number 1 middle school, with his grades, he might be able to get into a better school. By then, my uncle and aunt will probably be very happy too. After chatting about this, Meng Lang returned to his room and continued to reply to customers' messages on Alawangwang. At the same time, a few blocks away in the Xingawan community, Sang Wanyun, who had just finished taking a shower, suddenly heard the doorbell ring. A look of joy suddenly appeared on her pretty face, thinking that Meng Lang was looking for her again. But when she opened the door, she found a short and sturdy figure standing at the door. Who else could it be but her ex-husband Zhou Dong? Zhou Dong had just received detailed information about Meng Lang from a private detective. After confirming that Meng Lang did not have any strong background, he angrily came to Sang Wanyun. Seeing Zhou Dong standing at the door, Sang Wanyun's face immediately showed disappointment. "Why is it you?" Seeing the disgust and disappointment on Sang Wanyun's face, Zhou Dong suddenly became furious. "Why? Are you disappointed that it wasn't your lover who knocked on the door?" As he spoke, Zhou Dong threw a stack of photos at Sang Wanyun. Sang Wanyun looked down and saw Meng Lang's figure in the photo, and her pretty face suddenly turned cold. "You investigated me. We're divorced, and you're invading my privacy. I can sue you." Seeing that Sang Wanyun did not deny it, Zhou Dong's face suddenly turned purple with anger. "What's wrong with investigating you? If I hadn't investigated you, I wouldn't have known you were hooking up with your son's classmate. How could you be so shameless? You could even do that to your son's classmate." Upon hearing this, Sang Wanyun angrily said, "I have no shame." "Do you even have any shame? Who cheated on me? Who hooked up with my son's tutor? How dare you blame me?" After hearing what Sang Wanyun said, Zhou Dong was suddenly unable to refute. It was indeed he who cheated first, which forced Sang Wanyun to divorce him. However, after his divorce, he lost a lot of assets, which made him feel very painful, and he had to find a way to make up for the loss. It just so happened that a friend came to him with a promising project these days and hoped that he could invest together, but he simply didn't have that much money at the moment, so he thought about remarrying Sang Wanyun. After taking a deep breath, Zhou Dong seemed to have made up his mind. He looked at Sang Wanyun and said, "In that case, we are even." "Wanyun, I want to reconcile with you, is it okay? Jiahao is still young, he needs a complete family." Sang Wanyun sneered when she heard this. "Zhou Dong, I just realized how shameless you are." "Even? Who is even with you? I never did anything to offend you before the divorce. As for after the divorce, I am free to do whatever I want. I can sleep with whoever I want. It's none of your business." Chapter 41, Be known by your job title when working. "Wanyun, how can you say that? As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day are bound by 100 days of grace. We've been together for nearly 20 years, don't you miss the relationship we had as husband and wife?" Zhou Dong still wants to try his best. Sang Wanyun almost felt sick when she saw Zhou Dong's hypocritical look. If you had cared about our relationship at all, you wouldn't have brought another woman home with you. Don't dream on, I won't remarry you. After saying this, Sang Wanyun planned to close the door and send the guests away. However, Zhou Dong blocked the crack in the door with his foot, preventing Sang Wanyun from closing the door. Wanyun, listen to me. Before Zhou Dong could finish his words, Sang Wanyun's high-heeled foot kicked Zhou Dong's instep hard, causing him to grimace in pain and withdraw his foot. Seeing Zhou Dong in pain, Sang Wanyun was still not satisfied. She said to Zhou Dong contemptuously, I have so much fun sleeping with a little wolf dog. Why should I bother serving a soft, greasy old man like you? You still want to remarry? Dream on. After saying that, Sang Wanyun slammed the door shut. Only Zhou Dong was left standing there, with a look of disbelief on his face. His wife, who used to be so reserved, actually said such ruthless words in front of him. From this, we can see how much fun she had with Meng Lang. Wasn't the reason he cheated on his wife because Sang Wanyun was unwilling to cooperate with his special requests? Unexpectedly, after the divorce, Sang Wanyun seemed to have become a completely different person. Thinking of this, Zhou Dong was so angry that his eyes turned red. Meng Lang, I can never coexist with you. Zhou Dong roared in his heart. Meng Lang, who was replying to a customer's message on Taobao, couldn't help but sneeze. Seeing that it was getting late, he decided to go to bed early. Many customers have already placed orders in his Taobao store, and he has to ship the goods within 48 hours of the order. However, at this time, he has no goods except for a few samples. I have to rush to the Arctic Fox Company tomorrow. As long as the industrial and commercial inspection is passed, I will sign the delivery contract immediately and speed up production. It would be best to borrow a warehouse directly from Arctic Fox Company so that the products can be shipped directly by express delivery after production. While thinking, Meng Lang lay down on his bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, Meng Lang got out of bed early. After eating a bowl of noodles on the street, Meng Lang first took a taxi to the sports lottery center and used the 30,000 yuan he earned yesterday to buy today's game. In this way, together with the 740,000 he bought before, Meng Lang spent a total of 770,000 on this game. Although the odds were only 1.7, by the end of the afternoon game, after deducting taxes, Meng Lang would be able to get around 1.05 million. After keeping the lottery ticket close to him, Meng Lang went directly to the Arctic Fox Company. From a distance, Meng Lang saw Gan Yuru and a group of people standing at the gate of Arctic Fox Company, as if they were waiting for someone. Meng Lang understood after a moment's thought. It must be that section chief he from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau had notified them in advance that they would come for rectification and acceptance inspection, so they were now waiting for section chief he to come at the door. As Meng Lang got out of the taxi, his attention was immediately attracted by Gan Yuru's figure. Gan Yuru was wearing a red chiffon dress today. Standing in the crowd, she stood out like a crane among chickens. Her hair was tied up behind her head with a pearl headband, and paired with the big round pearl necklace around her neck, she looked very noble. The waist-hugging design of the skirt perfectly highlights Gan Yuru's perfect figure. Her plump body, slender waist, and round buttocks form two breathtaking S-shaped curves that make Meng Lang unable to take his eyes off her. Gan Yuru spotted Meng Lang getting out of the taxi and looked at him tenderly. Xiao Lang, what brings you here? Of course I'm here to see Sister Gan. Meng Lang walked up to Gan Yuru under the gaze of everyone. The Arctic Fox Company executives behind Gan Yuru couldn't help but talk about who this young man who was very familiar to Gan Yuru was. Among them, Li Shunchang looked at Meng Lang with a particularly unfriendly look. Perhaps he felt that Meng Lang's tone when speaking to his sister-in-law was too frivolous. Meng Lang didn't care about the looks of these people and walked to Gan Yuru's side. The two of them were very close to each other, and their relationship seemed a little unusual. After section chief he comes to inspect today, the suspension order should be lifted. The clothes I need are urgent, so I want to sign the order contract as soon as possible and hope to get the goods as soon as possible. Meng Lang leaned close to Gan Yuru's ear and said. Gan Yuru's beautiful eyes lit up when she heard this, and she thought to herself, this inspection was indeed commissioned by Meng Lang. This morning the Industrial and Commercial Department called and said they would come over for an inspection. Gan Yuru suspected at the time that it was Meng Lang who was behind this. The application to cancel the suspension of production and rectification was submitted just yesterday, and people were arranged to come down for inspection today. This speed is too fast. Meng Lang spoke in such a low voice, obviously not wanting others to know that he had used his connections to invite the people from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau. so Gan Yuru could only whisper her thanks into Meng Lang's ear. Thank you again this time. Gan Yuru's voice, which she lowered deliberately, was soft and sticky, and particularly pleasant to the ear. Along with the pleasant sound, there was also a warm and fragrant breeze with the lingering scent of Gan Yuru. Feeling the fragrant breeze on his face and looking at the beautiful face so close to him, Meng Lang's breathing even became heavy. Seeing the two of them whispering in each other's ears so intimately, the eyes of the Arctic Fox management almost popped out of their heads. Their suspicions about the young man grew. Who is this person? How could he be so close to Mr. Gan? Li Xuanchang's eyes turned red as he watched. A strong sense of crisis came over him. Apart from his deceased brother, he had never seen his sister-in-law behave so intimately with any other man. Thinking of this, he could no longer bear it, and walked forward and said to Gan Yuru, "Sister-in-law, the leaders of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau should be coming soon, otherwise, those who are not related should leave first and don't hinder the leader's inspection." As he spoke, Li Shunchang looked at Meng Lang with an unfriendly look. The irrelevant people he mentioned were naturally Meng Lang. Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru frowned and looked at Li Shunchang and said, "Mr. Meng Lang is an important partner of the company, not some irrelevant person. Also, when you're in the company, refer to my position, don't call me sister-in-law." Li Shunchang was immediately speechless and could only retreat back into the crowd with a sullen look on his face. At this moment, a black Passat sedan drove towards the gate of Arctic Fox. After the car stopped, Section Chief he got out of the car. Gan Yuru quickly stepped forward, gently shook his hand, and said, "Welcome, Section Chief he, to come and inspect." Section Chief he simply nodded slightly to her, and his eyes quickly caught sight of the tall Meng Lang in the crowd. "Xiao Lang, why are you here? Are you worried that I am not doing my job carefully and you come here to supervise me?" Section Chief he said jokingly. "Uncle he, how can I be qualified to supervise you? I just opened an online store and wanted to import some goods from Arctic Fox Company, so I came here to take a look." Meng Lang replied with a smile. Now the talents of Arctic Fox Company realized that the leader of the Industrial and Commercial Department was actually invited by this young man named Meng Lang. No wonder Gan Yuru, who has always been rude to other men, treats him so well. Only Li Shunchang looked at Meng Lang with eyes full of fear. Chapter 42: The Genius of Designing Sexy Lingerie. There wasn't much greeting at the company gate. Section Chief he, led by Gan Yuru and Arctic Fox's management, went to inspect the factory. It was naturally difficult for Meng Lang to follow, otherwise he would really end up supervising Section Chief he's work. Section Chief he has already given Meng Lang enough face, and Meng Lang is naturally not someone who doesn't know how to advance or retreat. Moreover, when he came to Arctic Fox Company, in addition to asking Gan Yuru to sign a production contract, he also wanted to ask Yang Shengnan to draw more designs for sexy lingerie. Due to limited time the day before yesterday, Meng Lang only asked Yang Shengnan to draw 5 or 6 sets of sexy lingerie styles. He has a lot of popular sexy lingerie in his mind, and in addition to these popular ones, there are some basic styles that sell well, such as various JK and nurse costume modified sexy lingerie, which had very good sales in his previous life. Meng Lang found the designer's studio with ease. As expected, Yang Shengnan was the only one in the studio. Today, Yang Shengnan wore a pure white t-shirt and a short skirt that covered her hips, which perfectly showed off her figure. Especially the buttocks. The short skirt could not cover the tight and round buttocks at all, revealing a perfect curve, which was seen by Meng Lang who was standing behind. It was really hot. She casually gathered her short hair behind her head, wore a simple metal necklace around her neck, and a pair of white sneakers on her feet, which made her look both beautiful and cool. At this time, Yang Shengnan was lying on her workstation, a pencil dancing soulfully in her hand, as if she was drawing something seriously. Meng Lang quietly walked behind Yang Shengnan and saw that a clothing design drawing was already half completed. But when Meng Lang looked at the design drawing, he felt something was wrong. The height of the neckline and the curvature of the waistline. This doesn't seem to be an ordinary piece of clothing. It's a piece of sexy lingerie. And from this bold design and advanced concept, this feeling of trying to cover up but making things more obvious, of wanting to refuse but actually welcoming, is simply amazing. Meng Lang's gaze towards Yang Shengnan gradually became hot. This is also a genius. A genius in designing sexy lingerie. But after thinking about it, it doesn't seem surprising that Yang Shengnan could draw such a design. As a woman, she knows how to show off a woman's physical gifts. But she is also AT and knows what kind of clothes can please her most. In addition, her studies at a prestigious university laid a solid foundation for her career as a designer. This is simply the holy body of a natural sexy lingerie designer. Looking at the sexy lingerie gradually taking shape under Yang Xingnan's pen, Meng Lang secretly made up his mind. We must firmly grasp this rare talent. Cough cough. Meng Lang coughed, reminding Yang Shengnan of his arrival. After hearing the cough, Yang Shengnan was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. She quickly hid the design drawings on the table under a pile of thick manuscript papers. She breathed a sigh of relief only after seeing that the person coming was Meng Lang, as if she was afraid that someone would find out that she was drawing the design of sexy lingerie. Why are you here again? Yang Shengnan said with a displeased look at Meng Lang. I'm here to fulfill my promise to you. Meng Lang said with a smile on his face. He remembered that his attitude towards Yang Shengnan the day before yesterday seemed not very good, and he even forced her to wear a holochengsam. Presumably, she did not have a good impression of him. Now that Meng Lang wanted to recruit her, his attitude naturally had to be more moderate. What kind of agreement can I have with a bastard like you? Yang Shengnan looked at Meng Lang's hateful face and remembered what happened the day before yesterday afternoon. Her face was full of anger. I don't know if this vulgar guy did anything improper to the cheongsam after taking it away. Didn't I promise you the day before yesterday that I would place an order for custom clothing from Arctic Fox as long as you followed my requirements? I'm here to place an order today. Meng Lang still had a warm smile on his face. Hearing Meng Lang say this, Yang Xingnan's expression finally eased a little, but her tone was still very aggressive. You should go to Mr. Gon to place your order. Why are you looking for me? I only drew a few pieces that day. Even if I place an order, I can't produce many. So I plan to ask you to help draw some design drawings, so that I can enrich my product library. Meng Lang explained. When Yang Shengnan heard this, her eyes became alert. I can draw the design, but let me be clear, don't even think about forcing me to wear that kind of clothes again. How could that be? Am I the kind of person who likes to force others? Meng Lang said with a wry smile. Yang Shengnan looked at Meng Lang with distrust still written all over her face. Only after Meng Lang repeatedly assured her that he was only going to draw the drawings today and there was absolutely nothing else to do did Yang Shengnan feel relieved. She took out the draft paper and prepared to draw the design for Meng Lang. Based on his memories from his previous life, Meng Lang roughly described the popular design in his mind. What about lace suspender nightgown, ancient fairy dress, young woman's battle robe? Yang Shengnan listened very carefully. Sometimes when she heard about some novel designs, she would even take out a notebook to take notes, as if she was learning. Meng Lang was also very happy to see her in this state. Loving to learn is a good thing. Meng Lang has some sexy lingerie styles in his mind, but perhaps some of them do not conform to the aesthetic tastes of people of this era. If Yang Shengnan could learn independently and innovate, Meng Lang would not have to worry about not having new products to sell in the future. With the Cooperation Foundation from the day before yesterday, the two of them have more tacit understanding and cooperation and their work efficiency is much higher than before. 3 hours later, a stack of design drawings had piled up on the table, at least more than 10 sets. Including the sets from the day before yesterday, there are more than 20 sets of sexy lingerie to serve as the store's product library, which is more than enough. After painting for several hours in a row, Yang Shengnan couldn't help feeling sore in her back. She couldn't help but stand up and move around, squinting her eyes, raising her hands and stretching. The slender body stretches out a beautiful arc like a bent bow. The curvy curves are so attractive that people can't take their eyes off them. After stretching out her hands, Yang Xingnan's towering chest pushed up her white t-shirt, revealing her flat belly without a trace of fat. As she stretched more and more, the hem of her t-shirt continued to rise, and Meng Lang gradually saw her delicate belly button, the neat and white outline of her ribs, and the semicircle of white lace. What are you looking at? Yang Shengnan finally finished stretching and a few tears squeezed out of the corners of her eyes. Through her tear-blurred vision, she saw Meng Langjin staring at her body and swallowing wildly. Yang Shengnan quickly pulled down her clothes, looked at Meng Lang with a bad look, and cursed, "You pervert." Chapter 43 Signing a Contract. Faced with Yang Xingnan's eyes that were almost spitting fire, Meng Lang reluctantly withdrew his gaze. You exposed it yourself, I didn't mean to see it. Meng Lang explained with his hands spread out. Seeing Meng Lang's rogue behavior, Yang Shengnan gritted her teeth and said hatefully, "Get out of here now that you're done. I don't want to see you again." Who said I've finished my work? Meng Lang asked back. Upon hearing this, Yang Shengnan immediately looked at Meng Lang warily. I've already given you the blueprints, what else do you want to do? Who said all the designs were given to me? Isn't there one more? As Meng Lang spoke, he pulled out a design drawing from the bottom of the pile of waste paper at lightning speed. It was the one Yang Shangnan had drawn before Meng Lang came. Give it back to me. When Yang Shangnan saw that the design drawing she had secretly drawn was taken away by Meng Lang, she rushed over to grab it. But Meng Lang was tall and had long arms, so he held the design drawing high. Although Yang Shangnan was not short among the girls, she was half a head shorter than him. No matter how she jumped, she could not reach the design drawing in Meng Lang's hand. Yang Shangnan was so anxious that she threw herself on Meng Lang. The curvy body rubbed against Meng Lang's, and the elastic fat hit Meng Lang's chest, causing ripples. You've already drawn it, why not just produce it and let's see? Meng Lang said, holding the design drawing high. However, Yang Shangnan completely ignored Meng Lang's words, her face already flushed with shame. In her opinion, being forced by Meng Lang to draw the design of sexy lingerie and taking the initiative to design a set of sexy lingerie are two completely different things. The former was out of necessity, and if others knew about the latter, she would be too embarrassed to face anyone. Seeing that Yang Shangnan still refused to give in, Meng Lang had no choice but to use his trump card. This is it. After the suit is produced, no matter how many I sell, I will pay you the design fee based on 3% of the net profit. Hearing Meng Lang say this, Yang Shangnan finally stopped snatching and looked at Meng Lang in disbelief. Are you serious? You're going to pay me a design fee? Or a percentage? The reason why Yang Shangnan was so surprised was that as an unknown fashion designer, she could only charge a one-time fee when selling her designs to clothing factories. Charging by piece or by percentage are privileges that only well-known fashion designers are entitled to. Interns like Yang Shangnan, who just graduated from school, are not even qualified to charge a one-time fee. I can only assist formal designers or draw pictures as required. Basically, there will be no opportunity to design products independently, let alone collect profit sharing from the products as Meng Lang mentioned. And it's a 3% profit share, which is a sky-high price for a new designer. Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, we can sign a contract. Meng Lang said righteously. But after he finished speaking, he added, however, I will have the right of first refusal for any of your future designs. No matter what design you draw, I have to wait until I review it before I can sell it to others. This is where Meng Lang's true intentions are revealed. He wanted to bind Yang Shangnan, a talented designer in the field of sexy lingerie, closely to himself, so as to ensure a steady supply of excellent products in future business competition. Upon hearing this, Yang Shangnan was immediately confused. But the look in her eyes when she looked at Meng Lang softened a little. At this moment, she was thinking that although Meng Lang was a gangster, the fact that he recognized her professional ability made her resentment towards him slightly reduced. In the end, Yang Shangnan nodded and agreed to Meng Lang's conditions. Meng Lang quickly drafted a contract and signed it with Yang Shangnan on the spot. He also used Yang Shangnan's lipstick to put his fingerprints on his hands. When he left the design studio, Meng Lang not only had 24 designs of erotic clothing and the corresponding cost tables in his hands, but also Yang Shangnan's indenture. When Meng Lang arrived at Gan Yuru's office, it was almost noon. Section chief he had already finished his inspection and left. Gan Yuru had just finished the work at hand. I really have to thank you this time, otherwise the order to suspend production and rectify would not be lifted so quickly. Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang with joy and said with a warm smile on her pretty face. This is what I should do. I'm still waiting for the Arctic Fox Company to be revitalized, and for you to agree to my pursuit as agreed. Meng Lang's face was also full of smiles. The order to suspend production and rectify the situation was lifted. Gan Yuru was in a good mood at the moment and was not annoyed by Meng Lang's verbal teasing. Don't be too happy, I said in the news that I would compensate consumers 10 times the purchase price, which is a full 30 million. Adding to the money owed to suppliers and liquidated damages, Arctic Fox will need at least 50 million in funds to get through this difficult time. The real difficulty is yet to come. Faced with the financial pressure of 50 million, Meng Lang remained calm. Don't worry, everything is under my control. Everything will be settled in half a month at most, and you can't deny it then. Facing Meng Lang's fiery gaze, Gan Yuru suddenly didn't know how to respond when she heard his words. She wasn't mentally prepared to date a young man 20 years her junior, so she had to change the subject. Didn't you say you wanted to sign a contract for custom clothing? Meng Lang shook the clothing design drawings in his hand and said, the designs are all here. Now that the production line can resume production, let's hurry up and sign the contract. Gan Yuru took the design drawing from Meng Lang's hand, and her face turned red after looking at it. Why are all the clothes like this? They're too revealing. She was so busy before that she didn't have time to look carefully at Meng Lang's design drawings, and even asked Yang Shengnan to ask someone in the production department to do the cost accounting. Meng Lang now placed a large stack of sexy lingerie designs in front of her, which had a great impact on Gan Yuru. Is this the kind of clothing you want Arctic Fox to produce? That's right. If I were to make ordinary clothes, a newcomer like me wouldn't be able to compete with you established clothing companies, so I have to find another way. Gan Yuru didn't know what to say when she heard that. Although she found it a little unacceptable to see Meng Lang, a high school student, doing adult products business, from a business perspective, it was indeed a good idea. After looking through all the design drawings, Gan Yuru adjusted the cost list, eliminated the material costs, and finally gave Meng Lang the factory price, which ranged from 3 to 15 yuan depending on the style. The reason why prices fluctuate so much is because the production costs of different styles of sexy lingerie vary greatly. For example, the traditional Chinese-style belly band only has a few pieces of cloth and is easy to produce. There is no need to consider the material cost. If Meng Lang is paid 3 yuan per set, Arctic Fox Company can even make a lot of profit. The Holochongsam, which has a more complicated production process, also does not include material costs, so the factory price is only 15 yuan. How many pieces do you plan to buy? Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang and asked. Let's start by producing 5,000 pieces of each set. Gan Yuru was surprised by Meng Lang's answer. 5,000 pieces per set? 24 sets means 120,000 pieces total. You've only just started your business, can you possibly sell that many? Chapter 44, the second step of the plan. Don't worry, the sexy clothing market is a vast ocean right now. For me, more than 100,000 sets are just a drop in the bucket. Meng Lang has full confidence in the sex toy market. Based on his understanding of this industry in his previous life, it is very normal for an ordinary online store to ship hundreds of thousands of pieces a month. Although online shopping is not as developed as it is in later generations, the current market competition is not that fierce. Seeing Meng Lang's certainty, Gan Yuru didn't know what to say anymore. She turned on the computer and started drafting the contract. There's one more thing I need to explain in advance. I'm currently unable to pay the deposit and the payment for the goods. Can you produce the goods for me first? Starting from July 13th, I'll pay according to the quantity of goods delivered. Meng Lang asked tentatively. July 13th is the day after the World Cup ends, and only then will all of Meng Lang's funds be released from the lottery. Gan Rui glanced at the calendar. Today was already July 7th, and the 13th was only a week away. For a manufacturing company like Arctic Fox, a one-week payment period is not a problem at all. It is common for some dealers to default on payments for more than half a year. No problem, these goods are made from that batch of scrap materials anyway, so it doesn't cost much for me. After saying that, Gan Yuru wrote the payment time for the goods into the contract. Half an hour later, Meng Lang signed his name on the order contract. The contract is for a total of 120,000 sets of sexy underwear, with an average price of 8 yuan per set, and the total payment is as high as 960,000 yuan. According to the production line scale of Arctic Fox, all deliveries can be completed within half a month. After the contract was signed, Gan Yuru suddenly looked at Meng Lang and asked, ever since the news broadcast 2 days ago, Arctic Fox's brand image has greatly improved. According to your plan, this first step has been a success. When do you plan to start the next step? Second step of the plan? I have already started. Oh. I was so busy these 2 days that I forgot to tell you. Meng Lang said with a smile. It has already started? Gan Yuru was a little surprised. She didn't expect Meng Lang to be so fast. Yes. Didn't I ask you for a brand license? When I open a store, when other people see the profitability of authorized stores, they will definitely rush to you to buy authorization. By then, you'll be able to make back more than half of the 50 million yuan funding gap just from licensing fees. Meng Lang's voice was full of confidence. But Gan Yuru was skeptical. Meng Lang's words sounded too easy, as if 50 million was within his reach. Looking at Meng Lang's young face, Gan Rui couldn't help but have some doubts. But it's really hard to open a specialty store in just half a month. Is it difficult? Not at all. I've already established the specialty store. It just opened yesterday and sold 1,200 sets of thermal clothing in one day. Meng Lang said with a relaxed look. How much? Dawn Yuru's pretty face was filled with surprise when she heard this, as if she couldn't believe the number. How is this possible? 1,200 sets of warm clothing for winter. What's impossible about this? If you don't believe me, I'll take you to see it later. Today's business will definitely be better than yesterday's. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Dawn Yuru's expression of surprise finally turned into delight. If this is true, there is real hope for the revival of Arctic Fox. According to Meng Lang, Arctic Fox Company not only charges brand licensing fees every year, but also charges money for every tag it authorizes. Dawn Yuru did some quick calculations and found that this store could sell 1,200 tags a day. If each tag costs 8 to 10 yuan, this store could bring Arctic Fox 10,000 yuan in revenue a day. If Arctic Fox can sell 100 licenses, it can make a net profit of millions a day by selling tags, which means more than 300 million a year. Even at its peak, Arctic Fox's sales revenue did not reach 300 million. If Meng Lang's plan can really be realized, it will be a huge profit. If Meng Lang knew what Dawn Yuru was thinking now, he would only laugh at her for not imagining things boldly enough. The sales volume of these 1,200 pieces is only the sales volume of an offline physical store. When e-commerce develops, it will be common for a Taobao authorized store to sell tens of thousands of pieces. Open Taobao and search for underwear, socks and thermal clothes, and you will find that all of them are brand authorized stores. Every product sold from a brand authorized store must pay a tag tax to the brand. It was this strategy that supported Antarctic's market value of 60 billion at its peak in the previous life. Let's go check out this store you mentioned. Not long after, Meng Lang arrived at the Jiangdong clothing market in Dawn Yuru's BMW 5 Series. As soon as he parked the car on the side of the road, Meng Lang saw that the direction of the specialty store was crowded with people, and many people were rushing in that direction. After getting closer, Dawn Yuru was shocked by the huge crowds of people. How did you do it? Why do all these customers come here to buy warm clothes in the middle of summer? Hearing this, Meng Lang smiled and said, "You have no idea how hard these elderly people will work to save money. A warm coat originally priced at 200 yuan is only 79 yuan, plus free socks and eggs. Naturally, they'll flock to it. The storefront is actually not very big, and it is basically packed at this time. If it weren't for the high school classmates who work part-time to help, my uncle, aunt and cousin would not be able to handle it. Fortunately, there is not much to choose from when it comes to thermal clothing. Customers just need to tell us their size, then they can line up to receive the clothes and pay for them. Finally, they can go to the door with the receipt to collect the eggs. After completing the entire assembly line operation, it only takes 2 minutes to serve one customer." Li Xiaohong, who was working at the cashier, saw Meng Lang at the door and quickly handed the cashiering task to her son Luihang, then squeezed out. "Xiao Lang, you have no idea how good our business is today. People were already lining up outside our store before daybreak, and we've already sold over 800 sets by noon." Meng Lang was not surprised by this data, but Dawn Yuru, who was standing beside him, was surprised. 800 units were sold at noon. If they were sold until the evening, wouldn't the number exceed 2,000? This is too crazy. Dawn Yuru couldn't help but say. Li Xiaohong noticed Dawn Yuru, who came with Meng Lang, and asked curiously, "Who is this?" "This is Mr. Gon from Arctic Fox Company. He came here today to check out the situation in our store," Meng Lang introduced. "So it's Mr. Gon. We have such a good business thanks to your brand authorization. If it weren't for the well-known Arctic Fox brand, there wouldn't be so many people buying clothes. The owner of the clothing factory that supplies us was so envious when he came to deliver the goods today that he said he would also go to you to buy a brand license." After hearing what Li Xiaohong said, Dawn Yuru's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems that the second step of Meng Lang's plan has been half successful. Chapter 45 Pepperfish. The sales data of Jiangbei Arctic Fox store is enough to attract other clothing dealers. This business is really booming. A small store of less than 50 square meters sells thousands of sets of thermal clothing a day. Even if a tag tax of 8 to 10 yuan is collected for each set, there is still enough profit margin. The daily profit can be at least more than 20,000 yuan. In 2010, this speed of making money was simply unimaginable. You can buy 2 houses in 1 month. And even with such promotional sales, there is no need to worry about draining the market potential. For clothing like thermal underwear, even the most frugal person needs to buy at least 1 new set in winter. With so many people in China, the market is over 1 billion sets per year, so this kind of promotional business can be done for a long time. Arctic Fox only needs to occupy a very small part of this huge market to live a comfortable life. Moreover, if Arctic Fox only sells tags, it does not need to bear inventory pressure and production pressure. From production to sales, all work is done by authorized dealers. Arctic Fox only needs to do a good job of brand operation and can just sit back and collect money. This business model is simply amazing. Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang with an increasingly incredible look. How could a young man who just graduated from high school have such a keen business sense? Looking at his calm demeanor, it seemed as if he had already guessed this outcome. At this time, Meng Lang was communicating with Li Xiuhong about some matters regarding the specialty store. We must ensure the quality of our thermal clothing. We must not allow any quality issues to arise. Otherwise, all our efforts will be wasted. Li Xiuhong assured him, "Don't worry. The owner of this clothing factory wants me to help him get the Arctic Fox brand license. He definitely won't fool us with inferior products. And your uncle carefully inspects every batch of goods to ensure there won't be any problems." Meng Lang felt relieved after hearing this. Also, Zhengzhou TV might come over to interview us in the next couple of days. If it's on the news, business will definitely get better. Otherwise, we should buy the 2 shops next door. It's not a good idea to have customers lining up at the door every day. After listening to Meng Lang's suggestion, Li Xiuhong nodded seriously. "I'll have your uncle talk to the owner of the shop next door tonight. But can our shop really be on TV? Don't worry, I've already contacted the people at the TV station." After explaining everything clearly, Meng Lang no longer disturbed his aunt from doing business. "Come on, Sister Gan, I'll treat you to a meal to celebrate the smooth progress of our cooperation." It was already noon, and Gan Yuru did not refuse, and went to a nearby shopping mall with Meng Lang. The two found a more refined restaurant, sat down at a window seat, and ordered the restaurant's signature dish, Sichuan pepperfish, on the waiter's recommendation. Perhaps because she finally saw hope for the revival of Arctic Fox Company, Gan Yuru was in high spirits and always had a heartwarming smile on her face. Meng Lang, who was sitting opposite her, kept his eyes fixed on her bright and beautiful face with a smile on his lips. If you ignore the age difference between the two, they really look like a couple on a date. I'm curious. Even though the price of thermal clothing is very attractive, how did you manage to make a store so popular in just 2 days? It's very simple. I just identify my target customers from the beginning, and then conduct targeted publicity for them. This way, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Meng Lang briefly told Gan Yuru about the marketing methods targeting the elderly group, such as sending classmates to the community to distribute flyers and give out free eggs. Hearing this, Gan Yuru nodded repeatedly. I don't know how you know so much at such a young age. Speaking of this, Gan Yuru suddenly thought of her daughter who had been throwing tantrums recently and was causing her no peace of mind. This is nothing, what happens next is the most important. You can greet the dealers in advance, and once the store has been open for 7 days, we can prepare a dealer conference. When the time comes to reveal the data, those dealers will definitely waive their money to you to buy brand authorization. Gan Yuru thought carefully about Meng Lang's suggestion, and the bustling scene in the store just now emerged in her mind, and her heart was suddenly filled with confidence. After a brief greeting, the dishes they ordered were served. Sichuan pepperfish is worthy of being the signature dish of this restaurant, and it is fragrant as soon as it is served. The sliced white and tender fish meat is soaked in the spicy soup, and a handful of peppercorns is sprinkled on the noodles. The whole dish looks mouth-watering. Gan Yuru pinned the napkin to her collar to prevent the soup from splashing on her clothes. Every move she made showed the elegance and composure of a mature woman. This kind of elegant temperament was something Meng Lang had never seen in his previous life, and it was also the reason why Gan Yuru was so attractive to Meng Lang. Being stared at by Meng Lang, Gan Yuru couldn't help but feel a little flustered, and accidentally rubbed the oil stains on the chopsticks onto the corner of her mouth. Seeing this, Meng Lang quickly took a napkin and wiped Gan Yuru's face. Such an intimate action immediately made Gan Yuru blush, but Meng Lang was very fast. Before she could stop him, Meng Lang had already withdrawn his hand. Gan Yuru had no choice but to pretend nothing had happened and forced herself to remain calm. Little did they know that their intimate actions were seen by the two people standing outside the window. Ever since Li Shuya had a conflict with Gan Yuru, she has been cut off from pocket money. After staying at home for 2 days, she finally couldn't sit still anymore and wanted to go out shopping. It doesn't matter if she has no money, she still has a dog to boot. After receiving a phone call, Zhou Jiahao rushed to find her. The two went out together and started shopping. After shopping for a whole morning, Zhou Jiahao's hands were already full of bags of various sizes. But these were all bought for Li Shuya, and none of them belonged to him. But despite his efforts, Li Shuya still didn't smile at him. Shuya, are you still unhappy because of that bastard Meng Lang? Hearing the name Meng Lang, Li Shuya immediately became furious. Don't mention him to me. I never want to hear this person's name again. Seeing that Li Shuya was so disgusted with Meng Lang, Zhou Jiahao was immediately overjoyed. It seems that Meng Lang has completely lost the qualifications to compete with him for Li Shuya. How can he not be excited? Okay. Let's not talk about him. It's getting late. Let's go eat. I know a restaurant here. You're sure to like the food. As he spoke, he led the way and led Li Shuya towards the restaurant he mentioned. This is it. Their Sichuan pepper fish is absolutely amazing. Zhou Jiahao pointed to a restaurant and spoke to Li Shuya, but just as he finished speaking, he saw a familiar figure sitting in the window seat in the restaurant. As his sworn enemy in high school, Zhou Jiahao recognized the figure as Meng Lang at first sight. However, the person sitting opposite Meng Lang was blocked by the gauze curtain of the window, and only a vague figure could be seen. However, judging from the atmosphere of their conversation and the outline of the figure behind the gauze curtain, Zhou Jiahao could be sure that the person opposite Meng Lang was definitely a woman. Zhou Jiahao was immediately overjoyed and quickly pointed in Meng Lang's direction and said to Li Shuya, Shuya, look. Look who that person is. Chapter 46. Have you had enough trouble? Li Shuya looked in the direction of Zhou Jiahao's finger, and her sight instantly caught sight of the figure that had made her hate him so much in the past few days. But when she noticed that there was a woman standing opposite Meng Lang, she suddenly felt panicked for some reason, as if she had been betrayed. Li Shuya bit her lower lip with her teeth until it turned white, and walked towards the restaurant angrily. She wanted to see who made Meng Lang change his mind. But the closer she got, the more familiar the figure behind the gauze curtain seemed to Li Shuya. Her steps gradually became stiff, her breathing became rapid, and she felt both angry and frightened. Finally she walked to the window, and when she saw the profile of the woman opposite Meng Lang, tears of grievance burst out of her eyes. She is so familiar with this profile. She is her support since she was a child and her most beloved mother. She tried hard to convince herself that her mother must have something important to do, and that was why she had dinner with Meng Lang. There was not necessarily any special relationship between them. But at this moment, Meng Lang actually picked up a tissue and wiped his mother's mouth right under her nose. But my mother didn't object and even looked a little shy. Li Shuya had completely given up and no longer had any illusions. No matter how she looked at it, the two people in the restaurant looked like a couple on a date. All she could feel now was a deep sense of betrayal. Not only did Meng Lang, the man who had pursued her for 3 years in high school, betray her. Even her mother, who had loved and protected her since she was a child, betrayed her. She couldn't accept this fact, so she gritted her teeth and rushed into the restaurant. Zhou Jiahao, who was standing by, was also stunned at this moment. He never expected that Meng Lang was actually serious about pursuing Aunt Gone, and judging from the current situation, he seemed to have succeeded. Bang! The sound of the chair being knocked to the ground startled Meng Lang. He looked in the direction of the sound and saw a pretty little girl rushing in front of him, looking at him with a red face and a frown. Gan Yuru also saw the person rushing towards her. She looked up and saw that her daughter's eyes were red and the expression on her pretty face was a little distorted. Shuya! Why are you here? What happened to you? Gan Yuru quickly stood up and asked with concern. Unexpectedly, Li Shuya took Gan Yuru's concerned inquiries as a sign of guilt. Why am I here? I really shouldn't be here. I shouldn't be interrupting your date. Seeing Li Shuya's tearful expression, Gan Yuru knew she must have misunderstood, and quickly explained, what date? Xiaolang and I have work to do, and we just happen to be having lunch here. You still want to lie to me? I saw everything just now. Li Shuya stomped her feet in anger. Seeing Li Shuya making a fuss in front of him, Meng Lang just felt annoyed. I finally got to sit down and have a meal with Gan Yuru, but she ruined it. Li Shuya, have you had enough of this? Hearing Meng Lang's angry roar, Li Shuya felt unbelievable. Clearly, she had caught them on a secret date, but Meng Lang not only didn't feel guilty, he even dared to yell at her so confidently. You dare to yell at me? Li Shuya was so angry that her whole body was shaking. What's wrong with you? Why are you making such a fuss in front of me? Don't mention that Yuru hasn't agreed to my pursuit yet. Even if she agreed now, what's the use? She and I are both single, so it's reasonable for us to be together. How can you object? Li Shuya was immediately stunned by Meng Lang's aura, and Meng Lang's words kept echoing in her mind. What did Meng Lang call his mother just now? Yu Ru? She had only heard her late father call her mother that way. How could Meng Lang call her that? What right did he have to call her that? Their noise attracted a lot of people's attention. The customers dining in the restaurant all turned their eyes over here, and the restaurant waiters also came over to try to stop the fight. Fortunately, smartphones were not yet popular at that time. If this had happened in the previous life, it would have been recorded and posted online, with all kinds of eye-catching titles given to it. Seeing more and more people paying attention to her, Li Shuya felt her face getting hot. In the end, she just left his sentence bitterly. Anyway, I will never agree to you two being together. If you are with Meng Lang, I will sever our mother-daughter relationship. After saying that, Li Shuya ran out of the restaurant, and Zhou Jiahao followed closely behind with his short legs. Gan Yuru turned around and glanced at Meng Lang. Sorry. Let's talk about the rest at the company tomorrow. Then she went to the front desk to pay the bill and hurried after him. Only Meng Lang was left standing there. He didn't have much to say. It was normal for Gan Yuru to worry about her daughter going out. But this woman Li Shuya is really annoying. It's fine that she didn't agree to be with him in the previous life, but now he doesn't pursue her in this life, and even her mother won't agree if he pursues her. Fortunately, after spending some time together, Gan Yuru herself was not very resistant to his approach. In just over a month, Li Shuya will go to college in another province. When she comes back from vacation, maybe she will already be living with Gan Yuru. Just tolerate her for a while, after all, a stepdaughter is still a daughter. Meng Lang comforted himself in this way. The food on the table was hardly touched. After Meng Lang had eaten and drunk his fill in the restaurant, he was even able to pack a bag. It was still early when I got home. In the past few days after his rebirth, Meng Lang has been busy with his career. This afternoon, he finally has some time to rest. However, the entertainment options at this time were really limited for Meng Lang. There were no live broadcasts or short videos. Meng Lang had watched all the TV shows, movies, and novels before, and he had no desire to revisit them. In desperation, he had no choice but to turn on the TV and watch the World Cup. The game started not long ago. Today's game is the first match of the World Cup semi-finals, Netherlands vs Uruguay. Although Meng Lang knew that the Netherlands would eventually win the game, the intense football match was still a good way to kill time. At the end of the game, the score was fixed at 3-2. As expected, the Netherlands won the victory, which also meant that the 770,000 bet by Meng Lang turned into a prize of 1.05 million. Meng Lang turned on his computer and logged into the official sports lottery website to check the match schedule for tomorrow's game. On July 8, the second match of the World Cup semi-finals, Spain vs Germany. The odds for Spain to win, draw, or lose are 2.70, 3.35, 2.96 respectively. As can be seen from the odds, the strength of these two teams is very similar. If you bet on the score, the odds of Spain 1 o'clock Germany are 8.0. Seeing these odds, Meng Lang instantly became excited. This also means that after the game ends tomorrow, his wealth will be super doubled. But this excitement is only temporary, and making money from the lottery can only be considered a side job. Only a business that can truly last for a long time can generate a steady stream of wealth. Chapter 47, Be Bold. Please call defation. Meng Lang did not indulge in the joy of winning the jackpot. Instead, he closed the sports lottery website and opened the back-end of his Taobao store. The moment the Taobao back-end was opened, countless information prompts popped up, almost causing the old computer to crash on the spot. After working for a long time, Meng Lang finally finished replying to the customer's message. According to Taobao's back-end, there are already more than 300 customers who have placed orders. There are also many customers who placed orders but cancelled their orders when they saw no response from customer service. Meng Lang didn't expect that in just one day, so many customers would flock to his Taobao store. I don't know how many small advertisements those high school classmates who work part-time have posted on the forum. Thinking of this, Meng Lang quickly opened QQ and sent a message in the group. The ad is working well. How many ads have you posted? It's just that at this time everyone in the group was working part-time in a specialty store. Given the booming business of the specialty store, there was probably no time to reply to his message, so Meng Lang had no choice but to give up. But this won't work. If there is no customer service representative to reply to customers' messages, many orders will be lost. Moreover, these orders that have been placed need to be shipped as soon as possible, otherwise it is easy for customers to leave bad reviews. Meng Lang definitely can't handle so many things alone, he needs to find someone he trusts to help. Speaking of trustworthy people, besides his father and uncle and aunt, the first person Meng Lang thought of was his good brother Lu Fei. In his previous life, when he was penniless, Lu Fei lent him 5,000 yuan. I had just been reborn in this life, and the money I used to buy lottery tickets was 5,000 yuan borrowed from Lu Fei. When he becomes rich in the future, Meng Lang will definitely make clear arrangements for Lu Fei's financial future. But now, when it's time to fight, we still have to pull our brothers together to fight. But Lu Fei should still be helping distribute eggs at the door of the specialty store, and Meng Lang didn't call him. Lu Fei can be responsible for the back-end management of the online store and work part-time as a customer service representative. Things like packing and shipping require at least one person to do. It's definitely too late to find someone now. I should have prepared in advance. At this moment, Meng Lang suddenly remembered that he still had an employee who had signed a labor contract. Although Lu Hongmei is his model, she doesn't need to be photographed every day. If he gives her a little salary and lets her do more work, she will probably be willing to do it. Thinking of this, Meng Lang called Lu Hongmei directly. The call was connected quickly and Lu Hongmei's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss, do you want to take pictures again?" "That's right, our store will officially open tomorrow, and there are some things I want to discuss with you." After that, Meng Lang told her the address of Arctic Fox Company and asked her to go directly to Arctic Fox Company to gather tomorrow morning. After writing down the address, Lu Hongmei breathed a sigh of relief. After Meng Lang took the photo of her yesterday, he didn't contact her again. She stayed at home today and became more and more anxious, fearing that Meng Lang was a liar and the high-paying job she had been promised would be ruined. Fortunately, Meng Lang called again, which made her feel relieved. At this moment, the sound of a key unlocking the door was heard at Lu Hongmei's house. When she heard the voice, she couldn't help but tremble. She immediately stood up, walked to the door respectfully, took out a pair of slippers from the cabinet, and placed them neatly at the door. A thin middle-aged man opened the door and walked in. He kicked off his worn leather shoes, put on his slippers, and walked into the house. Lu Hongmei quickly put her leather shoes, which had been kicked around, back into the shoe cabinet and said to the man, "Dinner is already cooking. It will be ready soon." If other people were present, they would probably be surprised at Lu Hongmei's status in the family. She is like a nanny. In fact, Lu Hongmei is not even as good as a nanny in this family. The nanny gets a salary, but she not only has to do housework, but also has to earn money to pay off her husband's gambling debts, and she is often beaten and scolded. The middle-aged man seemed dissatisfied with Lu Hongmei's submissive attitude and scolded her, "You're so slow even when cooking. What's the use of you?" After cursing, the man sat down on the sofa, looked at Lu Hongmei with a gloomy look and asked, "I heard from Brother Long that you didn't go to work at the footbath city today. What's the matter? You've learned to be lazy, haven't you? I finally asked Brother Long to help introduce you to a job. If you get fired, where will my face be? How can I pay back all the money my family owes?" Faced with the man's angry rebuke, Lu Hongmei could only lower her head, purse her lips, and stand there. If she dared to say anything in reply, she would be severely beaten. It was not until the man was tired of scolding that Lu Hongmei finally had the chance to speak. "Actually, I found another job." "What?" As soon as Lu Hongmei finished speaking, the man stood up, rushed towards Lu Hongmei and grabbed her hair. "You stinky bitch. What do you mean? Are you deliberately going against me? I asked you to work as a technician at a foot massage parlor, but you refused and insisted on being a waiter. Now you're even changing jobs behind my back. You're getting bolder and bolder." Tang Tao's face was full of fierceness but cowardice. He was angry that Lu Hongmei found a new job behind his back. But behind the anger, there is actually a bit of fear. He was afraid that Lu Hongmei would be out of his control after getting a new job, and no one would be able to bully him or manipulate her at will. Lu Hongmei couldn't help but let out a cry of pain when her hair was pulled, and she quickly said, "This new job pays twice as much as my waitressing job. If I don't make more money, how will I ever be able to pay off the debt my family owes?" After hearing what Lu Hongmei said, Tang Tao's raised palm stopped in the air. "Are you serious? Are the salaries really that high? Really, I even signed a labor contract. 5,600 a month, plus 5 insurances and 1 fund." Lu Hongmei explained repeatedly. After hearing her say this, Tang Tao finally let go of the hand that was holding her hair, but he still refused to give in. If you're willing to work as a technician, you can earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. You won't have to worry about not having enough money to pay off your debts. Lu Hongmei didn't want to talk about being a technician at all. Lu Hongmei knew very well how those technicians who earn tens of thousands of yuan a month made their money, and she didn't want to sacrifice her innocence for the sake of making money. After knowing that Lu Hongmei changed her job in order to earn more money to pay off his gambling debts, Tang Tao didn't know what to say. Anyway, Lu Hongmei would never want to be a technician. Instead of working as a waitress and earning more than 2,000 yuan a month, it would be better to let her do a new job. As for what Lu Hongmei's new job was, he was too lazy to ask. As long as Lu Hongmei can bring money home on time to help him pay off his debts, that's enough. He doesn't care even if Lu Hongmei goes out to sell herself. Meng Haiwa had to work overtime at the company today, so Meng Lang cooked some food at home and ate some of the dishes he packed back at noon. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, the messages Meng Lang sent in the part-time job QQ group received replies one after another. The number of advertisements posted by students in various forums varies. The most I sent out was 600 or 700, and the least was at least 200 or 300. But the one who posted the most was Lu Fei. I've already posted over 2,000 messages. Alung, you won't withhold my salary just because I posted too many, right? After seeing this message, Meng Lang exclaimed, "Wow." He finally understood why the Taobao store was doing so well. It turned out that Lu Fei was taking advantage of him. If he posts for 50 cents each, and he posts more than 2,000 times, that would be more than 1,000 yuan. If he keeps posting, it would be easy for him to earn tens of thousands of yuan a month. Skinny dog fly. How did you do it? Why can't I post more than a few messages on my account before I get banned? How dare you? You still call me skinny dog flying. Now I should call you Big Flying God. Please teach me the secret code to wealth. Chapter 48 Gan Yuru's changes. Meng Lang was also curious about how Lu Fei posted more than 2,000 posts in one day. No, strictly speaking, Lu Fei worked part-time in the store during the day and only had time to post online last night. In other words, he sent more than 2,000 messages in one night. It's nothing, I just have a lot of cousins, so I subcontracted it to them at 30 cents per piece and asked them to help me post it. My cousins seem to have subcontracted the work to their classmates. Anyway, I now have more than 2,000 screenshots in my hands. If Brother Lang doesn't pay me my salary, I might go bankrupt. Meng Lang didn't expect that Lu Fei had already started doing subcontracting. It was really a waste of his talent to ask him to post such small advertisements. However, the idea of subcontracting is so simple that Lu Fei is definitely not the only one who can think of it. But even if others thought of it, they would definitely not dare to do so before receiving their salary from Meng Lang. Because they were worried that Meng Lang would not be able to settle the accounts in time, causing them to suffer losses. Only Lu Fei dared to be so bold because he believed that Meng Lang would definitely not cheat him. Don't worry, your wages will be paid in full when the time comes. After sending this message, Meng Lang called Lu Fei directly and told him not to go to the store tomorrow. He had arranged a new job for him and guaranteed that he would earn more. Lu Fei naturally agreed without saying a word. As soon as the call was hung up, Meng Lang's phone rang again. I picked up the phone and saw that it was my uncle Lu Lei calling. Xiao Lang, please send me your bank card number. I won't send you today's dividends. I'll just deposit it directly into your card. How many sets were sold today? Meng Lang asked. Today I stocked up and sold 1,800 sets from early morning until the market closed just now, making a total profit of 45,000 yuan. The store is just too small, and many customers don't buy anything because there are too many people. But I've already made an agreement with the neighbor to rent his shop, and business will definitely be better then. After hanging up the phone, Meng Lang sent his bank card number to his uncle. Not long after, a text message came on my mobile phone indicating that 22,500 yuan had been deposited into my bank card. Meng Lang originally wanted his uncle to settle accounts with him on a monthly basis in the future. But thinking that there were still 2 World Cup matches to go and every penny he had would increase in value dozens of times, he didn't say anything more. Let's wait until the World Cup is over and then rearrange the time for splitting the profits with my uncle. That night, the students in the part-time job group seemed to be inspired by Lu Fei. They were like chicken blood, posting crazily in major forums. Some also followed Lu Fei's example and mobilized their families and classmates. They raised the slogan of draining Meng Lang's wallet and posted messages crazily. Meng Lang naturally wanted it very much. No matter how much they made, they could only make a few $1,000s from him at most. The traffic of his Taobao store increased, and he earned more than a few thousand yuan. Thanks to the unremitting efforts of the students, the number of orders for the Taobao store soared, and exceeded 500 orders before Meng Lang lay down on the bed to sleep. The next day, Meng Lang got up and took a look at the store's back-end data. The order volume had exceeded 800. If the goods cannot be shipped today, I don't know how many negative reviews there will be. Meng Lang was so scared that he quickly took a taxi to the Arctic Fox Company to check the product production situation. Fortunately, Arctic Fox has begun to resume production. Moreover, due to the previous accident, no other production tasks were arranged on the production line, and all of it was producing Meng Lang's orders. When Gan Yuru took Meng Lang to the production line to check the situation, the workers were busy. Although these clothes are very different from the underwear they produced in the past. Fortunately, the factory is full of experienced and skilled workers, and production can proceed smoothly with a slight adjustment of the process. Seeing the finished sexy lingerie being quickly produced and neatly stacked in the warehouse, Meng Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as all the orders can be sent out today, Meng Lang's sexy lingerie business will be officially launched. By the way, our Arctic Fox Company also had an online store before, but because we didn't have professional staff to run it, it wasn't doing very well. Coupled with the recent accident, the store has closed down. We did leave some equipment behind, though. Do you think you can use it? After checking the production line, Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang and said. Meng Lang was overjoyed when he heard this. It was like someone handed him a pillow just when he felt sleepy. He was worried that he had no place to send and receive express deliveries in the store. Take me to see it quickly, Meng Lang said impatiently. 5 minutes later, Meng Lang came to a warehouse under the guidance of Gan Yuru. There is a separate office in the warehouse, which is equipped with computers and various printing equipment. The warehouse area is also large enough to store inventory. Meng Lang could just use this place as the sending and receiving base for his online store. I have the contact information of the courier company we worked with before. If you want to find a courier company, I can help you contact them, Gan Yuru said with a gentle smile on her face. Meng Lang really wanted to hug Gan Yuru and give her a big kiss now. This woman was so thoughtful. She had considered everything he needed to open an online store. I don't know how to thank you. You really helped a lot, Meng Lang said from the bottom of his heart. Let's not say thank you to each other. Otherwise, I don't know how many times I have to thank you. Compared to your help to me, all this is just a small favor. What happened in the restaurant yesterday did not alienate Gan Yuru from Meng Lang. After returning home yesterday, Li Shuya had another big fight with her, so Gan Yuru simply gave her some money and asked her to go out with her classmates to relax. What her daughter said last night really broke her heart, and she also thought it through. A man without faith cannot stand. Since she had promised Meng Lang that she would agree to his pursuit as long as the Arctic Fox Company could survive with his help, she had to keep her promise. At least apart from the big age gap, Meng Lang was a very good person in her opinion. At least he was reliable and dependable. Okay, I won't interfere with you building your business empire. I'll have the goods produced on the production line delivered directly here, and I'll help you contact the courier. I have other things to do, so I'll leave first. Looking at Gan Yuru's beautiful figure leaving, Meng Lang's face was filled with smiles. He could feel the change in Gan Yuru's attitude towards him today, which was a good sign. Gan Yuru has gone from being forced to accept his pursuit to actively approaching him. One day, he will be able to win the beauty. Chapter 49 Earn 30,000 yuan a day. Not long after Gan Yuru left, Lu Fei and Lu Hongmei also arrived at the Arctic Fox Company. Meng Lang directly called them all to the e-commerce warehouse. Lu Fei looked around the warehouse and asked, Ulung, are you really starting a business? That's right, from today on, you are the operations director of my online store. How about it? Are you satisfied? Meng Lang said to Lu Fei. Operations director? What does that do? Lu Fei asked with eyes wide open in surprise. Meng Lang turned on the computer in the warehouse, logged into the Taobao backend, and explained to Lu Fei the process of handling customer orders from beginning to end. Also, if a customer sends you a message with a question, you must respond promptly. Isn't this just customer service? Lu Fei couldn't help but complain. Do you know? The position is not determined by the content of the work, but by the amount of salary. If I pay you 8,000 yuan a month, how can you be called a customer service representative? Meng Lang said arrogantly. When Lu Fei heard this, his originally small eyes suddenly widened. Really? Godfather. When have I ever lied to you? Meng Lang said confidently. After the excitement, Lu Fei became a little worried that Meng Lang paid him such a high salary because of their good relationship, and he was afraid that he would lose money in the end. But can your business make money? You're paying me such a high salary, you won't lose money, right? How could that be? Do you know what the average purchase price of these clothes of mine is? How many? About 10 yuan. Lu Fei took a look at the data on Taobao backend. The average price of the several sets of clothes on the shelves was around 60 yuan. Lu Fei did some calculations and found that after deducting all costs such as labor and express delivery, he could still make at least 40 yuan from a set of clothes. Now the number of orders in the backend has exceeded 800. Just with these, Meng Lang can earn more than 30,000 yuan. This is just the sales amount for one day. Wouldn't he be able to earn millions in a month? This is a number that Lu Fei, a high school graduate who just graduated, dares not even think about. Holy crap! You make so much. After hearing this, Lu Fei no longer worried about Meng Lang losing money. He sat in front of the computer and began to interact passionately with the customer. 8,000 yuan is only a quarter of the day's profit. But even so, this is more than his parents' monthly salary combined. Don't be too happy too soon. I'm sure I'll have other things to do in the future. I might hand this store over to you. You mustn't let me down when the time comes. Meng Lang naturally gave Lu Fei such a high salary after careful consideration. In Meng Lang's plan, this online store will not be the focus of his future career. Instead, like the Arctic Fox store, it serves as a model for people to see and use to attract others to enter the sex toy industry. Only when such online stores flourish can the sex toy industry flourish. How much money can an online store make? Meng Lang wants the entire industrial chain. Therefore, once he gets the Arctic Fox production line, his focus will shift away from this Taobao store, and at this time he will need a trustworthy person to take charge of the store on his behalf. Lu Fei is the most suitable candidate, so naturally he needs a higher salary to give him enough motivation to grow and improve. Lu Fei could sense the seriousness in Meng Lang's tone, and he responded solemnly, "Don't worry. I will definitely do my best." Patting Lu Fei on the shoulder, Meng Lang looked at Lu Hongmei again. There are some costume photos that need to be taken these days, but I hope that besides being a model, you can also do something else here, such as helping with packing and shipping, cleaning, etc. If you want, you can also learn how to use a computer from Lu Fei. Of course, I will also give you a raise. How about increasing your base salary to 6,500 a month? When Lu Hongmei heard this, her face was full of surprise. Although she was also shocked by Meng Lang's ability to make 30,000 yuan a day. But she also knew that she was just a housewife with little education and did not dare to have too high expectations for salary. In her opinion, the salary Meng Lang gave her was already generous enough, and it was her duty to help pack the express packages and clean the place when she was not taking pictures. Meng Lang actually wanted to give her a raise for this. She had never seen such a good boss before. But since the boss was willing to give her a raise, there was no reason for her to refuse, so she had to thank Meng Lang repeatedly. After all the work was arranged, the sexy lingerie that had just been produced on the production line was delivered, and the courier company that Gon Yuru helped contact also called. The three of them began to busily sort and arrange the clothes, and began to prepare for shipment according to the orders in the Taobao backend. Fortunately, Meng Lang worked in e-commerce in his previous life, so he was familiar with the process, and packing the clothes was very simple, so he didn't have to rush around. But with such a large number of orders, the three of them worked for a whole morning and only completed half of it. Only then did Lu Fei and Lu Hongmei understand why Meng Lang offered them such high salaries. If you have to work so hard every day, the salary is not that much. At the same time, in Gon Yuru's office, Li Shunchang took a few sets of sexy lingerie samples and threw them on Gon Yuru's desk. "What's this?" Gon Yuru frowned, glanced at the aggressive Li Shunchang, and said calmly, "Custom-made clothes? Our company outsources production to someone else. As the head of the production department, why didn't I receive any advance notice?" Li Xuanchang's tone was very unfriendly. Gon Yuru's behavior of arranging the production without his knowledge made him feel very uneasy. Gon Yuru just looked at him meaningfully without explaining. She is the general manager of Arctic Fox and the company's largest shareholder. Her decision is the company's decision, so why should she explain it to others? Moreover, Li Shunchang still hasn't figured out the big problem that occurred in the previous production, which greatly reduced Gan Yuru's trust in him, so she didn't plan to tell him about Arctic Fox's transformation into selling tags. Seeing that Gan Yuru didn't respond to his question, Li Shunchang pressed on. Now that our Arctic Fox brand image has been revitalized, shouldn't we be quickly producing our own products and fulfilling those orders? Why are we outsourcing to others? Don't worry about this matter, I know what's going on. Gan Yuru frowned and replied. These are all produced for that kid Meng Lang, right? Sister-in-law, can you please be more clear-headed? That guy may have helped us, but isn't the most important thing right now to quickly deliver the order that's about to default and recover the company's losses? I've already made up my mind about this matter. If you have nothing else to do, you can leave first. Seeing that Gan Yuru refused to listen, Li Shunchang was helpless and could only say something hatefully. Arctic Fox Company will be destroyed in your hands sooner or later. After saying that, he turned and walked out of the general manager's office. After leaving Gan Yuru, Li Shunchang became more and more angry. He went directly to the production line and found the workshop director in charge of production. For this batch of OEM clothing, reduce the number of stitches by half. The workshop director was very confused by Li Shunchang's instructions. These clothes are made of low-quality fabric to begin with. If half the seams are missing, they're completely unwearable. They'll fall apart if they're even slightly pulled. Li Shunchang didn't care about all that, he just wanted to ruin this deal. Don't you see how much our general manager charges for OEM? If we don't save a little, how can the company make money? Just listen to me, I will take responsibility for any problems. When the workshop director heard what his boss said, he had no choice but to do as he was told. In this way, the sexy lingerie produced becomes easier to tear. Chapter 50 Yuan Hua tells fortunes, and General Gao appears. Meng Lang, who was busy packing and shipping, certainly didn't expect that his products had been cut corners. After working for a whole morning, the three of them were so tired that they sat down among the pile of express deliveries. Brother Lang, it's so hard to earn your 8,000 yuan monthly salary. Lu Fei said, panting. It was the height of summer, and even though there were two large fans blowing air in the warehouse, the three of them were still sweating profusely. Especially Lu Hongmei, she was wearing a t-shirt today that looked very cheap. The fabric was very thin, and it stuck to her body after she sweated, fully showing her top-notch figure in front of Meng Lang. Lu Fei, a high school student who was still childish, blushed at the sight and didn't dare to look at Lu Hongmei at all. Meng Lang was different. His fiery gaze made Lu Hongmei feel embarrassed. Just then, a cell phone suddenly rang, rescuing Lu Hongmei from the awkward atmosphere. Meng Lang picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from Yuan Hua. Brother Meng, I sent someone this morning to interview the clothing store you mentioned last time, and they should have finished by now. Today's match is starting this afternoon, so which side should I bet on to win? After Yuan Hua said this, Meng Lang remembered that today was the second game of the World Cup semi-finals. He was so busy that he forgot to go to the sports lottery center to claim his prize and place his bet. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still. The odds of this game were 8.0. If he missed it, he would be heartbroken. He asked Lu Fei and Lu Hongmei to continue working, and he hurried towards the door of Arctic Fox Company. As they walked, Meng Lang said to Yuan Hua on the other end of the phone, I plan to bet on Spain to beat Germany 1-0 today. After hearing Meng Lang's words, there was a sound of mouse clicking on the other end of the phone. It was obvious that Yuan Hua was checking the odds of Spain 1 o'clock Germany. The odds are 8.0, Brother Meng, are you sure? Yuan Hua's voice sounded very excited. There's no such thing as absolute certainty in the lottery. Just buy it yourself. After saying that, Meng Lang hung up the phone and took a taxi to the sports lottery center. Hearing the dead tone coming from the phone, Yuan Hua suddenly fell into confusion. After he bought 2 lottery tickets with Meng Lang, his private money, which was originally reduced to 5,000 yuan by his wife, now has 50,000 yuan. He was reluctant to put all 50,000 yuan at stake at once. But when he thought of Meng Lang's battle record, the greed in his heart continued to tempt him. The odds are 8.0. If he wins the bet, his 50,000 yuan will become 320,000 yuan. But what are the odds of the game ending in a 1-0 draw? Is this really possible to bet on? After hesitating for a moment, Yuan Hua seemed to have thought of something and took out a brocade box from the drawer of his desk. This brocade box was a gift given to him by a feng shui master when he interviewed him in the past. A pair of divination blocks, said to have been blessed by a high monk, are extremely effective for fortune-telling. Yuan Hua had some knowledge of these supernatural things, and the current situation made him feel confused, so he simply turned to ghosts and gods for help. He took out the pair of divination blocks from the brocade box, prepared to tell fortunes, closed his eyes and began to recite silently. But after just reading a few sentences, he opened his eyes, his thin face full of confusion. When asking for divination, one also has to go to the corresponding deity. For marriage, ask Yu Lao, and for wealth, ask Zhao Gongming. Which god should we pray to for this football match? Should I ask General Gao? Who cares? Let Gao Qiu be Gao Qiu. Thinking of this, Yuan Hua closed his eyes and began to recite again. Your Excellency, General Gao, I have a request for you. On the 27th of May in the Gangyin year, the Portuguese played against the Germans. The result was 1-0. Is this acceptable? After finishing reading, Yuan Hua threw the dice blocks in his hand to the ground. The wooden dice blocks made a crisp sound when they fell to the ground. Finally, the front and back appeared in front of Yuan Hua. Throwing a divination block with one head and one tail is called the Holy Cup, which means that what you ask for is feasible. Yuan Hua's face immediately lit up with joy. He picked up the dice and threw them twice more. Perhaps it was really the spirit of General Gao, as the results of both dice rollings were Holy Grail. 3 consecutive Holy Cups indicate that the gods have approved of what has been requested. Yuan Hua was finally relieved. Since General Gao said it was okay, there must be no problem. This time Spain beat Germany 1-0, he was determined, and even Jesus could not change his decision. On the other side, Meng Lang rushed to the sports lottery center before getting off work at noon. He was personally received by the director of the sports lottery center, whom he had met once before. And he looked at him in shock as he bet 1.07 million on Spain to win 1-0 Germany. In addition to the nearly 1.05 million yuan prize from the previous lottery, Meng Lang also bet all of the more than 20,000 yuan in dividends that his uncle transferred to his card yesterday. After leaving the sports lottery center, Meng Lang found a restaurant on the street, packed some meals, and got in a car back to the Arctic Fox Company. During the time that Meng Lang was away, Lu Fei and Lu Hongmei did not rest and were busy packing and shipping. There are not many orders left that have not been sent out. After the 3 of them finished their meal, they worked for another 2 hours and finally sent out all the orders in the back end. After a short rest, Meng Lang asked Lu Fei to continue staying in the e-commerce warehouse to look after the Taobao backend and reply to customers' messages at any time. He picked up a few sets of new sexy lingerie samples from the warehouse, took Lu Hongmei out, and headed towards the hotel where they took the photos last time. There are only 6 sets of sexy lingerie on sale in the Taobao store now. The other 10 or so sets were only designed yesterday and there was no time to take photos for them, so they have not been put on the shelves yet. If the existing 20 or so sets of sexy lingerie are all put on the shelves, and the new photo album is promoted, the Taobao store's business will definitely reach a higher level. After arriving at the hotel, Lu Hongmei was not as reserved as she was during the last photo shoot. Because she was busy all day, she was covered in sweat, so she took a shower in the bathroom. After taking a shower, Meng Lang put on some simple makeup for her as usual. Then, Lu Hongmei put on sexy lingerie piece by piece and started taking pictures of Meng Lang. The whole process went very smoothly. From maid uniform to nurse uniform, from see-through nightgown to charming JK. Lu Hongmei's shy feeling is perfectly captured. Meng Lang feasted his eyes, and his heart couldn't help but feel a burning sensation. If he hadn't been so strong-willed and principled, these sets of sexy lingerie samples might have been ruined. The photos taken are also very good, and basically no photo editing is required and they can be used directly as covers. After watching it herself, Lu Hongmei also found it a little unbelievable. She was just an ordinary woman, but under Meng Lang's lens, she became so beautiful. She couldn't believe that the charming beauty in the photo was actually herself. This gave her some confidence after a long time of hardship in life. It turns out that she is not limited to being a housewife who does laundry and cooking, or a waiter who delivers water and cleans. She can also shine in front of the flash. However, there was a small accident when taking the last set of sexy lingerie photos. Chapter 51 Domestic Violence. The last set of sexy lingerie I want to shoot today is a sexy apron. It is the style of a common kitchen apron, but with the neckline lowered a little, and with some perspective and lace elements, it becomes a sexy apron. When Lu Hongmei was tying the apron straps, she didn't align them properly, causing the apron to be a little crooked on her body. So Meng Lang asked her to stand in front of the dressing mirror in the room, and stood behind her to help her adjust the position of the straps. Meng Lang was almost a head taller than Lu Hongmei. When he stood behind her, he could see through her hair and directly see the deep cleavage under her apron. This made Meng Lang a little distracted. He accidentally failed to control the strength of his hands and actually tore the seams of the apron tie apart. Without the laces to hold it in place, the entire apron slipped off Lu Hongmei's body. The pink and tender skin and milky white were presented to Meng Lang without reservation through the dressing mirror in front. Meng Lang suddenly felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his brain. Which man can withstand the impact of such a flesh bomb? Lu Hongmei was frightened half to death by this sudden change. She quickly crossed her arms over her chest to cover her private parts. She looked at Meng Lang in horror and screamed. But the more this happens, the more erotic the scene becomes. Her two hands could not cover the sudden appearance of spring light at all, and instead were deformed under the pressure. Meng Lang finally managed to restrain the urge to pounce on her and took a blanket from the bed and threw it to Lu Hongmei. Lu Hongmei quickly wrapped herself tightly in a blanket. But from the ups and downs of her figure, you can still see the beauty of her figure. With this happening, there is no way we can continue with today's work. Meng Lang could only watch as Lu Hongmei put on her clothes, packed her things, and prepared to leave the hotel. When leaving, Lu Hongmei dug out the untied sexy apron that Meng Lang had just thrown away from the trash can. I'll take this dress back and sew it up so I can use it for my next photo shoot. It'll cost me dozens of dollars a set, so it'd be a shame to throw it away. Meng Lang didn't say much. It was a good thing that his employees were willing to save money for him. After packing up, the two left the hotel together. Not far behind them, a man and a woman also walked out. A charming woman stared at Lu Hongmei for a long time, then turned to the man next to her and said, "Brother Long, isn't that Sister May who used to be a waitress at our footbath city?" If Meng Lang saw this woman, he would definitely recognize her as technician number 999 who had served him just 2 days ago. The man called Brother Long heard this, glanced at Lu Hongmei's back, and his spirit, which had been drained, suddenly perked up. It's true. Tang Tao is actually being cheated on by his wife. This is going to be a good show to watch. After saying that, Brother Long quickly took out his cell phone from his pocket and called Tang Tao. It was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Lu Hongmei returned home. As soon as she opened the door, she saw her husband Tang Tao sitting on the sofa in the living room with a gloomy face. She thought he was blaming her for coming home late and not cooking for him. "Wait a minute, I'll go cook." Before Lu Hongmei entered the kitchen, she was stopped by Tang Tao. "Did I ask you to cook? You better explain to me first. What did you do today?" When Tang Tao suddenly asked this question, Lu Hongmei instantly remembered the unbearable incident that had just happened in the hotel. With an unnatural expression on her face, she said, "Why should I go? I'm at work today." Tang Tao stared at Lu Hongmei's face, saw the unnatural expression on her face, and also saw the makeup on her face, and immediately became furious. "You stinky bitch. I've never seen you wear makeup in all the years you've been married to me, and you put on makeup today to get a hotel room with that random guy, right?" As he said that, he slapped Lu Hongmei hard in the face. Lu Hongmei was knocked to the ground and her back hit the kitchen door frame, causing her to gasp in pain. Tang Tao was still not satisfied after slapping her, so he walked up to her, grabbed Lu Hongmei's hair, and slapped her again. "Tell me, who did you book a hotel room with today?" Lu Hongmei finally understood why Tang Tao was so angry. It must be because he discovered her and Meng Lang taking photos in the hotel. She quickly explained, "I didn't do anything to offend you. I booked a room in the hotel for work." Tang Tao was so angry that he laughed. What kind of job requires renting a room in a hotel? Being a prostitute. Tang Tao's dirty words immediately made Lu Hongmei's face turn red with anger. She attached great importance to her innocence, otherwise she would not have refused so strongly to work as a technician in the footbath city. "No, I'm a fashion model and I'm taking photos in a hotel room." "Taking pictures? Did you climb onto the bed while taking pictures?" After hearing this, Tang Tao became even angrier and kicked Lu Hongmei in the chest, knocking her to the ground. The bag Lu Hongmei was holding fell to the ground, revealing the apron inside. Tang Tao immediately noticed the lace edge of the apron and quickly took the apron out of his pocket. When he saw the style of the apron and the torn ties, his eyes turned red with anger. "Great! You bitch, you're so extravagant with others outside, aren't you?" After cursing, Tang Tao rushed up and continued to abuse Lu Hongmei. But what he didn't expect was that Lu Hongmei, who had never fought back or retaliated in the past, suddenly got the courage from somewhere and stood up and pushed him hard. Tang Tao was as thin as a bamboo pole and was caught off guard. When Lu Hongmei pushed him like that, he fell flat on his butt. Seeing the ferocious Tang Tao being pushed down so easily, Lu Hongmei was very surprised, and the fear that had accumulated in her heart for a long time suddenly subsided a lot. Tang Tao doesn't seem that scary. Okay, you dare to fight back, right? Tang Tao had no meat on his buttocks, and when he was pushed to the ground, he felt that his tailbone was broken, and his face was full of pain. He sat on the ground, looking fiercely at Lu Hongmei, who was standing in front of him. However, he found that the fear on Lu Hongmei's face was completely gone. This made Tang Tao feel a little nervous. This bitch has a strange man outside and her temper has become hardened. Faced with Lu Hongmei, who suddenly became strong, Tang Tao did not dare to use violence anymore. At this moment, he regained his composure, thinking that Lu Hongmei had already been played with by someone else, so there was no point in arguing with her, and there was no need to find ways to squeeze more money out of her. So he looked at Lu Hongmei and said, "The guy who checked into the room with you is your boss, right? He's a businessman, so he must be very rich. How much would he give you if you let him have sex with you once?" "I didn't mess around outside. And I didn't take any money," Lu Hongmei said stiffly while staring at Tang Tao. "What, you don't admit it? It doesn't matter. I'll go with you to find him tomorrow. He played with my wife. I won't let him go unless he gets 100,000 or 80,000. Chapter 52. He who wears the crown must bear its weight. When Lu Hongmei heard this, her heart was filled with pain. With Tang Tao making such a fuss, she would definitely not be able to continue her job. Even so, she didn't intend to let Tang Tao cause trouble for Meng Lang. Although Meng Lang took advantage of her a lot when taking pictures, in her opinion, Meng Lang was a good boss. Not only did he offer her a generous salary, but he also helped her regain her confidence and gave her the courage to stand up to the scumbag Tang Tao. Thinking of this, Lu Hongmei no longer paid any attention to Tang Tao. The worst that could happen is I'll quit this job. Anyway, she is not the one who owes the debt, so if the debt collector comes and she has no money to pay, it is none of her business. On the other hand, Meng Lang naturally didn't know that Lu Hongmei almost suffered domestic violence after returning home. At this time, he was sitting in a taxi, admiring the night view of Jiangzhou City. At this time, he couldn't calm down. Because the scene where Lu Hongmei's apron slipped off in the hotel just now was so shocking. Now when he closed his eyes, his mind went blank. At this moment, he suddenly received a message on his mobile phone. Hilton Hotel, 1502. The sender of the letter is Sang Wan-yun. Along with this text message, there was also a multimedia message. It is a photo of beautiful legs wrapped in a pair of black stockings. Meng Lang could tell at a glance that the beautiful legs in black stockings belonged to Sang Wan-yun. After all, he had admired them carefully twice, so Meng Lang was already very familiar with this pair of legs. What puzzled him was why Sang Wan-yun wanted to meet at the hotel today. But he didn't think much about it and just asked the driver to turn around and drive towards the Hilton Hotel. An hour later, a man and a woman stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the Hilton Hotel, and the night view of Jiangzhou was in their sight. But at this time they had no time to appreciate the night view. The two of them lay back on the bed, panting. "Why did you ask me to come to the hotel today? Is it inconvenient at home?" Meng Lang looked at Sang Wan-yun's beautiful face, which was covered in sweat, and tucked the hair that was stuck to her forehead behind her ears. Sang Wan-yun exhaled a sweet breath and explained, "It's nothing inconvenient. The little bastard went on a trip with Li Shuya, and there's no one else at home. But my ex-husband is looking for someone to investigate me. The last time you went to my place, someone took a picture of you." Meng Lang didn't feel panicked when he heard this. In his previous life, when he was indulging in flowers, he was often investigated. Didn't your ex-husband already divorce you? Why is he sending someone to investigate you? He came to me and said he wanted to remarry me. Sang Wan-yun said, then glanced at Meng Lang, wanting to see his reaction. You won't agree to him? When Sang Wan-yun saw Meng Lang's anxious expression, a charming smile suddenly appeared on her face. How is that possible? Remarrying that greasy old man is nowhere near as exciting as being with you. Meng Lang heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He was also afraid that Sang Wan-yun was going to remarry and was here to break up with him today. It's not easy to meet a beauty of Sang Wan-yun's level. Besides, that bastard doesn't really want to remarry me. He's broke after divorcing me, and now he has a project to invest in, so he wants to raise funds for remarriage. I won't fall for his tricks. How do you know this? Meng Lang asked curiously. If he can find someone to investigate me, why can't I find someone to investigate him? After saying that, Sang Wanyun looked at Meng Lang and asked worriedly, "My ex-husband has already found out your identity. You should be careful recently. I'm afraid he will take revenge on you because I refuse to remarry him." Meng Lang nodded when he heard this, and became alert in his heart. It is not easy to be reborn, so he must not capsize in the gutter. However, Meng Lang was not too worried. After all, this was a society ruled by law, and his father was still within the system, so it was not so easy to do anything to him. After resting for a while, Meng Lang felt that he was ready again. He pulled Sang Wanyun into his arms, kissed her pretty face, and whispered in her ear, "Do you want to try something more exciting?" Sang Wanyun felt Meng Lang's strong heartbeat, her body gradually weakening. She asked, "What's more exciting?" "From?" Meng Lang said with a wicked smile. "Isn't that what happened just now?" Sang Wanyun looked confused. "That's what I'm talking about." "Ah." The two fought until late at night. So much so that when Meng Lang walked down the steps in front of the hotel the next morning, his legs felt a little weak. As soon as he got in the car and took out his cell phone, Meng Lang saw 3 missed calls, all from Yuan Hua. Presumably, after the World Cup results came out yesterday, Yuan Hua won some money and couldn't help but come to share his joy with him. Meng Lang called him back. The phone rang once before being connected. Yuan Hua's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. "Little brother Meng, no. I have to call you Big Brother Meng. Big Brother, you are truly amazing. It really is 1 o'clock. Yesterday, I listened to you and invested all my 50,000 yuan of private savings. Now it has become over 300,000 yuan. Meng Lang felt that Yuan Hua on the other end of the phone was almost going crazy with excitement. This was probably what Fan Jin's success in the imperial examination was like. "Old Yuan. You shouldn't be so excited about over 300,000 yuan. You're the deputy director of the news department at the TV station after all. Isn't 300,000 yuan a piece of cake for you?" Unexpectedly, after hearing what Meng Lang said, Yuan Hua started complaining. "Brother, you don't understand my hardships. Although I'm a deputy director and my salary is decent, the financial power of the family is in the hands of your sister-in-law. Do you know how I've lived these past 10 years? I'm a deputy director, and I only have 500 yuan in pocket money every month. Even if I want to get a major health checkup, I have to save for months. Is this how a human being should live?" Listening to Yuan Hua sobbing, Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh. What exactly did marriage bring to this middle-aged man? Luckily, Brother Meng helped me get rich. Over 300,000 yuan is enough for me to have fun with my healthcare until I die. From now on, you'll be my big brother. If you have any problems, just come to me. Apart from anything else, my eldest brother-in-law works at the Public Security Bureau, and my younger brother-in-law works at the Procuratorate. As long as you don't do anything illegal, I can handle anything for you. After listening to Yuan Hua's words, Meng Lang finally understood why his wife controlled him so strictly. It turned out that his wife's family was so powerful. There is nothing to be pitiful about. This is what is called if you wear the crown, you must bear its weight. You enjoy the resources of your wife's family, but you still want to get healthcare. Bah! Scum! Chapter 53 Business continues to be hot. After hanging up the phone with Yuan Hua, Meng Lang took out the lottery ticket from his pocket and looked at it. According to the odds of 8.0, the total prize money of the lottery ticket in his hand is as high as 8.56 million. Even after deducting 20% tax, it is still 6.848 million. The Zhengzhou City Sports Lottery Center certainly cannot redeem such a large amount of prize money. You have to go to the provincial lottery center to redeem the prize money. Fortunately, the provincial capital is right next to Zhengzhou City, and a high-speed railway was built there 2 years ago. It only takes half an hour to get there by high-speed railway, which is not very troublesome. However, there is no rush for this matter. The World Cup final will not start until July 12, and there are still 3 days left. Just redeem the bonus before then. Zhengzhou City in July is like a furnace. It is extremely hot from the moment the sun comes out. The taxi was an old Santana, and the air conditioner had been broken for who knows how many years. The wind it blew out was not cool at all, and Meng Lang was so hot that he broke out in a sweat. It is the morning rush hour now, and even on the main road, it is difficult to speed up, and even with the windows open, there is not much wind. Meng Lang could only endure it silently, thinking that as long as the bonus came in, he would buy a nice car with air conditioning. After passing the train station, the traffic was finally less congested. Sitting in the car, Meng Lang could see the Jiangdong clothing wholesale market not far away. From a distance, you can see that the clothing market is already crowded with people, and there are even police on the scene to maintain order. Meng Lang felt a little strange. Why were there so many people in the clothing market today? There didn't seem to be so many people a few days ago. The taxi driver answered his question. Last night, a clothing store in Jiangdong Market was on the news. They were selling warm clothes in the hot summer and they could sell thousands of sets a day. I heard you could get free eggs, so my parents rushed over early this morning, but I don't know if they got any. Meng Lang suddenly understood after hearing this. Yuan Hua is a very considerate person. He released the news so quickly. It turns out that he is efficient in doing things when he gets benefits. Could you please stop by the roadside? I'm going to get some eggs too. Meng Lang got out of the taxi under the taxi driver's puzzled gaze. The driver looked at Meng Lang's face and sighed. Is he so frugal at such a young age? He must teach his kids a lesson when he gets home. He should have them go out with their grandparents to get eggs tomorrow, so they don't just run around at home during the summer vacation. Meng Lang naturally didn't know that his casual joke would cause him to lose dozens of eggs in the following period of time. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Are you kidding? He will be a multi-millionaire in a few days, so why would he care about these eggs? When Meng Lang arrived at the store's entrance, it was already packed with people. There were even police officers who came to maintain order and asked the elderly people who had gathered to line up in the small square at the entrance of the clothing market. My uncle and aunt were very busy at the moment, greeting customers with a dozen high school classmates who worked part-time. Meng Lang looked at the sun rising higher and higher, knowing that this would not work. If so many old men and women are queuing here and get hurt by the sun, they might have to hold the store responsible. So he quickly ran to the bottled mineral water store nearby and bought 10 buckets of water. He then went to the grocery store next to him and bought a few bags of disposable cups, which he placed next to the people in line. I said to the elderly people in line, "Dear customers, welcome to support our business, but it's so hot today, please be careful of heat stroke. If you are thirsty, please come and get some water." As soon as he finished speaking, several old men and women came over and took 2 glasses of water to drink. After drinking it, he thanked Meng Lang. "Young man, you have a good heart, and the clothes you sell must be good. I will definitely buy 2 sets from you today." Meng Lang thanked them repeatedly, then said to the elderly men and women, "There's no need to queue in the scorching sun. Our promotion will continue, and it will be the same in a few days." But after he finished speaking, no one left. "I'm here today, and I won't go back until I get the eggs," said an old lady standing in the queue. Her words immediately caused laughter, and it was obvious that others thought the same thing. Meng Lang had no way to deal with them, but fortunately the team was advancing at a fast pace. The old men and women who come specifically to get eggs will leave soon after getting the eggs, and a small number of them put the eggs in their pockets and run to the end of the line to continue queuing. Customers who are attracted by the price of thermal underwear also feel that since all the styles are the same, there is not much to choose from. After getting the clothes of the right size, they will pay the money and collect the eggs and leave quickly. Even if you are at the end of the line, it will take at most half an hour to complete the entire process. For these energetic old men and women, basking in the sun for half an hour may not be a big deal. There were 3 police officers maintaining order at the scene, including 1 police officer and 2 auxiliary police officers. Meng Lang went forward to offer them cigarettes but was refused, so they only drank the water that Meng Lang brought to them. Looking at the blue duty uniforms of the policemen soaked with sweat, Meng Lang felt a little embarrassed. He didn't expect the news to have such a good effect, so good that the police had to come and maintain order. "I'm so sorry for making you stand here in the sun in the middle of summer." The leading police officer simply waved his hand and said, "It's okay. We're all here to serve the people. Don't worry about us. Go back to your business. By noon, when the sun gets strong, these elderly people won't be able to stand the heat." Meng Lang nodded when he heard this, and then borrowed a few outdoor umbrellas from a nearby merchant, which he held up for the elderly people queuing and the police officers on duty. "I worked with my uncle and aunt until after 11 o'clock in the morning. The sun had already risen above our heads and our skin was stinging from standing in the sun." The number of people in the queue finally gradually decreased. Seeing that there was no need to maintain order, the police on duty left. The people who were busy in the store could finally take turns to rest for a while and catch their breath. A rough estimate shows that the store sold 1,200 sets of thermal clothing in just this morning. When everyone saw this result, they were naturally overjoyed. Li Xiuhong immediately announced that the daily salary of part-time students would be increased to 100 yuan. There was a burst of cheers immediately. Meng Lang, sweating profusely, walked up to his uncle Lu Lei, whose clothes were also soaking wet, pointed to several corners of the store and said, "Uncle, there are so many people in our store now, we need to install some surveillance cameras. If anything unexpected happens in the store, it's always safer to have a surveillance camera there." Lu Lei nodded and said, "You're very thoughtful. I'll find someone to install it after we close the stall today." Meng Lang asked his uncle to install surveillance cameras because he was worried that the business was too good and something might happen to a customer in the store. On the other hand, it was also because of Sang Wanyun's reminder last night. If Sang Wanyun's ex-husband really investigated him, he would definitely know his relationship with this specialty store. Maybe they will attack this store. This was a precautionary measure for him. Chapter 54 Meng Haiwa's report. We were really caught off guard by so many customers today. Everything will be fine tomorrow. The shop next door will be vacant tomorrow, and our store's area will be doubled. Then we won't be so busy, Lu Lei said, pointing to a shop that was moving nearby. By the way, there is one more thing I want to tell you. In the past 2 days, more and more people have come to ask for Arctic Fox authorization. The owner of the store next door is willing to transfer the store to me and also wants me to help him get Arctic Fox authorization. What do you think we should do? Lu Lei looked at Meng Lang and asked. Meng Lang didn't find it strange when he heard this. The specialty store's business is so booming that the owners of the surrounding clothing stores must have noticed it. Even those insiders in the clothing business have a rough estimate of how much money a specialty store can make in a day. With such huge profits here, it is impossible for them not to be tempted. But now is not the time to disclose the Arctic Fox tag plan. Although the sales data of specialty stores are good now, they are not impactful enough. Only after the store's reputation has spread completely and the news's publicity effect has fermented, can the store's sales data reach its peak. This will be attractive enough to make these clothing dealers try every possible way to obtain the Arctic Fox brand authorization. Only then will the Arctic Fox brand licensing be able to be sold at a high price. At the same time, in the office of the director of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, Zhao Qiushan finally finished the work at hand and saw a report beside him. This report was delivered by Meng Haiwa in the morning. Zhao Qiushan was busy with work at the time, so he had not had time to read it. Now that he had some free time, he finally had time to take a look at the quality of the report sent by Meng Haiwa. Ever since the last dinner between the two families, Zhao Qiushan's impression of Meng Haiwa has changed. So a few days ago, he specifically asked Meng Haiwa to write a report to solve the difficulties faced by ordinary people in doing business in the industrial and commercial departments. This time, asking Meng Haiwa to write a report was to test him to see whether he was worthy of training and whether he was qualified to marry his daughter again. Holding the report in his hand, when he saw the title of the report clearly, his eyes suddenly lit up. Report on building a public service-oriented government department. Building a public service-oriented government? That's a good slogan. Zhao Qiushan couldn't wait to open the report in his hand and read it carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised he became. He originally thought that based on Meng Haiwa's previous work performance, it would be good enough if he could at most come up with a few feasible suggestions to facilitate the people according to his requirements. Unexpectedly, Meng Haiwa gave him a big surprise. Establish comprehensive service stations and one-stop solutions. These measures and suggestions are closely linked to the purpose of serving the people. It took Zhao Qiushan a full hour to read the report word by word. If we really follow what is said in this report and build the country's first comprehensive and convenient government service center, and if it is ultimately successful. Thinking of this, Zhao Qiushan couldn't help but take a breath. This is the first in the country, enough for him, a middle-level cadre, to rise to prominence. However, Meng Haiwa's report still has many shortcomings, and he still needs to consider how to revise it. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau implements dual leadership. The direct leadership body is the municipal government, but there is also a business leadership body, which is the Provincial Industrial and Commercial Bureau at the next higher level. How this report is revised depends on where Zhao Qiushan submits it. If the report is to be submitted to the municipal government, it must be revised according to Meng Haiwa's ideas to build a comprehensive government affairs center. However, if the report is to be submitted to the higher-level industrial and commercial department, then it will naturally have to be changed to building a convenient service center for the industrial and commercial department. Submitting this report may very likely affect his future promotion direction and even his future political life, so he has to act with caution. Just as Zhao Qiushan was struggling, the door of his office was suddenly pushed open. His thoughts were interrupted and he couldn't help but frown. But when he looked up and saw Zhao Yaji walking in with a lunchbox, his brows immediately relaxed. Why are you here? I made you some monk fruit and lean meat soup. It clears away heat, detoxifies, and reduces internal heat. It's perfect for summer. As she spoke, Zhao Yaji walked to the desk, took out a small bowl from the lunchbox, scooped a bowl of soup and placed it in front of Zhao Qiushan. The soup has cooled down and is now ready to be eaten. Zhao Qiushan picked up the bowl and took a sip. The fragrance of luo hangui immediately flowed down his tongue into his throat, coupled with the mellow aroma of the stewed lean meat. He immediately closed his eyes in comfort, and even the fatigue caused by concentrating on the report seemed to be relieved a lot. Seeing Zhao Qiushan enjoying his meal so much, Zhao Yaji smiled and said, "Dad, take your time eating. Just put the bowl aside when you're done. I'll clean it up later. I'm going to go out for a walk first." Zhao Qiushan, upon hearing this, could see through Zhao Yaji's subtle thoughts. He snorted coldly and said, "I thought you were really here to bring me soup. Turns out you came to see Meng Haiwa under the guise of bringing me soup. Oh my. Dad, how can you say that? I've been cooking this soup for 2 hours." Although Zhao Yaji is over 30 years old, she has always grown up under the care of Zhao Qiushan, so she sometimes acts like a little girl in front of Zhao Qiushan. However, Zhao Qiushan was very much attracted by her tricks. As if he had been pestered by her to no end, he pretended to be helpless and said, Go ahead, go ahead. After all, a girl can't be kept away when she grows up." Zhao Yaji looked happy, ignored his nagging, turned around and was about to walk out of the office. But then he heard Zhao Qiushan's voice coming from behind. "Take this soup to Xiaomeng too. I worked so hard to make this soup for 2 hours, I can't let an old man like me take advantage of it." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yaji's eyes showed surprise, and she turned to look at Zhao Qiushan in disbelief. Really? Although it was just a bowl of soup, Zhao Qiushan was willing to share the soup made by his daughter for him with another man, which already said a lot. At least it represents that Zhao Qiushan has further accepted Meng Haiwa. When Meng Haiwa saw Zhao Yaji coming to him with soup, he was also shocked. The report was only delivered in the morning, and Zhao Yaji was asked to deliver soup at noon. The meaning is self-evident. Other people in the office also cast envious glances at Meng Haiwa. Before, the relationship between Meng Haiwa and Zhao Yaji was just a rumor, but now he is openly delivering soup to her, which shows that this relationship has been approved by Zhao Qiushan. Meng Haiwa is really going to be successful now. Feeling the gazes from everyone around him, Meng Haiwa suddenly thought of his son. If Meng Lang hadn't given him the idea, he wouldn't know how long it would take for him to get Zhao Qiushan's approval. This kid Meng Lang is really something. Chapter 55 Lu Hongmei's imprisonment. Meng Lang stayed in the store until noon. After eating lunch with everyone, he took a taxi to the Arctic Fox Company. When Meng Lang entered the e-commerce warehouse, 2 people were busy packing express deliveries. One of them is Lu Fei, but the other is not Lu Hongmei. "Yang Shangnan. Why are you here?" Before Yang Shangnan could speak, Lu Fei explained for her, "Sister Shangnan is here to help. I don't know why Sister Mei didn't come to work today. I almost couldn't handle it alone. Luckily Sister Shangnan came to help." Yang Shangnan looked at Meng Lang and snorted coldly. In fact, she was not there to help, but wanted to come and see what the finished product of the sexy lingerie she designed looked like. Seeing Lu Fei busy here alone, she offered to lend a hand. Meng Lang didn't pay attention to Yang Xingnan's expression, but asked in surprise, "Isn't Lu Hongmei here?" Could it be that she felt embarrassed about what happened yesterday and that's why she didn't come to work? It shouldn't be. Meng Lang took out his cell phone and called Lu Hongmei. The phone rang for a long time before it was finally connected. However, the voice that came from inside was not Lu Hongmei's, but a slightly sharp male voice. "Who are you?" Just when Meng Lang thought he had dialed the wrong number, Lu Hongmei's voice faintly came from the other end of the line. "Tang Tao, give your phone back." Before Lu Hongmei could finish her words, the sound of slapping from the other end of the phone interrupted her. Hearing Lu Hongmei being beaten, Meng Lang quickly pressed the record button on his phone and said, "We can talk it out if we have something to say. Why are you hitting someone?" "Humph. Feeling sorry for me? I don't even feel sorry for my wife, so why should you feel sorry for her?" Tang Tao said with a sneer. "Lu Hongmei is my employee. If she gets beaten, of course I have to intervene." "Oh. You're the boss who took my wife to the hotel to get a room, right?" "You misunderstood. Before Meng Lang could finish, Tang Tao interrupted him. I don't care if it's a misunderstanding or not, I just know that you played with my wife. How about this? I'm a magnanimous person, just give me 50,000 yuan and this matter will be over. If you want to play with my wife again in the future, it's fine, but you have to pay me at least 30,000 yuan a month. Hearing the outrageous remarks on the phone, Meng Lang was stunned. There are actually such shameless people in the world who use their wives as tools to make money. But Meng Lang was afraid that he would continue to abuse Lu Hongmei, so he could only comfort him and said, "No problem, I'll send you the money wherever you are." Tang Tao was overjoyed when he heard this. He didn't expect that someone would be willing to spend 50,000 yuan for his wife. What a sucker. So he quickly gave his home address. After hanging up the phone, Tang Tao looked at Lu Hongmei, who had been knocked to the ground by his slap, and said sarcastically, "I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Someone is willing to spend 50,000 yuan on you. And you said you didn't have an affair outside." Lu Hongmei was now completely disheartened. She lay on the ground with tears in her eyes, completely ignoring his words. The only thing that comforted her was that Meng Lang was willing to spend 50,000 yuan to save her. Although she knew that Meng Lang was rich, 50,000 yuan was just 2 days' income from his Taobao store. But she was still touched to be valued so much. Lu Hongmei's attitude made Tang Tao even more angry. Okay, you don't even bother with me now, right? Originally, I just wanted to ask your wild man for some money, but with your attitude now, I have to make him suffer. After saying that, Tang Tao took out his cell phone and made a call. Brother Long. Are you free later? Thank you for telling me yesterday that bitch Lu Hongmei was checking into a hotel with someone else. We've found the wild man. He'll come over to apologize to me soon. Do you have time to come and help me out? Let's give that guy a good payout. Okay, bring a few more brothers, I'll treat everyone to dinner later. On the other end, Meng Lang hung up and checked the phone recording. Lu Fei quickly stepped forward and asked, "What happened? Why was Sister Mei beaten again?" There was a little misunderstanding and Lu Hongmei was locked up by her husband. Meng Lang explained. What should we do then? I'll figure it out, just help me take care of the store. After saying that, Meng Lang turned and walked out. Do you need my help? Asked Yang Shangnan, who had been standing nearby without saying anything. How can you help? As soon as Meng Lang finished speaking, Yang Shangnan raised her strong long legs and suddenly kicked a box full of clothes sideways. The box was kicked open instantly, and the sexy lingerie inside fell all over the floor. I've practiced this specially. I'm the best at dealing with scumbags who beat women. Yang Shangnan said arrogantly. Meng Lang was also stunned by her violent kick. Although the probability of her attacking was low, he felt more at ease having a beautiful woman with such high fighting ability to protect him. So he nodded and said to Yang Shangnan, "Then please come with me." On the way, Meng Lang called Yuan Hua. He remembered Yuan Hua saying that his brother-in-law worked in the Public Security Bureau. Since he specifically brought it up, his level must be quite high and he will definitely be able to help. It is hard to say whether Tang Tao's behavior can be considered extortion, but domestic violence and illegal restriction of personal freedom are definitely unavoidable. If it's a big deal, it wouldn't be a problem to put him in detention for 2 days. As for giving him money? Meng Lang never intended to give money. Once you let a scoundrel like Tang Tao get a taste of goodness, he will cling to you like a leech. The best way to deal with him is to kill him from the beginning. Moreover, Meng Lang has no money on him now. All his money has been spent on lottery tickets. The money earned from the Taobao store will not be deposited into his account until the customers confirm receipt of the goods. Yuan Hua's call was connected quickly. Meng Lang told Yuan Hua about the domestic violence against one of his employees. Yuan Hua immediately promised and helped contact his brother-in-law. When Meng Lang and Yang Shangnan took a taxi to Lu Hongmei's residential complex, they saw 2 policemen already waiting for them at the gate. Coincidentally, Meng Lang had seen one of the police officers before. He was the leading police officer who helped maintain order at the entrance of the specialty store yesterday morning. When Yang Shangnan saw the police present, she looked a little disappointed, as if she couldn't beat up the scumbag and felt that her trip was in vain. After greeting him, I found out that the police officer's surname was Chen and he was a police officer from the street police station. This area was under their jurisdiction. Director Ding called our director. We attach great importance to such vicious incidents occurring in our jurisdiction. Could you tell me the specific situation, Mr. Meng? Officer Chen looked at Meng Lang and asked. Meng Lang told Officer Chen everything he knew and played the previous phone recording again. The more Officer Chen listened, the more his brows furrowed, especially when he heard the sound of Tang Tao beating Lu Hongmei on the phone. Chapter 56, The Fierce Dragon Brother. Taozi, have you asked your wife about this? Is this guy really just a taobao shop owner? He's not some tough nut, is he? That bitch refuses to say, but if she has the ability and background, she can have any woman she wants. How could she possibly be interested in this bitch of mine? She must be a greenhorn who has never seen the world. Tang Tao said with disdain. Okay, in that case, when that brat comes later, I'll definitely give him a good beating for you. He dares to cheat on his brother. He must be tired of living. In Zhao Hongmei's home, the living room was filled with smoke. A burly man with a scar on the corner of his eye and several of his younger brothers were sitting on the sofa in a carefree manner, with smoke spewing out of their mouths. Tang Tao, who looked like a skinny monkey, squatted aside and nodded and said, "Thank you, Brother Long. But that bastard pays my wife such a high salary, he must be very rich. No matter how much money we can squeeze out of him later, Brother Long, you take half first." After hearing this, Brother Long's face lit up with joy. He patted Tang Tao on the shoulder and said, "We're all brothers, why are you being so polite?" Tang Tao was shaking all over from being slapped by his big hands like a palm leaf fan, but he didn't stop talking. "After we deal with this guy, I'll have to trouble Brother Long to take this bitch of mine to your footbath city. She refused to be a technician before, and I thought she really cared about her innocence. I didn't expect that I would be cuckolded so soon. I deserve a beating. Leave it to me. It doesn't matter if she doesn't want to be a technician. We have plenty of ways to make her obey." Lu Hongmei, who was locked in the room, listened to the men outside discussing her future fate unscrupulously, with despair written all over her face. She originally thought that with a well-paid job, her life would get better and better. Unexpectedly, I suddenly fell into the abyss. She could already imagine how miserable she would be if she fell into Brother Long's hands. During the time she worked as a waitress in the footbath city, she also heard some rumors about Brother Long. He is a hungry wolf who eats people without leaving any bones. Many technicians in the footbath city have to do those despicable things under his coercion. I even heard that someone was forced to death by him. Not only her, but Meng Lang would definitely not have a good ending if he fell into their hands. He might even be blackmailed into bankruptcy. Lu Hongmei thought again that Meng Lang's family seemed to be affiliated with the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, so perhaps they would not dare to go too far. Just as she was lost in thought, Lu Hongmei suddenly heard a knock on the door. After there was a knock on the door, everyone who was chatting and bragging in the living room fell silent for a moment. All eyes were focused on Brother Long. It seemed that as long as he gave the order, the group of people present would rush out and directly grab Meng Lang, who was knocking on the door outside, and bring him in. But Brother Long waved his hand and said, "Let me show him the power first. I'm the best at dealing with fat sheep like this." After saying that, he stood up and walked to the door, took a deep breath, raised his head, made what he thought was the most ferocious expression on his face, and then suddenly pulled open the security door. The old security door made a sharp creaking sound and was instantly opened by Brother Long. However, when Brother Long, who had a ferocious look on his face, saw the blue shirt with the police badge in front of him, he could no longer maintain his expression. The head that was held high lowered in an instant. This legendary wolf that eats people without leaving any bones behind seems to have suddenly turned into a harmless husky. Officer Chen fanned the smoke from his face, looked around the room, and then walked in. So many people. Are they having some kind of event? When the people in the room saw a policeman suddenly walk in, the excitement on their faces disappeared instantly and they all lowered their heads. They were all idle street thugs who had done some illegal things to some extent. When they saw the police, they were like mice seeing a cat. Open the window to let the smoke out so that you won't feel stuffy in this hot weather. Another policeman also walked into the house. After a while, the smell of smoke in the house finally dissipated, and Lu Hongmei, who was locked in the room, was rescued by the police. Brother Long, Tang Tao and a group of people stood in a neat row with their backs against the wall in the living room. Who is Tang Tao? Officer Chen took out a notebook and a pen and asked the group standing against the wall. Everyone's attention was immediately focused on Tang Tao, their eyes filled with resentment. Didn't we agree that the other party was just a greenhorn who had never seen the world? Why did they even call the police? Tang Tao could only raise his hand tremblingly under the gaze of everyone. "Hello, officer. I'm Tang Tao. Upon hearing this, Officer Chen walked up to Tang Tao with a notebook. Someone has called the police to report you for suspected domestic violence, restriction of personal freedom, and extortion. I am now interrogating you according to the law. Do you understand? As soon as Officer Chen finished speaking, Tang Tao shouted that he was innocent. It's unfair. Officer, my wife cheated on me, so I hit her. After saying that, Tang Tao looked at Meng Lang, who was standing aside checking Lu Hongmei's injuries. That's him. He's the one who played with my wife. He checked into a hotel with my wife yesterday, and Brother Long saw him coming out of the hotel with my wife. Brother Long, who was standing next to Tang Tao, quickly spoke up, I can testify. I saw it with my own eyes yesterday. Suddenly, everyone's attention was focused on Meng Lang. Even Yang Shangnan, who came with Meng Lang, looked at him with suspicion. In her mind, Meng Lang was someone who could do such a thing. Before Meng Lang could explain, Lu Hongmei spoke up, that's not true. We were at the hotel yesterday for work. I was a model for Boss Meng, and we were taking photos at the hotel yesterday. Hearing this, Brother Long smiled obscenely and said, what kind of model is this? She even came to the hotel specifically to take photos. These rich people just love to play tricks like this. Perhaps it was because Brother Long spoke too frequently that Officer Chen took a few more glances at his face. Hey! You look familiar to me. Hearing this, Brother Long broke out in a cold sweat and immediately lowered his head and said, Officer, you must have recognized the wrong person. Officer Chen stared at him carefully for a few seconds, as if he had finally matched him with the person in his memory. Brother Long? Zhang Xiaolong, right? Tell me, when were you released? What are you doing now? Seeing that Officer Chen recognized him, Brother Long no longer dared to play tricks and a shy smile appeared on his fierce face. I left last month and now I'm a foreman at City Style. But I'm not causing any trouble this time, I'm just hanging out at a friend's house. Upon hearing this, Officer Chen snorted coldly and said, didn't you cause any trouble? Or maybe you didn't have time to cause any trouble. Seeing that Brother Long was too frightened to speak by the police, Tang Tao couldn't stand it anymore and said quickly, Officer, you have to make the decision for me. It was this pair of bastards who got together first, and I couldn't help but hit them. Really, don't blame me. Chapter 57, Brother Long's Revenge. Wait a minute, if you say that again, I will sue you for defamation. You said that Lu Hongmei and I had an improper relationship. Do you have any evidence? Meng Lang looked at Tang Tao with a relaxed expression. Brother Long saw you coming out of the hotel with his own eyes. Tang Tao retorted excitedly. Can this even be called evidence? If I walk around the hotel entrance a few more times every day, does that mean all the women in the hotel are having an affair with me? Moreover, even if Lu Hongmei really cheated on her husband, so what? Cheating is not illegal. But your domestic violence, illegal imprisonment, and extortion are all written in the criminal law. Tang Tao was stunned when he heard this. Isn't it illegal to cheat on your spouse? He saw on TV that in ancient times, women who cheated on their husbands would be thrown into a pig cage, but now it is not even considered a crime. He looked at Officer Chen in disbelief, hoping that Officer Chen would stand up and refute Meng Lang. Unexpectedly, Officer Chen nodded. You really can't prove whether Ms. Lu Hongmei has cheated on her husband, and even if she did, she certainly didn't violate any laws. But there is evidence that you committed domestic violence against Ms. Lu Hongmei, restricted her personal freedom, and blackmailed Mr. Meng Lang over the phone. We police officers investigate cases based solely on evidence. After hearing what Officer Chen said, Tang Tao immediately collapsed to the ground. He never imagined that he would be the one breaking the law in the end. In his heart, although he smokes, drinks, gambles, visits prostitutes, and even likes to abuse his wife, he is definitely a good man who abides by the law. How come it suddenly became illegal? On the contrary, Lu Hongmei, who was unfaithful to her husband and had an affair with other people outside, did not break the law. Is this fair? Come on. Come back to the police station with us. Don't worry about us wrongly accusing you. We will always act impartially. After saying that, the two police officers lifted up Tang Tao, who was slumped on the ground. Brother Long and his gang who were standing by thought they had escaped and were breathing a sigh of relief. Officer Chen suddenly turned around and said to them, you all should go to the station too. Brother Long was suddenly frightened. Officer Chen, we didn't do anything wrong. We just went to a friend's house to smoke a few cigarettes and brag a little. Stop talking nonsense here. I'm summoning you to cooperate with the investigation. Please cooperate. Since Officer Chen said so, Brother Long and the others knew that they would have to go to the police station today. They all felt very aggrieved and couldn't help but cast unfriendly glances at Meng Lang. If this bastard hadn't hooked up with Tang Tao's wife, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Meng Lang, the person who called the police, and Lu Hongmei, the victim, naturally had to go to the police station to give their statements. However, after arriving at the police station, Lu Hongmei was taken to a nearby hospital by a female police officer for a physical examination. Yang Shengnan also went to the hospital with him, although she suspected that Lu Hongmei and Meng Lang really had some improper relationship. But out of sympathy for a woman who was suffering from domestic violence, she took very good care of Lu Hongmei along the way. This made Lu Hongmei feel a little uncomfortable. She saw that Yang Shengnan came with Meng Lang, and they looked about the same age, so she thought Yang Shengnan was Meng Lang's girlfriend. So he kept explaining to Yang Shengnan along the way that there was absolutely no improper relationship between him and Meng Lang. This made Yang Shengnan even more suspicious. As a fashion designer, she is very sensitive to the physical conditions of models and can tell at a glance how perfect Lu Hongmei's figure is. She knew what kind of clothes Meng Lang sold. Being a model for Meng Lang was no different from standing naked in front of him. She just didn't believe that with Meng Lang's vulgar and lustful personality, he could control himself when faced with a woman with a perfect figure standing naked in front of him. They were busy until it was almost dark and finally finished the procedures at the police station. Tang Tao was temporarily detained on suspicion of domestic violence and restriction of personal freedom, pending further evidence collection by the police. Among Brother Long's group, 2 were found to have a history of theft and were detained. As they left the police station, Officer Chen said to Meng Lang, "Based on the evidence we have so far, it's probably impossible to convict Tang Tao of extortion. The injuries inflicted on Ms. Lu Hongmei as a result of domestic violence were not serious, so we will detain him for a maximum of 15 days. If you have any other relevant evidence, please feel free to contact me." After saying that, Officer Chen gave Meng Lang his cell phone number. After saving the number, Meng Lang nodded. He hadn't planned to keep Tang Tao in jail for long as he had a criminal record. If Lu Hongmei plans to file for divorce, the criminal record of domestic violence and illegal detention is enough for the court to make a quick judgment. There is no such thing as a cooling-off period for divorce these days. As long as Tang Tao doesn't harass Lu Hongmei and affect her work, Meng Lang doesn't care about the life or death of such a scumbag. Lu Hongmei's home was not far from the police station. After leaving the police station, Meng Lang and Yang Shengnan supported Lu Hongmei and walked towards her home, intending to send Lu Hongmei home first. Shortly after they left the police station, Brother Long and his 2 younger brothers were released after being interrogated by the police. Brother Long had indeed been released from prison not long ago and had not had time to commit any crime. But today he really lost face in front of his younger brother. He had agreed to bring his brothers to support Tang Tao, but ended up being arrested by the police. Not only did he go to the police station, but 2 of his younger brothers were also detained. Looking at Meng Lang leaving with 2 women in the distance, Brother Long became more and more angry. "Brother Long, are we just going to let this go? Haozi and Xiaoxi have both been detained. It's all that little bastard Meng Lang's fault. We have to get back at them," a younger brother said indignantly. "Come on, didn't you see how polite Officer Chen was to him? It's obvious that he has a background. Do you still want to go to the police station?" Another older and more mature brother retorted. "What are you afraid of? At worst, I'll be imprisoned for a few days, which is better than enduring this kind of humiliation. Besides, he must be sending Tang Tao's wife home. That's an old residential area, dark at night, and there are no surveillance cameras. If we give him a surprise attack, where will he go to sue us? Didn't the police say that they also need evidence to investigate a case? I have said so much now. If Brother Long doesn't do something, how will he survive in the underworld in the future?" He finally made up his mind, patted the younger brother on the shoulder and said, "Then let's do as you say. Let's teach this little bastard a lesson today." After saying that, he chased in the direction Meng Lang and his group left. The young man followed with excitement. The older one, although somewhat reluctant, had to follow in order to make a living under Brother Long. Chapter 58 Yang Shengnan is miserable. After Meng Lang and Yang Shengnan sent Lu Hongmei home, they left without staying for long. Meng Lang also gave Lu Hongmei 2 days off so that she could have a good rest. After leaving Lu Hongmei's house, Yang Shengnan looked at Meng Lang with contempt in her eyes. This made Meng Lang feel a little puzzled. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? I thought you were going to spend the night here. Yang Shengnan said with contempt. Spend the night? What are you talking about? I have a husband, how could I possibly spend the night here? TSK. Still pretending? I don't believe you, a pervert, would do nothing while taking pictures of a beautiful woman like Sister May in a hotel. After hearing this, Meng Lang was too lazy to explain anything to her. Seeing her like this, she wouldn't believe anything he said, so why waste his breath? You can say whatever you want. How hypocritical. You dare not admit it even though I was right. Even a clay figure can get angry, let alone a grown man like Meng Lang. After being ridiculed repeatedly by Yang Shengnan, Meng Lang became angry. You're such a fucking meddlesome person. Even if something happened between me and Lu Hongmei, it has nothing to do with you. I can't stand this kind of scumbag. He is obviously pursuing Sister Yuru, but he is having affairs with other women. Yang Shengnan said to Meng Lang with an angry face. In her opinion, having such a suitor was a defilement to Gan Yuru. After saying that, Yang Shengnan no longer paid any attention to Meng Lang and walked towards the entrance of the community with her long, slender, and powerful legs. Meng Lang was too lazy to argue with her, so he slowed down and waited for her to leave first. In the shadows, 3 pairs of eyes were watching the two of them. Hey! Why are you still arguing? This guy's girlfriend must have found out he was having an affair with Tang Tao's wife and started a fight. You know what, this little bastard is so lucky. This girl is so damn beautiful. Look at her perky butt and long legs. If I could push her down on the bed, it would be so satisfying. As soon as these words were spoken, the 3 of them stared at Yang Shengnan, and their Adam's apples began to move. Although they have been to various places and have played with many women, they have never seen a young girl with a figure like Yang Shengnan. Brother Long. This girl is about to come out. Should we stop her or that little bastard Meng Lang? The young brother asked, panting. Brother Long's face was flushed with excitement at this time, and the scar at the corner of his eye turned purple-red due to congestion. He licked his lips, showing his yellow teeth, and said, Stop this girl. If we catch her, the little bastard won't be able to escape. Even if he runs away, it doesn't matter. He played with Taozi's wife, and we played with his girlfriend, which can be regarded as Taozi's revenge. At this point, the 3 of them laughed obscenely at the same time. After nightfall, the old community was quiet. The street lights had long been in disrepair and the road leading outside was pitch black. Yang Shengnan could only see the road clearly by the neon lights of the city in the distance. Just then, she saw 2 figures vaguely appear in front of her. She thought they were residents of the community returning home, so she didn't pay much attention. It was not until the 2 men stood straight in front of her that Yang Shengnan saw clearly that the 2 men in front of her were actually the younger brothers of the gangster named Brother Long in the afternoon. Beauty, it's so dark here. Do you want me to take you home? One of them had a lewd smile on his face, and his eyes kept looking at Yang Shengnan. Yang Shengnan's baby face was suddenly covered with frost. She was angry at the moment, and her tone was particularly harsh. She just felt that the person in front of her looked particularly disgusting. Even the vulgar and lustful Meng Lang was not as hateful compared to him. A good dog doesn't block the road. Get out of my way. Wow. You have quite a bad temper. But I like it. The man laughed and stretched out a hand to grab Yang Shengnan's chest. Just before his hand was about to reach the peak, Yang Shengnan raised her tight and round thigh, and with a left kick, she kicked the young gangster hard in the crotch. The young gangster was kicked to his knees in front of Yang Shengnan, like a shrimp, prostrating himself on the ground. He was shaking with pain, tears, and snot flowing instantly, and he let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. Seeing his companion in such a miserable state, the other gangster couldn't help but shiver, and felt a little cold between his legs. How painful would it be if this kick hit him? Yang Shengnan looked at the other gangster with sharp eyes, as if she would kick him if he dared to take another step forward. The man seemed to be frightened by Yang Shengnan's aura and quickly moved to the side of the road. Just when Yang Shengnan thought that the other party had given in and relaxed his vigilance, something strange happened. She suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind her, and before she could turn around, the footsteps were approaching her. Immediately afterwards, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her waist, and together with her arms, they held her firmly. Then she saw the person behind her suddenly exert force and pick her up. Yang Shengnan's feet were hanging in the air, with nowhere to gain leverage. Even though she twisted her body frantically, she was held tightly and could not break free at all. She turned around and saw a man with a scar on the corner of his eye looking at her with a lewd smile. He grinned with a big mouth full of yellow teeth and said, "Hey, hey. Little beauty, I caught you." The man's mouth exuded a foul odor like that of a toilet, which was the result of long-term smoking, drinking, and chewing betel nuts. It made Yang Shangnan almost vomit. The gangster who had been scared away by Yang Shangnan before quickly ran up and grabbed Yang Shangnan's two long, snow-white legs. The two men held Yang Shangnan up, making it impossible for her to resist. Seeing that Yang Shangnan was under control, even the gangster who was kicked to the ground endured the severe pain in his crotch, forced himself to stand up, and looked at Yang Shangnan with a grim smile on his face. "You stinky bitch, you dare to kick me? Just wait and see how I kill you today." As he said this, he limped towards the restrained Yang Shangnan and was about to reach out to tear off Yang Shangnan's clothes. Yang Shangnan's eyes widened as she stared at the gangster in front of her who was reaching out to her, wishing she could kill him. But she was firmly controlled at this moment and could not move at all. She could only wait in despair for the humiliation of these scumbags. At this critical moment, a voice suddenly came from behind everyone. "Stop. Let her go." Yang Shangnan instantly recognized that the voice came from Meng Lang, and a look of surprise suddenly appeared on her desperate face. Brother Long and the other three also turned their heads to look in the direction where the sound came from. Then they saw a figure walking towards them with a mobile phone in his hand. The flash of the mobile phone was so dazzling in the dark environment. Chapter 59. Another kick in the waist. Although the on-call slider phone has only 5 million pixels, which is far inferior to the smartphones of the past that have hundreds of millions of pixels, and does not have any night shooting function, it can still clearly capture what is happening in this quiet old community with the help of the flash. In fact, Meng Lang had already rushed over when that heart-wrenching scream rang out. It was only because he saw that Yang Shangnan was not in danger that he hid behind and did not come out, using his mobile phone to record the criminal evidence of the group in front of him. He may not care about Tang Tao, the coward who only bullies his wife, but he must kill Brother Long and his gang. Otherwise, one day, these stinky rats might come out from somewhere and disgust you. "Hey! You little bastard, you actually dare to come here? What? Do you want to watch me play with your girl with your own eyes?" Brother Long said to Meng Lang with an obscene laugh. But his move was just to paralyze Meng Lang. After saying that, he turned to look at the thug who was holding Yang Shangnan's legs and whispered, "That guy must be recording with his phone. Later, when he's not paying attention, grab his phone. If the video gets into the hands of the police, we'll all go to jail." Although his voice was low, Yang Shangnan was definitely able to hear it because he caught her. Upon hearing this, Yang Shangnan quickly shouted to Meng Lang, "Run. Call 110. They won't dare to do anything to me." Meng Lang seemed to be frightened and said like a fool, "Let her go, I can give you money." After saying that, he took out his wallet from his pocket and threw it towards Brother Long. Among the three opponents, two of them controlled Yang Shangnan from the front and the back, and only the young gangster who was kicked in the crotch could move freely. Seeing a wallet thrown in front of him, the young gangster endured the pain, clamped his legs together, bent down, and picked up the wallet. Under the cover of darkness, a sneer flashed across Meng Lang's face. What he threw out was not a wallet, but a weight to convict them. If I remember correctly, he still had more than 3,000 yuan in his wallet. According to the criminal law, if the amount of robbery exceeds 3,000 yuan, the offender may be sentenced to a prison term of more than 3 years but less than 10 years. This alone is enough to send them to jail, not to mention that their actions against Yang Shangnan also involve kidnapping and forcing women. Moreover, they committed the crime in a gang, so they will be sentenced to a longer sentence. The young gangster opened his wallet and counted the money, and a look of joy suddenly appeared on his face. "Wow! It's so thick, it must be several thousand yuan. You're quite rich, kid. But if you want to get back your beautiful girl with just this little money, I'm afraid it's still a little short." Meng Lang was holding back his laughter, hoping that they would ask for as much as possible. The larger the amount, the longer the sentence. But he put on an anxious look and said, "How much money do you want? I'll give you any amount. You can use your bank card to withdraw it. I can tell you the password, but please don't hurt her." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Brother Long and his group immediately became greedy. "Brother Long, why don't we give him a good beating? We can play with this girl after we get the money. We have more people, so they won't be able to escape." Yang Shangnan was almost crying in frustration. She couldn't understand why Meng Lang suddenly became so stupid. "Go call the police. Do you really think they'll let me go if they pay me?" But Meng Lang seemed to be really dumbfounded. He responded to Yang Shangnan seriously, "Shangnan, don't worry. I will never abandon you. Looking at Meng Lang's stupid look, Brother Long's greed finally got the upper hand. I didn't expect you to be such a passionate person. Since you're so sensible, we won't ask for much from you. Just 100,000 yuan. Later, you take my brother to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan, and we will release your woman. How about it? Upon hearing this, Meng Lang readily agreed, okay, I'll get it right away. 100,000 yuan is good, it just falls into the range of huge amounts, and the sentence is directly increased to 10 years. Brother Long was still instructing his younger brother, when you go with him to the bank to withdraw money, remember to take his phone away, delete the video on it, and then smash it. Don't leave any evidence for him. Also, let him withdraw the money by himself, and don't let the bank's cameras capture you. Although I felt uneasy when I heard that, I still let go of Yang Xingnan's legs and walked towards Meng Lang. Yang Shengnan struggled frantically after her legs were free again, but Brother Long held her high up by the waist, leaving her feet with nowhere to gain leverage, and her struggle was completely in vain. Just as the person opposite was about to walk up to him, Meng Lang turned off the video on his phone and put the phone back in his pocket. Just before his phone went dark, Meng Lang saw a pop-up window on the homepage, which showed a text message reply from Officer Chen 5 minutes ago. He also felt relieved. That's right, when Meng Lang appeared in front of Brother Long and the other two, he had already sent a message to Officer Chen to report the incident. I had talked so much nonsense with these people before just to collect evidence. Now that the evidence has been collected, it's time to turn the tables. The moment he pulled the phone into his pocket, Meng Lang rushed out. The gangster who was walking towards Meng Lang never thought that the cowardly Meng Lang would resist. He was completely unprepared and was easily pushed aside by the tall and strong Meng Lang. Meng Lang didn't bother with this little guy and rushed straight towards Brother Long. Another young thug wanted to step forward to stop Meng Lang, but the severe pain in his crotch where he was kicked made it impossible for him to take a step. Meng Lang easily bypassed him and kicked Brother Long. Yang Shangnan kept struggling in Brother Long's arms, making it impossible for Brother Long to move or avoid her. Meng Lang's flying kick landed directly on Brother Long's waist. Brother Long immediately let out a howl of pain and was kicked to the ground. He kept screaming in pain and had to let go of the arms that were holding Yang Shangnan. Meng Lang suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was somewhat familiar. After thinking about it, he remembered that on the night he met Sang Wan Yun, he kicked a designated driver in the waist in the same way. The designated driver named Wei Xiang sat on the ground for a quarter of an hour before standing up. Although Brother Long looks a little stronger than Wei Xiang, his kidneys were attacked so violently that he would have to lie down for at least 5 minutes. But this is not a boxing match. It doesn't mean that others can't hit you if you lie down. Brother Long, who fell to the ground in pain, was soon met with a second attack from Yang Shangnan. Yang Shangnan had just been choked by Brother Long's stinky mouth that was as foul as a toilet. Even after he was released, she could still vaguely smell the extremely disgusting smell. She was so angry that she kicked Brother Long's stinky mouth several times, and his face was covered in blood. Seeing that she was getting a little angry, Meng Lang hurried forward to stop her. If he let her kick like this again, Brother Long would probably die here today. Chapter 60. I have plenty of money. Not long after, 2 police cars with flashing lights drove over quickly. What the team leader, Officer Chen, didn't expect was. At this time, all 3 gangsters had been subdued by the person who called the police. Looking at the miserable state of the 3 gangsters, Officer Chen was a little confused for a moment as to who was the robber and who was being robbed. Fortunately, there was video evidence on Meng Lang's mobile phone. When Meng Lang started filming, Yang Shangnan had already kicked the young gangster to the ground. So at the beginning of the video, Brother Long sneaked out from behind Yang Shangnan, hugged Yang Shangnan and controlled her. The other 2 hooligans started to do indecent things to Yang Shangnan, but fortunately Meng Lang, who was filming the video, suddenly appeared and stopped their actions. Under the blackmail of Brother Long and his 2 men, he took out his wallet and went to the bank to withdraw 100,000 yuan before Brother Long and his 2 men were willing to release him. After watching the video, Officer Chen's brows were furrowed into a shape. Less than half an hour after Brother Long and his group came out of the police station, they attacked Meng Lang and Yang Shangnan. This was clearly a retaliation. If Meng Lang and Yang Shangnan had not been so strong in their ability to resist, it would have been a very serious crime. Thinking of this, Officer Chen looked at Brother Long, who was lying on the ground with blood on his face, with anger in his eyes. Retaliation, robbery and molestation, kidnapping and extortion. The crimes you committed this time are serious. I'm afraid you won't be released so easily. It was not until now that Brother Long finally figured everything out. It turned out that it was all a trap set for him by that little bastard Meng Lang. Now he was finished. Yang Shangnan, who was standing by, also finished the entire video and was filled with fear. If Meng Lang hadn't appeared, she couldn't even imagine what kind of cruel abuse she would have suffered tonight given the vicious behavior of these three people. This made her gaze towards Meng Lang soften a little. Although this guy was a dirty pervert, he was still very reliable at critical moments. All three suspects were handcuffed and taken into a police car. Officer Chen walked towards Meng Lang and Yang Shangnan and said, "I'm sorry to bother you to come with me to the police station to take a statement." When two hooligans who were temporarily detained for theft saw Brother Long and his two companions, who had been beaten into pig heads, being locked up again, they were stunned. "Brother Long, why did you come in again? What happened to your injuries?" Brother Long and the other two had a lot of grievances. If they had known earlier, they would have confessed all their previous offenses to the police in the afternoon. Those minor offenses would have resulted in them being detained for a while at most and then released. Now, according to Officer Chen, they will have to stay in prison for at least 5 to 10 years before they can be released. So now they looked at the two convicted younger brothers with envy on their faces. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening when Meng Lang and Yang Shangnan came out of the police station again. Fortunately, Officer Chen was kind enough to buy them a box lunch, so they weren't very hungry. After a whole day of high-intensity work, both of them couldn't help feeling a little tired. Thank you for saving me today." Yang Shangnan walked beside Meng Lang and spoke somewhat unnaturally. Although she felt ashamed of Meng Lang's fickle behavior, she was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. If Meng Lang had not rushed over today, her life might have been ruined, so she still expressed her gratitude to Meng Lang very solemnly. "No need to thank me. If you hadn't helped me, you wouldn't be in danger today. If anything happens to you today, I will regret it for the rest of my life," Meng Lang said very seriously. Hearing Meng Lang's words, Yang Shangnan immediately fell into a dilemma. After a long while, she spoke again. "In return, I can keep your affairs with Sister Mei's secret from Sister Yuru, but you have to promise me that you must keep your distance from other women in the future. Otherwise, I will definitely reveal your true colors in front of Sister Yuru." Meng Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard this. "You can say whatever you want. The innocent will be innocent. Anyway, Lu Hongmei and I have never had any improper relationship." When Meng Lang arrived home, Meng Haiwa was sitting on the sofa in the living room watching TV. He looked very relaxed, which was very different from his previous busy and serious appearance. Meng Lang also walked to the sofa in the living room and sat down. Although the father and son lived under the same roof, they had not seen each other for 2 or 3 days. Ever since Meng Haiwa had to write a report, he has been working overtime at the company until late at night every day. Yesterday, Meng Lang had a secret meeting with Sang Wanyun outside again and did not return all night. When they met suddenly, they felt so strangely unfamiliar with each other. "Hey! Dad, you're not working overtime tonight?" Meng Haiwa did not answer, but stared at Meng Lang with eyes that contained 3 parts of doubt, 3 parts of relief, and 4 parts of confusion. Meng Lang felt a little uneasy when he saw his strange look. "Dad! What's wrong with you? Why are you looking at me like that?" Meng Haiwa was silent for a moment before he suddenly spoke. "I really have doubts." "Are you my son Meng Lang?" Hearing this question, Meng Lang's heart suddenly jumped into his throat. Before he could say anything, Meng Haiwa continued, "You are so smart now that you don't seem like the Meng Lang you used to be. Didn't I write a report based on the ideas you gave me these past 2 days? You don't know that after Director Zhao saw the report I submitted today, his attitude towards me changed 180 degrees, and he even asked your Aunt Zhao to personally bring me soup." After listening to his father tell him everything that happened at work today, Meng Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought that my rebirth was exposed, but it turned out that my father was too excited about getting Zhao Qiushan's recognition, and he felt that the world was unreal. Anyway, Daddy wants to thank you for this. Tell me what you want, and Daddy will definitely fulfill your wish." If Meng Lang was really just an 18-year-old boy at this time, he would definitely be very excited to put forward his request. But Meng Lang, who was reborn at this time, was actually over 30 years old mentally. Meng Haiwa's words made him feel uncomfortable. "Forget it, I don't need a reward. Your son is very rich now, so if he wants something, he can buy it himself. You, just try to remove the word deputy from your title of deputy section chief this year. I'm still waiting to become the son of an official." At this moment, the phone that Meng Lang had casually placed on the coffee table suddenly rang, and then the screen lit up. A text message appears on the screen. China Construction Bank, 32,000 renminbi has been credited to your account XXXXXX. Meng Haiwa's eyes suddenly widened. How do you have such a large income? I've already told you that your son has plenty of money now. Meng Lang picked up his phone and took a look. This should be a transfer from my uncle. It's a dividend from today's store revenue. What? Over 30,000 in dividends for one day. Chapter 61 Divorce. Yes, there are so many every day. This business will definitely get better and better, and there will be even more in the future. Meng Lang said very calmly. Although a few days ago Lu Lei came over and gave Meng Lang 30,000 yuan, saying it was the jackpot of the specialty store. Meng Haiwa thought that Lu Lei gave Meng Lang extra money to thank him. I didn't expect to earn so much every day. You have to know that as the deputy section chief of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, his monthly salary plus various allowances does not exceed 5,000 yuan in total. His son could earn more than 30,000 yuan a day, which was equivalent to what he could earn in half a year. How could he not be surprised? If he knew that Meng Lang also had a Taobao store, with a daily income of almost 30,000 yuan, and that his daily income was equivalent to his annual income, I wonder what he would think. It also made it increasingly difficult for him to understand his son who lived under the same roof with him every day. Seeing Meng Haiwa's surprised expression, Meng Lang said nonchalantly, money is only a thing outside of one's body. Just wait and see. Your son will only get richer and richer. If one day I become the richest man, don't be surprised. It took a long time for Meng Haiwa to finally accept the fact that his son's ability to make money far exceeded his. But being a cautious person, he still gave Meng Lang a few words of advice. Just know that money is just a thing outside of your body. Even if you have money, don't do anything wrong. Hearing this, Meng Lang nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, I don't need to worry. I will definitely use all my wealth to benefit the people. ISNT developing the sex toy industry benefiting the general public? Meng Haiwa nodded with satisfaction, and as if he had thought of something, he said, I really might be able to remove the word deputy from my title this year. Meng Lang remembered that Meng Haiwa had been stuck at the deputy section chief position for many years. If he didn't seize the time to move up, he would basically have no chance in the future. So he immediately perked up and asked, has it been decided? Meng Haiwa shook his head and said, it hasn't been decided yet. We have to wait for Director Zhao to submit the report. So, the matter between you and Aunt Zhao is basically a done deal. Meng Lang looked at Meng Haiwa and asked. Meng Haiwa smiled a little embarrassedly when he heard this. There's no rush for this. Let's wait until we get feedback on the report we submitted. However, I have already told your Aunt Zhao about having your cousin transfer to number 1 middle school for his senior year. She said she would ask around and it shouldn't be a big problem. Aunt Zhao works at the Education Bureau, so there's no doubt she'll have no problem finding a spot for a transfer student in the senior year. Besides, my cousin's grades aren't necessarily worse than the top students at number 1 middle school. Meng Lang was very confident in Zhao Yaji. The fact that she brought up this matter with him at the dinner party showed that she was 90% sure about it, otherwise she would not have brought it up at such a critical moment to get closer to each other. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, it was getting late, so Meng Lang washed up and returned to his bedroom. But he tossed and turned in bed and couldn't fall asleep, as if something had been forgotten and had not been completed. After thinking about it and sorting out all the recent events, he finally realized that the photos he took of Lu Hongmei in the hotel yesterday had not been uploaded yet. Since the Taobao store opened, the only products on the shelves are the 5 or 6 sets of photos taken at the beginning. Thinking of this, Meng Lang quickly got up, turned on the computer, and imported the photos from the memory card into it. After another half an hour of hard work, I finally uploaded the photos of several sets of sexy lingerie I took yesterday to the Taobao platform, and the corresponding products were also put on the shelves. After adding the store's watermark to the photos, I sent them to the part-time QQ group of my high school classmates, asking them to use the new sexy lingerie photos for further promotion. With new products on the shelves and new promotional materials, the Taobao store's business will definitely be able to reach a higher level. After doing all this, Meng Lang was exhausted and no longer cared about the heated discussions in the QQ group among his high school classmates who had seen the new photo. Not long after he fell on the bed, he burst into cheers. The next day, Meng Lang slept until noon. When he finished breakfast and rushed to the Arctic Fox Company's e-commerce warehouse, it was already bustling with activity. Unlike the deserted store in the past few days, there are quite a few people in the e-commerce warehouse today. In addition to Lu Fei, who came to work every day, Lu Hongmei, Yang Shangnan, and even Gan Yuru were present. Seeing three beauties, each with their own unique charm, appear in front of him, Meng Lang suddenly became energetic. However, the slap marks and bruises left on Lu Hongmei's face slightly reduced the beauty of the scenery. Sister Mei, didn't I tell you yesterday to take a few days off before coming back? Why are you coming to work today? Meng Lang walked up to Lu Hongmei and asked with concern. This minor injury is nothing serious. I've already troubled you enough yesterday. How can your work be affected by my own affairs? Lu Hongmei said with some self-blame. How can you say that? It's all your husband's fault that things turned out like this. How can you be blamed? Listen to me, go back and rest quickly. It would be bad if you left any hidden injuries on your body. I'm waiting for you to recover and continue to model for me. However, no matter how Lu Hongmei was persuaded, she refused to go back and rest. Boss, please stop trying to persuade me. Just let me work here. I'm scared to stay at home. I'm afraid that when I wake up, my husband will be released. As she spoke, Lu Hongmei's eyes became wet, and she was obviously sad because of the misfortune in her marriage. Because of family reasons, Yang Shangnan was already filled with hatred for Tang Tao, a man who was a domestic abuser and a gambling addict. Seeing Lu Hongmei so sad, she hurriedly advised, Sister Mei, you might as well get a divorce if you stay with a man like this. Even Gan Yuru tried to persuade her, Shangnan is right. I've just heard about your situation. If you meet a husband like that, you should divorce him. I can introduce you to a lawyer friend who is very experienced in divorce cases. In a situation like yours, if you file for divorce, there's a good chance the court will support you. After what happened yesterday, Lu Hongmei thought a lot. When Tang Tao is released from the detention center, he will definitely take revenge on her. If she continues to live with him, she will be subjected to endless torture. She had naturally thought about divorce, but due to traditional concepts, she had never been able to break through the barrier in her heart. Now that she saw so many people supporting her, she finally made up her mind. Lu Hongmei took a deep breath, bowed to everyone, and pleaded solemnly, I want a divorce, please help me. Meng Lang grabbed her hand, helped her up, and said, You're my employee, of course I'll help you. Don't worry, with me here, no one can do anything to you. Chapter 62 Next Steps. Gan Yuru called her lawyer friend on the spot. After explaining the situation to the lawyer in general, we made an appointment to meet at Arctic Fox Company tomorrow morning for a detailed discussion. Seeing that everyone had almost finished chatting, Lu Fei, who had been busy nearby, couldn't help but complain. You all should stop chatting and come over here and help. I can't handle it all by myself. Upon hearing this, Lu Hongmei hurried over to help pack and ship the goods. Meng Lang walked to the computer and looked at the background data of the Taobao store. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, but you'll be shocked when you do. The backend shows that there are as many as 1,500 unshipped orders. And they were basically the new sexy lingerie styles he had put on the shelves last night. Just one night later, so many new orders were added. No wonder Lu Fei couldn't handle it all by himself. There are only 3 people in the e-commerce warehouse now, including himself. Even if we include Yang Shangnan who came to help, we still wouldn't be able to handle so many orders. Moreover, as the sexy lingerie photos continue to spread in major forums, the business of this store will only get better and better. Based on Meng Lang's experience in his previous life, 3 people could only complete the delivery of 1,000 orders at most. At the store's current order growth rate, at least 6 people are needed to ensure that customers' orders are shipped on time. Thinking of this, Meng Lang looked at Gan Yuru. Sister Yuru, I'm a little short on manpower right now. Can I borrow some from you to help with the shipment? Hearing this, Gan Yuru nodded and said, No problem. I can't guarantee anything else if you ask someone to do it, but if they just help with packing and shipping, there will definitely be no problem. I'll find some honest and reliable people for you. As he said that, Gan Yuru called his brother Gan Yuyen, and soon several workers were sent over to join the ranks of packing and shipping. Watching the orders being processed continuously in the background, Meng Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Pointing at the workers who came to help, he said, I'll pay them their wages when the time comes. I can't let them work for me for nothing. These are all trivial matters. Do you have time now? Let's talk about the next plan of Arctic Fox Company. Seeing that Meng Lang had finished the work at hand, Gan Yuru walked up to him and asked. Meng Lang nodded and said, There are too many people here, let's go to your office to talk. As they spoke, the two walked out of the e-commerce warehouse side by side and headed towards the office building of Arctic Fox Company. On the way, Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang beside her and asked, "How's the store business these past 2 days? Have you maintained your sales?" "It's going pretty well. Since the opening on July 6, sales have been increasing every day. Yesterday, because it was on the TV news, we sold almost 2,400 units in one day. My uncle also rented the shop next door. I estimate that this shop has reached its peak sales in the past 2 days, with estimated sales of over 4,000 sets a day." Meng Lang calculated yesterday's sales volume based on the bank transfer amount received last night. Meng Lang earned 30,000 yuan last night, so the store's total profit yesterday was 60,000 yuan. The profit per set was about 25 yuan, and the total sales volume was about 2,400 sets. Listening to the data reported by Meng Lang, Gan Yuru's beautiful eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She originally thought that selling 1,200 sets of thermal clothing on the first day would be the peak. Unexpectedly, this was just the beginning. In just 3 days, sales volume doubled. Although this is partly due to the spread of television news, it also shows how attractive the Arctic Fox thermal jacket, which costs 79 yuan per set, is to consumers. If a store can sell 4,000 sets a day, and based on the tag fee of 8 yuan per set of thermal clothing, Arctic Fox Company can earn more than 30,000 yuan in revenue from this store in one day. Thinking of this, Gan Yuru said impatiently, "Then can we start notifying the dealers in advance? I want to organize a dealer conference and gather all the dealers together. When the time comes, I will display the sales data of the specialty stores, which will definitely attract them." Meng Lang nodded and said, "The dealer conference is indeed in my plan. Let's put it this way. Once the first week's data from the specialty stores is released, the dealer conference will be almost ready. Let's set it for July 15th for now." When Gan Yuru heard the time Meng Lang said, she hesitated again. Meng Lang looked at her and seemed to suddenly think of something. July 15th. How could he forget this day? This is Li Shuya's birthday. He was a bootlicker in his previous life, but he attached more importance to this day than the Chinese New Year. Not only does he have to prepare all kinds of gifts and surprises for Li Shuya, but he also has to work hard and serve Li Shuya. How about we change the date? The 15th is Shuya's 18th birthday, and it's also her coming-of-age ceremony. I've already made an appointment with her to celebrate with her. During this period, the relationship between Gan Yuru and Li Shuya was a little tense. As a mother, Gan Yuru also wanted to take this opportunity to repair the relationship between mother and daughter. Meng Lang shrugged nonchalantly. Then let's move it up to the 14th. It'll just take a little longer to sort out the data and create a plan, but that's not a big deal. I have drafted a plan for the Arctic Fox brand licensing plan. It's in my office. I'd like to invite you to take a look at it. Gan Yuru said with a smile. Meng Lang raised his eyebrows when he heard this. He didn't expect that Gan Yuru had already made so many preparations for the brand licensing plan. Okay, let's take a look together. As they spoke, both of them couldn't help but quicken their pace. But just as she turned a corner, Gan Yuru didn't pay attention and her high heels suddenly stepped on the cover of the gutter. The heel of her high heels got stuck in the gap of the gutter, and Gan Yuru suddenly lost her balance and fell to the right. Meng Lang, who was standing to Gan Yuru's left, reacted immediately. He grabbed Gan Yuru's arm with one hand and her slender waist with the other hand. He forcibly stopped her delicate body from falling to the ground and held her in his arms. Suddenly, a faint fragrance entered Meng Lang's nostrils, which instantly lifted his spirits. Looking down at Gan Yuru in his arms, he saw that her pretty face, which was full of the charm of a mature woman, was now pale, as if she was frightened because she almost fell. When she saw Meng Lang holding her in his arms, her face, which had turned pale with fear, turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, making her look particularly charming and attractive. He continued to look down past Gan Yuru's pretty face. The white casual shirt she was wearing became a little messy under Meng Lang's embrace, especially at the collar. A button was broken because the shirt was pulled, revealing a plump and snow-white piece wrapped in lace. Meng Lang could even see a tiny red mole among the snow-white skin. When Meng Lang saw this, his breathing suddenly became rapid and blood rushed to his brain. Gan Yuru also felt a chill in her chest. She looked down and found that she was exposed. She quickly covered her collar with her hands. Meng Lang also realized his failure and quickly helped Gan Yuru up and helped her stand firmly again. However, in a corner that they didn't notice, a pair of eyes were watching them. Chapter 63 Pricing of Brand Licensing. Seeing Meng Lang holding Gan Yuru in his arms, Li Shunchang, who was following behind them, immediately clenched his fists. As soon as he came out of the factory, he saw Gan Yuru and Meng Lang walking side by side on the small path between the warehouses. Both of them were talking and laughing, and seemed to be having a great time. Li Shunchang immediately became unhappy. Why is Gan Yuru always so rude to him, but so kind to an outsider? So he followed quietly. What he never expected was that his sister-in-law, who was so elegant and noble in front of him, actually hugged a man after walking around an empty corner. Li Shunchang suddenly felt that his worldview had been impacted. He couldn't believe that what was happening before his eyes was real, but the moment he poked his head out from around the corner, the truth of the world was laid out before him. His sister-in-law Gan Yuru was hugging another man. At this moment, Li Shunchang's awe and love for his sister-in-law Gan Yuru instantly turned into overwhelming hatred. He has worked diligently for Arctic Fox for many years, worked hard for Arctic Fox, and followed Gan Yuru's lead. Why? Is it for the annual salary of 200,000 yuan? No, he did it to protect the business that his eldest brother had worked so hard to build, and to take good care of his sister-in-law and niece on his behalf. But unexpectedly, his years of hard work did not get the rewards he deserved. Gan Yuru's attitude towards him was always lukewarm, and she didn't give him any chance at all. Until now, she would rather throw herself into the arms of others than choose Li Shunchang. Is Li Shunchang really that bad? When Li Shunchang saw Meng Lang let go of Gan Yuru and her collar slightly open, his blood pressure soared even more. Have they all progressed to this point? What on earth is Gan Yuru doing? Where is her modesty as a woman? I actually let a man I had only known for a few days treat me like this. Li Shunchang was so angry that his teeth were about to break. No! We can't let them continue to develop like this. If we continue to let them develop like this. Li Shunchang couldn't help but start to think that if Gan Yuru remarried another man, then the Arctic Fox Company would belong to someone else. Thinking that there would be another man in the future who would spend the money his elder brother had worked so hard to earn, play with his gentle and beautiful sister-in-law, and beat his well-behaved and obedient niece, Li Shunchang felt cold all over. He must stop this from happening. But to Gan Yuru, he was just an outsider. How can he stop Gan Yuru from being with another man? Oh, and my niece Li Shuya. Gan Yuru would definitely not listen to what she said, but she would definitely listen to what her biological daughter said. Thinking of this, Li Shunchang quickly took out his mobile phone and called Li Shuya. Come to Gan Yuru's office. Gan Yuru made a cup of tea for Meng Lang. Then he took out a printed document from the drawer of his desk and placed it in front of Meng Lang. There are a few big words written on the cover of the document: Arctic Fox Brand Authorization Plan. Meng Lang flipped through the document and read it carefully. Gan Yuru put a lot of effort into this plan, which was written based on her many years of experience in the clothing industry. Meng Lang could hardly find anything that needed to be added. The entire plan provides a detailed division of rights and responsibilities between Arctic Fox and dealers who purchase brand authorization. Arctic Fox is responsible for operating the brand well and working hard to enhance its value. All dealers need to do is sell independently and ensure the quality of the clothes sold. Especially regarding the quality issue, Gan Yuru emphasized in this plan that if the dealer sells products with quality problems, Arctic Fox Company has the right to require them to compensate consumers at 10 times the selling price. Meng Lang strongly agrees with this point. In its previous life, Antarctic's market value fell from 60 billion at its peak to a scale of several billion. A large part of the reason was that the distributors lacked quality control over their products, which led to the collapse of Antarctic's brand reputation. It is not easy for Arctic Fox to establish its reputation, and it must be well protected. When doing business, you have to pay attention to long-term development. Gan Yuru's strategy may not allow the Arctic Foxes to develop at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people like the Antarctic people in their previous lives, but it is more stable and sustainable. In the end, Meng Lang's attention fell on the brand authorization price and tag price. The brand authorization price is 100,000 yuan year, the thermal underwear tag price is 8 yuan set, underwear is 4 yuan piece, and socks are 2 yuan piece. This price wasn't considered low, but Meng Lang thought of the store's current terrifying sales volume and shook his head, saying, "This price is too low." Even if the price were to increase by 30%, there would definitely be dealers willing to pay for it. And once Arctic Fox's strategy proves successful, other clothing brands will surely follow suit. With competition, prices will inevitably fall, so we need to eat our fill this first time and leave enough room for price adjustments in the future. Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru also nodded. I never thought the store's business would be so good, so I was a little conservative when pricing. Finally, after discussion between the two, the relevant fees for the brand licensing plan were determined. The brand authorization price is 120,000 yuan year, the tag price for thermal underwear is 10 yuan set, underwear is 5 yuan piece, and socks are 3 yuan piece. The first phase plans to release 300 brand authorizations, and we will decide whether to increase the number based on the situation at that time. If all these 300 brand licenses can be sold, Arctic Fox Company will be able to make a profit of 36 million yuan just from licensing fees. It is enough to compensate consumers with 10 times the compensation that Gong Yuru promised on TV before. Then, the gimmick of issuing 10 times the compensation amount can be used to further expand the brand awareness of Arctic Fox, thereby attracting more dealers to purchase Arctic Fox's authorization. As long as a virtuous cycle is formed, the debt and crisis that Arctic Fox is facing now are nothing. Listening to the blueprint Meng Lang drew for her, Gong Yuru nodded with longing. I hope everything goes well. Oh, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Although I'm in sole control of Arctic Fox, I only own 80% of the shares. In the early years, due to the company's difficulties in cash flow, Arctic Fox Company borrowed a sum of money, which was later converted into a 20% stake. Although this shareholder generally doesn't interfere with the company's operations, he definitely needs to be informed if such a major business adjustment is to be made. Meng Lang couldn't help but frown when he heard this. He didn't expect that 20% of the shares of Arctic Fox's company were still in the hands of others. According to his plan, Arctic Fox is destined to take off in the future. Even if it cannot reach the 60 billion market value of Antarctic Man in its previous life, it should not be a big problem to break through the 10 billion mark. If Arctic Fox develops smoothly, it will basically not need financing, and its 20% equity will not be diluted before listing. This is a fortune of up to 10 digits. If it was given to Gong Yuru, Meng Lang wouldn't mind. But if it gives someone else a bargain, Meng Lang will not agree. It would be best to find a way to get back these 20% shares before the plan is announced. Who is this shareholder? Meng Lang looked at Gong Yuru and asked. Chapter 64 20% Equity Ownership. This man is Zhou Dong. You should know him as Zhou Jiahao's father. You ran into him before when you came to my office, so you should remember him. Meng Lang was shocked. Zhou Jiahao's father? Isn't that Sang Wanyun's ex-husband? Meng Lang looked carefully at Gong Yuru's office, thought about it carefully in his mind, and finally a scene appeared in front of him. That day was his first time in Gong Yuru's office. As soon as he entered the door, he met a short and strong middle-aged man coming out of the office. The two of them bumped into each other at the door, and he seemed to have scolded him at that time. That short and strong figure really makes him look like Zhou Jiahao's father and son. No wonder a beauty like Sang Wanyun gave birth to a son who looked like Zhou Jiahao. It turned out that there was such a short and fat human being holding him back. Thinking of this, Meng Lang remembered that Sang Wanyun told him the night before yesterday that her ex-husband wanted to remarry her because he needed money for investment. Perhaps we can take advantage of the fact that Zhou Dong is in urgent need of funds and take 20% of Arctic Fox's shares from him. These thoughts ran through Meng Lang's mind, but he did not tell Gong Yuru about his plan. After all, the relationship between him and Sang Wanyun was really hard to explain to Gong Yuru. The brand licensing plan for Arctic Fox was almost discussed, and Gong Yuru had other things to deal with, so Meng Lang did not stay in her office for long. When he returned to the e-commerce warehouse, Lu Fei and Lu Hongmei were busy packing and shipping with several workers. A small half of the orders accumulated in the background have been processed. Meng Lang bought a few bottles of iced drinks from the convenience store in front of the Arctic Fox Company and handed them to the busy crowd. Everyone, have a drink of water and take a break. There's no need to rush. Just send out all the orders from the back end before the end of the day. Everyone took the drinks and thanked Meng Lang repeatedly. Especially the workers who were transferred here by Gong Yuru today. They originally thought they were transferred here because the Arctic Fox Company was about to go out of business due to previous losses, and they had been assigned a new boss. I'm still worried whether this new boss will be difficult to get along with. They didn't expect that the young boss was so generous. He not only let them rest, but also bought them drinks. Everyone was full of gratitude to Meng Lang in their hearts. Only Lu Hongmei sat aside and felt unhappy. Meng Lang thought she was still sad about her husband's affairs. Unexpectedly, Lu Hongmei actually took the initiative to walk up to Meng Lang and said, "Boss, how about we go to the hotel to take pictures today?" Meng Lang was a little confused. Why did you suddenly want to go to the hotel to take pictures? Aren't your injuries still healed? Lu Hongmei pointed to the boxes of products stacked deep in the e-commerce warehouse and said, "These goods have obviously been produced, but they can't be put on the shelves because there are no product photos. It's such a pity. Boss, you're a good person. I don't want to delay your making money because of me. If we take the photos of these products earlier, you can also make money earlier, right?" Meng Lang had never seen an employee as conscious as Lu Hongmei, who actually went into battle injured just to help her boss make more money. However, the kindness between people is mutual. If Meng Lang had not given Lu Hongmei a high salary and rescued her from Tang Tao's clutches, she would definitely not have cared so much about Meng Lang. Since Lu Hongmei was so enthusiastic, Meng Lang naturally had no reason to refuse. Although Lu Hongmei had bruises and scars on her body from yesterday's beating, these can be removed through post-processing. What's more, when shooting some sexy costumes, the models will be deliberately given some scar makeup to achieve further stimulation. For example, some bondage and bondage-style clothing. Coincidentally, among the design drawings that Meng Lang had asked Yang Shangnan to draw before, there were several sets of this style. It's just right for today's shooting. After having lunch together in the e-commerce warehouse, Meng Lang took a few sets of samples and went out with Lu Hongmei. They still went to the same hotel as before. Anyway, Tang Tao and Brother Long and his gang are still being held in the detention center, so no one will disturb them. Moreover, Lu Hongmei has become accustomed to the environment of this hotel. As a new model who has not received any training, having a familiar environment to help her maintain her form is the most important thing. After entering the room, Meng Lang still put on some simple makeup for her first. This time, Meng Lang did not use foundation to cover up the scars and bruises on Lu Hongmei's face. Instead, he used some cosmetics to highlight these scars. This makes Lu Hongmei's appearance more in line with today's clothing theme. Then Meng Lang took out the sexy lingerie samples that he had used for taking photos today. Cat ears, eye patch and maid outfit. A halter dress, a bandage and a small collar. Looking at these things that were beyond her cognition, Lu Hongmei couldn't help but get nervous again. Compared with what happened in front of her, the shame she felt from the previous two shoots was nothing. But thinking of Meng Lang's help to her these days, she gritted her teeth and walked into the bathroom with her clothes. 5 minutes later, Lu Hongmei, wearing a maid outfit and a pair of cat ears, walked out of the bathroom. Looking at Lu Hongmei's appearance, Meng Lang immediately felt something. This maid outfit adopts a short skirt design with hollowed-out chest, waist and back, exposing large areas of her snow-white skin to the air. Under the warm light, there is a very ambiguous atmosphere. The extensive exposure also made it impossible to hide the bruises and scars on Lu Hongmei's body. Especially the scars and bruises on her face that were deliberately highlighted made her look pitiful. These scars complement the style of the entire outfit, and coupled with the sad and resentful expression on Lu Hongmei's face, she really looks like a maid being ravaged by a perverted rich man. Watching Lu Hongmei approaching him, Meng Lang swallowed hard and suppressed the desire in his heart. After putting the blindfold on Lu Hongmei, Meng Lang picked up the camera and started taking pictures of her. The photos taken also turned out great. In the photo, Lu Hongmei was slumped on the bed, half covered by her maid outfit. The bruises and scars on her body were exposed from under the maid outfit, and there were burn scars and red marks from slaps under the eye patch on her face. Coupled with the gorgeous decoration of the star-rated hotel suite, the photo looks like a maid who was imprisoned and abused in a rich man's house, which is really tempting. Because of the blindfold, Meng Lang had to support Lu Hongmei to get into a new pose when adjusting her posture. This inevitably led to physical contact between the two. Lu Hongmei only felt that Meng Lang's hand was as hot as a red-hot iron. Chapter 65 The Third Shooting. Every time he touched her, she couldn't help but tremble slightly. Meng Lang was also distressed by Lu Hongmei's condition. A woman with a hot body, wearing an eye patch, wearing a revealing maid outfit, with scars all over her body, trembles in front of you. Isn't this inviting people to commit a crime? Meng Lang really wanted to commit a crime, but when he thought about the fact that Lu Hongmei had not divorced yet and was still his employee, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Fortunately, Lu Hongmei was wearing a blindfold, so she didn't notice the embarrassment on Meng Lang's face. This maid outfit took a particularly long time to shoot. On the one hand, it is because the effect of this dress in the photo is really good even though Lu Hongmei is covered with scars. Meng Lang wanted to take more photos as a reserve. It would be difficult to achieve such an effect in the future. He wouldn't really beat up Lu Hongmei just for the sake of good photo effects. On the other hand, because Lu Hongmei was too attractive, Meng Lang was seriously disturbed, which inevitably led to reduced efficiency. Fortunately, there is plenty of time today and Meng Lang is not in a hurry. After nearly an hour of dawdling, the maid outfit was finally filmed. The next one is even more revealing than the maid outfit. It can't even be called clothing anymore. It is an SM outfit made up of pieces of cloth. The effect of wearing it is almost the same as wrapping a bandage around the key parts a few times. There should be enough space between the bandages so that people can vaguely see what's underneath. This half-covered, half-exposed effect is more deadly than wearing nothing. This time, Lu Hongmei spent a long time in the bathroom trying to put on the clothes. It's really not that easy to bandage yourself. Meng Lang wondered whether he should include wearing instructions with this outfit when selling it. Otherwise, there will definitely be players with poor hands-on skills who will not know how to use this equipment properly, and finally get angry and give his store a bad review. Just as Meng Lang was thinking about this, Lu Hongmei's voice came from the bathroom. "Boss, I can't wear this suit." Well, it seems that Lu Hongmei is one of those people who is not good at hands-on work. But the clothes have already been produced, and they have to be photographed and put on the shelves. I can't just back off when something goes wrong. Since one person can't put it on, add another person to help. But he is a man, and he can't let Lu Hongmei be naked and let him wrap bandages on her body. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the eye mask that Lu Hongmei had just worn. Got it, I can just wear an eye mask. Although wearing an eye mask will affect efficiency, it is better than letting Lu Hongmei struggle alone in the bathroom. When Meng Lang made this suggestion, Lu Hongmei agreed after just a slight hesitation. It's not like he hasn't seen it anyway. The last time I put on the sexy apron, the straps were torn and he saw everything. But even so, when Lu Hongmei came out, she still stuck her head out first, and after making sure that Meng Lang's eye mask was indeed on, she walked out of the bathroom naked. "Help me hold this end." Lu Hongmei handed one end of the bandage to Meng Lang. Then let Meng Lang walk to the other end of the room. She began to wrap bandages around her body, then turned in circles, letting the bandages wrap around her body in circles. But after turning around and around, she couldn't help feeling a little dizzy. She also has to pay attention to making sure the bandage is wrapped where it should be, so as to achieve a better visual effect. After adjusting it a few times, she finally managed to wrap the bandage around her upper body, mainly the chest area. Because this part of her body is too full and the cliff is too steep, it is not easy to bandage it. If it is wrapped too loosely, it will be too exposed. If it is wrapped too tightly, it will not achieve the desired effect. It is difficult to strike the right balance. After wrapping this part, the rest will be much easier. Simply wrap it twice from your chest to your hips to expose as much skin as possible. And then there's the buttocks. Finally, it was almost finished. Lu Hongmei couldn't help but speed up the process, wanting to complete this difficult task quickly. However, as more and more bandages were wrapped around her body, the distance between her and Meng Lang became closer and closer, the bandages became tighter and tighter, and she increased her speed. This caused the bandage to act like a rope, tying her thighs together. Lu Hongmei felt dizzy from spinning around and lost her balance for a moment. She screamed and her body tilted, about to fall to the ground. When Meng Lang heard the scream, he no longer cared about the differences between men and women. He quickly took off his blindfold and looked at Lu Hongmei. Seeing that she was about to fall, he immediately rushed over and tried to grab her. However, taking off the blindfold did take some time. Meng Lang failed to hold Lu Hongmei's hand, and could only randomly grab the bandage on Lu Hongmei's body, hoping to hold her with the bandage. But he forgot that this batch of sexy lingerie was all made of low-quality fabrics. Although Meng Lang grabbed several bandages, they were unable to hold and all broke at the moment before Lu Hongmei fell to the ground. However, the pulling before the bandage broke still served as a buffer, so that when Lu Hongmei fell on her back on the ground, she did not fall too hard. But the price was that almost all the bandages on Lu Hongmei's chest were torn off, and large areas of her snow-white skin were exposed in front of Meng Lang. Only a few bandages were wrapped around her chest, blocking the key parts. The torn pieces of bandages were scattered on Lu Hongmei's body, providing her with some coverage. However, Meng Lang, who maintained a forward-rushing posture, was affected by the pulling force from the belt on his hands, which affected his body balance and caused him to fall forward. He fell straight towards Lu Hongmei. Meng Lang felt as if his entire face was wrapped in softness. You can also smell the unique fragrance of facial cleanser at the tip of your nose. When Meng Lang realized what had happened, his head was completely blank. I just felt the blood rushing out of my nose. When Meng Lang raised his head, he saw that the white bandage on Lu Hongmei's chest was stained with bright red blood, which had a strange beauty. Lu Hongmei seemed to have accepted her fate. She lay on the ground and didn't bother to cover herself up. Anyway, she has been seen and touched, and has made up her mind to divorce her current husband. What is there to be embarrassed about? Yes. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. Meng Lang wiped the blood from his mouth and apologized repeatedly. It's okay, it was my own mistake. What do you think of this pose? How about we just shoot it like this? Meng Lang stood up and took a look at Lu Hongmei's current posture. She was seen lying on her back on the ground, with white bandages scattered all over her body, and her proud figure was faintly visible under the bandages. As the saying goes, if you want to look pretty in morning clothes, you should wear them. The white bandages all over Lu Hongmei's body also have a similar effect, especially the bright red mark on her chest left by Meng Lang. It gave her a kind of enchanting beauty. This posture is indeed worth taking a picture of. Meng Lang didn't waste any time, picked up the camera and started taking pictures of Lu Hongmei, which also relieved the embarrassment in his heart. I was busy until around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and all the samples I brought out had been photographed. Meng Lang asked Lu Hongmei to leave work early. He called Sang Wan-yun. Today was already July 10th. According to the plan, Gan Yuru will hold a dealer conference on the 14th to announce the Arctic Fox brand licensing plan. Before that, Meng Lang had to get the 20% of Arctic Fox Company shares held by Sang Wan-yun's ex-husband. Time is of the essence. Chapter 66, Private Conversation. An hour later, in a hotel box called Four Seasons Evergreen. Sang Wan-yun lay on the table, gasping for breath. Her face was flushed with excitement and her whole body was trembling slightly. Even though the air conditioner was on in the box, the sweat couldn't be stopped from seeping from the white forehead and nose. After a long time, she finally recovered, climbed up from the table, and put down the black skirt that had been lifted to her waist. Sitting back in the chair, she glanced unhappily at Meng Lang, who was tying his belt, the blush still on her face. Can't you just get a room in a hotel? Why do you have to do this in a restaurant? Aren't you afraid of being seen? After Meng Lang tidied his clothes, he opened the doors and windows of the private room, letting out the charming scent. Then he turned to Sang Wan-yun and said, I wanted to talk to you about something, but you're just too alluring. I couldn't control myself. Upon hearing this, Sang Wan-yun couldn't hide the smug look on her face, but she still pretended to be nonchalant and said, Humph. You only know how to use these sweet words to deceive me. Not long after, the waiter walked into the private room with the dishes in a calm manner, placed the dishes on the table calmly, and then left the room calmly. Such calmness seems very abnormal. It seemed as if he was afraid that the two people in the box would discover that he was having an affair. Sang Wan-yun could naturally see the clues in this and gave Meng Lang another unpleasant look. Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere did not last long. After the waiter left, Meng Lang decisively stated the purpose of his visit today. I came to see you today because I want to ask you for help with something. Sang Wan-yun placed a piece of meat in Meng Lang's bowl, squinting at him and asked, What's the matter? Does your ex-husband own 20% of Arctic Fox? It seems so. I remember it when the property was divided. Sang Wan-yun said after thinking for a while. I want to buy 20% of the shares of Arctic Fox Company. Can you help me buy it, and then I will buy it from you? Meng Lang said seriously. That's not difficult. My ex-husband is short of money recently. If the price is right, he would definitely be willing to sell it. But do you have that much money? Sang Wan-yun looked at Meng Lang with some confusion in her eyes. Although she had slept with him several times, Sang Wan-yun's understanding of Meng Lang was limited to the fact that he was her son's high school classmate. And judging from his usual attire, Meng Lang doesn't look like a rich man. Although Arctic Fox Company has fallen on hard times, 20% of its shares are still worth tens of millions. Meng Lang doesn't look like someone who can casually spend tens of millions. Hearing this, Meng Lang was at a loss for words. He really can't come up with so much money now, but as long as the World Cup final is over on July 12th, this money will be a piece of cake for him. But he couldn't tell Sang Wan-yun directly about the World Cup, as that would make him look like a psychopath. In order to convince Sang Wan-yun, Meng Lang had no choice but to reveal his cooperative relationship with Gan Yuru. In fact, I opened a specialty store in cooperation with Arctic Fox Company. Now the business is doing well. The net profit of the store is increasing every day. It has exceeded 60,000 yuan now. This figure will be maintained for some time to come. After saying that, Meng Lang took out his cell phone and showed Sang Wan-yun the dividends his uncle had transferred to him in the past few days. Seeing this, even Sang Wan-yun was very surprised. She didn't expect that the profitability of a specialty store would be so terrifying. It was indeed as Meng Lang said, it was still on an upward trend. Of course, she wouldn't believe everything Meng Lang showed her, and she would definitely investigate it. But if what Meng Lang said was true, she could help Meng Lang buy the 20% stake from Zhou Dong. Even if Meng Lang didn't have enough money to buy Arctic Fox's shares from her, given the popularity of the Arctic Fox store, the future prospects of Arctic Fox would not be too bad. She could treat it as a long-term investment, which would not be a loss for her. After thinking it over, Sang Wanyun looked at Meng Lang and said charmingly, "What benefits can I get if I help you?" Seeing Sang Wanyun's interest, Meng Lang was overjoyed and quickly replied, "I will definitely prepare a big surprise for you." Sang Wanyun raised her eyebrows when she heard this. "Then I'm looking forward to your big surprise. If your surprise doesn't satisfy me, don't blame me for not transferring the shares to you." When Sang Wanyun said this, she agreed to the matter. Meng Lang pulled her into his arms, kissed her hard on the face, and one hand began to wander over her body, while the other hand reached directly under her skirt. "Ah! What are you doing? The door of the private room is not locked." Sang Wanyun couldn't help but said coquettishly. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang quickly got up to lock the door of the box and then pulled the curtains back up. The meal took a full hour. In order to thank Sang Wanyun for agreeing to help, Meng Lang gave her everything he knew. So much so that he always held his waist when he returned home. He suppressed his tiredness and uploaded the photos he took this afternoon to the Taobao platform. After adding a batch of promotional materials to his part-time friends in the group, he lay down on the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, Meng Lang was awakened by the ringing of his cell phone. I opened my sleepy eyes and saw that it was Yuan Hua calling. I looked at the time again. Today is July 11th. It must be because the World Cup final is about to start tomorrow, and Yuan Hua can't wait. Sure enough, the first thing Meng Lang heard when he answered the phone was, "Brother, how do I bet on tomorrow's game? Should I bet on Spain to beat the Netherlands 1-0? I watched and studied Spain's previous games, and they all won 1 o'clock. The rapid-fire barrage of words made Meng Lang's head buzz as he just woke up. He got up from the bed, went into the bathroom and rubbed his face, then he became a little more sober. He also remembered that the result of this game was indeed Spain 1 o'clock Netherlands. But the only goal of the game came in overtime. According to the rules of football lottery, only scores within 90 minutes of normal competition are counted. So if you want to win money, you have to bet on Spain 0:0 Netherlands. I plan to bet on 0:0 in this game, Meng Lang said to Yuan Hua on the other end of the phone. 0:0? Yuan Hua's voice was full of surprise, and then there was the sound of keyboard tapping, probably checking the odds. The odds for 0:0 are 12.0, which is 2 points higher than 1 o'clock, but bro, you can't just bet on whatever has the highest odds. Spain hasn't played a 0:0 game in the World Cup this year. Meng Lang brushed his teeth and mumbled, "You decide for yourself. I've already told you the result. As I said, don't blame me if you lose." Chapter 67 Asking General Gao again. After hanging up the phone, Yuan Hua fell into confusion again. Should it be 0:0 or 0:1? On the one hand, Meng Lang has the confidence of winning 6 games in a row, and on the other hand, he has the experience and judgment summarized from watching football for many years. After hesitating for a long time, the balance in his heart finally leaned towards Meng Lang's suggestion. After all, Meng Lang's record of winning 6 games in a row is too terrifying. It's as if he has great luck. But just as he was about to go out and place a bet with his bank card, he stopped again. Should we ask General Gao again? After all, the result given by General Gao last time was correct, so it seems there is no harm in asking. Yes, it wouldn't hurt to listen to Captain Gao's advice. If Captain Gao also says to bet on 0:0, then the game will definitely be a sure win. Thinking of this, Yuan Hua walked back and took out the pair of wrestling balls in the brocade box from the drawer. "Your Excellency, General Gao, I have another request. If it is granted, I will offer incense and offerings during every festival. On the first day of the 6th month of the Gangin year, the Portuguese will play against the red-haired barbarians. The result is 0-0. Is this acceptable?" Yuan Huacheng prayed sincerely and threw the wrestling ball to the ground. With a crisp sound, the result of the wrestling throw appeared in front of Yuan Hua. But the result disappointed him greatly. I saw that both of the thrown balls on the ground were facing upwards. This represents a yin hexagram, indicating that the gods do not approve of the matter being asked. Yuan Hua threw it twice more, but they were all yin gua. How so? 3 consecutive yin hexagrams indicated that General Gao felt the result of the game would not be 0:0. This inevitably made Yuan Hua feel shaken. Could it be that Meng Lang made a wrong bet this time? Thinking of this, Yuan Hua suddenly became so anxious that he paced around the office. What should I do? Although Meng Lang has won 6 times in a row, there is no guarantee that he will not fail the last time. If he bet wrong, the more than 300,000 yuan he had worked so hard to earn would be wasted. After wandering around the office for a long time, Yuan Hua decided to ask for another fortune. General Gao, on the first day of the 6th month of the Gangyin year, the Portuguese played against the red-haired barbarians, and the result was 1-0. Is that acceptable? This time it was the Holy Grail 3 times in a row. In other words, General Gao recognized the 1 o'clock result of the match. Seeing this, Yuan Hua was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, General Gao shared the same opinion as his hero. But he couldn't ignore Meng Lang's words. Therefore, Yuan Hua finally decided to divide the money into 2 parts and spend 100,000 yuan to buy Spain to draw 0:0 with the Netherlands. This was bought for Meng Lang's sake, so he would accept the loss even if it was a loss. He bought Spain 1 o'clock Netherlands for 200,000. According to the odds of 10.0, as long as he won this time, he could get 1.6 million. With so much money, he couldn't spend it all even if he went to the club with young models every day. He had only 20,000 yuan left, so he didn't plan to bet anymore. If he lost everything, at least he would have some consolation. Before leaving, Yuan Hua looked back at the dice on the table and muttered, "General Gao, please don't let me down." If Meng Lang knew about Yuan Hua's outrageous behavior, he would probably laugh like a pig. You know what, General Gao's advice is really effective. The result of the match was indeed 1 o'clock. But this goal shouldn't have been scored in overtime. General Gao lived more than 1,000 years ago, played Kuju, and didn't understand your football lottery rules. If you lose, then you can't blame others. Meng Lang doesn't have as many complicated thoughts as Yuan Hua. After hanging up the phone, he went straight out the door and headed towards the high-speed rail station which had just been built. After his last game, his prize money had accumulated to 8.56 million, and after deducting 20% tax, it was still 6.848 million. You can't get so much money from the Zhengzhou City Sports Lottery Center. You have to go to the Provincial Sports Lottery Center to get the money. Fortunately, the provincial capital Linchuan City is right next to Zhengzhou, and it only takes half an hour to get there by high-speed rail. Sitting on the brand-new Harmony train, Meng Lang looked at the electronic display screen in front of him. At that time, the domestic high-speed rail line had just been opened and the speed was still 350 km per hour. Watching the scenery of the fields outside the window passing by quickly, Meng Lang felt extremely comfortable with the beautiful scenery. Turning around, Meng Lang saw a girl sitting next to him flipping through a copy of Yilin with great interest. Meng Lang took a casual glance and saw a story. It is said that in order to save a sparrow that was entangled in high-voltage power lines, the U.S. president sent a special plane to crash into the national main power line in Washington, causing a nationwide power outage. In the end, it took rescue workers half an hour to rescue the sparrow. Meng Lang almost laughed out loud, which earned him a cold look from the girl. This story is really made up. The United States can cause a nationwide power outage for half an hour just for a sparrow, and then kill people all over the Middle East for oil. Isn't this schizophrenia? The key point is that even though it is such an outrageous story, today's domestic readers just happen to believe it. Under the beautification of these media, many people believe that developed countries such as Europe and the United States are so beautiful. However, this should be the last few years of glory for physical magazines such as Yilin and Reader. In the future, not only because of the popularization of 4G and 5G networks and the rise of self-media, people will have more channels to obtain information, which will cause most people to give up subscribing to physical magazines. Also, as the public's understanding of foreign countries increases, they gradually realize that the stories in Yilin and Reader are treating domestic readers as fools. Things like Japanese summer camps and German oil paper bags are all scams. The real foreign country is that the water city of Venice is full of stinking ditches, and the romantic streets of Paris are full of shit. These ironclad facts have severely shattered the filters that these unscrupulous media have spent years creating. However, this approach was adopted by foreign media more than 10 years later, and even the Yilin phenomenon appeared in the United States. It really proves the old saying, after entering Guangzhou, there will be great scholars to debate for me. Thinking of this, Meng Lang naturally felt extremely comfortable. The domestic economy in the next 10 years or so will also start super acceleration, just like this new Harmony train. Ordinary people today would never imagine that China's economy will surpass Japan this year and become the world's second largest economy. And it will continue to improve, widening the gap with the third place and closely following the United States. Even more than 10 years later, we will be able to compete with the United States in all aspects. In the end, even the United States is questioning us. We are already so developed, so why do we call ourselves a developing country? In just half an hour, Meng Lang had already arrived at his destination, Linchuan City, before he even felt like he was sitting down. After leaving the station, Meng Lang took a taxi and headed directly to the provincial sports lottery center. When the staff at the sports lottery center heard that Meng Lang was going to use all of his 6.848 million yuan prize money after tax deduction to bet on the World Cup finals, they were all stunned. It was not until the director of the sports lottery center personally confirmed with Meng Lang again and again that he was able to complete the bet as he wished. Chapter 68, Negative Reviews on Taobao Store on the first day. A small incident occurred during the betting period. Meng Lang planned to use all the dividends from the store in the past few days to bet. After all, the odds are 12.0, so as long as you bet on it, the money you bet on can be increased tenfold in 2 days. There was no reason for Meng Lang not to put all the money he had on the line. But when he checked his bank balance, he was surprised to find that his uncle had transferred another 50,000 yuan into his card last night. Including the dividends from the previous 2 days, Meng Lang still had 100,000 yuan in his bank card. Naturally, he bet all the money without hesitation. In other words, his total bet amount this time is 6.95 million. According to the odds of 12.0, after the World Cup final tomorrow, the prize money will be as high as 83.4 million yuan. Even after deducting taxes, it will be as much as 66.72 million yuan. After walking out of the sports lottery center, Meng Lang called his uncle Lu Lei. My uncle must have been busy, as the call was connected after a long time. When Meng Lang asked why there was a dividend of 50,000 yuan yesterday, Lu Lei replied, "We worked overtime yesterday to clear out the shop next door. In addition, the weather has been a little cooler these past 2 days, so there have been a lot of customers buying clothes in the store. In just one day yesterday, the store sold 4,000 sets of warm clothes. Business is pretty good today, I'm almost overwhelmed." Although he said he was busy, Lu Lei's tone was full of joy. As long as he can make money, he is happy to be busy. Meng Lang didn't bother his uncle with his business for too long. After getting the answer he wanted, he hung up the phone. He originally thought that the store's daily sales of 4,000 sets would be its peak, but judging by the current situation, the sales limit is still beyond his expectations. This is also a good thing. The higher the sales volume, the more people will be willing to spend money to buy the Arctic Fox brand license. As long as he gets 20% of Arctic Fox's shares from Zhou Dong, he will be able to earn more. Meng Lang did not stay in Linchuan City for long. Although Linchuan City is the provincial capital, Meng Lang had seen and played a lot in his previous life. Linchuan City in 2010 had no appeal to him at all. By the time he took the high-speed train back to Jiangzhou, it was just noon. Meng Lang rushed to the Arctic Fox Company's e-commerce warehouse. After having lunch with everyone, he checked the orders on the Taobao store's back end. After uploading a batch of new products last night, the Taobao store attracted another group of customers. The number of back-end orders successfully exceeded 2,000 per day. Fortunately, there were employees sent by Gone Yuru. Otherwise, with Meng Lang's current staff, he would not be able to finish so much work even if he worked all night. Just as Meng Lang was looking at the data in the background, he walked towards him. Meng Lang has been busy outside these days, thanks to Lu Fei, who has been keeping an eye on the situation in Taobao's backend and replying to customers' messages. As a high school graduate, it is not easy to do the back-end management work of an online store in such a short time, which also shows Lu Fei's dedication. "Alung, I found out yesterday that our store seems to have received a bad review. I contacted the customer, but she refused to delete it no matter what." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang immediately took it seriously. If a new store receives bad reviews, it will greatly affect its subsequent business. Especially in this era when e-commerce has just emerged, the public's trust in online shopping is not very high. If they see bad reviews on a store, they may directly give up their desire to buy. "What exactly is the situation?" Meng Lang asked with a frown. "You'll see for yourself. This customer said the quality of our products is poor." As he spoke, Lu Fei took the mouse and clicked on the order rating interface. Sure enough, I saw a bad review placed in a prominent position. However, when Meng Lang read the content of this negative review, he suddenly became both amused and helpless. Bad review, bad review. What a tattered piece of clothing. It rips when you pull it. My boyfriend almost fucked me to death last night. You say it's a bad review, but it doesn't seem to discourage customers from buying. But this is indeed a bad review. How do you think we can handle this? How about I contact this customer again? Give her a refund and see if I can get this negative review deleted? Hearing this, Meng Lang shook his head violently and said, "Why delete it? Just let this negative review hang here? No. Pin it to the top. I want this negative review to be the first thing every customer who clicks and sees." Hearing Meng Lang say this, Lu Fei was stunned. He couldn't understand what Meng Lang was thinking. It's clearly a bad review, but it's pinned to the top. Isn't this bad for business? Looking at Lu Fei's stunned expression, Meng Lang just smiled faintly, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "You are still young. It is normal that you don't understand this kind of thing." Although Lu Fei didn't understand what Meng Lang meant, he still did as he was told. After a short break in the afternoon, the e-commerce warehouse became bustling again, with employees doing the packing work in an orderly manner. Watching the products piled up in the warehouse being packed one by one and loaded into the express company's trucks, Meng Lang nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Gan Yuru entered the e-commerce warehouse with a formally dressed woman. After seeing Meng Lang, Gan Yuru introduced him. "This is Chang Meihong, a senior attorney at Dingye Law Firm. I told her about Sister May's situation yesterday, and she's very willing to help her with this divorce lawsuit." Meng Lang stepped forward and gently shook hands with Chang Meihong. He had heard of Dingye Law Firm, which was the leading law firm in Zhengzhou City. Being a senior lawyer there meant that one was definitely an elite in the industry. Chang Meihong looked to be in her early 30s, with medium-length hair and strong facial lines. She looked a bit serious when she wasn't smiling. She was wearing a more formal business suit, a short-sleeved summer suit on the upper body and a knee-length business suit skirt on the lower body, looking very capable. "Mr. Meng, right? I've heard of you for a long time. Sister Yuru often mentions you to me." Chang Meihong looked at Meng Lang and said. It seemed that she and Gan Yuru were quite familiar with each other. Meng Lang didn't know this person and didn't say much to her. Instead, he directly called the person involved, Lu Hongmei. But after Lu Hongmei took the business card handed over by Chang Meihong, she was a little hesitant and looked at Meng Lang with a look for help. Meng Lang also knew what she was thinking. Seeing Chang Meihong so formal, she must be worried that the lawyer fees would be too expensive and she could not afford it. "Don't worry, I can give you the money you need to spend on the lawsuit in advance, and then slowly deduct it from your salary later." After hearing what Meng Lang said, Lu Hongmei finally felt relieved and told lawyer Chang the details. "After listening to Lu Hongmei's story, I realized what a bastard Tang Tao is. Apart from the domestic violence that everyone knows about, this person is actually a gambler and owes a lot of gambling debts. In order to pay off his gambling debts, he actually wanted Lu Hongmei to work as a technician in a footbath city to earn money." Chapter 69 Lawyer Chang Meihong. According to the current situation, your husband, Tang Tao, is absolutely at fault in this marriage. The police case records and your injury report are the most direct evidence. As long as you submit these evidences to the court, you will be invincible in this divorce lawsuit. At least when it comes to the division of family property, the court will definitely be on your side. As for Tang Tao's debts, if he can prove that they were all owed by him from gambling, he can also apply to the court for division. That is to say, under the most ideal circumstances, you should be able to obtain most of the current family property, and the debts will be borne by your husband Tang Tao alone. If you have any other requests, you can also discuss with me. I will do my best to help you achieve it." Chang Meihong spoke slowly but with confidence. Obviously, her title of senior lawyer in the law firm was not earned for nothing. After listening to the professional lawyer's story, Lu Hongmei felt much more at ease. "I don't have any other requirements. I don't want any property or anything. I just want a quick divorce." Lu Hongmei's words should have reduced Chang Meihong's workload, but Chang Meihong frowned after hearing this. "Ms. Lu, I don't recommend you do this. You should actively fight for your legal rights. If you just want to get a divorce, you don't need to come to me. Given the current situation, you can easily find any law school student to achieve the situation you want. Now that I have taken over this case, I certainly cannot let it go so easily. How about this? You can just entrust this case to me, and I promise to give you a satisfactory result as soon as possible." Chang Meihong acted very tough, as if pursuing a divorce like Lu Hongmei would be an insult to a professional lawyer like her. Lu Hongmei didn't know what to do for a moment, and once again turned to Meng Lang for help. It seemed that Meng Lang, her boss, had become the person she trusted most in the world. Meng Lang could tell from Chang Meihon's strong attitude that she had absolute confidence in her professional abilities. Since professional lawyers have already made suggestions, just follow the professional advice. For a scum like Tang Tao, he really needs to suffer a little. It would be best if he was kicked out of the house with nothing but gambling debts. Speaking of this, Lu Hongmei's divorce case has an explanation. Lawyer Chang will start preparing materials to submit to the court. It is estimated that he will receive a court summons once Tang Tao is released from the detention center. After Lu Hongmei signed the attorney-client agreement, Chang Meihon left in a hurry. You can be absolutely assured of Lawyer Chang's professional ability. If she weren't a woman, she would have been a senior partner of Dingye law firm long ago. Gan Yuru said, looking in the direction Chang Meihon left. Since you were specially introduced to him, he must be quite capable. Meng Lang nodded and said. Gan Yuru had other things to deal with, and seeing that the matter had been settled before she arrived, she did not stay any longer. Meng Lang took Lu Hongmei to the hotel and finished shooting the remaining sets of erotic costumes. Before dark, Meng Lang returned home. After uploading the photos he had taken to the Taobao backend, the product library of his Taobao store was finally filled. There are 24 sets of sexy lingerie in total. As a startup online store, having so many products is more than enough. Just as he finished the work at hand, Meng Lang heard the sound of the door opening. When I walked out of the room, I saw Meng Haiwa coming back from get off work. Meng Lang glanced at the time. It was already past 7 o'clock in the evening, long past Meng Haiwa's get off work hours. He just finished his work recently and should not have to work overtime. He came home so late, he must have gone out on a date with Aunt Zhao. Seeing Meng Lang walk out of the room, Meng Haiwa smiled, picked up the plastic bag in his hand and said, "Haven't you eaten yet? This is the roast duck your Aunt Zhao bought for you." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang immediately took the roast duck, sat on the sofa, opened the package, tore off a duck leg and started to eat it. After a busy day, he was indeed hungry. "Don't worry, aren't you tired of just eating roast duck? I'll make you a bowl of noodles." With that, Meng Haiwa walked into the kitchen. In a few minutes, a bowl of clear soup noodles was served on the table. Meng Haiwa also sat down at the table and said to Meng Lang, "Your Aunt Zhao told me today that the matter I asked her to help inquire about whether it would be possible for your cousin to transfer to number 1 middle school for his senior year has finally been finalized. According to the regulations, it's definitely not allowed to transfer to the key class. However, the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school is her former classmate. She is willing to help. However, she wants to meet your cousin in advance to see his grades. If his grades are too bad, it will definitely not be allowed. There's definitely no problem with Louis Hong's grades. He's always been in the top 10 in his grade at number 2 middle school. If his uncle and aunt didn't want a better learning environment, they wouldn't have thought of letting him transfer schools." Meng Lang replied. "You should talk to your uncle and aunt about this. If they want to transfer schools, take your cousin there tomorrow at noon. Your Aunt Zhao has arranged to have dinner with the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang finished 2 or 3 pieces of noodles in his bowl, then took out his cell phone and called his uncle Lulei. What he didn't expect was that it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, but the store was still open. "My uncle and aunt are still busy in the store. You can hear their fatigue just from their tone." However, when they heard Meng Lang say that Louis Hong could be transferred to the key class of number 1 middle school, their spirits immediately lifted. I expressed my gratitude to Meng Lang. Meng Lang finally understood why his father asked him to call his uncle and aunt to inform them about this matter. "This is to make my uncle's family count this favor as my own, which is a good intention." But when they heard that they would be taking Louis Hong to meet the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school at noon tomorrow, his uncle and aunt were in trouble again. The specialty store's business is so good that they really can't get away. "Xiao Lang, how about you take your cousin with you? The store's business really can't do without us." Meng Lang thought about it and felt that there didn't seem to be anything important tomorrow, so he agreed. Later, Meng Lang received a transfer from his uncle on his mobile phone. At first glance, there was actually 100,000 yuan. Meng Lang was immediately shocked. The dividend for one day was definitely not that much. A dividend of 100,000 yuan means a daily profit of 200,000 yuan, and you have to sell 8,000 units to make that much. Selling 4,000 units yesterday far exceeded Meng Lang's expectations. If it could double, that would be simply a fantasy. Meng Lang quickly called his uncle. Sure enough, today's income did not increase compared to yesterday. It was just that my uncle transferred all of today's income to me to thank Meng Lang for helping him get the opportunity to transfer to number 1 middle school. Chapter 70 Teacher by Jia. Uncle! What are you doing? We are all family, and we should help each other. Why are you being so polite? Of course. I'm not being polite. Transferring to another school is such a troublesome matter, so we definitely need to take care of it. I definitely can't let you pay for it. Besides, Xiaolang, you found us such a good job. We can earn tens of thousands a day now. Your aunt and I are not short of money now. In the past, it would have taken my uncle and aunt several months of hard work to earn the extra 50,000 yuan. Now it's just the store's one-day profit, so the rest really no need to worry too much about it. After hearing what his uncle said, Meng Lang didn't think too much about it. He just used the money to make good preparations and ensure that Luihan could enter the key class of number 1 middle school. After getting up the next day, Meng Lang went directly to the store. In the morning when the weather is not too hot, it is the peak time for the elderly to be active, and it is also the busiest time for specialty stores. My uncle and aunt were too busy to greet Meng Lang. Meng Lang told them that Arctic Fox Company would hold a dealer conference on the 14th to announce matters related to brand authorization. Have them notify those manufacturers and store owners who previously inquired about how to obtain Arctic Fox authorization. After both of them heard what Meng Lang said, he did not disturb the two busy people and found his cousin Luihan. At this time, Luihan was sitting in the store with a somewhat nervous look on his face. Suddenly having the opportunity to enter the key class of number 1 middle school, he felt both happy and nervous, fearing that he would not perform well today and miss this opportunity. You know, if you enter the key class of number 1 middle school, as long as you can keep up with the learning progress, it is basically equivalent to having 1 foot halfway into the gate of a key university. Finally, Luihan was somewhat confident in his learning ability. If he had not failed the high school entrance examination, he should have been able to go to number 1 middle school. Although he might not be able to go to the key class, he believed that he would not be worse than those top students. Finally, around 11 o'clock in the morning, Meng Lang and his cousin Luihan took a taxi and drove to the restaurant booked by Zhao Yaji. When they arrived, it was still quite early and Zhao Yaji and the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school had not arrived yet. The two of them could only wait in the box. Fortunately, they didn't have to wait long before they saw Zhao Yaji walk in with a woman of similar age. The woman was not very tall and had a pretty face. She was talking and laughing with Zhao Yaji, but when she turned her gaze towards Meng Lang and Luihan, she naturally displayed the aura of a class teacher facing students, which was very oppressive. Even though Meng Lang was already a second-life human, he still felt a little nervous when this high school teacher, who was a head shorter than him, looked at him. Is this the pressure of being a head teacher at a key class in a high school? It really lives up to its reputation. Luihan, who was standing by, had already lowered his head, not daring to look at the woman who might soon become his class teacher. Yaji. Who is the student you're talking about who will be assigned to the new class? Zhao Yaji looked at Meng Lang and said to him, this is the head teacher of the key class in number 1 middle school, teacher by Jia. Xiaolang, please introduce your cousin. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang stood up and looked at the female teacher by Jia. Hello, Mr. Bai. Thank you for this opportunity. This is my cousin, Luihan. I'm currently studying at number 2 middle school. At the end of last semester, I was ranked 5th in the school. I'd like to join your class and continue to improve my grades. Luihan also quickly stood up and gave Bai Jia a shy smile. Upon hearing this, Bai Jia nodded slightly. Although number 2 middle school was not as good as number 1 middle school, it was also a key middle school in the city. Being able to get the 5th place in the school, it did have the ability to join the key class of number 1 middle school. It seems that her best friend didn't just use connections to get her a job. If she can get such good grades in number 2 middle school, she might be able to reach the middle level in her class. Fortunately, it was Luihan who was going to join the key class of number 1 middle school. According to Zhao Yaji's previous idea, she planned to put Meng Lang into Bai Jia's class. If the person stuffed in there was Meng Lang, a student with learning difficulties who couldn't even get into junior college, Bai Jia would definitely have a headache. After looking at Luihan's transcript, Bai Jia also accepted the fact that there would be an additional transfer student in her class next semester. After all, Zhao Yaji works in a higher-level leadership unit and is her best friend since childhood. The transfer student's grades are indeed up to standard, so she can't refuse. Originally, my class definitely doesn't allow transfer students, but for your sake, Yaji, I'll make an exception. Zhao Yaji was not satisfied after hearing Bai Jia's straightforward agreement. She looked at Meng Lang and said, "Xiao Lang, why don't you stay with your cousin for another year? You're so smart, it's a shame to enter the workforce right after graduating from high school." After hearing what Zhao Yaji said, Bai Jia became a little interested in Meng Lang. She also learned from Zhao Yaji that Meng Lang might become her best friend's stepson, and if possible, she was willing to help. And judging from the way Meng Lang spoke just now, he seemed so confident, so his academic performance should not be too bad either. Have you graduated from high school? If your college entrance exam results weren't ideal, you can still study for another year. There's no need to make the decision to enter the workforce so early. Hearing this, Meng Lang quickly waved his hand and said, "I only scored 233 points in the college entrance examination. I'm really not cut out for studying. There's no need to force myself." When Bai Jia heard Meng Lang's score, she almost fainted. The worst student she had ever taught had never scored so low. Then she looked at Zhao Yaji with some horror, fearing that her best friend would force this poor student's stepson into her class. Fortunately, Zhao Yaji seemed to attach great importance to Meng Lang's own ideas and did not say much. Bai Jia quickly told Lui Han to prepare the necessary documents for transferring schools and what procedures needed to be followed. Seeing Bai Jia's dedication, Meng Lang couldn't let her work go to waste, so he asked, "Teacher Bai, how many classes are there in this year's senior year?" "There are 20 classes in total, what's wrong?" Bai Jia looked at Meng Lang in confusion and asked. "Let's put it this way. Regardless of whether my cousin can successfully transfer to another school, I will donate an air conditioner to all the senior classes in number 1 middle school, a total of 20. When Meng Lang said this, Bai Jia and Zhao Yaji looked a little surprised. 20 air conditioners, even if you buy the cheapest cabinet air conditioners on the market, it will cost at least 100,000 yuan. Only Lui Han showed no surprise on his face. He knew how good his cousin was at making money. In less than a week, his parents had earned more than 100,000 yuan with his help. Even so, Lui Han's eyes were full of gratitude when he looked at Meng Lang. As he entered the key class as a transfer student, he was bound to be met with many strange looks. But if he also brought air conditioning to the class, then the result will be different. Zhangzhou City has a typical southern climate, with only winter and summer, and spring and autumn can be traced back to the Zhou dynasty. Just imagine that on a hot summer day, when you are sweating just sitting in the classroom, it would be great to have an air conditioner. Even in winter, you no longer need to get frostbite on your hands. Chapter 71 General Gao misled me. Bai Jia also knew how much the learning conditions would be improved if the classrooms were equipped with air conditioners. At least, no students will run to the teacher's office to use the air conditioning under the pretext of asking questions. Teachers can also feel more comfortable when they go to class to teach. But whether the donation can be accepted is not up to her as a class teacher. She couldn't help but look at Zhao Yaji. As a staff member of the Education Bureau, this matter can only be accomplished if Zhao Yaji takes the lead. Zhao Yaji frowned when she heard this. She knew Meng Haiwa's financial situation and didn't think he could easily come up with 100,000 yuan. So where did Meng Lang get his money? Xiao Lang. This is not a small amount of money. It's good that you have this intention, but how can you, a high school graduate who just graduated, come up with so much money? Meng Lang waved his hand disapprovingly and said, "Don't worry, Aunt Zhao. I've made some money from business recently, so I can still come up with this amount. Didn't you say you weren't ready to start a business the last time we had dinner together? It's only been a week, and you've made money? So much money?" Zhao Yaji was really a little surprised now. She didn't expect that Meng Lang had earned more than 100,000 yuan in such a short time. It was incredible. He. I'm lucky. I made some money by doing clothing business with my uncle and aunt. Meng Lang said with a grin. Seeing Meng Lang say this, Zhao Yaji stopped trying to persuade him. "If you really want to donate, I can help you communicate with the school." After Zhao Yaji briefly told Meng Lang some precautions regarding the donation, she called the waiter to order food. During the meal, Meng Lang went to the front desk to pay the bill while using the restroom. After dinner, he didn't stay long. After saying goodbye to Zhao Yaji and Bai Jia, he left with Lui Han. After the two left, Bai Jia also put down his teacher's airs, looked at Zhao Yaji and said jokingly, "I heard that you found a divorced woman with children. I thought you were crazy. I didn't expect you to have such a sharp eye. Others are trying to find a rich husband, but you just found a capable one to be their stepmother, right? Go to hell, if you have the time to criticize me, you might as well think about your own lifelong event. You're already 30, and if you don't find a boyfriend quickly, I wonder how you'll ever get married. Zhao Yaji also joked with her. After chatting for a while, Zhao Yaji seemed to suddenly think of something. By the way, I have something to remind you. Your school will have a new vice principal transferred this semester. Remember to stay away from him. Zhao Yaji said nervously. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with this guy? Bai Jie looked confused. This guy was originally the principal of a high school in the county below, but because of his promiscuous relationships, he apparently got a young teacher pregnant and was reported to the education bureau by her boss. But I heard that he had strong connections, so he wasn't fired and was demoted to be the vice principal of your school. Ah. Is it so exciting? Bai Jie looked incredulous. Just remember to stay away from him. By the way, this guy seems to be called Gaoi. After leaving the restaurant, Meng Lang asked Lui Hong to go home and prepare the transfer documents, and asked him to help summarize the sales data of the store in the past 2 days. Lui Hong naturally agreed without hesitation. Meng Lang had helped him so much, so he should do this little thing. What's more, this matter is not complicated. The store sales data can be checked in the accounts. It's just a matter of statistics. After seeing Lui Hong off, Meng Lang took a taxi to the sports lottery center. The World Cup final doesn't start until 2:30 p.m., and if he rushes over now, he can still use the 100,000 yuan his uncle transferred to him yesterday to place a bet. As long as we wait until the game is over in the afternoon, the 100,000 yuan will turn into nearly 1 million yuan in prize money. It would be a waste not to make this money. By then, let alone donating 20 air conditioners to the senior year, even if we install air conditioners in all the classrooms from the first to the third year of high school in Jiangzhou No. 1 Middle School, this money will be more than enough. After coming out of the sports lottery center, Meng Lang went straight home. The World Cup final was about to begin, and he decided to watch this last game at home. After all, this involves a bonus of tens of millions, so it is worth him spending an afternoon to take a look. Anyway, Lu Fei is looking after the e-commerce warehouse and there are enough people, so he doesn't need to do anything. Not long after I got home, the sports channel started broadcasting the World Cup finals. The two teams in the match are Spain and the Netherlands. But after watching for a while, Meng Lang gradually lost his patience. There is no way. In this most crucial game, both teams played too conservatively. He just saw a football going back and forth between the two teams. There was basically no threatening attack, let alone a goal. No wonder the final score was 1 o'clock only after extra time. Watching this boring game, Meng Lang felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier, and gradually fell into a coma. At this moment, countless people around the world are watching this game. Yuan Hua is one of them. When the first half ended and the score remained at 0-0, Yuan Hua began to feel uneasy. It won't really end up being 0:0. Captain Gao, please don't trick me. After waiting for a long time for the start of the second half, the Spanish striker finally found a good opportunity to score, but the ball was saved by the Dutch goalkeeper. Yuan Hua was so angry that he slapped his thigh. Why can't he score? He bet 200,000 on Spain to win 1 o'clock. As the game time gradually decreased, Yuan Hua became more and more anxious. When the countdown of the game reached 0, Yuan Hua looked at the 0-0 on the scoreboard and fell silent. His heart was bleeding at this moment. How could he have been so obsessed? Why didn't he bet all his money on 0:0? If he bet all 300,000 on 0:0, he could get 2.88 million. This is 2.88 million. Even if he went to the club every day to hire young models, he would not be able to spend all his money until the day he died. But now, all his 200,000 bets were wasted with the result of 1 o'clock. I bet the remaining 100,000 on 0:0, and in the end I got less than 1 million. Although it was not a small amount, missing out on such an opportunity to get rich quickly still made Yuan Hua so angry that he slapped himself twice. General Gao has misled me. At the same time, Sang Wanyun once again came to the box named Four Seasons Evergreen. Looking at this familiar box, Sang Wanyun's face looked a little unnatural. I don't know what kind of coincidence it was, but Zhou Dong actually booked the same private room as Meng Lang 2 days ago. Although she has divorced Zhou Dong. But she had just had several passionate interactions with others in this box 2 days ago, and today her ex-husband invited her to this box again, which really made her feel a little awkward. But since she was already here, she couldn't say anything more. When I pushed open the door of the box and walked in, I saw Zhou Dong already sitting in the box. Chapter 72 Shares in Hand. Seeing Sang Wan-yoon come in, Jo Dong quickly stood up and said to her with a flattering smile, "Wan-yoon, have you finally thought it through and decided to remarry me?" Upon hearing this, Sang Wan-yoon snorted coldly and said, "You're dreaming, but who said I'd remarry you?" Not only was she not looking to remarry, she was also looking for another man and wanted to take the shares of Arctic Fox Company from her ex-husband. If Jo Dong knew what Sang Wan-yoon was thinking, he would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. "Ah. Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? If it's not about remarriage, what else could it be? I even brought my divorce certificate and household registration book." As he spoke, Jo Dong actually took out a household registration booklet and a divorce certificate from his briefcase. "Don't dream on. I won't remarry you. I came to you today for something else." Jo Dong's face was filled with disappointment when he heard this. Last night, when he heard Sang Wan-yoon say that she had something to discuss with him, he even excitedly opened a bottle of champagne that he had treasured for many years. He didn't expect to get such a result. If Sang Wan-yoon really refused to remarry him, he would not be able to raise the funds to invest in his friend's project. Feeling disappointed, he lost all patience with Sang Wan-yoon and asked impatiently, "What else do you want?" Looking at Jo Dong's inconsistent behavior, Sang Wan-yoon snorted again. She knew that Jo Dong didn't really want to remarry her. From his attitude, she knew that he must have other intentions. "Do you have any shares in Arctic Fox Company? Transfer them to me." Upon hearing this, Jo Dong squinted his eyes and glanced at Sang Wan-yoon. "Shares in Arctic Fox Company? What do you want this for?" Sang Wan-yoon knew that if she rashly asked for shares in Arctic Fox Company, Jo Dong would definitely ask the reason, so she was naturally prepared. "It's all for your precious son. You know he likes that girl Lee Shuya. Now that they're both adults, they might get married in a few years. I was thinking that if they really could get together, I would use shares of Arctic Fox as a betrothal gift to show our sincerity." "That makes sense, but why should I transfer the shares to you? Wouldn't it be the same for me? Are you afraid that I won't be willing to give these shares to my son as a betrothal gift?" Jo Dong still had some doubts in his heart. Could it be that Sang Wan-yoon really came to him just for such a small matter? Facing Jo Dong's question, Sang Wan-yoon snorted disdainfully, "Who knows if the shares will still be in your hands by then? Maybe you've already squandered them all. Don't you think about how much inheritance your father left you when he passed away? Is there even 1/5 left now? And in a few years, who knows, you might marry some little devil again, and you might not have the final say then." After hearing this, Jo Dong's face suddenly became extremely ugly, but after thinking about it, he found that what Sang Wan-yoon said seemed to be correct. However, he had almost squandered all the wealth left by his father, so he was so eager to seize the investment opportunity, hoping to return to his former peak. He thought about the current operating situation of Arctic Fox Company again. He didn't know what was wrong with Gon Yuru. The reorganization had been lifted, but she still didn't seize the time to resume production. If things continue like this, Arctic Fox will eventually go bankrupt, and when it goes bankrupt, he, as a shareholder, will also have to bear the losses. In this case, it would be better to sell the shares of Arctic Fox Company as soon as possible. "It's not impossible for me to transfer it to you if you want. Let's put it this way, last year Gon Yuru wanted to buy back my shares for 20 million, but I didn't sell them. If you offer 15 million, I'll sell them to you." Upon hearing this, Sang Wan-yoon became furious. "Jo Dong, are you still a man? I told you that these shares will be given to our son in the future. How dare you ask me for money? And don't think I don't know that Arctic Fox is a mess right now and can't be compared with last year at all. It's 15 million. Now ask Gon Yuru to pay 5 million. Let's see if she's willing to pay." Jo Dong took a breath of cold air when he heard this. He originally thought that Sang Wan-yoon, as a woman, knew nothing about business. So he wanted to cheat her and see if he could get back some of the property that was given to her during the divorce. Unexpectedly, she came prepared and knew quite a bit about the Arctic Fox Company. This is a difficult situation. Anyway, I can't just give it to you for free without asking for anything. Sang Wan-yoon seemed so angry at Jo Dong that she didn't want to talk to him anymore. She suppressed her anger and said, 2 million. The most I can give you is 2 million. Consider this money as my contribution to my son. At least 8 million. Without 8 million, I will never sell my shares in Arctic Fox Company. After hearing this, Sang Wan-yoon seemed to have lost her last interest in talking to Jo Dong. She stood up and walked towards the door of the box. Seeing that Sang Wan-yoon had no intention of turning back, Zhou Dong finally panicked and quickly stood up and said, 5 million, you have to give me at least 5 million. In his opinion, Arctic Fox is bound to go bankrupt in its current state, and his shares will be worthless by then. As long as I can get money from Sang Wanyun, no matter how much it is a profit. Sang Wanyun stopped at the door of the private room, turned her head to look at him, and said, I'll give you a maximum of 3 million. If you don't want it, forget it. Just ignore what I said. Alright. 3 million is 3 million. In the end, Zhou Dong compromised because he really needed money. When they divorced, Sang Wanyun took away most of the cash and real estate, while he himself was left with shares in several companies. He thought he could make a quick comeback with the continuous dividends from the company's shares, but he didn't expect the impact of the financial crisis to be so far-reaching. The companies he held shares in were basically traditional manufacturing companies, and they would not be able to recover in a short time. Even if I want to sell the company's shares, I won't be able to find anyone to take over for the time being. Zhou Dong signed a share transfer intention contract with Sang Wanyun on the spot. The company law stipulates that the transfer of shares by a shareholder to a person other than a shareholder shall be effective only after approval by more than half of the shareholders. Therefore, even if they reached a consensus, they would need to obtain Gan Yuru's written permission to complete the share transfer. However, Zhou Dong was not worried about this. It was not like he was transferring the shares to a competitor, so Gan Yuru had no reason to refuse. Sang Wanyun also transferred part of the deposit to Zhou Dong first, and the remaining money would be paid in one lump sum after the share transfer was completed and the industrial and commercial registration was completed. After signing the contract, Sang Wanyun casually asked, What exactly is that investment project you mentioned earlier? Don't squander the last of your family's savings. If you come to me and cry poor, I won't pay any attention to you. Zhou Dong replied mysteriously, I'm sure I won't lose money this time. A big boss wants to invest in real estate development in Zhengzhou City. In order to facilitate operations here, he needs to attract some local funds. I finally asked a friend to get the investment share. This time, I'm sure I'll make a lot of money. Just wait and see, Zhengzhou City will soon have a new city landmark, and the name has already been chosen, Zhengzhou World Trade Center. Chapter 73. Before the plan begins. It was getting dark, and the hot summer air was gradually getting cooler. Gan Yuru was driving towards home with the car windows rolled down. The fresh air poured in through the windows, making her slightly drowsy mind a little clearer. She has already notified everyone today about the upcoming dealer conference and received enthusiastic responses from many cooperating dealers. The Arctic Fox store has been doing so hot recently that people in the industry have heard about it. Many people have asked before if they can obtain brand authorization, but Gan Yuru politely declined all of them. Now that they know that Arctic Fox plans to open up brand licensing, they are all very excited. After all, they have all seen how booming the specialty store's business is. Many people went to the scene to see it, and looking at the huge crowds of people, they really wished that this store could be theirs. After receiving positive responses from dealers, Gan Yuru's anxiety about the future gradually turned into anticipation. She never imagined that Arctic Fox Company would see hope of revival in this form. And the person who brought all this to her was actually an 18-year-old boy. Looking at the streets in the twilight, Gan Yuru couldn't help but recall the scene when she and Meng Lang first met, which was also on the streets after dark. When they met for the first time, Meng Lang actually made a passionate confession to her. She didn't take the confession seriously at first, but now when she thinks about it, her cheeks can't help but feel hot. Gan Yuru was lost in her memories and was a little dazed until the car almost hit a stray dog. She suddenly came to her senses and stepped on the brakes. The sudden brake caused Gan Yuru's body to lean forward suddenly. Even though she was wearing a seatbelt, her chest almost hit the steering wheel. Gan Yuru quickly shook her head to dispel the distracting thoughts in her mind. After she calmed down, she started the car again. When she returned home and turned on the chandelier in the living room, she was startled by the figure sitting on the sofa. When I got closer, I found that the person sitting motionless on the sofa was actually Li Shuya. Weren't you traveling outside to relax? Why did you come back so suddenly? You didn't even turn on the lights. Li Shuya turned around with a gloomy face, staring at Gan Yuru intently and said, You asked me to go out and travel to relax, is it to make it easier for you, Meng Lang, to get together? What are you talking about? Gan Yuru looked puzzled. Don't try to lie to me. Don't think I don't know what you have done. Li Shuya stood up, looked at Gan Yuru, and said relentlessly, Did anyone say anything to you? Gan Yuru frowned, feeling a little annoyed. She had just announced today that she was going to hold a dealer conference, and her daughter who was traveling suddenly came back to make trouble with her, which made her suspect that someone was behind it. Now that Arctic Fox's revival plan is at a critical moment, she will not allow anyone to mess with it. If you haven't done anything, you don't have to worry about what others say. In the past, Li Shuya felt aggrieved when faced with Gan Yuru and Meng Lang's close relationship, and believed that this was a betrayal of her feelings. But after receiving a call from Li Shunchang the day before yesterday, the grievance in her heart instantly escalated into fear. Li Shuya suddenly realized that if her mother remarried someone else, the property she would be able to obtain in the future would be less. If my mother remarries and has another child, the family property may no longer have anything to do with her in the future. She might go from being a carefree rich girl to an ordinary person. She could no longer rely on her mother's love to do whatever she wanted. But what she didn't know was that if it weren't for Meng Lang, her family would have gone bankrupt. Although her living conditions were still far better than those of ordinary people, it was impossible for her to live a life of luxury as before. Maybe the house you live in now will be sold. Li Shuya is ignorant, but Gan Yuru knows everything very well. Without Meng Lang's help, she would definitely be in a desperate situation now, and Arctic Fox Company would definitely be on the verge of bankruptcy. But when she heard her daughter say that about herself, she couldn't help but feel heartbroken, and tears welled up in her eyes. You would rather believe what others say than your own mother, right? Li Shuya panicked when she saw her mother's tears, and quickly said, "Mom, it's not that I don't believe you, it's that you and Meng Lang are too close. How about this, you cut off contact with Meng Lang, and we can go back to the way we were before. Can you just pretend you've never met Meng Lang? I beg you." Gan Yuru was stunned when she heard Li Shuya say this. Cut off contact with Meng Lang? Can she still cut off contact with Meng Lang now? Not to mention that the Arctic Fox Company is still cooperating with Meng Lang, even from her own emotional inclination, she is unwilling to cut off contact with Meng Lang. In the past, he always had to find solutions on his own no matter what problems he encountered, and he had to bear all the pressure on his own. But with Meng Lang's help, she felt much more relaxed. Meng Lang seemed to have magical powers, giving people a sense of security and reliability. So no matter what Li Shuya said, she couldn't possibly cut off contact with Meng Lang at this time. Her relationship with her daughter may never be the same as before. After hesitating for a while, Gan Yuru shook her head and said, "No. Meng Lang is an important partner of the company. Without him, Arctic Fox might go bankrupt." When Li Shuya heard this, her pretty face was filled with despair. She didn't believe that Meng Lang could be a company partner. She and Meng Lang were classmates in high school for 3 years. How could she not know what kind of person Meng Lang was? If you can't even understand books, how can you become a business genius as soon as you graduate? Thinking of this, she was completely desperate. She lost interest in communicating with Gan Yuru and turned to go upstairs and walk towards her room. Li Shuya looked at her daughter's back, and a look of disappointment appeared on her face. However, she still wanted to do her best to restore the relationship between mother and daughter. She said to Li Shuya's back, "I have already booked a hotel for your coming-of-age ceremony the day after tomorrow. You can notify your classmates and friends in advance to come and attend." Upon hearing this, Li Shuya paused for a moment, then went up the stairs without looking back. Gan Yuru was left alone sitting on the sofa in the living room, sighing. Unlike the tense atmosphere at Gan Yuru's house, Meng Lang's side was much more relaxed. Meng Lang slept from the afternoon to the evening. When he woke up, he found that he was covered with a blanket and the TV was turned off. Meng Haiwa heard the noise in the living room and walked out of the room. "You must be hungry. I'll make you a bowl of noodles," he said and walked into the kitchen. Looking at his father's back, Meng Lang showed a knowing smile on his face. The meaning of rebirth is not just to have a lot of wealth. More importantly, you can rediscover the beauty that you once didn't cherish and savor it carefully. In his previous life, Meng Lang always took his father's care and tolerance for him for granted. It was not until his father failed in business and suffered a stroke and was bedridden that he woke up and realized how meticulously his father had taken care of him. I can only sigh and think it was normal at that time. But that time could no longer be returned to the past. Thinking of this, Meng Lang also walked into the kitchen and started helping Meng Haiwa. "Even though I just helped wash a scallion." But the experience of the father and son completing a task together brought smiles to both of their faces. Parents really don't need their children to do anything. Taking a little time to accompany them, even if it's just cooking a meal together or washing a few dishes together, can make them happy for a long time. Chapter 74 Bonus received. After finishing his noodles, Meng Lang returned to his room. It was already late, but he had slept all afternoon and was now in good spirits. So he opened the Taobao backend and looked at the specific data in the backend. Since the online store officially opened on July 8, it has completed nearly 8,000 orders. Based on a net profit of approximately 40 yuan per order, this store has brought him a profit of 320,000 yuan in these 5 days. And now the number of orders is still on the rise. Meng Lang couldn't tell how high it would rise in the future. However, the current success is not only due to the fact that this industry is still a blue ocean, but also mainly due to the small advertisements he asked his classmates to post in various forums. However, these forums have recently increased their efforts to delete posts of this type of advertisements, and a new account will be blocked if it posts only a few pictures. This advertising method is not a long-term solution. Meng Lang has to find another way. Just as Meng Lang was browsing the forum, the phone beside him suddenly rang. When I picked it up, I saw that it was Sang Wanyun calling. Meng Lang jumped suddenly. He had just watered the plants 2 days ago. How could grass grow there so soon? Just as Meng Lang was ready to go out and fight, he heard Sang Wanyun say on the other end of the phone, "Don't you want shares in Arctic Fox Company?" Hearing this, Meng Lang became even more excited. "What? Did you get the shares from your ex-husband so quickly?" "Humph. Don't you even look at who I am?" Meng Lang was overjoyed when he received a positive answer. If he goes according to his plan, Arctic Fox is very likely to grow into a company with a market value of tens of billions. These shares could be worth billions in the future. He didn't want Zhou Dong to take advantage of this. Even if the shares didn't end up in his hands, it would still be good for Sang Wanyun. Meng Lang is very generous towards his woman. "You're awesome too. How much did it cost?" Meng Lang asked. "I can't tell you this. You agreed that if I help you get shares in Arctic Fox, you have to give me a big surprise. If your surprise doesn't satisfy me, I won't give you the shares," Sang Wanyun said in a playful tone on the phone. Hearing Sang Wanyun's words, Meng Lang's heart suddenly burned with anger. He wished he could rush into Sang Wanyun's room right now, pull off her pants, and spank her but hard until it turned red. However, he had important things to do tomorrow, so he had to give up the idea. "Don't worry, I will prepare a big surprise for you. I guarantee you will be satisfied." After that, Meng Lang casually asked, "By the way, I heard you say before that your ex-husband was in a hurry to raise money for investment. Do you know what kind of investment it is?" "He will be able to collect his football lottery prize tomorrow, which is tens of millions. He has to make use of the money, so he wants to see if there are any good investment opportunities. From what he said, it seems he wants to invest in real estate with others, a project called Jiangzhou World Trade Center." Meng Lang was stunned when he heard this. Jiangzhou World Trade Center? Why does it sound so familiar? After thinking for a long time, Meng Lang finally remembered the famous unfinished building project in his previous life. Meng Lang couldn't help but sigh that Zhou Dong was truly an investment genius. At this time, the real estate industry was booming. As long as you had the connections, you could make money by investing with your eyes closed. This is how many wealthy people in the country became wealthy in the next 10 years. But after careful selection, he chose an unfinished project. He is really a talented person. However, after this reminder, Meng Lang did think of an investment avenue. The next 10 years will be the peak period of urban construction in Zhengzhou City. Basically, a large number of people are relocated every year. Meng Lang is very familiar with which areas will be relocated. If he can stock up some houses in advance and wait for the demolition, he can make a lot of money. Seeing that Meng Lang didn't say anything for a long time, Sang Wanyun thought that he was planning to take over the Jiangzhou World Trade Center project. "What's wrong? You don't want to invest in this project, do you? I'm not sure I can get you this. Zhou Dong values this project very much and he will definitely not give away his investment share." "No. I don't have that idea." Meng Lang quickly dispelled Sang Wanyun's doubts. He didn't want to get involved in this project that was destined to lose all his money. The two chatted for a long time about random things before hanging up the phone. Seeing that it was getting late and there were important things to do tomorrow, Meng Lang didn't waste any more energy. He lay in bed thinking about what he would do after becoming a rich man. As he was thinking, he fell asleep. When Meng Lang got up the next day, he checked the lottery ticket and ID card in his pocket, left the house excitedly, and took the high-speed rail to the Provincial Sports Lottery Center in Linjiang City. Today he finally had his moment of harvest. The World Cup is finally over, and he can finally cash out all his prize money. The $6.95 I bet at the Provincial Sports Center the day before yesterday, plus the $100,000 I bet yesterday, totals $7.05 million. In the end, Meng Lang received a bonus of $67.68 million. Although this amount of money is not even a small goal in the eyes of some people. But it was enough for Meng Lang to complete the industrial layout he wanted. When Meng Lang appeared at the Provincial Sports Lottery Center with his rehearsal, it caused quite a stir, and even media reporters rushed over after hearing the news. Although the Sports Lottery Center's periodic awards will produce a grand prize in each period, Meng Lang's prize of $67.86 million is also a very large number among them. The entire Provincial Sports Lottery Center may not encounter such a large number once a year. What's more, Meng Lang was holding a lottery ticket for football betting. This is even more unprecedented. Who in their right mind would spend millions to bet on football scores? Isn't that just too much money to burn? Only Meng Lang, a reborn cheater, would have the courage to make such an extreme bet. Fortunately, Meng Lang prepared sunglasses and a mask for himself in advance, which avoided the risk of revealing his wealth. By the time Meng Lang completed all the procedures and confirmed that the bonus had been deposited into his bank card, the morning was almost over. When he saw the long string of zeros on the card, even though Meng Lang had already prepared himself mentally, his heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This is more than $60 million in cash. Even if he starts to lie down and do nothing now, as long as he doesn't get involved in gambling and drugs, this money will be enough for him to live a carefree life. After finally calming down his excitement, Meng Lang did not rush home, but planned to take a good stroll in Linjiang City. He didn't forget to prepare a surprise for Sang Wan-yun. Sang Wan-yun helped him acquire shares in Arctic Fox Company that could be worth billions in the future, so the surprise he prepared certainly couldn't be too shabby. Clothes and bags that cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars definitely won't be served at the banquet. Meng Lang didn't know much about jewelry. After much deliberation, Meng Lang decided that it would be better to buy a car for Sang Wan-yun. Although she drives an Audi Q5, it looks quite old. That car doesn't quite match her temperament. Thinking of this, Meng Lang stopped a taxi and headed towards the auto trade city in Linjiang City, the provincial capital. Chapter 75 Porsche. After arriving at the auto trade city, Meng Lang did not go to look at cars of other brands, but went straight to the Porsche 4S store. Sang Wan-yun already has an Audi, so if he wants to give her a gift, he must give her a better one, and a Porsche is a perfect fit. It was noon and a weekday, so there were no other customers in the 4S store. There were only two customer managers, a man and a woman, standing at the door on duty. Seeing Meng Lang walk in, the saleswoman with a slim waist and long legs and black stockings looked at Meng Lang. He was about 20 years old, and all the clothes he wore cost no more than 200 yuan. He was just here to use the air conditioning. The female salesperson quickly labeled Meng Lang and said to the male salesperson, who was still a little awkward watching from the side, "Xiao Zhang, I'll let you take care of this customer. You should be familiar with everything I taught you before." The young male salesperson named Xiao Zhang nodded nervously, took a deep breath, and walked towards his first customer. "Sir, are you here to look at cars? Have you contacted our sales manager in advance?" Xiao Zhang said very politely. Meng Lang's eyes lingered on the saleswoman's long legs and black stockings, and he mentally compared them with Sang Wan-yun's. Finally, the conclusion was that Sang Wan-yun's legs were still beautiful. Although these legs looked long, they were too thin and did not have that round and full feeling. They were definitely not that comfortable to touch. The saleswoman noticed Meng Lang's gaze, snorted in her heart, and felt very satisfied with the attractiveness of her figure. Meng Lang had never been to a 4S store selling luxury cars in his previous life, and was not familiar with their procedures. He replied casually, "No, I'm just looking around." "Can you tell me what cars you have?" Xiao Zhang seemed relieved when he heard this. As in turn, if he encounters a customer who was very eager to buy a car at the beginning, he will feel nervous. On the contrary, it is customers like Meng Lang, who seem to be just here to understand the situation and have no possibility of making a deal, who can introduce the performance and parameters of various types of cars without any psychological pressure. But when the saleswoman heard Meng Lang's words, it further confirmed her guess. He was indeed a young man with no money who came to the store to see the world. She didn't look down on the poor, but she felt that there was no need to waste energy on them. It would be better to save her energy to build relationships with those bosses who could afford to buy cars. Salesperson Xiao Zhang took Meng Lang towards the exhibition hall. One after another, Porsche luxury cars appeared in front of Meng Lang. There are not many car models. There are only 4 cars in the entire exhibition hall, 3 sports cars and 1 SUV. After a quick look, Meng Lang didn't feel overly impressed by these cars. The main reason is that I saw so many good-looking car models when I visited auto shows in my previous life. Especially after the rise of domestic cars in later generations, many configurations that can only be experienced in luxury cars are now clearly equipped on domestic cars worth tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan. So now, in Meng Lang's eyes, these cars are all outdated stuff. Would you like to see our sports car or SUV? How much do these cars cost? Meng Lang asked. The price range is roughly between 1.2 and 3 million yuan. Take the Porsche 911, our best-selling car, for example. Its starting price is around 1.3 million yuan. If you want to add extra services, the price will be even higher. After hearing the price, Meng Lang nodded slightly. He thought Porsche sports cars were very expensive, but it turns out they are only about 1 million. For him now, this amount of money is nothing. After scanning several sports cars, Meng Lang's eyes finally stopped on the SUV. If Sang Wanyun were still a young girl, Meng Lang would definitely buy her a sports car. For Sang Wanyun now, SUV is definitely more practical. The car Meng Lang gave her must have been given to her in the hope that she could drive it every day. If it could only be left in the garage gathering dust, it would have no value. Can you tell me about this SUV? It's called the Cayenne, right? Yes, this is the 2009 Cayenne. You can get in and experience it. As he spoke, salesman Xiao Zhang opened the car door and let Meng Lang sit in the driver's seat. It's worth mentioning that as a medium to large SUV, the Cayenne has ample interior space. The two of them didn't feel crowded at all in the car. Xiao Zhang also sat in the passenger seat and began to tell Meng Lang in detail the detailed parameters of the car. Although his wording was a bit unfamiliar, he explained the various parameters of the car very clearly, and it was obvious that he had put in a lot of effort to memorize them. However, Meng Lang did not listen carefully. His attention was firmly attracted by the 2 high-raised armrests between the driver and the front passenger seats. When he saw the 2 armrests and his mind started to wander, he knew he had to buy this car. Performance parameters, color and appearance are no longer important at this point. What he had to do now was to buy the car, give it to Sang Wanyun, and then drive it to an empty corner. Okay, no need for introductions, do you have a car available? Xiao Zhang, whose explanation was interrupted, looked at Meng Lang with confusion and did not react for a moment. What did you say? I'm asking if you have a car in stock. If you do, I can pay with my credit card and pick it up right now. Ah? Xiao Zhang felt instantly overwhelmed by happiness. He originally only regarded Meng Lang as a person for explanation and had no intention of making a deal. Unexpectedly, Meng Lang gave him such a big surprise. He actually closed the deal with the first customer he received a loan. Yes, we have a car in stock. Please wait, I'll get you the configuration sheet. You can choose the model according to your needs. Having said that, Xiao Zhang quickly got out of the car and went to get the information. The saleswoman who was trimming his nails at the front desk saw him rushing over and asked hurriedly, "What's the rush? Did that guy just scratch the car? How can you be so careless?" No, the customer just said he wanted to place an order, so I'll go get him the configuration form. After saying that, Xiao Zhang walked towards the office. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman stood there in a daze for a moment. Place an order? How? Was that young man just pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? Thinking of this, she could no longer sit still. She hasn't opened her business yet this month, so how could she let an intern snatch away the customers who came to her door? Besides, according to the order of receiving customers, it was her turn to receive this customer. She just asked Xiao Zhang to familiarize himself with the reception process. When it came to actually signing the order, of course she had to do it herself. Just when Xiao Zhang came out with the configuration list, he was stopped by her. Xiao Zhang, the manager just wanted to see you and asked you to come over. When Xiao Zhang heard this, he looked surprised. Although he was an intern, it didn't mean he was stupid. Sister Dan, how could you do this? I was the one who negotiated for this customer. Seeing that her lie was exposed, the female salesperson simply broke off relations with him. What are you talking about? This customer is clearly my turn to serve. I asked you to help introduce him so that you can practice your sales skills. Besides, how much discount can you, and in turn, give to the client? Why don't you see who the client will choose? Xiao Zhang was so angry at her shamelessness that he was speechless for a long time. I'm going to ask the store manager to seek justice. She was not afraid that Xiao Zhang would go to the store manager to complain, because their store manager was famous for only looking at performance and not people. As long as she can get the client to agree, Xiao Zhang, and in turn, can't do anything to her. As for getting customers, it is not an easy task. The young man just now stared at her beautiful legs in black stockings for a long time. With just a little trick, it would be easy to deal with such a lustful young man. Chapter 76: The Lustful Manager. Meng Lang sat in the car and waited for a long time, but the salesperson Xiao Zhang didn't come back. Just when he was about to lose his patience, he heard the sound of high heels approaching. Meng Lang turned his head and saw the female salesperson who had been standing at the door and ignoring him just now open the passenger door, got into the car, and was looking at him with a smile on her face. "Hello, Mr. Meng. I am Yin Dan, the senior sales manager of our store. I will be responsible for your reception from now on." As she spoke, Yin Dan pulled up her short black skirt, revealing 2 long legs wrapped in black stockings. The 2 legs were crossed together, rubbing against each other gently, making a rustling sound. She even deliberately moved her legs closer to Meng Lang, so that as long as Meng Lang wanted, he could reach out and touch these 2 long legs in black stockings. Looking at Yin Dan's lewd appearance, Meng Lang exclaimed, "What a guy! This name really suits the person." But Meng Lang had no interest in her at all. Although this woman seemed to be quite pretty, her appearance and figure were not in line with his aesthetic taste. Being used to eating seafood, he really looked down on this little shrimp. Besides, the way this woman snatched the order was really disgusting, and Meng Lang was extremely disgusted with this behavior. "Where's Xiao Zhang? Let's ask Xiao Zhang to come over." Seeing that the seduction tactic didn't seem to work, Yin Dan changed his strategy. "You don't know, Xiao Zhang is just an intern. There are many things he doesn't understand, and there are many preferential policies that only senior sales managers like me can enjoy." Before she could finish, Meng Lang interrupted her impatiently. "Do I look like someone who needs a discount on a car? Go get Xiao Zhang." Yin Dan was stunned by Meng Lang's words. "What you said is, how rich do you have to be to not look down on car purchase discounts?" Seeing that Meng Lang was not interested in the discount she mentioned, Yin Dan had no choice but to use her trump card. "Don't be so unkind." She simply grabbed the armrest of the central control, exerted force suddenly, and leaned towards Meng Lang. If it were someone else, faced with a pretty sales manager wearing black stockings and long legs, they might just hug her and cover her up with their hands. But Meng Lang just felt that this woman was disgusting. Especially after smelling the perfume coming from her, Meng Lang felt like vomiting. In his opinion, only women who are not confident about their body odor will use perfume to enhance their appearance. Beauties like Sang Wanyun and Gan Yuru can make Meng Lang intoxicated just by the natural scent they exude. Meng Lang, who felt like vomiting from the smoke, quickly opened the car door and ran out. After losing Meng Lang's support, Yin Dan suddenly lost his balance and fell headfirst onto the driver's seat, looking extremely funny. "Fuck it, I'm here to buy a car, not to suffer. If you don't call Xiao Zhang over, I'm leaving." Meng Lang was so angry at this woman that he cursed. After hearing this, Yin Dan finally realized that she was wrong. It was okay for her to steal Xiao Zhang's order, and the store manager would not do anything to her. But if she let go of the order that was about to be completed, the store manager would definitely skin her alive. This is Porsche's 4S store, and any order can cost millions. In the end, she could only run over dejectedly and call Xiao Zhang back. Xiao Zhang looked at Meng Lang with eyes full of gratitude. He originally thought that his first order in life was going to be snatched away by a veteran in the workplace, and was hiding in a corner, wiping away his tears. "I didn't expect to see Yin Dan running back to find me with a furious look on his face." So he hurriedly ran to Meng Lang with the configuration list. "Mr. Meng, we have all these models in stock. If you need additional configurations, you only need to wait a week to pick up the car." "No need, I want to pick up the car today with full payment." Meng Lang didn't bother to care about the intrigues in their 4S store and chose the best one from the existing configuration. The color of this car is red, which is most suitable for Sang Wanyun. Salesperson Xiao Zhang took a calculator and calculated the price for Meng Lang. "Mr. Meng, the total price of this car, including the purchase tax, is 2.18 million. I can give you a discount of up to 30,000 yuan. Is that okay with you?" When Yin Dan heard this number, his eyes turned green. As a senior sales manager, her sales commission is 1.2%. If she closes this deal, she can get a commission of 25,000 yuan. However, Meng Lang seemed not very satisfied with the discount given by Xiao Zhang. He looked at Yin Dan and asked, "This is the lewd manager, right? How much discount can you give me?" Yin Dan became alert immediately after hearing this. "I told you. No matter how rich a person is, they can't live without money. This business will always be hers. Mr. Meng, as long as you place an order with me, I'll give you a discount of 80,000 yuan and a free maintenance. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang clenched his fists. Will he miss out on this order in the end? His eyes looked at Yin Dan's flattering face, and his heart was filled with resentment. Neither of them expected that after Meng Lang had learned the price from Yin Dan, he turned to look at Xiao Zhang and said, "Go call the person in charge here." Ah. Ah. Two surprised voices sounded almost at the same time. Although Xiao Zhang didn't understand why, he could see that Meng Lang was more inclined to place the order with him, so he quickly ran to the office and called the store manager who was taking a nap. When the store manager learned that someone wanted to pay in full for a car worth more than 2 million yuan, he hurried over. "I want to complain about this slutty manager. I won't talk about her stealing orders, that's your own business, but she just sexually harassed me in the car, you must give me an explanation." Meng Lang looked at the chubby store manager and pointed at Yin Dan. The store manager naturally knew what kind of person Yin Dan was, after all, he had tasted him before. Although Yin Dan won a lot of business for him by seducing people with her beauty, he also warned her many times that not everyone would fall for it. "Now you've run into a tough guy." Not only did he not buy into her tricks, he also filed a complaint against her for sexual harassment. But Yin Dan was also speechless. This man was clearly staring at her legs when he first entered the store. How could he not be interested in her? But faced with a customer who had the ability to pay in full for a luxury car worth more than 2 million yuan, she didn't dare say much and quickly bent down to apologize. "I'm so sorry, Mr. Meng." The store manager also apologized to Meng Lang, saying, "I'm sorry, our store's management was lax. I will definitely criticize and punish Yin Dan. If you have any requests, please feel free to ask. Our service tenet is to put customers first, and we will ensure your satisfaction. Then I won't be polite with you. Xiao Zhang recommended the car I want to me, but he can't give me a discount. What do you think we can do?" Upon hearing this, the store manager realized that Meng Lang was defending in turn Xiao Zhang and quickly said, "I understand. We'll give you the best discount on this car. I hope that will make up for the unpleasantness this has caused you." "Then who is responsible for this order?" Meng Lang asked again. "Of course it belongs to Xiao Zhang." After the fat store manager finished speaking to Meng Lang, he turned to look at Xiao Zhang and said, "Xiao Zhang, I've seen your performance. From today on, you'll be promoted to a regular employee early." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhang was immediately overjoyed and quickly bowed deeply to Meng Lang. In the end, Meng Lang spent a total of 2 million to buy this Porsche Cayenne. It's a pity that Meng Lang doesn't have a driver's license yet. We can only ask them to arrange a tow truck to tow the car back to Jiangzhou City. Meng Lang left Sang Wanyan's home address and left the 4S store with the salesperson Xiao Zhang's grateful eyes. Chapter 77 Acquisition of a Garment Factory. It was already afternoon when Meng Lang returned to Jiangzhou City. Tomorrow is the day of the Arctic Fox Company's dealer conference. Don Yuru had already made an appointment to discuss some things with him, so he took a taxi directly to the Arctic Fox Company. At the office door, Meng Lang saw a middle-aged man just walking out of Gon Yuru's office. When the man saw Meng Lang coming, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Then the look of surprise was quickly replaced by dissatisfaction. Meng Lang had seen this man before. He seemed to be the head of the production department of Arctic Fox Company. Meng Lang didn't pay attention to the man's look. Perhaps he already knew that the production department would not exist in the future plan of Arctic Fox Company, so he was dissatisfied with Meng Lang, the proposer of the plan. But what Meng Lang didn't know was that Gon Yuru no longer trusted Li Shunchang because of the previous product quality issues, and did not tell him about the future plans of Arctic Fox Company at all. The reason why Li Shunchang was dissatisfied with Meng Lang was entirely because of the last accident, which made him misunderstand the relationship between Meng Lang and Gon Yuru, so he was so hostile to Meng Lang. If Li Shunchang knew that Arctic Fox Company would soon be adjusting its business and the entire production department would be laid off, Li Shunchang, the head of the production department, would definitely hate Meng Lang even more. After Meng Lang walked into the office, Li Shunchang quickly took out his phone and called Li Shuya. "Shuya, didn't you explain it clearly to your mother when you got home yesterday?" Li Shuya on the other end of the phone said with a feeling of grievance, "Why didn't you tell me? I don't know what kind of drug Meng Lang gave my mother. My mother refused to cut off contact with him no matter what." When Li Shunchang heard this, his heart sank. He didn't expect that Meng Lang had become so important in Gan Yuru's heart that even his own daughter couldn't persuade him to change his mind. At this point, we can only prepare for the worst. Shuya, we are all surnamed Li and we are family. We can't just watch others snatch the Arctic Fox company that your father worked so hard to build from us. You must listen to me this time. Hearing Li Shunchang say this, Li Shuya thought of what he had said on the phone before about how to deal with her mother. But do we really want to do this? Mom will be very sad then. It's already this late, so don't worry about what your mother thinks. When she got together with that little bastard Meng Lang, did she ever consider your and my feelings? The most important thing now is to keep Arctic Fox Company firmly under our control. This is more important than anything else. You don't want all your property to be divided up by others. Li Shunchang had already said so much, and Li Shuya finally made up her mind. Okay. Uncle, I'll listen to you this time. Gan Yuru had no idea what her brother-in-law and daughter were plotting at this time, and was frowning as she looked at the plan in her hand. Seeing Meng Lang knocking on the door and walking into the office, her frown finally relaxed a little. You've come just in time. I have something to discuss with you. Meng Lang came and sat down opposite Gan Yuru and asked, "What's the matter?" Gan Yuru handed the plan in her hand to Meng Lang. "This is the latest plan I've finalized. Take a look and see if there's anything wrong with it." Meng Lang took the plan and took a quick look at it. It wasn't much different from the last time he looked at it. The biggest difference was that the attached page contained the weekly sales data of the Zhongbei North Fox store. This data belongs to Meng Lang Ring. It's fine, no problem. You don't have to worry too much about tomorrow's dealer conference. The store's first week of opening data is out. A total of 20,000 sets of thermal clothing were sold in that week. Such data will definitely impress the dealers. Gan Yuru nodded when she heard this. She had just received the sales data of the store since it opened on July 6. The sales data of 20,000 sets in a week really surprised her. She believed that the dealers would also be shocked when they saw such data. We are only releasing 300 brand authorizations this time. If all are sold successfully, we will charge 120,000 yuan for each authorized agent, which will be a total of 36 million yuan. The 30 million yuan to compensate consumers is definitely enough, but I'm worried that when the time comes, those dealers who are owed liquidated damages will come to me to ask for payment, and the company will definitely not be able to come up with that much money for the time being. How big is the gap? Meng Lang asked. Gan Yuru glanced at Meng Lang and replied, about 10 million. If there's really no other way, I'll have to mortgage my family's property first and redeem it after the company recovers. There's no need for that. Since Arctic Fox has completely changed its business strategy and no longer produces clothing independently, the production line is no longer needed. Why not sell it off? Meng Lang has been coveting Arctic Fox Company's production line for a long time, and this is a good opportunity to take it over. I do plan to sell the production line, but I can't find a suitable buyer right away. Gan Yuru sighed. Meng Lang raised his eyebrows and said, "How about selling it to me?" Sell it to you? What do you want a clothing production line for? To produce those sexy lingerie of yours? Your Taobao store is doing well, but it only sells about 1 or 2,000 orders a day, which is not enough to absorb so much production capacity. You buy a production line, but it will just sit there gathering dust most of the time. Equipment maintenance and worker wages are all huge expenses. You don't have to worry about these. Since I asked you to buy a production line, I will definitely need it. I'm not a rich man who can spend tens of millions for a beauty. Meng Lang said with a smile. With the current scale of Meng Lang's Taobao store, it is indeed impossible to consume so much production capacity. According to Meng Lang's understanding, Arctic Fox Company's production lines are in full operation and can produce at least 100,000 sets of clothing every day. The production process of sexy lingerie is relatively simple, and output will only increase further. Meng Lang's next plan is to make his Taobao store a model like the Zhongbei Beijifox store, attracting more people to enter the sex toy industry and become his downstream sales channel. Once this step of the plan is completed, the production capacity may be fully utilized. According to Meng Lang's plan, it wouldn't take too long to complete this step. Therefore, he had to take over the production line first and lay a solid foundation for the upcoming development. Hearing Meng Lang say this, Gan Yuru also became a little surprised and confused. You really have to buy it. That's right, just name a price. Meng Lang said seriously. Gan Yuru thought for a moment and said, this production line was upgraded 3 years ago, and the equipment is still relatively new. It cost 30 million yuan to upgrade the equipment, so even after depreciation, the value will not be too low. But you've helped me so much, I can't ask for a high price from you. How about this? The production line, factory building, and warehouse, all packaged together, will cost you 20 million. What do you think? Chapter 78 Salary Settlement. Gan Yuru just gave a tentative price. She didn't think Meng Lang could come up with 20 million. This is not a small amount of money. You should know that the current price of ordinary commercial housing in Jiangzhou City is just over 2,000 yuan per square meter. With 20 million yuan, you can buy nearly 100 houses in Jiangzhou City. Unexpectedly, after hearing the price she quoted, Meng Lang nodded without hesitation and said, it's settled then. You draft the contract first. Looking at his anxious look, it seemed as if he was afraid that Gan Yuru would go back on her word. The value of the entire production line is more than 20 million, not to mention the factory buildings and warehouses. Being able to buy these for 20 million, Meng Lang got a great bargain. Ah? Are you serious? Gan Yuru asked in surprise. Of course I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking? If you sign the contract now, 20 million will be deposited into the Arctic Fox account immediately. After hearing what Meng Lang said, Gan Yuru didn't hesitate too much. Meng Lang was willing to pay to buy the Arctic Fox Company's production line, which solved her urgent problem. As for where Meng Lang got the money, she didn't need to worry about it. It took Gan Yuru half an hour to draft the transfer contract for the production line and the supporting factory buildings and warehouses. Although I can personally make the decision to sell the company's assets, I still need to inform other shareholders of the company to comply with the regulations. At this point, Gan Yuru seemed to recall something and looked at Meng Lang and said, oh, I forgot to tell you. Zhou Dong came to see me today. He wants to transfer his 20% stake in Arctic Fox to his ex-wife, and he needs my signature to approve it. Upon hearing this, Meng Lang immediately pricked up his ears. Have you signed it? After signing, neither Zhou Dong nor his ex-wife will interfere with the company's operations. It doesn't matter who holds the shares. It makes no difference to us. Meng Lang breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He was asked to instruct Sang Wanyun to ask Zhou Dong for this 20% stake. If Gan Yuru rejected it, it would be troublesome. After saying that, Gan Yuru took out her cell phone and called Sang Wanyun. Sang Wanyun was a little surprised when she learned that Gan Yuru wanted to sell Arctic Fox Company's production line to Meng Lang for 20 million. On the one hand, they were surprised at Meng Lang's financial resources, as he could actually come up with 20 million in cash. On the other hand, he was surprised that Gan Yuru didn't know that the shares she held were actually bought for Meng Lang. Since Meng Lang and Gan Yuru are partners, he shouldn't have hidden this from her. But Meng Lang didn't seem to tell Gan Yuru about this. Could it be that there is some special relationship between the two of them? Sang Wanyun thought so, and decided to question Meng Lang thoroughly the next time she saw him. After making sure that Sang Wanyun had no objections, she handed the contract to Meng Lang. Meng Lang signed his name on it without hesitation. After leaving Gan Yuru's office, Meng Lang first went to the e-commerce warehouse. He hadn't been there for 2 days, so he had to see what the situation was like there. This time when he walked into the factory building with production line and warehouse area, his mentality was completely different from before. Looking at the neatly arranged machines and equipment in the factory, Meng Lang felt like a feudal landlord inspecting his own fields. From the moment he signed the contract, everything in front of him belonged to him. Meng Lang walked around the production line for a long time before finally arriving at the e-commerce warehouse with satisfaction. It was already afternoon, and perhaps all the orders for today had been shipped, so the people in the warehouse were not very busy. When Lu Fei saw Meng Lang coming, he hurried towards him, with an expression of wanting to say something but stopping himself. What's wrong? Did something happen? Meng Lang, have you forgotten something? Seeing Lu Fei like this, Meng Lang thought he remembered that he had borrowed 5,000 yuan from him to buy lottery tickets and had not paid it back, and now he was short of money. How could I forget? I'll give you your 5,000 yuan later, and there's a big surprise later. Meng Lang was short of money before, and he invested almost all of it in the World Cup lottery. Now that the World Cup has finally come to an end, Meng Lang will naturally not forget the help of his good brother. He not only has to pay back the money, but also pay it back double. However, Meng Lang did not intend to just give Lu Fei a lot of cash. After all, Lu Fei has just reached adulthood, and it may not be a good thing for him to have a large amount of money in his hands too early. If Lu Fei loses his ambition or goes astray because he suddenly has a lot of wealth, it would be a loss. Meng Lang planned to buy Lu Fei several houses that would be demolished in the future. This would not only allow Lu Fei's wealth to continue to increase, but also prevent him from being at a loss because of his large amount of wealth. Even if he doesn't want to work hard in the future, he can still live a comfortable life with the demolition compensation. But what Meng Lang didn't expect was that Lu Fei was not talking about the 5,000 yuan. What are you talking about? I'm not asking you to pay me back, I'm asking you for your salary. Didn't you say before that you would post online and get paid once a week? I let my cousins post online every day. If you don't pay me my salary, they will tell my parents. If my parents knew I let my younger siblings post such obscene pictures online, they would beat me to death. Meng Lang suddenly understood after hearing this. So that's what it is. I'll pay you first based on how much you have. I'd also like to ask you to help me organize all the screenshots of the posts in the group to see how much there is in total. I'll then settle the bill for everyone tonight. Okay, I have a total of more than 10,000 photos here. My cousins have been like crazy lately, posting at home every day just to make some pocket money. Meng Lang walked to the computer, opened the online banking, and directly transferred 20,000 yuan to Lu Fei. Why so many? Did you turn around too much? Lu Fei looked at the payment text message and said in surprise. Just take it. I used the money you lent me before to invest. Just consider it as interest. Meng Lang said with a smile. But this is too much. It was agreed that each screenshot would cost 50 cents, so 10,000 screenshots would be 5,000 yuan. Even if the 5,000 yuan he had previously lent to Meng Lang was added, it would still be 10,000 yuan. Meng Lang essentially transferred 10,000 more to him. For an ordinary high school graduate, 10,000 yuan is an astronomical figure. Although Meng Lang had said before that he would pay him 8,000 yuan a month, it was just a number to him. Up to now, he had not received the 8,000 yuan a month salary, so he had not felt the impact of the large amount of cash coming in. Suddenly having 20,000 yuan in cash in his hand made him feel a little nervous. Looking at Lu Fei's expression, Meng Lang became more and more certain of his thoughts. He was also glad that he did not give Lu Fei a large sum of money on impulse. Giving a person wealth beyond his ability is not necessarily helping him, but may harm him instead. Just take this money. What? You can't handle an extra 20,000 yuan in your card as an operations director with a monthly salary of 8,000 yuan? I have to tell you, there's a surprise waiting for you. If you can't handle this little money, you'll be scared to death when the time comes. Meng Lang smiled and patted Lu Fei's shoulder to comfort him. Hearing this, Lu Fei finally recovered and looked at Meng Lang and asked, I keep hearing you talk about surprises. What are you going to do? You'll know in a few days. Meng Lang said with an inexplicable smile on his face. I really don't know what his expression will be when I take him to buy a house. Chapter 79, Car Delivery. Meng Lang stayed in the e-commerce warehouse until the end of the working day. During this time, he checked all the background data. With the spread of advertisements in forums, the traffic of Taobao stores is now getting higher and higher. The corresponding number of orders is also increasing. Now the number of orders per day has stabilized at more than 2,000 and is still increasing. After all, sexy lingerie is a disposable product. If the customer uses it once and the effect is good, they will most likely repurchase it. As long as there are new styles for customers to choose from, this Taobao store will basically have good business until strong competitors emerge. What surprised Meng Lang was that the negative review he had pinned seemed to have been posted online by some funny person, sparking quite a bit of discussion. Maybe this bad review can bring a lot of traffic to the store later. The days in summer seem particularly long. The sky is still clear until 7 o'clock in the afternoon. The scorching sunset burns the concrete ground in the city, emitting bursts of hot air. After get off work, Meng Lang invited his employees to have a meal together to celebrate the bonus they received today. When the show ended, it was finally dark. Meng Lang was about to take a taxi home when he received a call from an unfamiliar number. After Meng Lang answered the phone, a strange man's respectful voice came from the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Meng? The 2009 Cayenne you ordered from the Linchuan Porsche dealership has arrived in Jiangzhou City. Would you like it delivered to your door now? Or you can pick it up at a Porsche partner auto dealership when you have time. They will assist you with vehicle registration and license plate processing free of charge. Meng Lang became excited upon hearing this. He couldn't wait to try out the Porsche Central Control armrest. Send it to me now. The address is the one I left at the 4S store. After hanging up the phone, Meng Lang took a taxi directly to Sang Wanyun's home. Half an hour later, Meng Lang saw a trailer carrying a brand new red Cayenne driving towards him. Under Meng Lang's guidance, the trailer stopped at the door of Villa A18. Only after the Cayenne was unloaded from the trailer did Meng Lang walk to the door of A18 and rang the doorbell. Because the weather was hot, Sang Wanyun took a shower early and prepared to rest. At this time, she was wearing a summer silk nightgown. The soft and close-fitting silk pajamas perfectly set off her proud figure. Her pretty face, without any makeup, was pink and rosy because she had just taken a bath, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. After seeing through the peephole on the door that the person coming to the door was Meng Lang, her face was full of joy. She subconsciously clamped her legs together and immediately opened the door. "Why are you here?" "What? Are you not welcome?" Meng Lang said to Sang Wanyun with a smile. "How could that be? You are always welcome here, sister." As Sang Wanyun spoke, she was about to pull Meng Lang into the house. "Wait a minute, let's not rush into the house. What's wrong? Are you still worried that my ex-husband sent someone to take secret photos? Don't be afraid. After I made it clear that I would not remarry him, the people he sent withdrew." Sang Wanyun still thought that Meng Lang was secretly photographed when he came to her house last time, and she had a psychological trauma. "That's not it. Didn't I tell you before that I wanted to give you a big surprise?" "What a surprise! Where is it?" As Sang Wanyun spoke, she was about to stick her head out to look, but was stopped by Meng Lang. "There won't be any surprise if you see it this way. Close your eyes first, and I'll show you." Hearing Meng Lang say this, Sang Wanyun's lips curled up in an alluring arc. Since Meng Lang wanted to play a trick like this, she was naturally willing to cooperate. Which woman doesn't like such a surprise with a little sense of ritual? This also aroused her anticipation, and she became more curious about the surprise Meng Lang had prepared for her. Seeing Sang Wanyun close her eyes, Meng Lang couldn't help but kiss her rosy and attractive face, then walked around behind her, put one hand over her eyes to prevent her from peeking, and put the other hand around her soft waist to prevent her from falling. Then the two of them walked towards the door almost close together. Because the two of them were too close, the silk nightgown Sang Wanyun was wearing could not cover her plump buttocks at all, and friction with Meng Lang was inevitable. Meng Lang was immediately enraged by this stimulating contact. Sang Wanyun keenly sensed the change in Meng Lang's state, and a tempting smile appeared on her face. She simply leaned back, with her entire back pressed against Meng Lang's chest. She also deliberately increased the amplitude of the twisting of her waist and hips when walking, constantly teasing Meng Lang's nerves. The situation of the two people also changed from Meng Lang protecting Sang Wanyun as they moved forward to Meng Lang carrying Sang Wanyun as they moved forward. Meng Lang felt the soft body in front of him twisting in his arms. The unique fragrance of Sang Wanyun's body kept drilling into his nose, making his mouth dry. He wanted to turn around immediately, drag Sang Wanyun into the room, and throw her on the bed to vent his desire. But he certainly couldn't do that at this time, as the saying goes, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. The surprise is right in front of him, and when the surprise is revealed, he will definitely get more. The two of them walked slowly to the front of the brand new red Cayenne. "Are you ready?" Meng Lang leaned close to Sang Wanyun's ear and asked softly. At this moment, Sang Wanyun's curiosity had reached its peak. When Meng Lang took her to the door of the villa, she had already vaguely guessed that Meng Lang was planning to give her a car. But she still had some expectations about what kind of car it would be. Although she owns an Audi Q5, it was given to her by Zhou Dong when they divorced. To her, it was just a second-hand car. If Meng Lang could give her a new car of her own, she would definitely be extremely happy. What brand could it be? Mercedes? BMW? Or maybe Audi? Just as Sang Wanyun was thinking this, Meng Lang released his hand that was covering her eyes. She slowly opened her eyes and finally saw the surprise Meng Lang had given her. The first thing that caught her eye was the Porsche crest. Then the fiery red Cayenne body appeared in front of her. Under the illumination of the streetlights, the brand new red Cayenne paint surface reflected luster and was very dazzling in the dark night. Meng Lang pressed the unlock button. Two uniquely shaped headlights light up. The strong white light brought Sang Wanyun back to her senses from her surprise. You bought me a Porsche. Sang Wan-yoon stared at Meng Lang with eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. Although she doesn't know much about cars, she knows that Porsche is a more high-end luxury car than Mercedes-Benz and BMW. Chapter 80, Mercedes-Benz in a Porsche. Sang Wan-yoon was not a young girl who had never seen the world. With her current wealth, buying a Porsche was naturally a piece of cake for her. But before the divorce, the property was basically controlled by Jo Dong. He would rather keep a mistress outside than go home, so how could he be willing to spend millions to buy a car for Sang Wan-yoon? After the divorce, she got an Audi Q5 from Jo Dong, so she had no intention of buying a new car. Meng Lang suddenly gave her such a beautiful Porsche Cayenne, which instantly touched her heart. Who wouldn't like someone giving them a luxury car? Try sitting on it. Meng Lang hugged Sang Wan-yoon, put the Porsche keys in her hand, and whispered in her ear. Sang Wan-yoon looked at the car keys with the shield logo on them and rubbed them in her hand. Then she put her arms around Meng Lang's neck, stood on tiptoe and gave him a fierce wet kiss. Then she walked to the driver's door with an excited look on her face, opened the door and got in. Meng Lang touched the remaining wet marks on his lips and sat in the passenger seat. As Sang Wan-yoon pressed the ignition button, the Cayenne body shook slightly and the 4.8L V8 engine roared. Holding the leather steering wheel, Sang Wan-yoon's eyes were full of light. Sang Wan-yoon pulled the seatbelt up to her chest, slightly deforming the fullness under her nightgown. Pull up the handbrake, step on the accelerator lightly, and the fiery red Cayenne will drive smoothly on the road in the community. 10 minutes later, the car stopped in a deserted corner behind the community. Sang Wan-yoon surveyed the exquisite and luxurious interior of the car with a certain lingering interest. She said to Meng Lang, "I'm very pleased with this surprise. You must have spent quite a bit of money, didn't you?" Hearing this, Meng Lang looked at her with a smile and said, "If you like it so much, shouldn't you also show some appreciation? I'm all yours, what else do you want?" Sang Wan-yoon looked at Meng Lang with a reproachful look on her face, but she found that Meng Lang's eyes were fixed on her rosy and plump lips. This made her think of something instantly, and 2 blushes quickly crept up her cheeks. She had never done such a thing before. Her ex-husband Jo Dong had made such a request to her several times, but she firmly refused it every time. But faced with Meng Lang's hint, she didn't want to refuse. Maybe she was also thinking in her heart that if she didn't go crazy while she was still young, she might regret it when she was old. Thinking of this, Sang Wan-yoon unbuckled her seatbelt and leaned towards Meng Lang. After a long time, Sang Wan-yoon raised her head with rapid breathing, wanting to find a bottle of water to rinse her mouth, but there was no mineral water in the new car. She could only wipe her mouth with the sleeve of her nightgown, and looked at Meng Lang with eyes full of resentment. Just at the last moment, Meng Lang held her head down, almost making her unable to breathe. "If you use so much force again next time, I'll ignore you." As she spoke, she rubbed her chest. Just now, when she was talking, the 2 high-raised armrests on the center console were pressing against her chest, making her very uncomfortable. "Why does this car have 2 armrests here? They hit my chest just now," Sang Wan-yoon said while rubbing her chest. He. Do you know why I bought a Porsche for you?" Meng Lang looked at Sang Wan-yoon and said playfully. "Why?" Sang Wan-yoon was puzzled. "I just like these 2 armrests." Seeing Meng Lang's frivolous expression, Sang Wan-yoon's gaze fell on the 2 armrests, and she immediately knew what he was talking about. "Go to hell, you pervert. Didn't you just release your anger? You can do it again so soon? How can I be the only one who enjoys this? The harmony of yin and yang is the best way." At the same time, Meng Lang's hands began to wander dishonestly on Sang Wan-yoon's body. Silk pajamas have an excellent feel, are soft, comfortable and elastic. Sang Wan-yoon's eyes suddenly became blurry, and she looked at Meng Lang with tears in her eyes. 5 minutes later, the back seats were folded down and the front seats were moved forward. After a long time, the Cayenne started up again and drove back to Sang Wan-yoon's home. After the 2 returned to Sang Wan-yoon's room and washed up, they naturally started the second round of battle. Although sports in the car are exciting, many movements cannot be performed. After returning to the room, Meng Lang moved vigorously. The sports area extends from the bathroom to the bedroom and then to the balcony. Finally, Sang Wan-yoon collapsed on the lounge chair on the balcony. She felt the sky was full of bright stars, as if countless fireworks were blooming in her mind. After resting for a long time, the 2 finally recovered. Lying back on the bed, Sang Wan-yoon lay on Meng Lang's strong chest, her slender fingers drawing circles on Meng Lang's chest. "I only spent 3 million to buy the 20% stake in Arctic Fox from Jo Dong. The car you gave me should be worth about the same. I'll just transfer the shares to you. Hearing this, Meng Lang shook his head and said, let's be honest. I should be grateful that you're willing to help me get the shares. How can I take the shares for free? Besides, this car is a surprise for you, right? You are my best reward tonight. As Meng Lang spoke, he kissed Sang Wanyun on the forehead. When Sang Wanyun heard this, her face was full of joy, and her naked body pressed tightly against Meng Lang. Suddenly, Sang Wanyun remembered the call from Gan Yuru that day. She looked up at Meng Lang and asked, aren't you and Gan Yuru partners? Why didn't you tell her that my shares actually belong to you? Meng Lang was feeling the euphoria of release at the moment, but was caught off guard by the sudden question. A look of bewilderment gripped his expression as he reluctantly replied, this 20% stake won't affect anything. Gan Yuru already holds the majority of the shares, so it doesn't matter whether she knows about this or not. A woman's keen sense of smell allowed Sang Wanyun to detect the unnaturalness in Meng Lang's speech. She couldn't help but snort coldly, I think you are afraid that our relationship will be difficult to explain to her? Do you and Gan Yuru also have a secret relationship? Tell me. Have you also slept with each other? Chapter 81 Sang Wanyun's Changes. Meng Lang gasped when he heard this. My goodness, women are really sensitive in this regard. Sang Wanyun noticed the clues before she was paying attention. Don't talk nonsense, Gan Yuru and I are still innocent. Upon hearing this, Sang Wanyun climbed up, not caring about the quilt sliding off her body, and stared at Meng Lang intently. Humph. You're innocent now, but you might not be in the future, right? No wonder when we first met, you said I was the second most beautiful woman you'd ever seen. Wasn't the first one Gan Yuru? Meng Lang didn't expect that this woman would still remember what he said so long ago. He quickly argued, no. I really just said that to chat you up. There was no other meaning. Then tell me, who is prettier, me or Gan Yuru? Sang Wanyun asked relentlessly. You two are both very beautiful, with different beauty, it's hard to compare you. I think you are guilty. Sang Wanyun looked at Meng Lang as if she would not give up unless he gave her a reasonable answer. Looking at her like this, Meng Lang knew that if he didn't give her a satisfactory answer, it would be difficult to resolve the situation today. But blindly praising Sang Wanyun would only seem hypocritical, so Meng Lang had no choice but to force a reply. Gan Yuru's temperament is elegant, like a lotus in a clear pond that can only be admired from afar and not touched. You are unparalleled in beauty, like a peony in the prime of a prosperous era that captivates all nations. You two are both peerless beauties. It is a blessing from heaven that I can have you. Before Meng Lang could finish his words, Sang Wanyun said indignantly, Gan Yuru can only be admired from afar and not played with, but I can let you play with me as you please, right? Tell me, were you thinking about her while you were having sex with me? Meng Lang didn't expect Sang Wanyun to be so direct. She was completely different from her usual self at this moment, leaving Meng Lang at a loss for words. Ah. This. Seeing Meng Lang speechless, Sang Wanyun immediately became furious. Damn men, all of them are like this. After saying this, she turned her back angrily. However, when she thought about the relationship between herself and Meng Lang, it seemed more like a relationship of lovers having a secret affair with each other, and it was destined not to have any official status. It seemed that she had no right to interfere with Meng Lang's feelings. The more he thought about Sang Wanyun, the angrier he became. Just when Meng Lang was thinking about how to comfort her, Sang Wanyun flipped over and rode on top of Meng Lang, looking at him viciously and saying, I'm going to drain you dry tonight. Let's see if you still have the mind to think about other women. Ah. Sister. I don't have a drop left. Sang Wanyun ignored Meng Lang's pleas for mercy and sat on it directly. Meng Lang's 18-year-old body is not a pushover. Since Sang Wanyun has invited him so enthusiastically, how can he, as a man, back down? After standing up to fight, he quickly suppressed Sang Wanyun's arrogance. She was suppressed so much that she couldn't even raise her head. The two fought until late at night. It was already noon when Meng Lang woke up the next day. Even though he had slept for 8 hours, he still felt trembling and his legs were weak after getting up. As the saying goes, there are no fields that are plowed to death, only cows that are worked to death. Even after a night of hard work, Sang Wanyun was still full of energy, and even looked more hydrated. After experiencing a refreshing release, she forgot her previous unhappiness and prepared a nutritious lunch for Meng Lang. Seeing Meng Lang wolfing down the wolfberry black chicken soup and fried sea cucumber she had prepared, Sang Wanyun's face was filled with satisfaction. She's like a virtuous wife whose cooking skills are recognized by her husband. After the madness of last night, she thought a lot while holding the sleeping Meng Lang. She seemed to have come on too strong last night. Although the failure of her last marriage was caused by Zhou Don's infidelity, it was also somewhat related to her strong personality. She didn't want to drift away from Meng Lang because of her overdominance. If Gan Yuru snatched Meng Lang away, she would have a hard time finding such a capable little wolfdog who was so kind to her. So she decided to make some changes. Isn't it just being gentle and virtuous? Who can't be that? Come to think of it, I am 1 year younger than Gan Yuru. I don't believe that I can't compete with her. Meng Lang did not notice Sang Wanyun's psychological changes. He just thought that his performance last night had completely conquered Sang Wanyun, which made her so obedient. Before leaving Sang Wanyun's house, Meng Lang signed a shareholding contract with her for Arctic Fox Company. These 20% shares are temporarily placed with Sang Wanyun and held by her on behalf of the company. Meng Lang also transferred 3 million to her as the cost of purchasing the 20% shares. In this way, Meng Lang obtained 20% of the shares of Arctic Fox Company, plus the 2 million for buying the car, and only spent 5 million. Compared with the future value growth potential of Arctic Fox, this money is extremely worthwhile. At this point, Meng Lang had received a bonus of 67.68 million yuan. After deducting the 20 million yuan spent on purchasing the production line of Arctic Fox Company and the 5 million yuan spent on obtaining shares, he now had more than 42.6 million yuan left. Although it only took 1 day, the prize money had been reduced by 1/3. But these expenditures are all investments, and in the near future, they will bring Meng Lang a steady stream of income. It is definitely a great deal. Even now, his uncle still transfers the dividends from the store to him every day. The payments for the Taobao store have also arrived one after another. He earns tens of thousands every day. Wait until Arctic Fox's brand licensing plan begins. Just relying on the dividends from Arctic Fox Company's shares, Meng Lang could make a fortune. Not to mention the sex toy industry he is planning to launch. In short, Meng Lang didn't know what the future of others would be like, but he definitely had a bright future. When Meng Lang was leaving Sang Wanyun's house after dinner, he discovered that there were several missed calls from Lu Fei on his phone. He was in the middle of a fierce battle with Sang Wanyun last night and didn't notice the calls at all. Meng Lang suddenly remembered that he had asked Lu Fei to help count the screenshots of his classmates' posts last night so that he could settle their wages. He quickly opened the QQ group on his mobile phone, and sure enough, he saw a long string of messages from his part-time classmates asking for their wages. Fortunately, these students did not mobilize their family members to help post like Lu Fei did. With just their personally registered accounts, they couldn't send much at all. The total amount they sent was probably not as much as Lu Fei's. Lu Fei had already paid all his wages last night. Meng Lang quickly called Lu Fei back. Holy crap! Boss, you finally answered the phone. I thought you were going to default on your debt. What Lu Fei said was of course a joke. He helps to look after the back-end data of the Taobao store every day, so he naturally knows how much money the store makes. He will definitely not refuse to pay the debt just because of the small amount of money his classmates earn from part-time jobs. How much money did you help advance yesterday? I'll transfer it all to you later. The total is more than 12,000 yuan. Fortunately, you gave me an extra 10,000 yuan yesterday, otherwise my money would not be enough to pay them. They didn't get their salary yesterday, and they would definitely make a fuss in the group all night. Lu Fei replied. Thanks to you, otherwise I would be a deadbeat for overdue wages. I'll transfer the money to you later. Chapter 82 Dealer Conference. July 14th is the day when Arctic Fox Company holds a dealer conference. Gan Yuru had already booked a large conference hall that could accommodate 500 people at the Wanda Hotel near the company. At this time, dealers from all over the place are gathering here. The sign-in area in front of the conference hall was already crowded with people. They were all people in the clothing distributor industry. Everyone knew each other to some extent. They greeted each other and the scene was very lively. Isn't this Lao Lu? You're here too. A bald middle-aged man with a big belly caught up with an old man wearing sunglasses and said, Yes. I don't know what the Arctic Fox Company is doing. Boss Lee, has the Arctic Fox Company paid off the money they owed you for the goods? Asked the old man in sunglasses. How can I settle the debt? I don't know what's going on with Arctic Fox Company. The last batch of goods was simply a pile of garbage and couldn't be sold at all. They said they returned them to the factory for recycling, but they didn't return the payment to me. I came here this time to ask them for the payment. said the bald middle-aged man with an angry face. Who said it wasn't true? Not only did the damn Arctic Fox Company not pay me for the returned goods, they also didn't deliver on the order I placed with them, and they even owe me a penalty for breach of contract. It adds up to over $800,000. If they don't give me an explanation today, I'm going to sue them in court. Old Lou, wearing sunglasses, was very emotional. As a dealer, they were most afraid of being owed money. Don't be fooled by the large number of people who showed up at this dealer conference. I reckon most of them are here to collect debts. At this moment, a younger-looking man came over and looked at the two dealers who were complaining to each other and asked, "What are you two talking about?" The man's expression seemed extremely calm, which formed a sharp contrast with the indignant expressions of bald Bosley and old Lou in sunglasses. The two of them were surprisingly polite in front of this man who was younger than them. "It's President Yen. I didn't expect you to be able to attend the Arctic Fox Company's dealer conference in person. With your business being so large, Arctic Fox must owe you a lot of money. Are you here in person to collect the debt?" The man known as Mr. Yen shook his head and said, "That's not the case. Arctic Fox Company is making a big move this time. If we can seize the opportunity, we might be able to make a fortune. Compared to this opportunity, those overdue payments are nothing." After hearing what Mr. Yen said, Bosley and old Lou in sunglasses looked at each other and asked quickly, "It seems that Mr. Yen has inside information. Can you tell us?" "Don't worry, I don't know much either. After the conference begins, President Gon of Arctic Fox will definitely explain it clearly." After that, he signed his name on the attendance list and walked into the venue. Many dealers in the surrounding area heard what Mr. Yen had just said and began to discuss it. Some of them got the news of this dealer conference from the Bay North Fox store. I started telling others about the great event at the Arctic Fox store during that time. This immediately aroused the curiosity of a group of dealers, who gathered around to inquire. There was a lot of noise until the meeting was about to start. Only then did this large group of dealers enter the venue and take their seats under the guidance of the staff. The venue, which could accommodate 500 people, was immediately more than half full. With the discussion before the meeting, the curiosity of all dealers was aroused. However, the person who just revealed the inside information didn't know much himself, and what he said was only half understood, which made these dealers even more anxious. Finally, after the meeting started, Gon Yuru, dressed in formal attire, walked to the podium in the conference hall. First, she thanked all the dealers for coming to support her as usual. Then, without any further ado, Gon Yuru directly projected a set of data onto the screen with a projector. Bay Arctic Fox store 45 square meters, later expanded to 90 square meters. Main products, Arctic Fox thermal underwear. Sales cycle, 7 days. Cumulative number of products sold, 21,897 sets. Average daily sales, 3. Cumulative sales. Average daily net profit? When these data were released, there was an uproar in the conference room. The sales volume of 21,897 units in just 1 week is already astonishing. Especially since this data is only from a store of less than 100 square meters. What's more, what they sell are warm clothes. It's summer now. If we wait until autumn and winter, the sales volume will double. Looking at the surprised expressions of the dealers below the stage, Gon Yuru's face was also filled with joy and pride. Thinking that such exaggerated sales data was achieved by Meng Lang alone, she couldn't help but admire him. If she were to run this store herself, she would be very satisfied if she could get 1/10 of the data. Such exaggerated data naturally made it difficult for the people in the audience to believe. Everyone here is a veteran in the clothing industry. Such data really goes against common sense. Immediately, some people began to raise doubts. "Boss Gon, are you mistaken about this data? How could a store sell so many thermal clothes in a week? My store can't even sell that many thermal clothes in a year. It's summer now. What are consumers going to do with all these thermal clothes?" That's right, we all know that Arctic Fox is having difficulties right now, but you can't fool us with fake data. Seeing the audience's heated discussion, Gon Yuru quickly spoke up, "Please be quiet. Of the bosses present, there should be some who do business in the Jiangdong clothing market. Could someone please come forward and help me prove how our store's business is doing?" Someone immediately stood up and said, "I can help prove it. The Arctic Fox store is right next to my house. Because the business is so good, they can't squeeze into their store, so they sold my store as well. That is why the area of this store expanded from 45 square meters at the beginning to 90 square meters later. Seeing how good their business is, I was tempted to try it, so I came here to take a look. However, the young boss who spoke didn't know many people present, and after hearing what he said, someone immediately stood up to question it. This boss looks unfamiliar. Could he be Mr. Gon's hired help? As soon as these words were spoken, a lot of discussion suddenly broke out in the room. So a man who looked quite young stood up. I can also prove that what Mr. Gon said is true. I've been to this store and it's indeed doing brisk business every day. The person who spoke was Boss Yen. As soon as he spoke, the questioning voices present immediately subsided. It's not just because he is a well-known clothing dealer, but also because he is a major shareholder of Jiangdong clothing market. Therefore, his words are naturally very convincing. With him as a guarantor, the data provided by Gon Yuru is naturally not false. Chapter 83, The Dealers Who Are Excited. It seems that this data is true. No matter how powerful the Arctic Fox Company is, they can't possibly ask President Yen to cooperate with them as a shill. That's right, but this sales figure is outrageous. I don't know how Arctic Fox did it. What do you think Arctic Fox is trying to do by releasing this kind of data? Are they trying to get us to join the Arctic Fox store? These sales are truly astonishing, but I'm not sure if they're making any money. Look at the data, the profit column is full of question marks. Are they operating at a loss and just making a profit? Otherwise, how could they have such high sales? Seeing that someone had finally brought up the topic of hidden profits in the projected data, Gon Yuru finally spoke again. When doing business, profit is undoubtedly the most important thing. But please bear with me for a moment, and we'll reveal the answer to this mystery later. After she finished speaking, she picked up a set of thermal clothing from the table beside her and asked the audience, "Does anyone know the factory price of this set of thermal clothing?" The experienced people in the clothing industry present could guess the factory price just by looking at the material of the clothes. This should be produced by our Guangwei garment factory. The factory price is about 50 yuan. The person who spoke was the owner of a clothing factory. If Meng Lang was there, he would definitely recognize him. This man's name is Ma Guangwei. The Zhangbei Arctic Fox store supplies all its thermal clothing to him. Meng Lang has met him several times in the store. "Boss, the products produced by your clothing factory are very good. The quality is not much worse than the clothes produced by the Arctic Fox factory." Gon Yuru praised sincerely, saying that if the clothing quality was not up to standard, the store would definitely not have achieved such high sales in this week. Consumers are not stupid. If the quality is not good, they will not buy it even if it is sold cheaply. The owner of the clothing factory quickly waved his hand and said, "My factory is small, and the quality of our products is definitely not as good as Arctic Fox's. If there is a chance for us to cooperate with Arctic Fox and learn from them, that would be great. There must be a chance." After saying this, Gon Yuru brought the topic back to the topic. A product of qualified quality has a factory price of only 50 yuan, but if you put an Arctic Fox tag on it and replace it with Arctic Fox packaging, how much do you think it can be sold for? After hearing Gon Yuru say this, some dealers in the audience had already guessed what the purpose of Gon Yuru's convening of this dealer conference was. After all, Arctic Fox is not the first company to try the business of selling tags. Before this, Hengyi Wangxiang had been selling it for several years. But there were still some people in the audience who had not thought it through and were actively thinking about the questions raised by Gon Yuru. If I could put an Arctic Fox tag on it, I could sell it for at least 100 yuan a set. Not only that, a genuine Arctic Fox thermal jacket would cost 200 yuan a set. I think people would be rushing to buy it even if it was only 150 yuan. That's not just a set of clothes where we can make hundreds of dollars. This is much more profitable than what we used to do before, buying from Arctic Fox Company and selling it. Some people also substituted their own estimated prices into the sales data that Gon Yuru had just shown. After a quick calculation, he screamed in surprise. If you make 100% and sell more than 20,000 sets a week, that means you make more than 2 million, and almost 10 million a month. Some dealers who had visited the specialty stores could not stand it anymore and quickly interrupted these people's random guesses. Don't make wild guesses. Their store only sells them for 79 yuan a set, and they give away eggs. Otherwise, how could they have such good business? That's a lot of money. Besides, Arctic Fox must have kept the price so low just to have good sales figures. If we open a store somewhere else and sell it for 89 or 99%, it will still sell well. After listening to the dealers below finish their discussion, Gon Yuru spoke again. You guessed it right, Arctic Fox Company plans to start the brand licensing model from today. The data I just released is the result of our trial operation. I believe everyone has seen that our Arctic Fox brand licensing has great potential. Boss Gone, how much is the Arctic Fox brand license going to sell? It's so profitable, I'm definitely buying it. The dealers in the audience are all business savvy. After knowing the selling price and sales volume, they can figure out with a little calculation that after deducting all costs, the store can make at least $500,000 this week. That's $500,000 a week, and at least $2 or $3 million a month. Even if the sales of their stores don't reach the level of the Arctic Fox stores, even if they can only reach half or 1/3 of that, they can still make $1 million in profit a month. This is still the off-season for thermal clothing sales. If we wait until autumn and winter, it would not be surprising if the number doubles. With such high profits, they naturally flocked to it. Seeing that the scene was so lively, Gonyuru no longer hid her feelings. She pressed the remote control in her hand and the PPT switched to the next page. The pricing displayed is for the brand licensing program. The brand licensing fee is 120,000 yuan year, the tag price for thermal underwear is 10 yuan set, underwear is 5 yuan piece, and socks are 3 yuan piece. Seeing this price, the dealers below immediately started to calculate in their minds. The licensing fee, which seems to be the largest, is secondary. Compared with such an exaggerated sales volume, 120,000 a year is really not worth mentioning. However, the tag fee for each product may not seem like much, but when multiplied by the sales quantity, it becomes a very high fee. Take the sales data of specialty stores as an example. If the tag fee is 10 yuan per set of thermal clothing, then the sales volume of 20,000 sets this week means that Arctic Fox Company will have to pay a tag tax of 200,000 yuan. This directly accounts for about 40% of the total profit. In order to reduce the proportion of tag fees in each business, they have no choice but to increase the price of their products. According to the supply and demand relationship, every 1 point increase in price will result in a 1 point decrease in sales. The trade-off requires dealers to precisely control this. Boss Gone, I can accept the 120,000 yuan annual licensing fee, but isn't the tag price a bit too high? With such a high tag price, we're all working for Arctic Fox. Yes, Mr. Gone, do you think there's room for negotiation on the price of this tag? Even if you increase the authorization fee a little, I can accept it. Gonyuru looked at the dealers who were in an uproar, but shook her head decisively. This price was negotiated between her and Meng Lang, and it was definitely within the dealer's affordability. What's more, this is the first time to set the price for brand authorization, so she definitely cannot give in. Otherwise, at every dealer conference in the future, if the dealers just unite and make trouble, she will have to lower the price. Then the brand licensing business will be impossible to do. Chapter 84 Running fast doesn't guarantee victory, but not falling is success. Since the price cannot be lowered, Gonyuru naturally has to find a way to convince the dealers in the audience that purchasing the Arctic Fox brand authorization and tags at such a price is absolutely worth the money. Please be quiet for a moment and listen to me. As everyone knows, some time ago, Arctic Fox Company's reputation was severely damaged due to clothing quality issues. To be honest, I was ready to go bankrupt at that time. But someone told me that Arctic Fox Company cannot just abandon the reputation it has built for more than 10 years. As long as we sincerely repent, consumers will give us a chance to reform. So, I made a promise in front of the TV camera that I would pay 10 times the compensation for the substandard products sold before in half a month. Facts have also proved that consumers are indeed willing to pay for the sincerity of our Arctic Fox Company. After the news was broadcast, the business of our pilot store became better and better. There are only 3 days left before the 2-week compensation deadline, and we are prepared to spend 30 million to compensate consumers. I believe that from this point everyone can see the determination of our Arctic Fox Company. We will do our best to operate the Arctic Fox brand well and will never let it be tarnished again. Therefore, I cannot change the licensing fee. In the future, we will need to spend a lot of money on brand operations, advertising, celebrity endorsements, and other operational plans. I can promise you that every penny paid to Arctic Fox will not be wasted and will be converted into real sales under our operation. After listening to Gonyuru's speech, the audience suddenly became quiet for a while. They were moved by Gonyuru's generous speech, but more people accurately captured an important message. Arctic Fox will pay 30 million to compensate consumers in a few days. The announcement of 10 times compensation alone was enough to make the Arctic Fox store's business so popular. If we were to use actual cash to compensate consumers, that would be heaven as befall. Such a large amount of compensation, if properly marketed and promoted, would definitely cause a huge social sensation. If they could open an Arctic Fox authorized store before this, they would definitely be able to take advantage of this favorable trend and become an instant hit. Even though Arctic Fox's tag tax is indeed a bit high, they still make the bulk of the profits. Thinking of this, the dealers all felt itchy, as if they could already see piles of money waving towards them. Boss gone, I'm willing to buy the brand license. Can we sign the contract today? And me. I'm willing to sign too. While some people are still hesitating, many people are already eager to sign the contract. Gonyuru looked at the dealers who responded actively in the audience, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Everyone, don't worry. When the meeting is over, bosses who are interested in signing can stay. We plan to release 300 brand licenses this time, so everyone has a chance. It would have been fine if she hadn't said anything. The dealers in the audience didn't expect that there would be a limit on the amount of brand authorization released this time, and they immediately became anxious. The number of dealers attending the meeting must have exceeded 300. Once the specific content of this dealer conference is announced, there will definitely be dealers in other more distant provinces who will rush over and compete to sign contracts. There are not enough of these 300 authorized places. Some smaller dealers suddenly became worried. If the authorization quotas were snatched away by those wealthy big bosses, these small fry would have nowhere to cry. Boss gone. Isn't 300 too few? There aren't enough for everyone here, not to mention the many colleagues who haven't come yet. Upon hearing this, Gonyuru replied calmly, the 300 quotas were chosen after careful consideration. If too many brand licenses were granted at once, it might lead to market saturation. By then, competition would be too intense, and no one would be able to make any money. That would be bad. And we also need to consider the issue of product quality supervision of authorized stores. Let me be frank, Arctic Fox was able to restore its brand image in the minds of consumers through the joint efforts of everyone in 10 times the compensation. After obtaining brand authorization, please do not be greedy for temporary profits and sell counterfeit products. Doing so is damaging the reputation of Arctic Fox and the jobs of all dealers. Arctic Fox will definitely pursue this matter to the end. Once we receive a report from a consumer, we will revoke the brand authorization and require the company to compensate the consumer at 10 times the selling price. We will clearly state this in the brand licensing agreement. If you have any objections to this, you can get up and leave now. When the people in the audience heard this, no one stood up and left. Although many people had already started to make such plans, after hearing what Gonyuru said, they did not dare to stand up and offend the public. Instead, they all echoed Gonyuru's statement, patting their chests and guaranteeing that they would never do such a thing. If they knew that anyone dared to ruin the reputation of Arctic Fox with inferior products, they would definitely attack him. Businessmen are all profit-driven. Although they make solemn promises now, there will definitely be people who will secretly recharge the batteries at that time. This is human nature and there is no way to change it. You can make 500,000 yuan a month by selling goods at a cost of 50 yuan. If you use goods with a cost price of 20 yuan, you can make at least 1.5 million yuan a month. Everyone can do the math, and there will definitely be people who take risks hoping for luck. This is also the reason why Gonyuru was only willing to release authorization for 300 brands. If too many authorizations are issued, there will not be enough people to supervise and inspect. In order to maintain the reputation of the Arctic Fox brand as much as possible, Gonyuru and Meng Lang discussed a number of solutions. For example, open a 24-hour hotline and post a complaint phone number in a conspicuous location on product tags in authorized stores. Regularly send people to authorized stores to check product quality, etc. These contents will also be written in the brand authorization contract. The reason why so many regulatory mechanisms are established for authorized stores is to prevent Arctic Foxes from following the same fate as the Antarctic people in their previous lives in the future. After all, Antarctic's lesson was too tragic, as it fell from a behemoth with a peak market value of 60 billion to a small shrimp with a market value of less than 3 billion. If you want to prevent it from happening, you must nip the signs of degeneration in the bud. Even if it will affect the Arctic Fox's early development speed, it is worth it. Didn't a well-known entrepreneur say that? Running fast doesn't guarantee victory, but not stumbling is success. Chapter 85, Competing for Contract. Having said that, Gonyuru has said everything she needs to say. It's time for dealers to make their choices. If you're interested in signing a brand licensing agreement, you can sign up now. As long as you meet the basic requirements and are willing to work with us to maintain the Arctic Fox brand image, we will be your steadfast allies. After Gon Yuru finished speaking, she asked the staff to distribute an authorization agreement to each dealer in the audience. Anyone who was interested in signing a contract could come to her with the agreement to sign the contract. As soon as the agreement was distributed, some people rushed towards Gon Yuru and surrounded the podium before they even received the agreement. Before, they all looked polite to each other. But when it comes to making money, they are not so polite and push and shove each other. There are only 300 brand licenses available, and not everyone present here will be able to get one. If you miss this opportunity to make a fortune, you will just have to watch your peers make money. That would be more painful than losing money themselves. However, this dealer conference has arranged the stronger dealers in the front row. They have the advantage of location and can easily squeeze to the front if they want. Yan Kuang, a major shareholder of Jiangdong Clothing Market, is one of them. Soon it was his turn. He walked up to Gon Yuru, shook her hand, and said, "Boss, Gon's reforms to Arctic Fox really opened my eyes." When dealing with a powerful distributor like Yan Kuang, Gon Yuru showed much more patience than she did with other ordinary distributors. She explained with a smile, "This isn't my credit. In fact, the Arctic Fox Company's reforms were directed by a master. I was just following his plan." Hearing Gon Yuru say this, Yan Kuang became more curious. "Your Arctic Fox Company actually has such a person hidden. We've been dealing with each other for so many years, but how come I've never heard you, President Gon, mention him? If you have the chance, you must introduce him to me." Yan Kuang has become well known in the clothing industry at the age of over 30, so he must have a very sharp vision. He could tell from the plan announced by Gon Yuru that in just 2 days, news would come out that Arctic Fox Company would make large compensation to consumers. Arctic Fox is a company that will definitely soar on the spot, judging by the data from its previous pilot stores. The 300 licenses issued this time will enable Arctic Fox to earn hundreds of millions of profits every year just from the license plate tax. At the same time, it also transformed Arctic Fox from an asset-heavy clothing manufacturing company into an asset-light company that can make huge profits solely through marketing and brand licensing. Even in its heyday, Arctic Fox Company could achieve an annual turnover of more than 200 million, but its profit was only tens of millions. The person who could bring back such vigorous vitality to the Arctic Fox Company that was about to go bankrupt and who made plans for Gon Yuru was simply a genius in the business world. Yan Kuang naturally wanted to get to know such a person if he had the chance. "There will be a chance, and I will introduce him to Mr. Yen." Gon Yuru replied with a smile. "Then it's a deal. By the way, does your authorization program have a tiered agency policy? You also know that I have many friends in the industry, many of whom did not come today. They will definitely not be included in your 300 places, but I have to consider my friends. How about this, we sign a tiered agency contract, and if my friends want to get authorization, I will directly give them the next level authorization. I won't take a penny from their brand licensing fees, I'll hand it all over to Arctic Fox. We'll split the tag tax 70% to 30%. I'll just earn a little hard-earned money. What do you think, Mr. Gon?" Hearing Yan Kuang's suggestion, Gon Yuru couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. I thought to myself, it's no wonder that Yan Kuang has made such a great name for himself at such a young age. He has a very good plan. Although he said nice things and that he would only charge 30% of the tag tax for helping to promote Arctic Fox's authorization to his dealer friends, once he integrated all the familiar dealers, he would have the capital to negotiate terms with Gon Yuru. At that time, he wanted to adjust the tag tax to a 50-50 split, or he could take 70%. Arctic Fox Company was afraid of the dealers who stood with him, so it had no choice but to accept it. If the Arctic Fox brand licensing ecosystem is regarded as a country, Yan Kuang's behavior is equivalent to making a request to the emperor at the founding ceremony, saying that he wants to divide the land and be crowned king. As the ruler of the empire, Gon Yuru naturally could not agree to such an outrageous request. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yan, but we at Arctic Fox don't have any such plans at the moment. This brand authorization is only for retail stores facing consumers." Yan Kuang showed a little regret when he heard this, but he did not force it. He made this suggestion just to give it a try. Being rejected didn't cause him any loss, it was just a matter of saying a few more words. But if Gon Yuru agreed, he would make a fortune. What he was actually thinking about was not how much money he could make from the Arctic Fox's distribution authorization. What he was looking at was that if he could get the distribution authorization, he could use it to tie up a large number of dealers and form an organization similar to an industry association. Once Arctic Fox's brand licensing plan is successful, other well-known clothing companies will surely follow suit. By then, these dealers tied to his hands will be of extraordinary value. He can fully utilize the dealer group under his control to negotiate terms with those companies that have just started brand licensing. This will continue to expand his influence among the dealer group, and over time, his position in the clothing industry will become unshakable. Who knows, by then, any clothing company that wants to operate in the country will have to rely on him. By then he will be the uncrowned king of the clothing industry. If Meng Lang knew about his plan, he might call him a genius. But even if he can do everything he wants, he can never become the uncrowned king of the clothing industry. Because the era of e-commerce is about to arrive. In Yan Kuang's plan, all his distribution channels are traditional offline channels. These traditional offline distribution channels will soon face a severe blow under the impact of e-commerce. The prices of clothing in offline stores are simply no match for Taobao special offers. His calculations were doomed to be in vain. Okay then. I'll do as Mr. Gon says. But if you ever want to sign a distribution authorization plan in the future, you must notify me first. Sure. Gon Yuru nodded and smiled politely to show her agreement. After Yan Kuang left with the signed authorization contract, Gon Yuru looked at the surging crowd behind her and took a deep breath. I'm afraid I'll be busy until dark today. Chapter 86, Li Shunchang was sidelined. Li Shunchang knew that Gon Yuru was holding a dealer meeting today, but Gon Yuru was afraid that he would cause trouble, so she specially arranged other things for him. By the time he finished his work and rushed to the venue, the signing process had already begun. Li Shunchang hurriedly asked around and finally learned the purpose of Gon Yuru's dealer conference. It was also the first time he learned about the brand licensing plan. After hearing this, he was stunned. Why has no one ever told him such a big thing? He is the head of the production department of the Arctic Fox Company, and he is in charge of most of the employees of the Arctic Fox Company. He can be regarded as the second most powerful person in the entire Arctic Fox Company. How come he was completely unaware of such a major company reform? Moreover, Arctic Fox will be selling tags in the future, which is basically the responsibility of the sales department. Then what should he, the head of the production department, do? Is he supposed to be solely responsible for producing hang tags? Isn't that ridiculous? After finally waiting for the lunch break, Li Shunchang approached Gon Yuru and angrily asked, "The company wants to change its business strategy. Why didn't you discuss it with me?" Seeing Li Shunchang like this, Gon Yuru's brows immediately frowned. Why should I consult you about any decision I make? Hearing Gon Yuru's impolite words, Li Shunchang clenched his fists. Gon Yuru was not like this before. In the past, whenever she encountered any difficult problems, she would consult him and Gon Yuyen. Even though his suggestion was not adopted in the end, the attitude towards him was still very polite. When did she become so arbitrary? Was it after the last incident of substandard products broke out? No, Gon Yuru's attitude towards him didn't change much at that time. At most, she blamed him a little because he, the head of the production department, did not find the problem with the product. Li Shunchang carefully recalled his experiences during this period and finally discovered the beginning of Gon Yuru's change. It was after that kid named Meng Lang appeared. That's right. It must be that little bastard. I don't know what kind of love potion he gave to his sister-in-law to make her so distant from him. Even his own niece, Gon Yuru's own daughter, couldn't speak as well as that little bastard Meng Lang. This brand licensing plan was most likely the brainchild of that little bastard. What is he trying to do? He's going to destroy Arctic Fox. Can Arctic Fox Company succeed in doing this? So what if I can make money? If the Arctic Fox Company gave up production, would it still be the Arctic Fox Company? Even if things develop well, what does it have to do with him, Li Shunchang? No, he couldn't let Gon Yuru continue to be so stubborn. Sister-in-law. My eldest brother had to work hard to build Arctic Fox Company even though he had to eat coarse food. It wasn't easy. Why are you doing this? You're going to destroy Arctic Fox Company. What Gon Yuru hated most about Li Shunchang was that he always brought up her late husband. In the past, his suggestions were for the company's benefit, so Gon Yuru tolerated them. But today, Arctic Fox Company is about to usher in a new life. However, he did not know when to advance or retreat, and went against her for his own selfish desires, so Gon Yuru was not going to indulge him. Don't mention your eldest brother anymore. I know better than you how Arctic Fox Company was built. I was the one who ate coarse food with him, and I was the one who stayed up late with him to work. But you, clearly unable to make it outside, begged your eldest brother to let you join the company. After all these years, you haven't achieved any outstanding results. If it weren't for your eldest brother looking after you, would you have been able to become the head of the production department? When Li Shunchang heard this, his old face suddenly turned red and his whole body was shaking with anger. He originally thought that he had worked at Arctic Fox for many years and, even if he had no merits, he had worked hard. Unexpectedly, in Gon Yuru's eyes, she was just a scoundrel who relied on her elder brother's support to sit in a high position. In fact, Gon Yuru has not said anything more unpleasant. Calling him a scoundrel is an understatement. Gon Yuru has always suspected that he was behind the previous product failure incident. If she hadn't been so busy with the brand licensing project recently, she would have investigated the situation long ago. Alright. I never thought that all my years of hard work at Arctic Fox would be worthless in your eyes. Remember what I just said. If you are so ungrateful, I will definitely make you pay the price. After saying that, Li Shunchang turned around and left with an angry look on his face. Gon Yuru still had to deal with many dealers later and was too lazy to argue with him. Meng Lang naturally knew that today was the Arctic Fox Company's dealer conference, which would determine the future prospects of the Arctic Fox Company. But it seemed that he could not help in going there, and he had been fighting with Sang Wanyun all night, so it was already late when he got up, so he simply did not go to the venue. He went directly to the Arctic Fox Company and strolled onto the production line to inspect it. The workshop director on the production line saw Meng Lang wandering around aimlessly on the production line. Fearing that he would delay production, he hurried over to ask him to leave. He knew that Meng Lang was Gon Yuru's partner, so he was quite polite when he spoke. "Mr. Meng, what can I do for you? It's not safe to wander around on the production line. If you have anything to say, you can come to the office to talk." Meng Lang did not refuse and followed the workshop director named Ji Jicheng towards his office, asking questions about the production line along the way. "Director Ji, how many employees do we have here?" This information was not very confidential, so Ji Jicheng did not hide it. When it was fully staffed, there were about 1,000 people. However, since the accident some time ago and the suspension of production, many people have resigned and found other jobs. Now there are only about 700 to 800 people in the factory. Most of these 700 or 800 people are now idle. Apart from the few orders you give them, there is nothing to do. The company only pays them a basic salary, which is not much money at all. If the company does not arrange production, I am afraid that more and more people will resign. Listening to Ji Jicheng's tone, Meng Lang could feel a strong resentment. It seemed that the entire production department was very dissatisfied with Gon Yuru's delay in resuming production. What is the approximate salary of an average factory worker? How is it calculated? Meng Lang continued to ask. He was about to take over this garment factory with hundreds of workers, so naturally he had to understand some basic conditions. Ji Jicheng didn't answer after hearing this. Salary was a company secret and he definitely wouldn't tell outsiders about it. Why is Mr. Meng asking this? Are you planning to open a clothing factory as well? Seeing that Ji Jicheng was unwilling to disclose, Meng Lang planned to take out his contract for acquiring the production line. According to the contract, the labor relations of all employees on the production line were transferred to him, which naturally included Ji Jicheng, the workshop director. Meng Lang asked about his employees' salaries, and there was definitely no problem. But just before he took out the contract, he heard an angry voice coming from the factory door. "Where's old Ji? Come out quickly and call everyone over. I'll take you to Gon Yuru to ask for an explanation." Chapter 87, Inciting Workers to Riot. Go to Gon Yuru and ask for the truth? What truth do you want? After hearing the sound, Meng Lang hurried out to check. Li Shunchang was standing at the factory door with his hands on his hips, looking aggressive. It was lunchtime, and many workers saw their boss yelling and gathered around. Ji Jicheng naturally ran to Li Shunchang and asked, "Boss Li, what's going on?" Li Shunchang saw Ji Jicheng coming and quickly said to him, "Go and gather all the workers. I'll take you to find Gon Yuru. There are hundreds of people there. Bringing so many people to see President Gon? It's not appropriate, right?" Ji Jicheng evaded. He is not stupid. Li Shunchang is so angry, he must have had a conflict with Gon Yuru. Although he was dissatisfied with Gon Yuru's business strategy, he could also distinguish between the big and small kings. Arctic Fox is a family business, and it is normal for relatives to have some conflicts. If he, an outsider, gets involved, and if the other party makes peace one day, he will be in a difficult position. I told you to call someone, so just go and call someone. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Li Shunchang was so angry with Gan Yuru that he wanted to bring people to ruin her dealer conference to see how she would continue to promote her brand licensing plan, and also let her see whether he was as useless as she said. Even after being scolded by Li Shunchang, Ji Jiqiang remained indifferent. "Boss Li, you should calm down first. You and Boss Gan can discuss any conflicts you have. Don't involve us." Upon hearing this, Li Shunchang became even angrier. "All right. You're going against me too, right? Don't take yourself too seriously. Without you, will I be unable to command the people below me?" After that, Li Shunchang stopped paying attention to Ji Jiqiang and shouted directly to the workers around him, "Everyone, listen up. Gan Yuru has been reluctant to arrange orders for us. With a base salary of just over 1,000 yuan, how can it be enough for our employees to support their families? If Arctic Fox Company continues to run like this, it will go bankrupt sooner or later. For the future of Arctic Fox Company, and for everyone to earn enough money to support their families, I have decided to take you to find Gan Yuru and ask for an explanation." Under Li Shunchang's encouragement, many workers were actually eager to try it out. They had no choice. Since the last product accident, the factory had been shut down for more than half a month. Their salary mainly consists of base salary plus piece rate wages. Although Meng Lang had orders for OEM production of sexy lingerie, these orders were not enough to be shared by so many workers. If production is not resumed, their basic salary will not be enough for them to live on. Now with Li Shunchang, the head of the production department, taking the lead, they are no longer afraid of offending the company's boss. "Mr. Li, we're going with you. If you don't start work, my daughter won't be able to pay her tuition for next semester." "That's right. We must get an explanation from President Gan today. If he doesn't start work, we'll all resign and find another job." Seeing the workers being motivated by him, Li Shunchang felt the pleasure of his evil plan succeeding. He couldn't wait to see what expression Gan Yuru would have when she saw him and a large group of workers surrounding the venue of the dealer conference. But just as he was about to lead a group of workers towards the venue, a young figure suddenly blocked his way. "Stand still. Where are you taking my fellow workers?" Li Shunchang looked at Meng Lang standing in front of him and gritted his teeth. If it weren't for that little beast Meng Lang, how could things have developed to this point? If Meng Lang hadn't caused trouble, Li Shunchang would still be the second most powerful person in Arctic Fox Company, instead of being isolated by Gan Yuru like now. In his mind, even if Arctic Fox went bankrupt, it would be better for him than the current situation. Maybe Gan Yuru, who lost her career, needs someone to rely on even more, and he still has a chance to take advantage of the situation. By then, with his accumulation over the years and the property left to Gan Yuru by his brother, he can still live a comfortable life. But now, all fantasies have become a bubble. The Arctic Fox Company was on the verge of taking off, but it had nothing to do with Li Shunchang. How could he accept this? "You little bastard. Get out of here. What does our Arctic Fox Company's internal affairs have to do with you?" Li Shunchang cursed at Meng Lang. Meng Lang was not annoyed when he was scolded. In his previous life, when he was live streaming to hook up with beautiful women, he was often scolded by those beautiful women's lickers. He didn't care about being scolded for playing with the goddess that others had been thinking about. However, this reminded Meng Lang of an old joke from a long time ago. He just wondered if Li Shunchang would fall for it. So Meng Lang looked at Li Shunchang, scratched his ears, as if he hadn't heard clearly, and asked, "Who are you scolding, you little bastard?" It was the first time Li Shunchang had seen Meng Lang actively asking for a scolding, so he quickly continued to scold, "You little bastard, I'm scolding you." Meng Lang didn't expect that Li Shunchang could actually be fooled, and he couldn't help laughing. Even many of the workers following behind him laughed out loud. This sentence comes from Jin Yong's The Return of the Condor Heroes. The mainland version of The Return of the Condor Heroes has only been broadcast for a few years, and this line is included in it. Many people are impressed by this sentence. They never expected that the plot in the TV series could actually happen in real life. Even those who don't know this sentence will come to their senses after seeing so many people laughing and thinking about it for a while. Suddenly, there was laughter at the factory door. Li Shunchang's face suddenly turned purple with anger, and he wanted to punch Meng Lang in the face. However, it was impossible for him to engage in a full-scale fight with Meng Lang in public. He simply snorted coldly, walked around Meng Lang and headed towards the venue. Meng Lang, however, stood in front of the group and said to Li Shunchang, "You can leave, but they can't." "Why? They are my employees, why should they listen to you?" "Who said they're still your employees?" Don't you know that Sister Yuru has already sold the entire production line, the accompanying factory buildings and warehouses, and the labor relations of the workers on the production line to me? In other words, all the workers on the production line are now my employees. Do you understand? Li Shunchang looked at the contract in Meng Lang's hand and was stunned. The long list of things that Meng Lang reported just now were all managed by him, but they were all sold to others by Gan Yuru, and he was completely unaware of it. He was unwilling and dared not believe that this was true. This is impossible. Why didn't I receive any notification? Meng Lang looked at him and sneered, do you own shares in Arctic Fox? Why did Sister Yuru need to notify you when she disposed of the company's assets? Chapter 88. The best is yet to come. Li Shunchang was speechless for a moment after hearing Meng Lang's question, but he still said unconvincedly, that's not right. Gan Yuru definitely didn't inform Mr. Zhou that she didn't give you the production line. If Mr. Zhou knew, he would definitely tell me. Looking at Li Xuanshan's somewhat panicked face, Meng Lang just thought he was a clown. Seeing that he could incite the workers, we thought he was very powerful. But it turned out that he had been marginalized so badly that he didn't even know that the company's shareholders had changed. That's none of my business. Anyway, I absolutely don't agree with you taking my employees away now. The group of garment workers behind Li Shunchang were also dumbfounded at this time, and they were also panicked at this time. Unexpectedly, they were sold to someone else along with the entire factory. However, Li Shunchang didn't have time to care about their feelings at this time. He quickly walked to a corner, took out his mobile phone and called Zhou Dong. He has now fallen out with Gan Yuru. Without Zhou Dong's support, there would be no chance for him to turn things around in Arctic Fox Company. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected. There was a lot of noise on Zhou Dong's side, and it seemed that a drinking party was going on. Mr. Zhou, Gan Yuru has sold all of the Arctic Fox production lines. Are you aware of this? Zhou Dong was drinking with a real estate tycoon he had recently met and had no time to care about the affairs of Arctic Fox Company. What's more, the shares of Arctic Fox Company had already been transferred to Sang Wanyun by him, so it had nothing to do with him anymore. He even felt a little secretly happy when he heard the news. Even the production line has been sold. Arctic Fox Company must have reached the end of the road and may even be insolvent. In this way, he sold his shares in Arctic Fox for 3 million and made a profit. So, he just perfunctorily replied on the phone, Arctic Fox is in such a mess, it's normal to sell the production line. It's better than bankruptcy and liquidation in the future. Mr. Zhou, you're the second largest shareholder of Arctic Fox. Don't you care about these things at all? Gan Yuru is now working on some brand licensing plan and hanging tag business. Is this going to destroy Arctic Fox? Li Shunchang deliberately only said that Gan Yuru wanted to do brand licensing and avoided talking about the profits of brand licensing, hoping that Zhou Dong could support him in stopping Gan Yuru's plan. But now he is doing completely useless work. Not to mention that Zhou Dong doesn't have any shares in Arctic Fox Company now. Even if he did have shares, he would not bother to care about Arctic Fox's affairs because he is so eager to get into the real estate circle. Gan Yuru is the major shareholder. It's her business to do whatever she wants. Don't bother me anymore. Seeing Zhou Dong was about to hang up the phone, Li Shunchang suddenly became anxious. Mr. Zhou, don't forget that it was you who introduced the batch of raw materials that caused the Arctic Fox product accident last time. If I hadn't helped you conceal it, Gan Yuru would have found out long ago. There was a hint of threat in Li Xuanchang's words. You got a lot of benefits back then, didn't you? Why are you using this to threaten me? Zhou Dong felt that Li Shunchang was crazy. These were all tacitly known things, but he dared to bring them up openly. We are all on the same boat. If I don't live well, we will all be doomed. I want to stop Gan Yuru, Zhou Dong, you must support me. Li Xuanchang's tone was hysterical. Seeing Li Xuanchang's state, Zhou Dong knew that this man had really gone crazy. He could only calm him down first and not let him know that he no longer had shares in Arctic Fox Company. If Li Shunchang really wanted to drag him into the water, it would be difficult for him. Okay. I'll do whatever you say. I'll support you no matter what you do. After receiving a positive answer, Li Shunchang finally felt more confident, and the plan he had kept in mind for a long time finally had a basis for implementation. Although the sale of the production line could not be changed, he could still incite the workers to cause trouble and stop Gan Yuru's brand licensing plan. Now he no longer thinks about getting Gan Yuru. He just wanted Gan Yuru to pay the price. Since Gon Yuru looks down on him so much, let her watch how he destroys the Arctic Fox Company. Li Shunchang turned to the hesitant garment factory workers and said, "Brothers, your labor contracts are signed with Arctic Fox Company." Although Gon Yuru sold the production line to this guy, according to the law, the transfer of labor relations requires the consent of the employee himself. So if you don't agree to work for this guy, you will still be an employee of Arctic Fox Company. You don't need to listen to his nonsense here. Meng Lang listened to Li Xuanchang's words. Although he knew that he was talking nonsense, he thought that he was capable of coming up with a set of rhetoric in such a short time. The facts are not what he said. The employer in the labor contract signed by the garment workers is the Shun Garment Factory, a subsidiary of Arctic Fox Company. The contract signed by Gon Yuru and Meng Lang was actually the transfer contract of Shun Garment Factory. Legally, this is a transfer of property rights. As long as it does not affect normal operations, it does not require the consent of employees, and there is no such thing as compensation. However, Meng Lang was too lazy to argue with Li Shunchang about this. Li Shunchang had been managing the production department for so many years, and these garment workers must trust him more. There was no point in arguing with him. Meng Lang's gaze passed over Li Shunchang and turned to the workers standing behind him. He said loudly, "Anyone willing to stay in the factory will receive a 10% salary increase. I can also guarantee that within 5 days, the production line will be fully operational, and everyone will receive a sufficient piecework wage." As soon as these words were spoken, the looks these garment workers gave Meng Lang instantly changed from hatred to respect. The previous moment, they were still worried about the future and were indignant because Gon Yuru sold them to a young boy. But after hearing the guarantee of salary increase and full resumption of work, the resentment in their hearts quickly disappeared. They don't know anything else, but they know that bosses who are willing to raise wages are definitely conscientious bosses. Don't think that 10% of the salary is not a lot. But over the course of a year, it's equivalent to more than a month's extra salary. For these low-level workers, it is not a small amount. Meng Lang had planned the salary increase early on, otherwise he would not have specifically asked Ji Jiqiang about the workers' salaries. He was a newcomer to the factory, and if he didn't show some favors, he would definitely encounter layers of resistance if he wanted to move forward with his work. However, the profit from producing sexy lingerie is much higher than that from producing ordinary clothing, so giving employees a little salary increase is of no concern to Meng Lang. It can also be used to prevent Li Shunchang from taking the workers to cause trouble for Gon Yuru, which is a win-win situation. He saw that the workers behind him were intimidated by Meng Lang's promise of a salary increase. Li Xuanchang's teeth were almost broken. He knew that he would not be able to disrupt Gon Yuru's dealer conference today. Although he was filled with anger, he was not discouraged. He still had some tricks up his sleeve. Just before leaving, he glared at Meng Lang fiercely. "Don't be too proud, the best is yet to come." Chapter 89 Perfect Ending. Meng Lang said he felt nothing about Li Xuanchang's harsh words. After Li Shunchang left, the workers' expressions gradually changed from excitement to embarrassment. Although they were unaware of the situation, the workers felt somewhat embarrassed that they had just been led by their former leader to go against their current boss. Fortunately, Ji Jiqiang squeezed out of the crowd at this time. He looked at Meng Lang excitedly and said, "Mr. Meng, I'm so sorry. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you had acquired our factory?" With Ji Jiqiang taking the lead, the workers present were finally rescued from the awkward atmosphere and shouted hello, boss to Meng Lang. Meng Lang would not bother with them about what had just happened. After all, ignorance is not a crime. They were just trying to fight for their legitimate rights and interests, but were simply used by people with ulterior motives. After calling the workers back to their jobs, Meng Lang, led by Ji Jiqiang, revisited the factory. This time, Ji Jiqiang no longer hid anything from Meng Lang and told him every detail of the factory. The factory's personnel allocation, the specific functions of various types of machinery and equipment, the factory's output and efficiency, etc. This gave Meng Lang a concrete understanding of the current situation of the garment factory. After this explanation, Meng Lang became more and more satisfied with Ji Jiqiang. He could see that although Li Shunchang was nominally the head of the production department of Arctic Fox Company, but in reality, he was just holding a title. The person who actually does the work is Ji Jiqiang. In addition, when Li Shunchang instigated workers to riot, although Ji Jiqiang did not stand up against him, he did not give Li Shunchang any support. He played the role of a pure worker without any ulterior motives and would not participate in any struggle for rights. Meng Lang is most satisfied with such a person. Being able to do one's job while having outstanding abilities can greatly reduce Mang Lang's burden in managing the factory. Director G, although I acquired this garment factory, you are definitely much more familiar with it than I am. I'll have to trouble you to pay more attention to your work in the future. Don't worry, I will definitely not treat my own people unfairly in terms of salary and benefits. Ji Jichang also knew that his new boss was not a stingy person, as could be seen from his action of giving a raise to all employees just now. So I agreed very readily. Mr. Mang, don't worry. As long as there are enough orders, I guarantee that there will be no problems with the factory's production. It was almost dark at this time. Gan Yuru's signing work is nearing completion. All 300 brand authorizations have been signed due to the scramble among many dealers. Even those dealers who originally came to collect debts were scrambling to sign the brand authorization and paid the brand authorization fee on the spot. Now that Arctic Fox Company has achieved its current success, they no longer have to worry about Gan Yuru not being able to pay back the money she owes them. They even wished that the Arctic Fox Company owed them money, so that they could have some face. Maybe if the Arctic Fox Company made some new moves in the future, they could take advantage of the situation with this face. But there are so many dealers here today, and 300 authorizations are definitely not enough for them to share. Boss Gan, we've been waiting here all day. It's not appropriate for you to let us go back empty-handed. That's right. We came here early in the morning and have been waiting here until it's almost dark. It would be too disrespectful if you didn't let us leave with a licensing contract. The dealers who did not obtain brand authorization were frustrated and tried to put pressure on Gan Yuru to force her to release more brand authorization quotas. I'm truly sorry, but there are no rules without regulations. According to the company's development strategy, we can only issue 300 authorizations this time. What we at Arctic Fox want to do is long-term business, and integrity and responsibility are the most important. If we make an exception and give you the money just because you waited for one day, it would be irresponsible to Arctic Fox Company and to our many partners. You don't want Arctic Fox to become a company that is dishonest and irresponsible, do you? If that is the case, what is the point of cooperation? Gan Yuru had been chatting with dealers for a whole day, and her voice had become a little hoarse. Finally, the remaining dealers who had not obtained authorization also felt that what she said made sense after hearing it. If you can make exceptions for them, you can definitely make exceptions for others. If Arctic Fox Company abuses its brand authorization, it will only squeeze everyone's profit margin. But they were still unwilling to leave empty-handed. How about this? Everyone leave your contact information. When the next batch of licenses opens, you can be given priority to sign. What do you think? After hearing Gan Yuru's proposal, the dealers finally left satisfied. Some people are still thinking that maybe not getting authorization is not entirely a bad thing. There is no such thing as 100% profitable in the world. If the Arctic Fox's plan fails this time, someone will be the one to take the blame for them. If successful, they will have limited signing rights and it won't be too late for the next batch to enter the market. Didn't Mr. Gan say that this is a long-term business? It will be the same even if you enter the market later. After watching the last few dealers leave, Gan Yuru was about to breathe a sigh of relief when she saw someone sitting in the corner of the venue. Director Ma. The meeting is over. Is there anything else you need to stay here for? The last person was none other than Director Ma of the Guangwei Garment Factory, which had previously supplied goods to the Jiangbei Arctic Fox store. Ma Guangwei did not obtain brand authorization this time. He runs a clothing factory and his previous business was all OEM for others. He has never engaged in clothing distribution and does not even have a storefront, so he does not meet the conditions for signing the contract. But his trip today was not in vain. The product quality of Guangwei Garment Factory was recognized by Gan Yuru, and many authorized dealers found him, wanting to purchase products directly from him for listing. Ma Guangwei distributed 2 boxes of business cards today. Perhaps he was the one who gained the most among all the people present today. At least for the next long time, his Guangwei Garment Factory will have to work overtime all night long to meet orders. I stayed here specifically to say thank you to you, Mr. Gan. Although I failed to reach a cooperation with the Arctic Fox Factory, the few words you said at the meeting really brought a lot of business to our factory. If I can't express my gratitude, I will feel really bad. Ma Guangwei said very sincerely. This is what you deserve. If it weren't for the excellent quality of Guangwei Garment Factory's products, I would definitely not use your factory's products as an example. If you really want to thank someone, go thank the owner of the Jiangdong North Arctic Fox store. If it weren't for him, there wouldn't be this brand licensing plan. Gan Yuru didn't want to get anything from Ma Guangwei. Thinking that Meng Lang might need Ma Guangwei's help in some way, she pointed Meng Lang out to Ma Guangwei. Of course. Lao Lu is a kind man. He was the one who notified me to attend today's dealer conference. I will definitely thank him very much. Gan Yuru knew immediately that Ma Guangwei had misunderstood, but the old Lu he was talking about should be Meng Lang's uncle, so it was not a big deal. After finally sending Director Ma away, Gan Yuru collapsed into the chair. She was exhausted today. But the harvest is definitely gratifying. 300 companies signed licensing agreements, each paying a licensing fee of 120,000 yuan, which alone totals 36 million yuan. Adding the 20 million that Meng Lang spent on buying the production line, Arctic Fox Company suddenly had nearly 60 million in cash in its account. Gan Yuru had forgotten how many years had passed since the last time Arctic Fox Company had so much money in its account. Looking at the balance in the company's account, Gan Yuru finally felt the long-lost sense of security. Chapter 90 Director Ma's Discount. It was already evening when Gan Yuru finished the remaining chores at the company. After returning home, Li Shuya, who should have been at home, did not see anyone. Gan Yuru called her and found out that she had gone out to invite her classmates to attend her 18th birthday party tomorrow. Gan Yu didn't think much about it after hearing this, and briefly communicated the situation of today's dealer conference with Meng Lang on the phone. Then he invited Meng Lang to attend Li Shuya's birthday party tomorrow. Meng Lang did not refuse and promised to arrive on time tomorrow. After hanging up the phone, Gan Yuru went to bed early. What she didn't know was that Li Shuya didn't go out to find her classmates, but was called out by Li Shunchang. At this time, they were sitting in a tea restaurant, talking seriously. Shuya, what are you still hesitating about? Your mother has already given the Arctic Fox clothing factory to that kid Meng Lang. That's the clothing factory named after your father, and your mother is willing to give it away. If you hesitate any longer, all of our Li family's assets will belong to that little bastard Meng Lang. Meng Lang clearly spent real money to buy the garment factory, but in Li Shunchang's mouth, it became that Gan Yuru gave it to Meng Lang. All we can say is that Li Shunchang is good at confusing right and wrong. However, Li Shuya, the daughter of a wealthy family, knows nothing about business matters, and her uncle Li Shunchang is always obedient to her, so naturally she believes whatever Li Shunchang says. Although she was very angry about Gan Yuru giving the garment factory to Meng Lang, Li Shuya was still unsure about the plan that Li Shunchang mentioned. But, uncle, is that plan you mentioned really feasible? As long as I'm willing to do it, can I really snatch Arctic Fox Company from Mom? Of course, I've already consulted a professional lawyer. You and your mother are both first-in-line heirs to the property. It's just that you were not yet an adult when your father passed away, so the property that should have been inherited by you was inherited by your mother, the guardian. After tonight, you will be an adult and have the right to ask your mother for the half of the property that should belong to you. Li Shunchang spoke in a low voice, constantly tempting Li Shuya, hoping that she would attack Gan Yuru on her birthday tomorrow, a day that should be a happy family celebration, in order to seize control of the Arctic Fox Company. But Li Shuya still couldn't make up her mind. No matter what, Gan Yuru was her closest person. Although the two had had some conflicts recently, it was not easy to make the decision to betray a relative. But Mom only owns 80% of Arctic Fox's shares. Even if I could snatch half, that would only be 40%. Without more than half, I wouldn't be able to control Arctic Fox, right? Don't worry about that. Your Uncle Joe still has 20% of the shares. He has already promised to stand on our side. As long as you get 40% from your mother, we will have a total of 60% equity. Li Shunchang knew that Zhou Dong had been quite critical of Gan Yuru's management style recently, and he believed that he had the upper hand over Zhou Dong. As long as he controlled 40% of the shares, Zhou Dong would definitely stand with him. But even if I gain control of Arctic Fox, what can I do? I don't know how to run a company. Will I mess it up? Li Shuya was still a little worried. She didn't want to hurt her mother, but just hoped that Gan Yuru could return to the way she was before and stop being obsessed with Meng Lang. Don't you still have me? Don't worry, Uncle will help you run the company well. We both have the surname Li, so we are a real family. Are you still afraid that Uncle will cheat you? Li Shunchang looked at Li Shuya with a gentle smile on his face, but his heart was now full of thoughts of revenge. He must make Gan Yuru pay the price. As long as he gets control of Arctic Fox Company, the first thing he will do is to cancel all cooperation between the company and that kid Meng Lang, to see if he dares to be arrogant in front of him. Finally, Li Shuya was persuaded by Li Shunchang. I understand. I will do as you say tomorrow, uncle. She thought to herself that this was not hurting her mother, but correcting her mother's mistake. If her mother realized her mistake and severed ties with Meng Lang, it would not be too late to return the company's shares to her mother. Hearing that his niece had finally agreed to his plan, Li Shunchang was ecstatic, but he pretended to be very calm on the surface. He touched Li Shuya's head and said, "This is all for your mother's good. She will understand our painstaking efforts in the future." At this time, Meng Lang also rushed back home from Arctic Fox Company. He had originally planned to rest early, as Sang Wan-yoon had squeezed him too hard last night. Even though he was a strong 18-year-old boy, being exploited by her for a whole night was a bit too much for him. He had been trying to stay awake all day and was so exhausted when he got home. But just when he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly received a text message from his uncle on his mobile phone, reminding him that 87,500 yuan had been deposited into his account that day. When Meng Lang saw this number, he felt something was wrong. Based on the profit of 25 yuan per set, his uncle transferred him 87,500 yuan. The store had to sell 7,000 sets of thermal clothing a day. But how is this possible? 4,000 sets is already the peak sales volume that this store can achieve with the combination of all factors including timing, location, people and everything else. It is basically impossible to increase sales significantly further. Something else must have happened to cause this situation. Meng Lang quickly got up from the bed and called his uncle. "Uncle, what happened today? Did the store sell 7,000 sets of thermal clothing?" "No. Today's business is not as good as the previous few days. Only 3,500 units were sold in total." Lu Lei answered on the other end of the phone. "Then why did you transfer so much money to me?" "You're talking about that. I was just about to call you. Do you know what happened today? Director Ma, our supplier, said he owed me a huge favor. Starting from today, we will get a 50% discount when purchasing clothes from him, and he will also guarantee to give us priority in supply. At 25 yuan a set, the cost price is probably not enough." I asked him why, and he just kept playing dumb with me. Lu Lei on the other end of the phone was full of confusion. After hearing this, Meng Lang finally understood where the number 87,500 came from. The original purchase cost of warm clothes was 50 yuan, but now the purchase price is only 25 yuan. This creates an extra profit margin of 25 yuan. The profit doubled to 50 yuan per set. Even if only 3,500 sets were sold today, the money earned would be far more than before. After thinking about it for a while and combining it with what he learned from Gan Yuru, Meng Lang roughly guessed why Director Ma gave such a big discount. "Did you notify Director Ma to attend the Arctic Fox Company's dealer meeting today?" "That's right. Didn't you ask me to notify them?" Lu Lei replied. "That's right, since Director Ma is willing to give us this discount, we should just take it with peace of mind. He really owes us a favor this time." Meng Lang roughly told Lu Lei what he had guessed had happened. After listening to this, Lu Lei said with some concern, "You mean we're going to open 300 more stores like this soon? Will our business be affected?" "There will definitely be some impact, but others will definitely not be able to purchase goods from Director Ma at such a low price. We always have an advantage in profits compared to other stores." "But uncle, you must not lower the price just to sell more, otherwise you will definitely incur public anger." Meng Lang replied. Lu Lei is not stupid. His current income has made him very satisfied. Naturally, he will not offend all his colleagues just to sell more goods. Meng Lang also told Lu Lei that he didn't need to transfer dividends to him every day, and it would be sufficient to distribute the dividends to him once on the 15th of every month. Anyway, the World Cup is over now, and Meng Lang has plenty of funds, so he doesn't need this little money. Lu Lei naturally had no objection. After hanging up the phone, Meng Lang lay on the bed and remembered that Gan Yuru had invited him to attend a birthday party tomorrow. On this day in his previous life, Meng Lang, as Li Shuya's most loyal bootlicker, naturally attended this banquet. But that was already a very distant memory, and his impression of that banquet was already very vague. Anyway, at that time, he was just an ordinary bootlicker, and apart from being attentive to Li Shuya, he had no chance to show himself. But this life is different. He was no longer a poor high school student with nothing. He, Meng Lang, a hidden shareholder of Arctic Fox Company, the initiator of the Arctic Fox Revival Plan, a pioneer in the sex toy market, a young tycoon worth tens of millions, and the pursuer of Li Shuya's mother. Tomorrow, he will appear before the world with a brand new look. Chapter 92, The Children's Table is showing a sense of superiority? When Meng Lang arrived at the hotel where the birthday party was held, it was already 11:30 in the morning. At this time, the banquet hall was already full of guests. It wasn't just Li Shuya's relatives and friends who came to attend the banquet. There are also many local partners of Arctic Fox. Many of them are dealers who attended the dealer conference yesterday. It's just that Meng Lang is not familiar with these people. After walking around the banquet hall, Meng Lang finally saw a familiar person in the corner of the banquet hall. Zhou Jiahao and some classmates who are close to Li Shuya. In his previous life, when Meng Lang attended this banquet, he seemed to be sitting with them. The familiar people and scenes gradually activated Meng Lang's memory, reminding him of the time when he attended a banquet in his previous life and he and Zhou Jiahao were jealous of each other. They were like two monkeys in a circus, being watched by others, proving to the guests the charm of the host of the banquet. Thinking about it now, Meng Lang could only hold his forehead with his hand in embarrassment. Just at this moment, Zhou Jiahao turned around and saw Meng Lang. Seeing Meng Lang covering his face, he thought he was afraid of being seen by him. Zhou Jiahao immediately jumped up from his seat as if he had taken stimulants, pointed his stubby finger at Meng Lang and shouted, "Meng Lang, you're so shameless. Shuya clearly didn't even invite you, yet you still have the nerve to come to the birthday party." Hearing Zhou Jiahao's shout, the guests around him all turned their eyes in the direction of his finger. Facing the gazes of so many people, Meng Lang's expression was not at all unnatural. Instead, he looked at Zhou Jiahao calmly with a faint smile on his lips, as if he was watching a circus performance. Seeing Meng Lang's calm face, everyone gradually turned their attention from Meng Lang back to Zhou Jiahao, who spoke. In the end, Zhou Jiahao felt a little uncomfortable and withdrew his hand that was pointing at Meng Lang in disappointment. Seeing Zhou Jiahao quiet down, Meng Lang looked at him and said, "Why should I be embarrassed? It's not like I'm eating your rice." Zhou Jiahao had just lost his momentum and had no quick wit. Now that Meng Lang had retorted him, his face suddenly turned red, but he didn't know how to refute him. Perhaps before going to bed tonight, he could think of a sentence that would give him the upper hand in the verbal battle with Meng Lang, but by then it would be too late. Since I can't gain the upper hand with words, I'd better strike Meng Lang with actions. Zhou Jiahao picked up the school bag hanging on the back of the chair and placed it on the only empty seat at the table next to him. He sneered at Meng Lang and said, "This seat is taken. Find another place to sit." In the banquet hall, their table was the only one where people of the same age sat. Zhou Jiahao didn't want Meng Lang to sit here because he wanted to see him sit at the adults' table and watch him look embarrassed and humiliated. Seeing his actions, Meng Lang just found it funny. He felt so superior even sitting at the kids' table. Meng Lang is now the savior of Arctic Fox Company, a wealthy man with tens of millions of assets, and Gan Yuru's closest collaborator. How could he possibly sit at the same table with a group of children? Meng Lang sneered at Zhou Jiahao, but for Sang Wanyan's sake he didn't bother to argue with him and walked straight towards the VIP seats in the front row. A person of his status would naturally sit in the VIP seat. After Meng Lang left, the people at the children's table began to whisper. "Isn't Meng Lang the closest to Shuya? Why didn't Shuya invite him?" Those who came to the birthday party were naturally Li Shuya's good friends. Although they might not all know Meng Lang, they had definitely heard of Meng Lang's name from Li Shuya. After all, during the 3 years of high school, Meng Lang was Li Shuya's craziest pursuer. Hearing this question, Zhou Jiahao said with a smug look on his face, "Meng Lang did something really disgusting recently, and it pissed Shuya off and she doesn't want to talk to him anymore. To avoid him, Shuya even went on a trip with me a few days ago." What disgusting thing. No matter what age group people are in, they have no resistance to gossip. Zhou Jiahao's words instantly piqued their interest. However, Zhou Jiahao couldn't tell them that Meng Lang gave up pursuing Li Shuya and turned to pursue Li Shuya's mother, so he could only avoid talking about it. Anyway, it's disgusting. No one would accept it if it happened to them. If this happened to me, I would definitely find someone to kill me. After hearing what Zhou Jiahao said, everyone could only think of the matter in the worst possible way. Looking at Meng Lang's leaving back, everyone's eyes gradually became filled with disgust. Hey! Look, he actually sat in the VIP section. Who does he think he is? He actually dared to sit in the VIP section. It's hilarious. And he even sat next to your brother Yan Qi. Yan Qi, go tell your brother to get this annoying guy out of here. The girl called Yan Qi looked in the direction of her brother, and sure enough, she saw that Meng Lang had already sat in the empty seat next to her brother Yan Kuang. I don't need to tell you, my brother is very harsh in his words. Anyone who gets close to him will be embarrassed by him. If this Meng Lang is really annoying, he will definitely be chased away by my brother soon. Upon hearing this, all the young people immediately turned their attention to the VIP seats in the distance, expecting Meng Lang to be driven away. At the VIP table, when Meng Lang sat down, everyone at the table, who were originally chatting happily, immediately focused their attention on him. The VIP seats, as the name suggests, are definitely occupied by VIPs. Those who can sit at this table are either Li Shuya's family elders or well-known businessmen. Without any introduction from the host, they were naturally a little surprised when a young man who looked less than 20 years old suddenly sat down at their table. If they sit here because there are no empty seats at other tables, there is nothing to say. But the current situation is that there are still many seats in the back that are not filled. Meng Lang's hasty sitting in the VIP seat seemed somewhat impolite. After everyone looked at each other, Yan Kuang, who was sitting next to Meng Lang, spoke up. This young man looks unfamiliar. I wonder what business he's in. Meng Lang knew that now was not the time to hide his incompetence. If he was politely asked to leave the VIP seat, wouldn't that make him a laughingstock? So, Meng Lang looked at the man who asked the question and replied calmly, I'm in the clothing business. Clothing business? All of us bosses here are in the clothing business. It seems no one has seen a rising star like you. It's normal that you don't know. I have 2 stores, both of which have been open for only a short time. The Arctic Fox store in Jiangdong Clothing Market is mine. Everyone was a little surprised when they heard this. They didn't expect that the Jiangbei Arctic Fox store that Gan Yuru used as an example at the dealer conference yesterday was actually opened by the young man in front of them. Although the scale of this store is nothing compared to the wealth of the big guys present, the fact that a young man under the age of 20 can achieve such results is enough for them to look up to him. Chapter 93, Meng Lang chatting and laughing with the bosses. But Yan Kuang's eyes were full of suspicion when he looked at Meng Lang. That's not right. The owner of the Jiangbei North Arctic Fox store is Lao Lu. I know him. He's had a store in the market for many years. As soon as Yan Kuang finished speaking, the eyes of the people in the VIP seats looking at Meng Lang suddenly turned into questioning. Young man. Lying is not a good habit. You finally managed to trick the real person today. Mr. Yan is the owner of the Jiangdong Clothing Market. Meng Lang looked up at Yan Kuang with a little surprise. He didn't expect that the boss behind Jiangdong Clothing Market was so young. Really? Hello, Mr. Yan, the Lao Lu you're talking about is my uncle. We opened this shop together. Seeing that Meng Lang was not panicked at all when being questioned by so many people, but instead looked calm and composed, Yan Kuang immediately looked up to him. He thought of the time when he went to inspect the Jiangbei Arctic Fox store and asked Lu Lei how he got the brand authorization of Arctic Fox Company. Lu Lei looked mysterious. Could it be that the young man in front of him who claimed to be Lu Lei's nephew helped him get the authorization for the Arctic Fox store? However, Arctic Fox Company had not yet started its brand licensing plan. Even if it wanted to find a store for a pilot, Gan Yuru would open a store on her own. This way, she could get more real and accurate pilot data. Why let others make the money? This is also a small doubt that has been in Yan Kuang's mind for some time. At this moment, Yan Kuang seemed to suddenly think of something. Could it be that the young man in front of her is the expert that Gan Yuru mentioned yesterday who made plans for her? Thinking of this, Yan Kuang suddenly felt that everything could be explained. Only the proposer of this brand licensing plan can obtain the first brand licensing from Gan Yuru. When Gan Yuru heard about this plan, she certainly couldn't make up her mind for a while. It was after this young man compiled the data of the Jiangbei Arctic Fox store that Gan Yuru began her drastic reforms. It has to be said that Yan Kuang's current status is inseparable from his keen business sense. Based on some minor details, he has already guessed the process of formulating Meng Lang and Gan Yuru's plan. But looking at Meng Lang's young face, Yan Kuang was still a little unsure of his thoughts. At the age of over 30, he has achieved what he has today and has been called a promising young man. But the young man in front of him was probably about the same age as his sister. If Gan Yuru's plan was really made by this guy, it means that this young man brought a clothing company on the verge of bankruptcy back to life in less than half a month. Such business ability is simply terrifying. Just when Yan Kuang was hesitating about his judgment, he suddenly saw Gan Yuru, who was communicating with the hotel staff about the details of the banquet. He quickly stood up and shouted in the direction of Gan Yuru, "Boss Gan, please come over here." After hearing this, Gan Rui told the hotel staff the time for serving the dishes and then walked over here. At the children's table, Zhou Jiahao saw what Yin Kuang said to Meng Lang, and then called Gan Yuru over. He thought that it was the annoying guy Meng Lang who annoyed Yin Kuang, and now Yin Kuang asked Gan Yuru to drive Meng Lang away. Yen Qi, your brother is still the most impressive. Meng Lang has embarrassed himself today. No, I have to record this. I'll let Shuya see Meng Lang's embarrassment later. She will definitely be very happy. But Yen Qi didn't think things were as Zhou Jiahao thought. She knew her brother. If her brother was really dissatisfied with Meng Lang, he would definitely not need to ask others for help. He would personally drive away the annoying people. Things turned out exactly as Yen Qi had expected. Gan Yuru walked over to the VIP table, greeted Yin Kuang first, then looked at Meng Lang and said, "So you're sitting here? I thought you weren't here, and was just about to call you." From Gan Yuru's words, everyone could tell that this young man was very familiar with her. This further confirmed Yin Kuang's guess. "Boss Gan, if I'm guessing correctly, this young man is the military advisor you mentioned yesterday who gave you advice, right?" Gan Yuru looked a little surprised when she heard this. Mr. Yen is indeed Mr. Yen, and his vision is truly sharp. This is Meng Lang. He was the mastermind behind Arctic Fox's brand licensing plan. When Gan Yuru said this, everyone in the room was shocked. Yesterday's dealer conference was so grand that the content of the meeting had already spread throughout the industry. What's more, most of the people present attended yesterday's meeting and knew very well about Arctic Fox's brand licensing plan. Although I don't know whether this brand licensing plan can proceed smoothly in the future. But with just 300 authorizations yesterday, Arctic Fox has already made a huge profit of 36 million. The Arctic Fox company, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, has been brought back to life with this money. What they could not have imagined was that such a business plan came from the hands of such an ordinary young man. It really shocked them. Yen Kuang looked as if he hadn't expected it. It's not that I have a keen eye, this young brother Meng Lang is so calm and composed at such a young age, it's obvious that he's not an ordinary person. So, our chance to make money with Arctic Fox is thanks to brother Meng Lang. I suggest we all toast to him with tea instead of wine. As he spoke, Yen Kuang picked up the teacup, stood up and looked at Meng Lang. Upon hearing this, the other people at the table followed suit and stood up, picking up their teacups. The VIP seats were originally located next to the most eye-catching stage. Their actions immediately attracted the attention of all the guests, and all their gazes were cast over. Seeing this, Meng Lang was not at all nervous. He also picked up his teacup and stood up to clink glasses with the many distinguished guests. Thank you all, and I'd also like to take this opportunity to wish this brand licensing program a huge success, and that everyone can make a fortune with Arctic Fox. As soon as Meng Lang said this, the atmosphere suddenly became lively. His words really touched everyone's heart. They were willing to join Arctic Fox's brand licensing program just to make money. Immediately, people began to ask Meng Lang how he had achieved such high sales volume at the Zhongbei Arctic Fox store in just 1 week. Meng Lang was not stingy and told them all the methods he had used to attract customers. Everyone nodded in agreement. This was both distributing eggs and appearing in the news. Although the tactics were not new, they had firmly grasped the target users, which showed that they were indeed quite capable. They all wrote down the method Meng Lang mentioned, thinking that they would try it out after their Arctic Fox authorized store opened in a couple of days. Perhaps it would really help with sales. Zhou Jiahao, who was sitting at the children's table, watched the video on his mobile phone. Meng Lang was surrounded by a group of bigwigs, like a star, and was being offered tea. When Meng Lang was speaking, these big guys seemed to be humbly seeking advice. This had a huge impact on Zhou Jiahao's worldview. What the hell is going on? Am I crazy or is the world crazy? How did Meng Lang, who had fought with me for 3 years in high school, suddenly become a big shot who chatted and laughed with a group of big guys? Chapter 94: Li Shuya's Backstab. After offering tea to each other, everyone in the VIP seats took their seats one after another. Gan Yuru also went to busy herself with other things. Yen Kuang, who was sitting next to Meng Lang, was still chatting with him enthusiastically. I just heard you say you opened 2 stores. One is the Arctic Fox store in Jiangdong. What is the other store? It's also a clothing store, but it's just a Taobao online store. Meng Lang did not reveal the entire situation of the lingerie store. Judging from the attitude of others towards Yen Kuang, he was definitely not just the boss of Jiangdong clothing market. He must have other businesses and was a real big shot in the clothing industry. It would be bad if Meng Lang's sex toy business attracted the interest of a big boss and attracted a strong rival to compete with him. At this stage, it is more important to develop slowly. At least before he takes over the garment factory and starts mass production, it is not advisable to expose too much information about the sex toy business. Fortunately, Yan Kuang did not continue to ask questions, but instead discussed the topic of e-commerce with Meng Lang. A Taobao online store? I've never had any experience with that. My business is basically all done through traditional offline channels. I also find e-commerce unreliable. Do consumers really want to pay upfront and wait 4 or 5 days for their goods? If they have the time, why not just go to the mall and buy it? Meng Lang could also understand Yan Kuang's thoughts. Although this is an era of booming e-commerce, many people still resist online shopping. However, with the development of the times, consumers' thinking will gradually change, and their acceptance of online shopping will gradually increase. More than 10 years later, even the elderly in the countryside have learned how to bargain on Pinduoduo. E-commerce will eventually become an important part of the business world. If Yan Kuang continues to resist e-commerce, Alibaba will teach him a lesson in the near future. Considering that Yan Kuang was quite friendly towards him, Meng Lang still advised him. No matter what, e-commerce is a new sales channel. There's nothing to lose by giving it a try. If you can do it well, you might get a surprise. Yan Kuang thought about it seriously after hearing this. If someone else said this to him, he might just laugh it off. But the person who said this was Meng Lang, a man who had already proven his ability. Yan Kuang had to be cautious. In his opinion, every successful person has something unique. Either you are very lucky or you have extraordinary abilities. In his opinion, Meng Lang was a person of extraordinary ability, so he attached great importance to his suggestions. After thinking for a long time, Yan Kuang seemed to have come up with a good idea. How about this, since you have experience in e-commerce and I can't find anyone who knows the business right away, why don't you help me build an e-commerce system? You can tell me what resources you need, and I will fully cooperate. You can also rest assured about the salary. I will give you the highest salary I can offer. What do you think? Meng Lang didn't expect that Yan Kuang actually wanted him to work for him, and he was at a loss for words for a moment. Although Yan Kuang acted like he valued him very much, he was not short of money and had his own career to pursue, so it was impossible for him to work for others. So I could only decline politely. Boss Yan, I'm sorry, I still want to focus on my career. Hearing Meng Lang's decisive refusal, Yan Kuang did not force him. He could understand that young people all had the pride to not be inferior to others. Yan Kuang asked Meng Lang a lot of questions on the topic of e-commerce. Meng Lang's answers always allowed him to gain something, which made him value Meng Lang more and more, and he wanted to recruit talents like Meng Lang for his own use. Meng Lang took out his cell phone and checked the time. It's already 12 o'clock. Meng Lang remembered that Li Shuya appeared at this time during the birthday party in his previous life. At that time, she was wearing a little dress and dancing a swan dance on the stage, which made Meng Lang completely fascinated. But for some reason, even though the time had clearly come, there was no movement on the stage. Meng Lang couldn't help but look at the dressing room next to the stage. Gan Yuru walked in hurriedly, as if to urge Li Shuya to come out quickly. But not long after, Meng Lang saw Li Shunchang with a malicious smile on his face, walking into the locker room with a middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit. Meng Lang's heart suddenly sank, as if something bad was about to happen again. He couldn't sit still any longer, so he apologized to Yan Kuang who had been talking to him, then stood up and walked towards the locker room. In the locker room, Gan Yuru looked at Li Shunchang and the man behind him who broke in, with a look of dissatisfaction on her face. This is the locker room. Why did you bring people in? Get out now. Li Shunchang sneered and said, It wasn't me who wanted to come in, it was Shuya who asked me to bring people here. Let me introduce you, this is the new partner of Dingye Law Firm, Barrister Zhao Dahan. When Gan Yuru heard this, her gentle and charming face suddenly turned cold. Looking at Li Shunchang with bad intentions, she had a bad premonition in her heart. She felt as if she was in the vortex of a conspiracy, but she didn't know what Li Shunchang was trying to do yet. But since he even hired a lawyer, it must have been a long-term plan. Today is Shuya's birthday. I hope you can wait until tomorrow to talk about anything, and don't make Shuya unhappy. Gan Yuru said, gritting her teeth. Why don't you ask Shuya who has made her unhappy recently? Now that the time has come, do you know that you have to take care of Shuya's feelings? Li Xuanchang's words were full of sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Gan Yuru turned to look at Li Shuya, who was sitting silently with her head down, and asked, Shuya, are you planning to join forces with others to deal with your mother? When Li Shuya heard Gan Yuru's question, she just turned her head away and didn't look at Gonyuru. Seeing her act like this, Gonyuru suddenly felt hopeless, her whole body felt cold, and her fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. At this time, a middle-aged lawyer named Zhaodahan extended his hand toward Gonyuru and said, "Hello, Mr. Gon, I'm Ms. Li Shuya's attorney. I'm here to discuss the division of Mr. Li Deshun's estate with you." Gonyuru suddenly felt a pain in her chest as if someone had cut her with a knife. "The first thing my daughter did on the day she turned 18 was to find a lawyer to divide her property." The feeling of being backstabbed by her loved ones made her so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe. Chapter 95. Why don't you call Zhou Dong and ask? "Shuya, do you really want to treat your mother like this?" Gonyuru looked at Li Shuya with her last hope, hoping that she could turn back from her wrong path and stop doing things that would make her loved ones sad and her enemies happy. But facing Gonyuru's expectant face, Li Shuya still lowered her head. "After a long while," she said, "I still say the same thing. As long as you draw a clear line between yourself and Meng Lang, even if the company shares are in my hands, I will always stand by your side." Upon hearing this, Gonyuru was completely despaired. From Li Shuya's words, she finally realized that Li Xuanchang's deliberate plan this time was aimed at the company's equity. What on earth does he want to do? Is he trying to take control of the company from me? Before Gonyuru could figure out the whole situation, Li Xuanchang couldn't wait to say, "The guests outside are still waiting. Let's not waste time. Lawyer Zhao, thank you for your help." Zhao Dahan nodded, subconsciously straightened his clothes, took out a document from his bag and placed it in front of Gonyuru. "Ms. Gon, this is the list of Mr. Li Shun's assets when he passed away, which mainly includes 80% of the shares of Arctic Fox Clothing Company and real estate with a total value of 5 million. You and Ms. Li Shuya are Li Shun's wife and daughter respectively, so you have the first right of inheritance and each of you can get 50% of the inheritance. Since my client, Ms. Li Shuya, was a minor when Mr. Li Shun passed away, these properties will be temporarily inherited by you. But from today on, Ms. Li Shuya has reached the age of 18. According to relevant laws and regulations, she has the right to ask you to transfer her portion of the property to her." Gonyuru held the thin list of inheritance and her whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. She looked at her daughter whom she had raised with great difficulty, but she did something that broke her heart. "When did my little cotton-padded jacket become like this?" Although she knew that all this was instigated by Li Xuanchang, Gonyuru still felt very painful seeing her daughter so alienated from her. But she did not remain immersed in pain. After experiencing the pain of losing her husband and leading the Arctic Fox Company to survive in the fierce market competition for many years, Gonyuru had a strong enough heart. After taking a deep breath, her brain started working rapidly. Since according to the law, it is irreversible for her daughter to get back the property that belongs to her, Gonyuru must prepare for what is about to happen. She must think clearly about what changes will happen to Arctic Fox Company after she hands over 40% of the shares to Li Shuya. Gonyuru guessed that since Li Xuanchang dared to challenge her face to face, he must have obtained the support of the other 20% of the shares. Li Xuanchang has always been close to Zhou Dong. Although Zhou Dong has transferred the equity to his ex-wife, it should not be difficult for Li Xuanchang to get support through Zhou Dong. This means that Li Xuanchang can influence 60% of the shares and has essentially gained control of the company. Thinking of this, Gonyuru felt suffocated. Will Li Xuanchang support Arctic Fox Company's upcoming 30 million consumer claims? The answer is definitely no. Then the next step of the brand licensing plan cannot be advanced at all. Dealers who have already paid to sign brand authorization contracts will definitely be dissatisfied with Arctic Fox's reneging on its promise. Arctic Fox's road to revival will be abruptly interrupted. Gonyuru couldn't help but clench her fists. With Meng Lang's help, she had finally brought Arctic Fox Company to its current situation. Was it going to fail just like that? She was really unwilling to accept this, but she couldn't think of a way to break the deadlock for the time being. As for drawing a clear line with Meng Lang in exchange for Li Shuya's support, this is simply impossible. Not to mention whether Li Shuya will continue to be bewitched by Li Xuanchang after obtaining the shares. Given the crisis she is facing now, her situation will only become more difficult if she does not have Meng Lang's help. So she had never considered the option of cutting off contact with Meng Lang. Looking at Gonyuru's helpless look, Li Xuanchang felt very proud. "Sister-in-law, if you had known this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? If you hadn't been so determined to kick me out of the company, how could things have turned out like this?" Li Xuanchang's smug look made Gonyuru feel sick, and she couldn't help but scold him. "Even if I give half of the shares to Shuya, what does it have to do with you? Why is it okay?" Shuya is still young and doesn't know how to manage the company. As her uncle, I must help her to prevent someone from using the company's assets for personal gain and selling them off to others. Sister-in-law, just accept your fate. Mr. Joe has made it clear that he will stand by me. The control of Arctic Fox Company is firmly in Shuya and I's hands. Don't resist in vain. After saying that, Li Shunchang took a property transfer agreement from lawyer Zhao Dahan and placed it in front of Gan Yuru. Sign it, we are all family, and we won't make things difficult for you. You will definitely not lose a cent of your dividend in the future. Before he really took control of the company, Li Shunchang was already thinking about dividends. All we can say is that he has a long-term vision. Meng Lang, who was outside the door, listened carefully to the conversation in the room. He had worked hard for Gan Yuru for so long and finally got the Arctic Fox Company back on track. He would not be happy if someone like Li Shunchang took advantage of him. Just when Gan Yuru was helpless and was about to sign the property division agreement, Meng Lang pushed the door and walked in. Wait, don't sign yet. When Meng Lang rushed in, the person who reacted the most was Li Shuya, who had been keeping her head down and silent. Meng Lang, what are you doing here? Get out of here. Gan Yuru didn't want Meng Lang to see her current chaotic family relationship, so she whispered to him, Xiao Lang, if you can't help me with this matter, just get out. Li Shunchang sneered at Meng Lang, I told you the best is yet to come. It's not too late for you to beg me now. Otherwise, once I take power, the first thing I'll do is revoke the brand authorization for the Jiangbei North Arctic Fox store. I wonder what else you can boast about. Who said you were allowed to take charge of Arctic Fox Company? Meng Lang looked at Li Shunchang as if he were a clown. Li Shunchang was very annoyed by Meng Lang's look. He clearly had the upper hand, and even Gan Yuru had accepted the reality, so why did Meng Lang still dare to be so arrogant? With Shuya and President Zhou supporting me, I'm the boss of Arctic Fox Company. Even if Gan Yuru objects, it's useless, let alone you, a pretty boy who relies on Gan Yuru for a living. Why don't you call your President Zhou and ask who owns his 20% stake now? Meng Lang said in a mocking tone. Seeing Meng Lang's calm expression, Li Shunchang finally lost his composure. He quickly took out his cell phone and called Zhou Dong. Gan Yuru looked at Meng Lang with some confusion. Although he knew that Zhou Dong had transferred the shares to his ex-wife Sang Wanyun, and he had thought about going to Sang Wanyun to seek her support, she did not have a very close relationship with Sang Wanyun and did not think it was very likely. Meng Lang acted so confident, could there be something she didn't know? Chapter 96 Conspiracy Bankruptcy. After a long time, Zhou Dong's call was connected. Li Shunchang quickly asked him about Arctic Fox shares. Only then did he finally learn that the shares had been sold by Zhou Dong to his ex-wife. Fortunately, Zhou Dong assured him that even if the shares were in the hands of his ex-wife, it would not affect his support for him. This allowed Li Shunchang to resist the urge to curse. After hanging up the phone, Li Shunchang regained his confidence. He looked at Meng Lang and said, well, what do you have to say now? How about you call Zhou Dong's ex-wife and ask if she's willing to support you? Upon hearing this, Li Shunchang became furious. He felt that Meng Lang was playing a trick on him. Not to mention that he didn't have Sang Wanyun's phone number at all. If he did whatever Meng Lang said, wouldn't he look stupid? Gan Yuru knew that Meng Lang was not the kind of person who would joke at a critical moment. I have Sang Wanyun's phone number. I'll call her. Seeing Gan Yuru calling Sang Wanyun, Meng Lang felt a little nervous. Fortunately, after the call was connected, there was no strange expression on Gan Yuru's face. She turned on the speakerphone of her phone, and Sang Wanyun's voice came from the phone. I'm just holding the 20% stake in Arctic Fox Company on their behalf. The actual holder is Meng Lang. After hearing what Sang Wanyun said, even Gan Yuru, who was holding the phone, was so scared that she almost dropped it on the ground. Not to mention Li Shunchang and Li Shuya, who were watching covetously from the sidelines. How could this happen? Li Shuya looked incredulous. Meng Lang unexpectedly became a shareholder of Arctic Fox Company without any notice. Although Gan Yuru didn't know what the hidden story was, her frown finally relaxed a little. This 20% stake is in Meng Lang's hands, which means that even if she gives 40% of the shares to her daughter, she will not lose control of the company. Li Shunchang simply could not accept this fact. When he first formulated this plan to seize power, he thought that Gan Yuru might refuse to hand over the shares, and the two sides might end up in court, but he would be the ultimate winner. But unexpectedly, something went wrong with Zhou Dong, who was thought to be the safest. These 20% shares inexplicably appeared in Meng Lang's hands. His plan to seize control of Arctic Fox Company, which he had worked so hard on, failed. Only lawyer Zhao Dahan, who was a bystander, could remain calm. He looked at the dazed Li Shunchang and asked, "Mr. Li, do you think we should continue with the division of property?" After being reminded by Zhao Dahan, Li Shunchang finally came to his senses. Of course we'll continue. Even if he cannot gain control of Arctic Fox Company now, he has to let Li Shuya get the shares first. Only in this way can he have the capital to continue fighting with Gan Yuru. He had already let that little bastard Meng Lang take away 20% of the shares. He couldn't bear to watch the company founded by their Li family being given away to another man by that bitch Gan Yuru. The property division contract was handed to Gan Yuru again. Unexpectedly, Meng Lang interrupted their actions again. Why sign? You want to take away 40% of the shares just by inheritance rights? Isn't that too unrealistic? Li Shunchang was afraid that Meng Lang would cause trouble again, so he quickly retorted, "What do you mean? Arctic Fox was founded by my brother before he got married. No matter what, 40% of the shares should belong to Shuya. It's just that Shuya was still a minor when my brother passed away, so Gan Yuru was asked to hold the shares on her behalf. Now that Shuya has grown up, it's only natural for her to take back the shares that belong to her." Professional lawyer Zhao Dahan also said, according to the law, the profits of a company established before marriage are considered joint property of the couple, but the company's equity still belongs to the couple before marriage. After Mr. Li Deshun's death, according to inheritance law, half of the shares should be inherited by Ms. Li Shuya. Even if you are a shareholder of Arctic Fox Company, you have no right to object to this matter. Meng Lang sneered and said, "You keep talking about power, and never mention Gan Yuru's contribution to Arctic Fox Company over the years, right? Although I don't understand inheritance law, even if it goes to court, the judge cannot ignore the hard work and sweat that Gan Yuru has put in for Arctic Fox Company over the years. So in this case, even if the property needs to be divided, wouldn't it be unreasonable to divide it in half?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Dahan immediately retorted, "Sir, the division of property definitely cannot be done as you suggest. Our country has a strict set of calculation standards for property inheritance, and there is a corresponding compensation mechanism for Ms. Gan Yuru's contributions under this set of standards. However, when it comes to the company shares that are the core of the estate, we definitely advocate for an equal division." After listening to Zhao Dahan's long speech, Meng Lang shrugged and said, "Whatever you say, I just said that I don't understand the law. It's just that I don't agree with your property division plan. If you have any objections, you can ask the court to send a subpoena, and then we can talk slowly." Meng Lang's move was not because he really had any objection to the property division plan, he just wanted to buy time. If Li Shuya were to obtain 40% of the shares today, it would not affect Gan Yuru's continued control of the company, but it would give her the right to cause damage. If the shares exceed 34%, it will reach the safety control line and she will have a veto power when making major decisions. As long as Li Shuya wants to go against Gan Yuru will encounter many obstacles in pushing forward the transformation of Arctic Fox Company. Therefore, Meng Lang wanted to delay some time so that Gan Yuru could make more comprehensive preparations. It would be even better if there was a way to reduce the shares that Li Shuya can inherit to below 34% during this period. Seeing Gan Yuru holding a pen but reluctant to sign the agreement, Li Shunchang was so anxious that he even winked at Li Shuya. "Mom! You won't listen to Meng Lang, will you? The property Dad left me is what I deserve. Why don't you give it to me? Do you want to give my share to that bastard Meng Lang as well?" When Gan Yuru heard this, there was no change on her face, as if she had completely given up on her daughter. She slowly placed the property division agreement in her hand on the table. "Meng Lang is right. This division is unfair to me. If you have any objections, you can sue me in court." Gan Yuru could naturally think of what Meng Lang could think of. Since she had confirmed that the control of Arctic Fox Company was still in her hands, she naturally had to consider the future development of Arctic Fox. At least before completing the 30 million in consumer compensation, Li Shuya cannot be allowed to take the equity away from her. Meng Lang has helped her save the situation, and she absolutely cannot let the Arctic Fox Company's road to revival be interrupted. Chapter 97 Meng Lang's Test. "I will definitely not sign this agreement today," Gan Yuru said in a firm voice. Seeing that Gan Yuru had made up her mind, Li Shunchang was so angry that he pointed his finger at Gan Yuru and Meng Lang several times. Okay. In that case, we can only meet in court." After saying that, he looked at Li Shuya. "Shuya, let's go. Since your mother is unwilling to return your father's inheritance to you, we can only resolve the problem through legal means. Don't worry, Lawyer Zhao is the most professional and will definitely help you get back everything that belongs to you. But what about my birthday party? Seeing that Li Xuanchang's plan failed and that she had a falling out with her mother but got nothing, Li Shuya seemed a little flustered. Don't worry about birthday parties right now. After saying that, Li Shunchang was about to take Li Shuya away. But their way was completely blocked by Meng Lang. Why, you want to leave after making such a fuss? Li Shunchang looked at Meng Lang, who was standing in front of him, his face full of anger, as if he wanted to tear him apart alive. If this little bastard hadn't jumped out to make trouble, Gan Yuru would have definitely surrendered today. Now we have to go to court again. I don't know how long it will take to snatch the shares from Gan Yuru. What else do you want? How's it going? You finished talking about your business, but mine hasn't been resolved yet. As the head of the Arctic Fox production department, you produced a large number of products with serious quality problems. You are not going to tell me that this matter has nothing to do with you, right? When Li Shunchang heard this, a trace of panic flashed in his eyes, but it was concealed by his fierce look. This is a problem with procurement. What does it have to do with my production? Stop slandering me. I'm slandering you? You don't think that others don't know about what you did, do you? Although you were the production manager of Arctic Fox Company at that time, the person who really managed the production line in an orderly manner was actually Ji Jiqiang, right? Do you think you can hide your little tricks from him? When Li Shunchang heard the name Ji Jiqiang, his face suddenly turned red. He didn't expect that Ji Jiqiang would report him just 2 days after he lost his power. When he was the production director of Arctic Fox Company, he did a lot of illegal things to steal the company's profits. It's just that people in key positions took advantage of him, and no one would report him. Only Ji Jiqiang was unmoved and refused to accept any benefits. However, because Ji Jiqiang was capable and seemed to be indifferent to worldly affairs, Li Shunchang ignored him. If I had known this, I should have found a way to kick Ji Jiqiang out of the company earlier. Before Li Shunchang could explain, Gan Yuru's eyes were already fixed on him. So it was you who was behind this? Facing the two people's questioning, Li Shunchang repeatedly refuted, "You have no evidence, how can you say I did it? Don't think you can scare me by randomly accusing me." Seeing his outwardly timid appearance, Meng Lang simply said calmly, "Since you're so stubborn, I'll send the evidence directly to the police station after I gather it. It just so happens that Director Ding from the Municipal Bureau has some connections with me. I believe he will be willing to help me and bring the corrupt officials in my company to justice." After saying this, Meng Lang looked at Zhao Dahan, who had been sitting there for a while, and asked, "Lawyer Zhao, do you understand the law in this area? How many years can someone like Li Deshun be sentenced for causing tens of millions in losses to the company?" As the lawyer hired by Li Shunchang, Zhao Dahan naturally would not help Meng Lang answer his questions, but from his solemn expression, it can be seen that if the evidence is really conclusive, the sentence will probably not be short. When he heard that he was going to be sentenced, Li Xuanchang's expression became obviously tense, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble, but he still held on and refused to give in. "You can say whatever you want. It's none of my business anyway." After saying that, he rushed out the door. Looking at his hurried steps, you can tell how guilty he is at this moment. Gan Yuru turned around and held Li Shuya's hand, saying to her softly and gently, "Can't you see it now? Your uncle is just using you. Don't keep being stubborn." Li Shuya and Gan Yuru looked at each other for a moment, then turned their gaze to Meng Lang's face, their eyes still full of resentment. "Don't worry about my business." After saying that, she shook off Gan Yuru's hand, rushed out the door, and chased after Li Shunchang. The two main culprits ran away on their own. Zhao Dahan, the hired lawyer, felt a little embarrassed at this time. He nodded slightly to Gan Yuru and left. Looking at Li Shuya's departing back, Meng Lang just felt funny. She can trust Li Shunchang, who uses her to make profits, without any reservations. The person who tried her best to organize the birthday party for her was Gan Yuru, but she was ruthlessly betrayed. This world is so funny. After watching them all leave, he looked at Meng Lang and asked, "Do you really have evidence of Li Xuanchang's crime?" Meng Lang shook his head and said, "No, I just tricked him. But since I've confirmed that Li Shunchang is suspicious, collecting evidence shouldn't be difficult." Hearing this, Gan Yuru nodded and said, "Ji Jiqiang must know something. He is an old man of the Arctic Fox. I will go talk to him." Even without the protagonist, today's birthday party will still go on. Gan Yuru went out to explain to the guests outside that Li Shuya could not attend due to illness, and then returned to the dressing room. Although she managed to keep control of the company with the help of Meng Lang, Gan Yuru was not happy at all. Seeing that she was so depressed, Meng Lang took out a gift box from his pocket and placed it in front of her. "What is this? Is it a gift for Shuya?" Gan Yuru asked. Meng Lang shook his head and said, "This is a gift for you." "A gift for me? Today is not my birthday, why are you preparing a gift for me?" Gan Yuru said puzzledly. "Isn't Li Shuya's birthday your Good Friday? I think you need a gift more than her." Meng Lang said gently. Gan Yuru was slightly moved when she heard this. It felt so good to have someone to comfort her after being heartbroken by her daughter. "Do you mind if I open it and take a look now?" "As you please." Under Meng Lang's gaze, Gan Yuru stretched out her slender white hands and unwrapped the gift box. A Longines Boya series women's watch lies quietly in the gift box. Gan Yuru looked at the exquisite watch in the gift box, and subconsciously glanced at the old watch on her wrist that she had worn for more than 10 years, and her lips subconsciously tightened slightly. It seems that this gift was indeed not intended by Meng Lang for Li Shuya, but was given directly to her. The design style of this watch is rather gorgeous and elegant, and is not suitable for a girl like Li Shuya. If Meng Lang wanted to buy an arm for Li Shuya, there would definitely be better options. Gan Yuru has been wearing an old watch on her wrist for more than 10 years. It was given to her by Li Shuya's father. She has worn it on her wrist almost every day over the past 10 years. It is of great commemorative significance to her. Meng Lang must have noticed this, so he deliberately bought a watch to test her feelings. If she was willing to change her watch, it would mean that she accepted Meng Lang's pursuit. Gan Yuru's guess was right. Meng Lang had bought this watch for her today specifically to test Gan Yuru's thoughts. He did not forget that Gan Yuru had promised that she would accept his pursuit as long as he could revive the Arctic Fox Company. The purpose of giving the watch to Gan Yuru was to get an answer from her. If Gan Yuru intended to deny it, he would turn around and leave immediately. From now on, they will only have business dealings. If she wants Meng Lang to help her solve her problems, that will be impossible. Having already been reborn once, Meng Lang has no intention of continuing to be someone's bootlicker, even if it's Gan Yuru. Chapter 98 First Intimate Contact. Gan Yuru naturally remembered the promise she had made. As the situation of Arctic Fox Company gradually improved, she had been thinking about how to deal with her relationship with Meng Lang. It was naturally impossible to go back on her word. She had never thought of breaking her original promise, but she had never been ready to accept a new relationship. She felt very comfortable that Meng Lang could test her in such a subtle way. If Meng Lang asked her for the answer in person or confessed to her again, it would make her feel uncomfortable. This cautious test further demonstrates Meng Lang's attentiveness towards her. Thinking of what Meng Lang had done and how he had considered so much for her, Gan Yuru no longer hesitated. Finally, she made up her mind at this moment and took off the watch that she had worn for more than 10 years from her hand. Then she put on the watch Meng Lang gave her very solemnly on her slender wrist. This moment is very symbolic. Although Gan Yuru didn't say anything, this action was worth more than 1,000 words in Meng Lang's heart. Meng Lang felt like his heart was about to jump out of his throat. His efforts were not in vain after all. Looking at Gan Yuru standing in front of him, Meng Lang couldn't contain his excitement and directly hugged her in his arms. Gan Yuru did not resist Meng Lang's slightly rude behavior. She calmly accepted Meng Lang's hug and put her hands on Meng Lang's waist. Because today is her daughter's birthday party, Gan Yuru's dress is not as formal as when she is at work. She wore a deep red off-shoulder long dress with a waist tie that perfectly outlined Gan Yuru's curvy figure. Her long black hair fell below her shoulders, and her fair and attractive collarbone was faintly visible. The refreshing fragrance emanating from her hair rushed straight to Meng Lang's forehead, making him intoxicated. The fullness of her chest was pressed tightly against Meng Lang's body due to his hug, and was squeezed and deformed. This made Gan Yuru, who had not had close contact with a man for many years, feel a little shy. Her fair and flawless face was flushed with 2 shades of red, making her look extremely beautiful and attractive. Meng Lang didn't do any other unnecessary actions, but just hugged her tightly, feeling the beauty of the moment. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. He was not in a hurry to deepen his relationship with Gan Yuru, as that would be too reckless. Just as he had said at the beginning, in his heart, Gan Yuru was like a pure lotus flower that should not be touched. If Meng Lang pushed the relationship between the two too eagerly, it might backfire. Although the two have only known each other for a short time, they have already established a deep trust. Next, just let nature take its course. Meng Lang believed that there would be a day when he and Gan Yuru would finally be together. Being held in Meng Lang's arms and listening to his slightly rapid heartbeat, Gan Yuru felt as if she was in a dream. She had never thought that she would start a new relationship. And she was with a boy who was 20 years younger than her. This made her feel a little unreal. But the help and warmth Meng Lang brought her during this period were real. Looking back, over the years, there has never been a person like Meng Lang in her life who was willing to shelter her from the wind and rain and seems to be able to help her solve any difficulties. If she were still a young girl of 20, she would have fallen in love with him involuntarily. But due to the special situation between the two of them, even though Meng Lang had done so much for her, she had only just made up her mind to accept his pursuit. Thinking of this, Gan Yuru felt a little guilty. In her opinion, Meng Lang had given too much for her during this period of time. Not only did he plan the brand licensing plan for Arctic Fox, he also spent $20 million to buy the production line that Arctic Fox did not use. When she encountered trouble, Meng Lang always showed up in time and stood firmly with her to help her solve the problem. In comparison, what she did for Meng Lang was really too little. Gan Yuru couldn't help but hug Meng Lang tighter, and her soft body pressed even closer to Meng Lang's. An idea gradually formed in her mind. Meng Lang noticed something was wrong with Gan Yuru, lowered his head and looked at her and asked, "Sister Yuru, what's wrong with you? You have done so much for me, but I have done so little for you." Gan Yuru said with her face against Meng Lang's chest. "How could that be? I'm already satisfied just to have your favor." Meng Lang stroked Gan Yuru's back and said softly, "No. I can't let you give in vain. I have an idea. Can you help me think about whether it is feasible?" Gan Yuru raised her head, looked at Meng Lang very seriously and said, "If Shuya really goes to court to sue me, I will eventually have to give her some of the shares in Arctic Fox. In order to prevent the company from losing control, the shares she can obtain must be controlled below 34%. So I want to raise funds for Arctic Fox Company so that the shares I hold can be reduced to 60%. In this way, even if she takes half of it, it will not exceed 34%. But I definitely don't feel comfortable handing over the shares to others. Do you still have funds to raise funds for Arctic Fox? I estimate it will take around 15 million. When Meng Lang heard Gan Yuru's plan, he was stunned. He never expected that Gan Yuru would dilute her own shares in order to maintain the stable development of the company. But at the same time, he also felt very warmed by Gan Yuru's trust in him. If it is really carried out as she said, the shares of Arctic Fox held by Meng Lang will rise to about 40%. By then, half of Gan Yuru's shares will be divided up by Li Shuya, and Meng Lang's 40% shares will make him the largest shareholder of Arctic Fox Company. I don't have any problem with funding, but will there be any legal risks in doing this? Meng Lang asked worriedly. I have consulted lawyer Chang Meihon on legal issues. There shouldn't be any big problems. It's just normal financing, not selling out the company's interests. Gan Yuru said in a deep voice. Just then, someone knocked on the door of the dressing room. The voice of the hotel waiter came from the door, reminding Gan Yuru that the banquet was coming to an end. Many of the guests visiting today are partners, so Gan Yuru naturally cannot neglect them. She had to end the conversation with Meng Lang and go to entertain these guests. Meng Lang also returned to his seat and took a few quick bites to fill his stomach. Yan Kuang's attitude towards Meng Lang was still enthusiastic, but Meng Lang was thinking about Gan Yuru at this time and had no intention of talking to him. He just responded perfunctorily. Yan Kuang didn't care about his perfunctory attitude, and kept inviting him to visit him more often at Jiangdong Clothing Market. Finally, the two exchanged phone numbers and agreed to keep in touch if they had the chance. When he left, Yan Kuang's sister Yan Chi looked at him curiously. I've never seen you so devoted to someone before? Is there anything special about this Meng Lang? Yan Kuang thought for a moment and replied, it's quite unique. He spoke with such conviction, as if he firmly believed that what he said would happen. I never believed in e-commerce before, but today I was almost convinced by him. Chapter 99 Encounter with Teacher by Jia. After the banquet, Meng Lang saw that Gan Yuru still had a lot of things to do, so he didn't bother her. After saying hello to her, he left on his own. Sitting in the taxi, Meng Lang recalled the hug he had just had with Gan Yuru, and couldn't help feeling a little excited. But his mood was ruined by the taxi breaking down halfway. This made Meng Lang think of buying himself a car. I run around every day and it's really inconvenient not to have a car. However, the prerequisite for driving is to have a driver's license. Meng Lang naturally passed the driver's license test in his previous life, but after his rebirth, he has been busy with various things and has no time to sign up for a driving school. Meng Lang put the driver's license test on his agenda in his mind. Just when Meng Lang was about to take another taxi, he suddenly saw a real estate agency on the side of the road. Meng Lang was not in a hurry to leave. Investing in real estate was one of his next plans to make money. He remembered that there would be major developments in Jiangzhou City's municipal construction by the end of this year. Especially the area around Dongfeng Square in the old city will be built into an economic development zone. Meng Lang remembered that the compensation given for this demolition was very generous and was reported in the news, arousing the envy of countless people. It became the talk of all Jiangzhou people during the Chinese New Year. Whenever they visited someone's house to wish them a happy new year, they would mention it and then lament why their house was not demolished. Even the auspicious words for the New Year's greeting that year became "I wish your house will be demolished next year," which left a deep impression on Meng Lang. At that time, he also fantasized that it would be great if it was his own home that had the characters written on it. It's a pity that in the previous life, my father suffered losses in business and lost the family's house, but the demolition team never arrived. If you can buy some properties around Dongfeng Plaza now, the value will increase by at least 2 to 3 times after it is demolished at the end of this year. Thinking of this, Meng Lang walked into the agency called Wayman Real Estate. The middle-aged boss who was dozing off on his seat immediately stood up. Seeing that it was a young man who walked in, the middle-aged boss forced a smile on his face and asked, "Young man, are you looking to rent a room?" "I don't want to rent a house, I want to buy one." "Do you have any houses near Dongfeng Square?" Meng Lang asked casually. The middle-aged boss immediately became alert after hearing this. For people like Meng Lang who specified that they want to look at houses in a certain area, the probability of a deal is the highest. This is much more profit than the profit brought to him by rental customers. Meng Lang also knew that the intermediary would definitely make money from him, but he didn't care about this small amount of money. He wanted not just 1 or 2 houses, so instead of going through the trouble of looking for one himself, he might as well ask a professional real estate agent for help. Anyway, this agency fee is nothing compared to the demolition compensation. Yes. I have houses available in several communities near Dongfeng Plaza, ranging from 50 square meters to 120 square meters, with all kinds of floor plans available. The middle-aged boss quickly invited Meng Lang to his desk, took out a folder marked with the name of the community from a cabinet full of folders, opened it and placed it in front of Meng Lang. The folder contains real estate information for each community, including floor plans and some basic information of the properties for sale. Meng Lang flipped through all the folders, not caring about the floor or direction. Anyway, the demolition compensation does not take these into consideration. For the same area, whether you live on the first floor or the rooftop, the demolition compensation is the same. Seeing Meng Lang flipping through the folders, the middle-aged boss thought he wasn't very satisfied with the houses and quickly explained, "Dongfeng Square is all old town, and most of the houses are apartment buildings built in the 1980s and 1990s. Don't be fooled by the age of the houses, but if they don't have common areas, they're definitely a good deal." Meng Lang nodded when he heard this. The Industrial and Commercial Bureau staff building where he lived now was such a house. Although it was rather shabby, it was indeed quite comfortable to live in. "Can you take me to see the house in person?" Although he wasn't buying it to live in, a house would cost at least 200,000 yuan, so Meng Lang still had to see it in person to feel at ease. The middle-aged boss agreed readily, closed the shop door, got on his electric scooter, and drove Meng Lang towards Dongfeng Square. Along the way, the middle-aged boss kept pointing to the surrounding communities and explaining them to Meng Lang, looking very professional. 20 minutes later, the two finally arrived at Dongfeng Square. The middle-aged boss pointed to the nearest residential complex and said, "This Sunshine residential community was built around 2000. It's the newest residential complex in this area. A while ago, a young female teacher from the city's #1 middle school sold a house to me." Meng Lang nodded after hearing this and said, "Then let's start from this neighborhood." Under the guidance of the middle-aged boss, Meng Lang walked into the Sunshine community. After entering a unit building, the middle-aged boss said to Meng Lang, "The teacher from #1 middle school I just told you about bought this building. The unit I'm showing you now is 120 square meters. The teacher thought it was too big, so he chose another one." The two went up to the 5th floor. When the middle-aged boss was about to take out the key to open the door, he saw the door opposite was opened. A short but rather delicate-looking woman came out from behind the door carrying a bag of garbage. Seeing the middle-aged man, the woman greeted him first. "Brother Wang, are you bringing clients to view the house again?" The middle-aged man also quickly responded, "Yes." "Teacher Bai, are you satisfied with this house?" "It's very good. I also want to thank Brother Wang for introducing such a suitable house to me. Bai Jia replied with a smile. Meng Lang felt that the woman in front of him looked familiar. After thinking for a long time, he recognized her. The woman in front of him was Bai Jia, the head teacher of the key class of the 3rd grade of number 1 middle school, whom Zhao Yaji introduced to him 2 days ago, and her cousin's future head teacher. The reason why Meng Lang didn't recognize him at the first time was not because he was face blind. It was because Bai Jia at this moment looked and behaved very differently from the last time Meng Lang met him. The last time I saw her, she looked exactly like a strict high school class teacher. Even though she was small in stature, her aura was extremely strong. But the Bai Jia I met today looked like a beautiful girl next door, and there was no trace of her former powerful aura. Hello, Mr. Bai, we meet again. After Meng Lang greeted her, Bai Jia recognized him immediately. The main reason was that Meng Lang's identity was too special for her, as he was the future stepson of her best friend Zhao Yaji. Moreover, Meng Lang had left a deep impression on him the last time they met. Whether it was his college entrance examination score of 233 or his casual donation of 100,000 yuan to install air conditioners for his senior class, these were not what a normal high school student should be like. It's you. Are you planning to buy a house? Bai Jia asked curiously. That's right, the prices of houses have been rising all the time. I'm planning to buy some houses recently. Meng Lang explained. Although Bai Jia appeared calm on the surface, he felt extremely upset in his heart. As a Chinese teacher, she simply cannot tolerate people using inappropriate words when speaking. Shouldn't the quantifier used to describe houses be a set? What does some houses mean? Is this a purchase? No wonder Meng Lang only scored 233 points in the college entrance examination. With such a level of Chinese, if he were in her class, she would definitely go crazy. Although the two had met before, they were not familiar with each other. Bai Jia wanted to correct Meng Lang's grammatical errors, but she didn't say much and turned around to go downstairs to throw away the garbage. Meng Lang was led by the real estate agent, Brother Wang, to visit this 120 square meter 3-bedroom, 2-living room apartment. After looking at it, Meng Lang didn't find anything wrong, so he asked Brother Wang about the price. The asking price is $400,000. If you really want it, I can talk to the owner and get it for $380,000. Meng Lang thought for a moment. 120 square meters costs 380,000 yuan, which is less than 3,200 yuan per square meter. If he remembered correctly, the current price of new houses in the center of Jiangzhou should be around 3,800 yuan per square meter. This is an old building in the old city. At a price of 3,200 yuan per square meter, there is definitely a lot of room for price reduction. Meng Lang didn't bother to talk to him and asked directly, "How many houses do you have in this community?" Wang Ge didn't understand, but still replied, "There are about 15 sets in total." "How about this, the price is 2,800 per square meter. I'll buy all 15 units. You help me negotiate, and I'll come over and pay in one lump sum when the time comes." Ah! Brother Wang was stunned when he heard this. He has worked in the real estate industry for many years, and this is the first time he has seen someone buy a house in this way. It is more casual than his wife buying vegetables at the vegetable market. "Are you sure you want to buy 15 sets at once? That's a lot of money." "That's right, I'll take any property that can be transferred within these 2 days." Meng Lang replied. After receiving a definite answer, Brother Wang immediately smiled happily. Although the price of 15 houses was reduced to 2,000 yuan per square meter, he was confident that he could negotiate it. He is going to make a lot of money this time. Since they did not close the door when they were looking at the house and did not deliberately lower their voices when talking, Bai Jia, who had just taken out the trash downstairs, overheard their conversation. She never expected that there was nothing wrong with what Meng Lang said just now, but she had misunderstood it. It turns out that rich people don't buy houses one by one, but in batches. In this way, what Meng Lang said about buying some houses is indeed very appropriate. But Bai Jia is even more crazy now. Who buys a house like this? 15 houses, how much would that cost? She might not be able to afford them even if she taught for a lifetime. Hearing that the two people in the house seemed to be about to come out, Bai Jia hurried back to his home. As soon as she closed the door, she heard two people coming out from the opposite side. "Mr. Meng, how about you go back and wait for my news? I'll contact the owners of these 15 houses right now." Brother Wang couldn't wait to call these homeowners. The more homeowners he persuaded, the more money he could make. What's the rush? Aren't there other communities you haven't checked yet? Do you want to continue buying? These 15 houses only add up to 3 or 4 million. What can I do with that little money? For a property worth 3 or 4 million yuan, even if its value can double or triple after demolition, the demolition compensation you can get is only about tens of millions. Although it was a lot, it was not enough to satisfy Meng Lang's appetite. But Bai Jia, who overheard their conversation, was stunned. How rich was Meng Lang? 3 or 4 million seemed so understated in his mouth. Hearing this, she felt a little envious of Zhao Yaji. She had known that Zhao Yaji had found a man who was divorced and had a baby, and she felt it was not worth it for her. Unexpectedly, the man brought not a burden, but an oil mine. She couldn't help but think of her own situation. Although she bought a house through her own efforts, she had always lied to her family and said that she lived in the company dormitory, for fear that her family would come and make trouble. This is also the reason why she is about to turn 30 but has not yet married. It's not that no one pursues her, but she just doesn't want her twisted family to drag others down. Thinking of this, Bai Jia could only feel sad. Meng Lang naturally didn't know that Bai Jia next door had such rich psychological activities. Afterwards, under the guidance of Brother Wang, he wandered around several other communities around Dongfeng Square. Meng Lang circled all the houses that were estimated to be within the demolition range and asked Brother Wang to help negotiate. Since most of the houses in the surrounding communities are old, dilapidated, and small, the housing prices are generally not high. Except for the Sunshine community that Meng Lang visited first, which offered a price of 2,800 yuan per square meter, the prices Meng Lang offered for the other old communities were between 2,000 and 2,500 yuan. The total price of all the listed properties is approximately 12 million. It is certain that not every set can be negotiated. Meng Lang estimates that in the end he can spend about 10 million. He currently has a balance of nearly 45 million in his account, of which 15 million is reserved for injecting capital into Arctic Fox Company. If 10 million is invested in real estate, the remaining 20 million will be used for the garment factory's development plan in the next 6 months. Even if the development is not smooth, by the time the 20 million is almost used up, the demolition compensation will be available, which will be just enough to replenish the funds. Chapter 100 Zhao Qiushan's questions. After a tour of the communities surrounding Dongfeng Square, it was already evening. The setting sun, like a blazing fire, painted the sky red. Meng Lang returned home just before the setting sun. Meng Haiwo did not cook noodles tonight, but was happily cooking in the kitchen. What day is it today? You look so happy, Dad. Are you making braised spare ribs? They smell so good. Hearing this, Meng Haiwo simply turned around and glanced at Meng Lang. He didn't answer, but said to him mysteriously, "Go clear the table first. The food will be ready soon." Seeing that his father wanted to keep it a secret, Meng Lang did not spoil his fun. He went back to the living room, cleaned up the table, and set the table for the dishes. Not long after, Meng Haiwo brought the dishes to the table. "If you have any good news, you can tell me now." Meng Lang picked up a piece of braised pork ribs and stuffed it into his mouth, the crispy bones making a crackling sound as he chewed them. Meng Haiwo's face was filled with joy as he said to Meng Lang, "The report I submitted a few days ago was submitted by Director Zhao when he went to the city for a meeting 2 days ago. I heard that the higher-ups took it very seriously after reading it. Director Zhao told me today that my position may be changing in the near future." "Really? That's great news. Did you say where you'll be transferred to? Will you still be at the Industrial and Commercial Bureau or will you be transferred to another unit?" Meng Lang asked impatiently. "My father has been depressed for half his life, and now he finally has the opportunity to change." Meng Lang is sincerely happy for him. "It hasn't been decided yet, but I heard that they're going to set up a pilot government service center in our Changnan district first. I might be transferred there then. I'll probably be in charge of the industrial and commercial affairs of the government service center." The report on building a service-oriented government department was submitted by Meng Haiwo, so it is indeed reasonable to transfer him to the government affairs center. If the pilot program at the District Government Affairs Center receives good feedback, it will definitely be promoted. Then Meng Haiwo's opportunity will come. Whether being transferred to a higher-level Government Affairs Center or being promoted to the head of a District Government Affairs Center, both are good choices. At least it's much better than staying in the Industrial and Commercial Department that is about to be merged. Let's not talk about my business anymore. It hasn't been decided yet, so no one can predict it. Now, let's talk about you. How's your business been doing lately? Your Aunt Zhao told me yesterday that you were going to donate 100,000 yuan to the number 1 middle school to buy air conditioners? Is that true? Yes, business has been pretty good recently, but the 100,000 yuan wasn't paid by me alone, it was the profit of the store that day. My uncle transferred all the 100,000 yuan to me when he knew he could get Lu Zihang into the key class at number 1 middle school. Seeing that the teachers at number 1 middle school agreed so readily, I decided to donate the 100,000 yuan, which would also make Lu Zihang's schooling smoother. Hearing Meng Lang say that the clothing store made 100,000 yuan a day, Meng Haiwa felt a little numb. His perception of money is somewhat distorted now. He only earns less than 5,000 yuan a month, but his son casually talks about 100,000 yuan. He always feels like they are not using the same currency unit. Is it really that easy to make money? But what he didn't expect was yet to come. After Meng Lang finished another piece of braised pork ribs, he said in a very calm tone, "By the way, I'm planning to set up a company. Do I need to prepare any documents when I go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau tomorrow? Establishing a company? Aren't you opening a shop with your uncle? Why are you setting up another company?" "Oh, I bought a clothing factory a few days ago and want to start my own clothing brand." The affairs of Arctic Fox Company have come to an end for the time being, and Meng Lang naturally has to focus his work back on his sex toy business. Now that he has a clothing factory, he certainly can't just do it on a small scale like he did with his previous Taobao store. Naturally, he has to establish his own brand, and he has even thought of the brand name. It's called Nine-Tailed Fox. This name sounds a bit frivolous, but it is quite suitable as a brand name for sex toys. When Meng Haiwa heard Meng Lang's words, he was stunned into silence. Acquire a garment factory. To be called a factory, its value must be at least tens or even hundreds of millions. It was said lightly from the mouth of his own son. He didn't know how to do business either. He opened and closed his mouth twice but didn't say anything to question it. Finally, he just said, "I will give you the relevant documents for setting up the company later, you can prepare them yourself." Originally, Meng Haiwa was very happy about his promotion and transfer. But compared with his son's career progress, what he has done is really not enough. This made him unsure whether he should be happy or worried about Meng Lang. Meng Lang noticed the worry on his face, put a hand on his shoulder, and said to him, "Dad, don't worry about me. Even if the garment factory loses money, don't I still have the dividends from my uncle's store to back me up? I'm sure I won't starve to death." After hearing what Meng Lang said, a smile appeared on Meng Haiwa's face again. Well, he only earns 5,000 a month, so why should he worry about someone who earns tens of thousands a day having a bad life? After finishing his meal, Meng Lang prepared all the documents needed for the office according to the documents his father gave him, and then went to bed to rest. Early the next morning, he went to the Industrial and Commercial Bureau with his father. As soon as I entered the gate of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, I ran into Zhao Qiushan, who had just gotten out of the car. Seeing Meng Lang, Zhao Qiushan waved to him. "Xiao Lang, what have you been busy with recently? I haven't seen you in a few days. Come to my office and I want to chat with you." Meng Lang and Meng Haiwa looked at each other, and saw the words "take care of yourself" in Meng Haiwa's eyes. He could only follow Zhao Qiushan towards his office. "I've been busy starting my own business recently, so I haven't been here for a while." As they talked, the two of them came into the office and took their seats. "What business? I heard from your Aunt Zhao that you've made quite a bit of money from your business recently." Upon hearing this, Meng Lang began to wonder what Zhao Qiushan's purpose was in asking this question. He is a big director, and every move he makes has a purpose. He definitely wouldn't call me over to chat for no reason. Zhao Qiushan did have his considerations for calling Meng Lang over. He was very surprised when he heard Zhao Yaji say that Meng Lang made a lot of money in just 1 week by starting a clothing store. So I asked someone about Meng Lang's situation, and only then did I know that he was cooperating with Arctic Fox Company and how prosperous his business was. I heard from friends in the clothing industry that Arctic Fox, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, has regained its vitality with his help and even has a promising future. This reminded him of the first time Meng Lang came to his office. It seemed that he met Gan Yuru, who was in a state of panic at the time. The two began to cooperate from that time. At that time, Meng Lang also roughly told him about the plan to buy the tag. All in all, in less than half a month, such great changes had taken place in Arctic Fox Company, which was really unbelievable to him. So, he called Meng Lang over today specifically to find out how he did it.